Chapter 51 I have come, traitors. The arrival of the Guilliman fleet caused a huge commotion. Even though the major families tried to block the news, it still leaked out. The workers, the lower classes, the gangsters, and even the homeless in the Hive City were all discussing this matter. The great son of the Emperor, the Holy Primarch, the god of war under the Emperor in mythology. Those old stories are described with embellishments. People seem to have returned to the magnificent era of the Great Expedition. Felt the glory of the Emperor walking in the world. Some merchants took photos and sent them back to each hive. The magnificent fleet made everyone excited. This is the most intuitive manifestation of the mighty power of the Primarch. This magnificent fleet is enough to collapse the enemies of a galaxy without firing a single shot. After obtaining permission, some merchant ships excitedly joined Guilliman's fleet. Even if they sailed with it for a certain distance, it was enough to make them feel supremely honored, and it was worthy of being written into the family history and known by future generations. Devout pilgrims came from all over the galaxy, they cheered Guilliman's name. It's a pity that all their requests to board the glory of Macridge were rejected. The Primarch euphemistically stated that he would go to the surface to condolences to those loyalists who served the Empire. This excited the populace, anticipating the arrival of the Primarch to the hive. The Grouse family and the families that are in the same rank as them are also actively preparing. They want to prove how loyal they are and how much they are loved by the people. The reform of the Primarch is not needed at all, and maintaining the original system is enough to ensure the continuation of the Empire and the greatness of the Emperor. Residential Area Number 2. Get out, you must stay away from this area before the Primarch leaves. The law enforcement officers kicked Hawk's door open, threw him out of the dilapidated room, and asked him to go to Area 3 or Area 4 to find a place to sleep, and come back after the Primarch left. This is my home. Hawk felt unparalleled anger. Stay away, don't let your lowliness tarnish the brilliance of the Primarch. Otherwise, I will arrest you in the name of the Emperor. The law enforcement officers were very rough and did not mean any compromise. It seems that as long as the name of the Emperor is named, it is justice and a necessary sacrifice for the overall situation. Law enforcement officers kicked open the doors of the residents one by one, telling those residents to get away. The Grouse family has arranged a crowd to welcome the Primarch. They are rich and neat, and everyone knows how to be polite. With such a welcoming ceremony, the Grouse family will prove how rich and peaceful people are under their rule, enjoying a harmonious and stable life. You will be cursed, the Holy Emperor will never give such an order. It is the right of every citizen to pay homage to the Primarch, and it is the embodiment of the glory of the Emperor. You cannot do this. A blind old woman was also dragged out. She questioned angrily. No one would want to pay their respects to the Primarch, the will of the Emperor, perhaps the only memorable moment in their short, dull lives. We refuse to leave, we have a right to stay here. Madara walked out of the crowd on crutches. He had already sold his mechanical prosthesis. If it wasn't for the news of Guilliman's arrival that inspired him, I'm afraid he would have chosen to commit suicide after spending the money. The arrival of Guilliman brought a glimmer of light to his dark life. If he can see the spokesperson of the Emperor's will, it can be regarded as the greatest comfort to him, a veteran. Blade's appearance inspired others. A disabled person dares to fight, so why do they choose to be cowardly? They protested one after another, determined not to leave. The law enforcement officers were as tough as ever, and they pulled out laser pistols. They are not good at dealing with heretics and aliens, but they are very handy in dealing with these honest citizens of the Empire. This is an order from the Grouse family. You don't have to obey, and I can also take necessary measures. Leave now, and you will be able to come back after the Primarch leaves. Otherwise. The law enforcement officer picked up the laser gun in his hand, showing a vicious, threatening gaze that made people retreat. He glanced around, and finally focused on Madara, who was a homeless man, ready to make an example to others. You shouldn't be an early bird, idiot, said the law enforcement officer. Let the Gross family die, I once fought for the Holy Emperor, and the Gross family is just a bloodsucker crouching on the Empire. Blushed Neck shouted, you took away my pension, took away my house, but you don't want to take away my chance to meet the Primarch again. Then you go to hell, idiot. Law enforcement officers fired a shot into the spotted leg. The strong light of the laser beam flickered in the air, piercing through the still intact foot of Madara, causing him to let out a miserable scream on the ground. The smell of burning flesh and blood caused countless people to shrink their heads in fright. Who's next? Law enforcement officers yelled. His eyes swept over those people, and no one dared to look directly into his eyes. Damn, what did you do? He fought to protect you. Hawk squeezed through the crowd, ran to Madara, who was no one approaching, hugged him tightly in his arms, and comforted this veteran, trying to ease his pain. Then take him away and let him be loyal for the Grouse family one last time. The law enforcement officer sneered, not paying attention to Hawk's words. Hive Capital Square. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, the dignitaries and rich gentry standing in the wild howling wind waited for the arrival of the Primarch. The fireworks of the celebration struggled to rise in the downpour, the brilliant beams of light were shining, and the dark and depressing night was illuminated like a dazzling performance. Planetary Governor stands at the front of the crowd. Like other nobles, he was shivering in the cold wind, but there was a smile on his face, as if he was fantasizing about some good things. From the reports of his capable men, he knew that everything was ready. He will demonstrate the achievements of House Grouse, which will be used to persuade the Primarch to withdraw the order of reformation. Elegant and noble nobles of the Empire are the best servants to help the Emperor and help the Primarch rule the Empire. Those ignorant, lowly commoners just need to do their jobs. There is absolutely no need for any reform. The nobles all looked at the sky, waiting for the arrival of the Primarch. A flash of lightning flashed, and the thick clouds were illuminated from within. Thunder rumbled, and more lightning was shot out. There were several bolts of lightning, hitting the highest spire of the hive capital. The circuit built by the Mechanics Association hums, absorbs excess energy, and protects the nest from being damaged by the mighty power of nature. While the nobles were waiting, the hum of the spaceship came through the wind. Dozens of stormbirds pierced through the black clouds and emerged from the sky. These stormbirds, 3 thunderhawks adorned with gold and oil paintings of battle scenes. The stormbird circled and stayed at high altitude, while the thunderhawk landed one after another with a loud buzzing sound. The violent propelling airflow disrupted the original trajectory of the raindrops. When Lei Ying docked firmly on the square, the ear-piercing hum gradually weakened. With the opening of the airtight hatch, the space fighters walked out of it in line. Every space warrior is far taller than these nobles can compare. As soon as they came out, an indescribable oppressive atmosphere suffocated many nobles. They lined up in 2 rows, standing like sculptures in the rain, letting the rain run off their armor. In addition to holding bolt guns, several space marines held the battle flags of their respective chapters, Ultramar and the double-headed eagle logo of the Empire. The battle flag fluttered and fluttered in the wind and rain. At this moment, the grand music sounded, majestic and solemn. The cherub and the servo skull flew out of the Thunderhawk cabin, struggling to maintain their figure in the strong wind, announcing the arrival of the Primarch to the nobles. The spokesperson of the Emperor's will, the great regent of the Empire, the Lord of Ultramar, the Lord of the Imperial Senate, the son of the Emperor, Lord Guilliman. With the roar of cherubs and servo skulls, the door of the last Thunderhawk slammed down. Surrounded by the honor guard, Guilliman walked out with his head held high. I have come, traitors. Guilliman glanced at the nobleman and said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many nobles headed by the planetary governor turned pale instantly. Chapter 52 Liquidation. The dark clouds seemed to fall from the sky, and the unleashed fury and thunder illuminated the endless darkness. The Primarch's voice echoed in the violent thunderstorm. That loud voice overwhelmed everything. Like a majestic, holy proclaiming the sins of the world. The body of the planetary governor is shaking, and the bodies of all the nobles are shaking. My lord, is there any misunderstanding in this? The planetary governor asked tremblingly. There is no misunderstanding, Grouse family, you have been declared excommunicated and rebellious. Guilliman stared at the planetary governor in front of him, his tone cold. The honor guards surrounded him, and there was no sound under the cold metal helmet. They did not respond to the excommunication rebellion that was enough to shake the empire. The planetary governor slumped on the ground, and the smug, flamboyant smile just now disappeared without a trace. The Grouse family is a huge family spanning several galaxies, with unparalleled wealth. Can support family members to enjoy expensive life extension surgery and have their own private fleet. But the planetary governor is very clear that these are insignificant in front of a Primarch. One sentence from the other party deprived the Grouse family of everything. The planetary governor looked at the other nobles with a look of asking for help. But no one dared to stand up. These nobles had sworn to stand with the Grouse family. But now, no one stood up. Everyone avoids him. Sicarius, execute the adults of the Grouse family, send their children to punishment camps, and tell those children that only war and blood can wash away the sins of their parents. Guilliman glanced at the other nobles, and the majesty in his eyes made them take a few steps back subconsciously. You allow the Grouse family to violate my order, greedy for the power in your hands and unwilling to speak out, and you will also be subject to scrutiny. The nobles burst into tears in fright. Some nobles wanted to rush to the Primarch and ask for his forgiveness. The Glory Guard stopped them, and the Terminator armor formed a metal line of defense that they could not cross. My lord, my ancestors have shed blood for the Emperor, and my ancestors have made contributions to the Empire. My lord, you can't do this. A nobleman was crying loudly, his fat body shaking. Crying and trying to squeeze through the iron wall formed by the space fighters, he stretched out his hand forward. Then your ancestors will feel ashamed of you. You have betrayed their ideals and bloodlines. Take them down, each one will be examined, and as long as there are any problems, they will be dealt with immediately. Qinbei glanced at the crying nobles, without the slightest wavering. The space marines pushed all the nobles aside and arrested people according to the list. Guilliman, surrounded by the honor guard, walked towards the red carpet prepared for him. The only regret is that all the people who ordered to lay the red carpet have been arrested. This was supposed to be a grand welcome ceremony. But it became the scene where the Grouse family and many nobles were arrested. The nobles were taken away by the team of judges in Guilliman's fleet to examine their sins. Many nobles fainted on the spot. The judgment chamber is notoriously terrifying, and if it falls into their hands, there will be absolutely no good fruit to eat. In order to effectively fight against the enemies of the Empire, the judges often use all kinds of terrible tortures without any scruples. Guilliman showed no mercy, no matter how these guys howled and screamed, he didn't cast any more eyes. This plunged the nobles into complete despair. Even if there is no problem in the review, they will lose their noble status and become lowly civilians. You are a complete tyrant. A mad nobleman shouted, he pulled out a pistol, and shot in Guilliman's direction. You persecute the Emperor's loyalty, you try to usurp your father's throne, tyrant. Laser beams flashing in the rain. The Glory Guard easily blocked such an insignificant attack that even their shields could not break. What this great nobleman did completely angered the space warriors. A soldier slammed the opponent's face with the of his gun, causing him to scream. The strength of the space fighter is so powerful, even if he controls his strength, he can easily smash the opponent's face into pieces. Flesh and flesh mixed with broken teeth flew out, and the once high-ranking noble fell to the ground like a dead dog. He's not dead yet. With his last breath. But this is not his luck, death is 1,000 times better than falling into the hands of the court. This is their loyalty. Power corrupts them, making them break their vows and forget their awe. Guilliman glanced at it, and then walked towards the hive. Announce me to the world, and I will listen to them. Servo skulls, cherubs, and many other flying objects flew everywhere, and they roared the news of the arrival of the great Primarch to the entire hive. The news of the noble's arrest spread quickly, shocking everyone. Those who think they are powerful are terrified as if the end of the world is ushered in. The situation is completely different from what they imagined. They thought it was just like the previous political games, asking prices, fighting, compromising, and closing deals, running a set of rules that belonged exclusively to them. Gangsters, nobles, and bureaucrats are intricately intertwined, forming a very special relationship. Everyone patiently moves on the chessboard, evaluates what they have, and uses their own advantages to obtain more benefits. No one could have imagined that the original would use an unimaginable brutality to smash the relationship network of the major families for thousands of years with a single punch. It's like another chess player thinking about all the opponent's moves, guessing the opponent's routines, and his own way to deal with it. As soon as the opponent sat down, he picked up the chessboard and smashed it on the chess player's face with a bang. Unprecedented fear spread as Guilliman stepped into the hive. Of course the fear is limited to the powerful, and everyone at the bottom is cheering. The greed of the Grouse family has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it is resentful. With the help of the Mechanical Association, they carefully estimated the value of each person. The policy formulated is enough to ensure that every worker's savings are drained, that they are alive, and that they can't get out, so that they can be better controlled. Work, life, marriage, etc., every aspect is clearly arranged. The Grouse family will earn everything from it, all people can do is work for the Grouse family for a lifetime, and give birth to the next batch of imperial citizens for the Grouse family to work for them. And that's about to change. Please, don't accuse me. I still have a wife, I still have a daughter. The law enforcement officer who shot Zealot in the leg is begging that he will be judged for his arrogance and arrogance. You should go to hell, just like the Grouse family. Your wife and daughter will spurn you forever, and you will never be able to return to the embrace of the Emperor, only worthy of being eaten by those twisted monsters. The blind old lady spat on him. Others followed the old lady and spat at the law enforcement officer. No, have mercy on me. The law enforcement officer begged, but it was of no use. He used to be so vicious to people, unscrupulously giving others pain. And now that the same terrible thing has happened to him, no one will sympathize with him. The soldiers took the law enforcement officers away. Hawk followed the crowd and cheered, when he wanted to find his friend Madara, and told him that he would continue to receive a pension and live a decent life. He didn't know that his friend had left. Blade's corpse was lying in a corner, covered with the old blanket, his head with pale and messy hair drooped aside, his body became cold due to the loss of temperature, and his crutches were placed by his feet. Painful and relieved expressions on his face. The inflammation and burning from the gunshot wound, the humiliation of being chased away by the law enforcement officers, and the grief of not being able to see the Primarch were all tormenting this poor veteran. If not, he will eventually see the downfall of the Grouse family and many nobles. I am afraid that he will die full of resentment. Hawk hugged his friend's body and began to cry. At this time, he saw, on the wall next to the corpse, written with a piece of charcoal. Mankind must prevail, and the Empire must prevail. There is also a signature below, Captain of the 33rd Regiment of the Imperial Yako's Planetary Army, Madara. Let's see if I can stay up late tonight, I have something to do today. Chapter 53 Magnus Plan. The Great Rift tore the Empire apart. Countless old night monsters and demons appear in the real universe, eagerly harvesting human souls and flesh and blood. The emergence of the Great Rift has caused untold suffering to the worlds of the Empire. Raging storms make warp navigation difficult, and a large number of galaxies that cannot contact the Empire are as fragile as sea creatures stranded on the beach. Mutants and psychers are also increasing rapidly. If the suppression is not timely enough, the whole world will fall into the abyss and become a world controlled by those hateful mutants. But to the enemies of the Emperor, it is a welcome boon. The servants of chaos enjoy an unprecedented ether frenzy. The wind of ether has caused a large number of human beings to mutate, allowing them to possess powerful magic and extraordinary abilities without training, and become more extreme and evil. They absorb and drive this force unscrupulously, constantly trying to shake the order of the various planets, wanting to seize the right to rule mankind, which has caused a lot of rebellion and bloodshed. None of these were ever the scariest. In the void, a large number of mages, wild psychers, and mutants are all heading towards one place. Their destination is a planet that should not exist in the real universe, the Wizard Star. Pieces of distorted energy tore through the night, shrouding the Wizard Star in dark purple light. Dark clouds rolled over the sky, and a giant tornado connecting the sky and the earth emerged on the surface of the planet, rumbling forward, engulfing everything. This planet is inhabited by demons, abominations, and cursed things. Creatures born of Tsiancha's wild fantasies thrived on this planet. Packs of Aristeles hunt in jungles of razor-sharp cliffs and twisted shapes of failed cultists. Wandering daemon engines traverse the storm-ravaged crystalline plains. The tyrannical horror, Raforn, and fire demon randomly stepped into reality or reappeared from the reopened portal, and after causing unimaginable killings, they disappeared as quickly as they came. Wizard Star is in countless chaos, but there is one place that looks very quiet, which is very different from everything around it. A huge crystal pyramid is located on the plain on the surface of the planet, very magnificent, like a giant mountain range entrenched on the earth. Those violent thunder and storms surround the pyramid, as if driven by some mysterious force. Those twisted creatures full of malevolence never run amok near this crystal tower. All because there is an existence they cannot provoke. On the throne inside the giant pyramid, sat a terrifying creature exuding a depressing and terrifying aura. His limbs burn with blue and pink flames. The majestic and huge body is covered with armor with huge barbs. Behind him, the flaming magic flame was like a pair of bird wings with huge feathers, churning endlessly. This terrifying existence sits on the throne, with eyes closed, and his soul roams around the subspace, searching for those lost ancient knowledge. When he opened his only remaining eye, a weird blue light flowed from the pupil. The warp energy surrounding the entire planet became violent because of his awakening. Guilliman. He whispered a name, and then thunderstorms emerged from the oppressive, dark clouds. If the Grey Knights of the Empire, the Inquisition, or the Space Wolves were here, they would definitely recognize the identity of this abomination immediately. King of Scarlet, King of Warlocks, former Lord of Prospero, Red Cyclops, Eternal Cursor of the Empire, Primarch of the Thousand Suns, Magnus. This is a name that is cursed forever, and the owner of this name should be hated by every imperial citizen who is loyal to the Emperor. With the help of the screams of the death of a billion souls, Magnus pried the wizard star in the Eye of Terror, and reunited it with his former hometown, Prospero, which was burned by the Space Wolves. A huge crystal ball appeared in front of Magnus, showing him the scene of Macrage. The scene of prosperity made him look mocking, and he could easily guess what Guilliman was doing. The opponent is trying to rebuild that little kingdom, and then rely on that little kingdom to rebuild the order of the Empire. Looking at the crystal, Guilliman issued various reform orders, requiring his subordinates to create brand new technological creations. Recruit enough soldiers from each world, and strive to balance war and people's livelihood. Stupid as always. Magnus sneered. This is my era, and human beings will be sublimated in my hands. The Emperor's Webway project has failed, and humanity is doomed not to be able to escape from the warp. Magnus decided to unleash the potential of human beings without limit, and he will prove to others how stupid it is to ban the use of psychic power. Psionic energy is the only way out for human beings. Tzeentch, who embraces the way of controlling change, is the best choice for all beings in the world. The Empire is collapsing, and mankind is about to usher in a great era of spiritual power. Nothing can stop the bright, wise, see-through Magnus. He sent a message along the tide of the subspace, summoning those who have spiritual gifts, and he will build a world on the wizard star that only belongs to Psionics, wizards, and mutants. A large number of wizards and psychers who were moved by Magnus' promise came from all over the Empire and gathered on the wizard star. Magnus planned to make them a fearsome army. An army large enough to destroy his father's empire. Realize his ambition since the Great Crusade. Put on the spiritual crown for human beings and let them evolve to a higher level. With the Prospero Galaxy as the center, the subspace barriers of more than a dozen galaxies are rapidly weakening. Demons have become easier to descend, and Psionic usage has become easier. When his plan is completed, these galaxies will become the core of his psyker empire, continuously creating psychers, and allowing mankind to enter the era of universal psychic power. Maybe I should find something for my brother to make him realize his stupidity. Magnus watched the development on Macrage, and he dismissed Guilliman's return. He has already used his foresight ability to predict the future of the galaxy. The future of the galaxy is dark, and there is no possibility of redemption. Only Psionic power is the best way. The galaxy will be destroyed in chaos and war, and everyone will embrace psychic power and those ancient taboos. Magnus stood up, he used his scepter to open a portal, and walked in. Stupid Guilliman, how angry will he be when he realizes that he has become a plaything of being fooled? Really looking forward to it. Natal Galaxy. Hive Capital. Guilliman sat in the luxurious mansion, checking the interrogation briefing sent by the judges. Worshipping chaos, selling nerve stimulants, deducting pensions of veterans, using power to the family business, and grabbing more than 90% of the wealth in the Natal Galaxy. Even though he was prepared, Guilliman was still palpitating when he saw the evidence of these nobles. The Empire is like a terminally ill patient. If you dig anywhere, you will find rotten flesh and blood. A group of fearless warriors are working hard to maintain the Empire, but a group of blood-sucking insects are crouching on the Empire and sucking blood continuously, growing fat and vain. Chaos is growing, but the Empire is getting weaker. Look at what these idiots have done. Guilliman suppressed the anger in his heart to avoid being seen as his gaffe, but the anger in his tone was hard to conceal. The Natal Galaxy is still in the 500 worlds of Ultramar, and the situation is already so bad, wouldn't other places be even more terrifying? Coupled with the large rift, a large number of demon invasions were caused. I took such an empire to fight against Tyranids, Necrons, and Chaos. Guilliman doubted that the empire would collapse if the battle was halfway through. Execute those bastards, let their children enter the punishment camp, and atone for the sins of their parents until they die. Following Guilliman's order, a large number of nobles with conclusive evidence were pushed out and executed in front of the public. Their children were sent to the punishment camp, and they will participate in the battle against aliens and traitors in the future, until the moment of death is considered salvation. Related news was also sent by the Astropath, which shocked the entire empire. Chapter 54 Orc Warlords and the Undead Dynasty. What Guilliman did was like a storm that swept across the entire human empire. Countless people were shocked by it. The families and forces that wanted to test the Primarch were all silent. No one dared to challenge the wrath of a Primarch, at least not publicly. The brand new punishment battalion starts from the natal galaxy and will be thrown into the most tragic battlefield of the Empire. Everyone in the punishment camp is a noble disciple who has been convicted of a crime. They want to wash away the sins of their parents in blood and fire. The demise of the aristocratic forces and the cleansing of the bureaucracy in the natal galaxy did not cause any turmoil. Guilliman, who had been prepared for a long time, ordered Yahiri's team to take over the rule of the natal galaxy and maintain the normal operation of the galaxy government. After dealing with these, he set off. Planned to go to the Connor galaxy, meet with other loyalist forces, and enter the next stage of the expedition. The Kano galaxy is an important industrial galaxy in Ultramar, and it is also a marginal galaxy in the 500 worlds of Ultramar. The loyalists departed from Makraj, divided into different shipping lanes, and finally gathered in the Connor galaxy to complete the cleanup of the non-human forces in the 500 worlds of Ultramar and build a stable rear. It is worth mentioning that Connor is also the name of Guilliman's adoptive father. Compared to the unfortunate childhood of other Primarchs, Guilliman was adopted by Connor, the planetary consul of Makraj. Connor managed Makraj well. His words and deeds, such as advocating public welfare and actively promoting elite political reform, have had a profound impact on the Primarch, and these ideas have accompanied the Primarch throughout his life. Guilliman is the only Primarch who grew up with both parents. His father died in the rebellion after he came of age. His mother lived a long time, she was still alive when Horus rebelled, and was almost killed by Kurz during the establishment of the Second Empire. Fortunately, under the sacrifice of the loyalists regardless of the cost, his mother was able to escape and die. It is precisely because of the care given by his parents and a healthy family that Guilliman never lost confidence in humans, nor did he ever have the idea of turning to chaos. He was severely injured several times by weapons carrying the evil power of chaos, but he resisted them all and did not succumb to his subspace essence. It is precisely because of this that Guilliman clearly realized that positive human emotions, a beautiful family and a healthy childhood are sharp weapons against the erosion of chaos. If people have nothing to remember and look forward to, in a hopeless hell, how can they resist throwing themselves into chaos? In order to commemorate his father, Guilliman during the Great Crusade named the important industrial planet after his adoptive father, as a warning to himself not to forget the teachings of his adoptive father. The Connor galaxy is beyond the Char-Layton star district. It was ravaged by green-skinned orcs and invaded by two resurgent Necron dynasties. The Char-Adon sector will be where Guilliman's next expedition will take place. The Char-Adon sector is also an important granary and armory. The sector is home to mineral-rich planets, gleaming gas giants and a vast belt of mineral-bearing asteroids. With abundant raw material sources, it can meet a wide range of industrial requirements. And many similar sectors need to devote all production to different industries. The Char-Adon sector also hosts a series of farming worlds. Its crop production is not only enough to feed its people, but also can be exported to other star regions. More importantly, the industrial production capacity of this star area. Just casting world steel ball stars is able to produce massive quantities of guns, tanks, fighter jets and ammunition. Not to mention other foundry worlds, industrial worlds. Its strong production capacity is crucial to Guilliman's next plan. The only shortcoming is that the forces in the Char-Adon sector are not only humans. Many alien forces are also mixed in, fighting each other endlessly, forcing the Char-Athon sector to station battle groups and a large number of imperial troops all the year round. Among them, the most terrifying is the Orc warlord Arsonist. Orcs are a very special race, and one of the most terrifying races in the galaxy. The more numerous and smarter they are, the stronger the warlord will be. During the Great Crusade, the Emperor had to do it himself, and ended up fighting against the Orc Emperor. With the help of the 9 Primarchs, the victory of Ulanar was ushered in. It's a pity that Horus rebelled, and the Emperor couldn't afford to be seriously injured. The loyal Primarch either died or disappeared from the Imperium. Humanity has gradually forgotten the threat posed by the green-skinned orcs. It was not until the strong rise of the orcs in the 32nd millennium that humans realized how terrible the orcs were. The Imperial Fist chapter entrusted to guard Terra was wiped out in an encounter with the War Moon led by the Orc warlord Beast, which also included a large naval fleet. When the Orc battle moon came out, the Imperial fleet was directly crushed by the gravity tide, without any suspense. Subsequently, the huge battle moon came to Terra, becoming the first hostile force to attack Terra after the Horus rebellion. The High Lord was almost forced to surrender. The Gene Primarch of the Salamanders chapter Vulcan returned, leading the Imperial army into the Orcs' lair, Ulanar. The Orc warlord the Beast killed the chapter master Space Warrior in seconds in the battle, and both died in the ensuing battle with Fukin. At that time, there were 6 powerful Orc warlords, and the Beast was just one of them. The only good thing is that the Orc warlords are not united, they will only join forces in rare cases, otherwise the human empire will definitely be difficult to resist the Orc attack. Unlike other races, the reason for the Orcs to wage war is not for wealth, nor for the establishment of a new empire. Orcs desire only one thing, and that is to satisfy their insatiable desire to destroy in the most dramatic way possible. This savage nature drives the Orcs into meaningless and endless wars. Without enemies, Orcs will even attack each other for the sheer joy of killing. In this dark and hopeless universe, where there is only war, the Orcs are the only optimistic race. Orc warlords, Orc boys, and even Grots get excited about war. In order for the Char-Adon sector to contribute steadily to the cause of the expedition, the Orc warlord is a threat that has to be cleaned up. Besides Orcs, Necrons are also a threat. The history of the Necrons can be traced back to the Age of Heaven 60 million years ago. At that time, the chaos had not been raised, and the gods had not yet recovered. The subspace was peaceful. The ancient saints tirelessly spread life and cultivated those spiritual races. The space necromancer is not called this name yet, but the Necrontyr. They were born on a planet that suffered from stellar radiation, which caused them to be infected with a terrible curse, and their lifespan was short. Only by using a force field to sleep can they cross the stars. Because they were jealous of the near-eternal life of the old sage, they launched a war, but they were severely beaten by the old sage and imprisoned on the home planet. In order to win the war, they turned to the ancient life form that feeds on the stars, the star god, to cast a body for them, and begged for help. The star god coaxed the Necrontyrs into transforming their flesh and blood into metal bodies, devouring their flesh and soul, leaving them with cold logic data and becoming Necrons. With the help of the star god, the Necrons have obtained the most powerful technological strength in the galaxy, and can easily erase the entire galaxy. The Necrons used the power of the Cetan to wipe out the old ones and most of the Shinnok races the old ones created, then backstabbed the Cetan and blasted them to pieces. Due to heavy losses, the Necrons were unable to fight against the rising Eldar Empire that accepted the legacy of the old ones at that time. As a last resort, they can only fall into a deep sleep, waiting for the opportunity. The Necrons were not unable to defeat the Eldar at the time, but they were on the verge of extinction. They no longer have souls and bodies, only metal bodies and data logic. In other words, the Necrons have no way to breed offspring. Even if it can be cultivated, it is just a copy of their thinking. Of course, other races can also be used to transform, but it's hard to say whether it is a space necromancer or not. The Necrons can only sleep, waiting for the decline of the Eldar Empire and the prosperity of galactic life again, in order to find a way to reverse the curse of the Star God. As the long time passed, the space undeads also recovered one after another. The strength of these dynasties has not yet returned to its peak, but the threat it brings cannot be underestimated. Orcs, Necrons. Guilliman frowned slightly as he looked at the information about the Charadon sector in his hand. After the Konar galaxy was resolved, it was time to activate the Primaris Space Warrior card. Chapter 55. This golden finger feels a bit useless. Primaris Space Marines in the hands of Guilliman are more terrifying than the original plot line. The transformation of the Primordial Space Warrior that has been completed now, in addition to the genetic technology obtained by Kara from the original mother, also has the biological dark matter engine transformation technology in the hands of Guilliman. Using these new technologies, the interstellar warriors have stronger reactions and more terrifying hand-to-hand combat abilities. Even without genetic talent, they can manipulate the energy of the real universe to attack the enemy. This ability is very similar to the ability of a star god. The star is also a terrifying creature that can manipulate reality without relying on subspace. World-destroying weapons are also being forged, and more terrifying weapons are about to be born from Makraj. Guilliman also made a secret decision. If he can't win the ground battle, he will burn the glass. If he can't win the glass burning, he will blow up the stars. After blowing up the galaxy, he brought humans to emigrate, and even Terra installed thrusters and ran with him. Who is afraid of the lower limit? Guilliman stood up from his chair, walked to the porthole of Makraj's glory, and stared outside. The propeller lights of many merchant ships shone in the dark space, coming and going, unusually prosperous. The cleansing of the nobility did not shake the foundation here. If there is money to be made, there will be businessmen. In this world, money is not created by businessmen, but businessmen are created by money. As long as there is interest, merchants will come in a steady stream. Ding! A notification sound came. The announcement sounded. The fleet will depart from the gravitational field of the star in the natal galaxy in 30 minutes, and enter the hyperspace leap to sail. Opening the entrance to the warp in the gravitational field of a star is an extremely dangerous thing. The chaotic stellar gravitational field will tear the ship apart. Thinking about Primaris Space Marines, Guilliman stared outside, and an important question came to his mind. This time is too busy. He didn't even have time to figure out the origin of his cheat. Now is just a little bit of time. Assisting spirit. Guilliman called inwardly. Yes, host, do you need any help? Can I ask a question? Of course, Omega, the auxiliary elves serve the host. Who are you? Guilliman asked a long confused question in his heart. Time traveling, Goldfinger, if it is placed in a novel, just explain it with a random stroke. But now I am in the real universe, what is the reason why the golden finger works? Soul? Consciousness? Or projection? Or is it Xiancha's conspiracy? Will Goldfinger be captured by the evil god? If you are captured, will you be traced to the original world by the evil god, and will you invade the original world if traced? And what about the control panel? Why is it so similar to the kind of faith collection in the game? I am an auxiliary elf, the host, an auxiliary elf who can help you solve problems and search for answers. Are you some supreme creature? Am I still his game or his pawn? Oh, I suggest the host not to think too much. But I want to know the answer. Guilliman asked in a deep voice. He knew that there was an evil in this universe, Xianch, who claimed to have multi-level knowledge. If the opponent creates a cheat to play him, then this battle will be over. Guilliman writes the letter of surrender properly, and finds a way to ascend to the devil without taking refuge in the four gods. If you can't beat it, you can only join. Facing Xiancha's teasing, the emperor turned a blind eye, so what hope is there? In the face of a real multi-level civilization, the strength of any individual and the so-called omnipotence are meaningless, host. The knowledge database is the gift of the lost civilization, and it is a means to help the host shape the civilization. The focus should be on how to use it, not how to obtain it. It doesn't make sense to be omnipotent and omniscient. Guilliman frowned. There is no true omniscience and omnipotence in the multiverse. At the end of the truth, even the unknown does not exist. Only civilization can move forward firmly to shape the path of truth. What's the meaning? It means that when the path of truth comes to an end, even the unknown has been analyzed, and there is no path at all, and civilization needs to build it by itself, and construct the non-existent path of truth by itself. Any existence that claims to be omniscient and omnipotent will surely fall behind in complacency and become garbage that can be destroyed at will. Life, the universe, and truth are all evolving. The truth of the past may not be applicable to the present, and the truth of the present must lag behind the future. Even if someone knows all the truths of the universe at this moment, what is the use? But new truths will be created to replace the old truths, and the so-called omniscient still hold their own truths as all. Isn't it stupid? In the early days of the creation of the internet, some people knew all the programming methods developed at that time, and they claimed to be the omniscience of the internet. However, as time went by, new programming methods were created by latecomers. From the simplest English programming to graphics with pixels, it can be a simulation program as real as a world. That person, holding on to the programming knowledge in the early days of the internet, said that he is the omniscient of the internet. Doesn't he think it's ridiculous? Guilliman touched his chin and shook his head. I don't understand at all. I can only feel that you despise the so-called omniscient. Only by humble study and research can we constantly see and shape the truth. Any omniscient is just a stupid spokesperson. They are self-righteous and cannot see the multiple truths clearly. The control panel and the knowledge database are gifts of civilization. The host, these two things are to better assist you in the development of civilization in all aspects, and bind you to civilization, so that you know that only by developing civilization can you obtain strength. With the help of the database, you can take the last step on the basis of the previous civilization. Auxiliary elves are the creations of civilization, and only civilization thinks about passing on and continuing knowledge to future generations. Then what civilization created you? Guilliman asked. The host authority is not enough, there are regulations, so it cannot be said. Then what advice can you give me? Guilliman asked. It is recommended that the host should not think too much, sleep more, eat on time, drink plenty of hot water, don't get angry, don't die suddenly. Guilliman's face turned dark all of a sudden. Why did his golden finger stretch his hips so much? He thought that the other party directly made a list and asked him to become stronger step by step. Now it's fine, nothing. From the beginning to the end, I gave myself a layer of unlocking permission for the database, and nothing else was left. What a piece of this system is. Auxiliary elf, is your performance a bit useless? Omega, I really don't think it's very useful, so the host should work hard and assist the elf salted fish. Guilliman. Do you really have no sense of shame to be a golden finger? Shouldn't you stand up and prove to the host how powerful you are? There was a knock on the door. My lord, Sicarius wants to see you. Fikri's voice came from outside the door. Let him come here. Guilliman put away his attitude of talking to the auxiliary elves, and became serious and solemn again. The natal galaxy left in the Guilliman fleet, and the task of recruiting soldiers began. The Primarch needs enough soldiers to fight for him, to carry his will to support the suffering planets, and drive out the enemies of mankind. We have countless enemies. Some of them are grotesque, slaughtering humans with terrible weapons. Some are sanctimonious, pretending to be a gentle vampire, greedily sucking every drop of blood squeezed from the civilians of the Empire. I hope you can fight side by side with me, and I will wipe out these enemies in the name of the Emperor's own children, so that the Empire can usher in a new beginning. Guilliman's roar before leading him away still echoed in Hawk's mind, prompting him to walk into the long conscription queue. He will sign up, then be sent to the training base, and then sent to the battlefield. He glanced in the direction of number 2 residential area, which used to be his entire life. Now, he's off to find another life. People will die on the battlefield, but Hawk doesn't care. Life does not care about length, but whether it can burn meaningfully. Rather than lying on a hospital bed when you are old, crying and waiting for death, it is better to burn yourself as much as you want. Hawk knows what he wants to pursue. He will be steadfastly loyal to the Emperor, will firmly support the Primarch, and fight those aliens and hypocritical enemies lurking in the Empire. Mankind shall prevail, and Empire shall prevail. Hawk whispered the last slogan his friend left in the world. Chapter 56 Connor Galaxy's Confluence. Sicarius walked into his master's reception room with the unique steps of a master swordsman. He is the captain of the 2nd Company of the Ultramarines chapter, the Lord of Watch, the champion knight of Makraj, the high-ranking Lord of Ultramar, and one of the few people with the highest swordsmanship in the human empire. Sicarius' hand was always subconsciously placed on the hilt of the sword. This is his subtle combat awareness. He is always ready to deal with the battle, even in the safest place. He is always tense. My lord, Sicarius said. Is there any latest news? Guilliman sat back in his chair. Saint Celestine, the first to arrive at the Connor Galaxy, and clashed with the enemies there. How is the battle going? And how is the situation in the Connor Galaxy? Guilliman asked. The situation on the battlefield is stalemate. The enemies there are very complicated. There are word-bearers, iron warriors, and some traitors from the Black Legion, as well as those traitor forces driven by the major expedition fleets. One of the most powerful forces. The main star of the Connor Galaxy has not yet fallen, and the Emperor's Scythe and a part of the Sky Blue Knights are still working hard to fight against chaos. The Black Legion is the legion established by the War Master Abaddon, chosen by the 4 gods. After the death of Horus, the sons of Horus fell apart and became countless small war groups. They couldn't even protect Horus' body and Horus' flagship, and were snatched away by other battle groups. It was not until the appearance of Abaddon later that the turning point came. He gathered the former sons of Horus and some traitors who were eager to avenge the Empire, established the notorious Black Legion, and continued to launch expeditions against the Empire. With the help of the Eye of Terror, the Black Legion is invincible. They have always attacked the Empire, and the Empire can only defend passively. It seems that they still don't give up. They want to leave a nail in Ultramar and make us continue to bleed. Guilliman said in a calm voice, but they underestimated my determination and ordered the fleet to move forward at full speed. We will support Saints and Connor Galaxy. After cleaning up these traitors, the expedition can enter a new stage. As you wish, my lord, the fleet will move forward at full speed. Over time, and loyalists keep driving out traitors and forces of chaos. The boiling subspace storm gradually showed signs of stopping, allowing loyalists to sail faster. After 3 weeks of voyage, Guilliman's fleet jumped out of the warp from a safe point far enough away from the star's gravitational field outside the Connor Galaxy. Accompanied by the distortion of space, rays of light burst out from nothingness. A huge number of warships appeared with ether light. Those distorted rays of light are like tentacles, clinging to the reinforced hull, until the battleship is far enough away, it doesn't fade away. A robed servant hurried along a lumen-lit corridor. His legs have been transformed into machines, which can cling tightly to the steel corridor, ignoring the fluctuating gravity and the vibration of the glory of Makraj. A servo skull is floating behind it, the red electronic eyes are buzzing, and red rays of light are scanning everywhere, alerting some subspace demons to sneak in while the Guardian is not paying attention. One of the servant's hands was as thin as an eagle's claw, clutching the parchment with newly recorded data, intending to send it to the most important person on board. He walks past the other crew and servants, no one pays him any attention, everyone has their own mission. Some are loading artillery, some are arranging equipment for space fighters, and some are lifting people injured by the shock down for intensive treatment. The instability of the subspace will cause some damage to the navigation. The servant arrived at the bridge control room of the Glory of Makraj. Members of the Glory Guard wearing Terminator armor stood outside, and they examined everyone who planned to enter. Heavy caliber bolters fastened to their armored chests. These huge warriors are demigods in the eyes of the servants. Whether it is the fully enclosed blue power armor suit emitting faint light, the noble helmet integrated with various mechanicum technologies, or the humming power pack installed on the back, the servants' eyes are filled with almost religious devotion. This is the latest subspace observation data, and I submit it to Lord Primarch. The servant showed the parchment in his hand respectfully, indicating his intention. Go in. The communication loudspeaker on the helmet of a member of the Glory Guard made a low voice. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical rotation, the heavy door slid open, and the servant walked in. The bridge has a high ceiling and is decorated with marble sculptures on all sides. The huge console is surrounded by power directors, intelligence directors, and energy directors. They use nerve cables to connect to the console and share the data of the bridge. Behind each of them there are thinkers mechanically assisting them to complete their work. Strategic divination shrines line the walls, waiting to be activated by battlefield analysts. Captain Breher sat in his place, surrounded by several holographic projections. Each holographic projection displays a large amount of battlefield data. The battle in the Connor Galaxy is still going on. The fighting between the two sides became more and more intense. Guilliman's fleet is approaching the battlefield, but he must find the best strategic entry point. The servant ignored them, walking straight up to the Primarch sitting on a huge seat covered in inscriptions. My lord. The servant said respectfully. Guilliman took the data record from the servant. It was very thick, with a thickness of 3 centimeters. But the Primarch's speed was very fast. After more than 10 seconds, Guilliman finished reading it and handed it back to the servant, signaling him to seal it up. After reading the data, Guilliman looked at Breher. How is it? Captain. The enemy still has 16 battleships and a large number of cruisers. Lord Celestine is gaining an advantage. Her victory is no longer in suspense. Our fleet will be responsible for intercepting and fighting to destroy all the enemies. The ships are all left in this space, my lord. Guilliman didn't speak, he was acquiescing to Breher's deployment. Victory in space battles is preordained. The traitor fleet, which was already on the verge of struggling, directly ushered in a rout after the Guilliman fleet entered the battlefield. Swarms of battleships joined the space battle with the glory of Makraj. Fiery rays of light hit the tail and flanks of the traitor fleet. Countless torpedoes draw deadly tracks through space. Intense flames lit up in the rebel fleet. Delayed nuclear bombs burned one by one traitor ships to ashes. Dazzling beams tear traitor ships like butter. The traitor fleets fighting on their own were simply unable to resist the huge and uniform offensive of the loyalists, and one after another was wiped out in the explosion. The remaining traitor ships tried to escape, and the loyal ships that had already completed the encirclement swarmed up like a pack of wolves, tearing them apart. After Guilliman arrived on the battlefield, less than an hour later, the traitor fleet was reduced to a huge number of fragments floating in the icy universe, left behind in the vacuum and gradually cooled, and their bodies were quickly frozen into ice sculptures in space. The battle is over, and a voice-over communication rang through the bridge control room of the Glory of Makraj. My lord, Celestine requests to board the ship. Chapter 57 Grey Night. The sound of communication is so divine. It makes people feel that their souls have been washed. Saints are the embodiment of pious faith and the embodiment of the Emperor's will. Their appearance is proof that the hope of mankind is not lost. Fickles and Sicarius glanced at each other. Even though they had met the saint several times, they still couldn't help feeling odd when they heard this voice. Open the void shield and allow boarding. Guilliman's voice was extremely calm. Accompanied by the flickering of subspace light, a group of people appeared in the bridge control room. The leader is Kelly Steen, who is wearing golden armor and has a pair of white wings behind her. A head of soft blonde hair loosened, and a flawless female face was so noble that it made people feel no blasphemy. Behind the saint stood a warrior wearing grey-white Terminator power armor. He took off the helmet and put it on his waist. A heavy giant sword was tied to his hand with a chain. My lord. Celestine bowed and saluted. Guilliman nodded, and then looked at the warrior behind Celestine, who exuded an aura different from that of a space warrior. Let me introduce to you, this is the leader and champion of the Purifier Knights, which belongs to the second brotherhood of the Grey Knights, Clovis. I met him when I was chasing the traitor. He passed through the raging warp space storm, come to Ultramar to find your lord, and he has a very important message. Kelly Steen stepped aside to make room for Guilliman and Clovis, and introduced Clovis Origin, a champion of the Grey Knights. Humanity's eternal enemy is always chaos. The ultimate purpose of those terrible beings is not the total destruction of humanity, but corruption, conquest, and eternal torment. The evil gods long for the universe to fall into eternal chaos, and all life becomes a plaything in their hands until the day the universe dies. For the human empire not to be destroyed, for the fire of human civilization not to perish in the dark and cruel universe, and for the last hope left. The Emperor left behind for mankind, that is the Grey Knight. The Grey Knights were created by the Emperor and Malkador. At the end of the Horus Rebellion, the 8 founders of the Grey Knights were secretly summoned and given a special mission. These 8 founders have absolute loyalty to the Empire and mankind, and know the secrets of the subspace. Each founder has faced the devil directly without being corrupted. With the help of these 8, the Emperor reforged a new chapter using gene seeds that did not belong to any Primarch, and placed this brand new warband on Saturn's cold moon Titan. When the solar system was besieged by Horus and other traitor legions, the Emperor used his powerful Shinnick power to free Titan from the shackles of reality and hide in the warp. When all the dust settled, they returned to the starry sky of reality and began to devote themselves to the cause of fighting against demons. This is where the Grey Knights came from. There is no record of the Grey Knights in the common people of the Empire, or even in the elite. It is different from the preventive Devil Tribunal. Once the Grey Knights are dispatched, it often means that the situation in the area has reached the point where it cannot be controlled. The polluted planet, the light ones, all members are sterilized. Heavily, the orbital bombing cleans the ground, leaving no survivors. The most frightening thing is that the Grey Knight is an existence that the Empire has never had any record of betrayal. Their absolute loyalty. My lord. Clovis saluted Guilliman as the server chanted into his armor, which was clearly in good repair. I am very glad to be able to meet a Grey Knight. I thought you generally have some opinions and are unwilling to come to see me. Guilliman smiled. There are a group of Grey Knights in Macrage, but he ordered them to supervise the unnatural the strength study went. The Grey Knight is also excited about the return of the Primarch, just. Clovis looked at Guilliman with serious eyes, hesitant to speak. You can say what you want, Clovis. I saw a lifeline entangled with demons on your body, and I took the liberty to ask if you were being targeted by them. Clovis asked a little cautiously. Seeing lifelines is a natural ability of Clovis. He can always see the lifeline of every life. This talent can help him better search for demons and find their weaknesses. I was targeted 10,000 years ago, Clovis, there is no need to worry about this, they can neither corrupt me nor harm me. Guilliman shook his head and said with a smile. He stood up, stepped off his throne, and stood in front of Clovis. Even in Terminator armor, Clovis had to look up to see the noble face of the Primarch. My lord. Clovis said respectfully. Your sword is very special. Guilliman felt the breath of the devil, and his eyes were on Clovis' great sword. Clovis released the magnetic buckle, and handed the giant sword with both hands. It was an all-black giant sword with various twisted patterns etched on it. These lines are full of malice and corruption, and they will be firmly entrenched in people's minds just by looking at them, slowly corroding people's minds. Once there is no way to resist, it will become a slave of the black sword. This is a cursed black sword, and a twisted demon, Antal, is sealed inside. I am the lord of the castle and ordered to guard it. Guilliman reached out and picked up the black sword. This made Clovis tense, because the black sword has a strong ability to corrupt people's hearts. By the time the Brotherhood of Grey Knights noticed the sword, it had corrupted the entire planet, enslaving life from the entire planet. In order to clean up the pollution it brought, the Grey Knight had to use an extinction order to destroy the entire world, and housed the black sword, and handed it over to the most powerful Grey Knight to take care of it. Seemed to feel the touch of other life, and her black sword trembled, it saw the chance to be released. Release me, you will gain supreme power, and the entire galaxy will be shaped according to your wishes, mortal. A strange voice sounded in Guilliman's mind, making him frown. Clovis, who also heard the voice, looked nervous. He shouldn't have come to see the Primarch with a black sword. Get out of my mind, lowly demon. Guilliman said, looking at the black sword. How dare you despise me, you know who I am. The black sword trembled, as if a demon was rampaging inside the giant sword, venting its anger. Death-seeking idiot. Guilliman let out a low growl, and the powerful willpower and commanding power belonging to the Primarch, as well as the power in the Emperor's sword, were all guided, and ruthlessly slammed into the existence that was trying to penetrate his spiritual world. There was a shrill scream, and the trembling black sword also calmed down. Kroll's face was shocked. Ever since he took over the black sword, the demon inside had been chattering, but now it's quiet. Guilliman didn't say much about this. Even the great demon under the command of the evil of chaos was humiliated and engraved by him. How could a demon who was imprisoned in the giant sword and did not belong to the four gods be his opponent? These demons are always so annoying. Guilliman grabbed the hilt of the sword, looked at the twisted lines, and looked at Clovis. Do the demons inside have any abilities? I seldom use it, I just carry this great sword out of guardianship. Clovis said. Let's see what this demon knows. Guilliman tapped the blade of the black sword with his hand. Its words are only lies, my lord, there is no need to waste time. Clovis said, I have more important things to report on this trip. No hurry. Guilliman waved his hand, signaling to Clovis that he can talk about his matter later, and then looked down at the black sword in his hand. When gangsters face good people, they will tell lies unscrupulously, but when compared to them people who are even more ruthless, but they will be honest, wanting to take their hearts out. Do you know why? Without waiting for Clovis to answer, Guilliman gave the answer. Because good people will not retaliate against them, but those who are cruel will make them suffer. The same is true for demons. When they face the weak, they are unscrupulous. When facing the strong, they are submissive. Under the watchful eyes of Celestine and Clovis, Guilliman walked back to his throne, picked up the sword of the Emperor, golden flames rose up, and the strange lines on the black sword began to flow, and he tried his best to able to stay away from the flame of the Emperor's sword, running around like a mouse about to be burned by the fire. The harsh scream echoed in everyone's mind, twisted and full of malice. Tell me, devil, what do you know? Your intelligence will be my consideration for saving your life. Chapter 58 The Second Step Plan. Guilliman's voice was very steady, full of irresistible majesty. The devil is roaring. Everyone can hear the scream of the demon, not lethal, but very piercing. Clovis can too. He could even hear the demon Enter screaming clearly. Enter is screaming a name, the cursor, and it keeps repeating, the cursor, the cursor, the cursor. The screaming voice was full of fear and anxiety. Clovis had never seen anything like this. Ever since the Grey Knight paid a heavy sacrifice and sealed Antal under the black sword, he has always ridiculed unscrupulously. Tried to lure every Grey Knight guarding the black sword, trying to break free from the shackles of the seal. This is the first time that such fear has been revealed. Clovis looked at the Primarch, with a hint of surprise on his face. As expected of the Emperor's own son, even those rampant and invincible demons fear his existence. What do you want to know? The parent and child of the cursor. The voice came from the black sword, and Antal, who was severely injured and frightened, finally realized who the person who caught the sword was. Is the Primarch who has long been mythologized and forgotten, the Emperor's son who contains the power of the damned. Enter has not returned to the warp for a long time. Little is known about the real universe. Clovis never spoke to him, and Antal had no way of reading the memory of the other party. Otherwise, he would never be so arrogant in front of a Primarch. These scary guys are much more than they seem. They have the essence of the subspace, and once they embrace the subspace, they will gain power beyond other demons. What do you know? Demons? I need to know everything you know. Guilliman said in a deep voice. Then what can you give me? Antal asked. Let you live. Guilliman brought the Emperor's sword closer, and Antal screamed again. You win, parent and child of the cursor, and I will tell everything I know. Antal agreed to this completely unequal deal. The power of the Emperor will wipe him out. Very good. Tell Clovis everything you know, don't try to deceive and confuse him, otherwise. Guilliman didn't say the rest, but Enter couldn't help but trembled. Guilliman returned the black sword to Clovis. You have a new task, Clovis, to record everything the demon told you. We need to have a certain understanding of subspace. Clovis wanted to say something. To understand the subspace, one must take great risks. The horror of subspace is obvious to all. The Primarch's contact with it is not a good thing. Guilliman did not give him a chance to speak, but asked about another matter. Celestine said you have a very important news to tell me, what is it? Guilliman asked. Clovis saw that Guilliman had made up his mind, and knew that it was impossible for him to persuade a Primarch to turn back, so he could only respectfully salute, and said, We found Magnus. After the Battle of Fenris, he used the dead to complete a terrible spell, and sent a planet located in the Eye of Terror to the real world, which is his former hometown, the Prospero Galaxy, trying to restore the planet and establish his twisted psychic power empire. The Grey Knights and the Dark Angels tried to form a coalition to prevent this terrible ceremony, but in the end we fell short. We paid heavy casualties, but we only severely injured each other and failed to completely expel each other. We need your help. Grown-ups. Magnus' psychic power is second only to my father. Guilliman said in a deep voice. The emergence of the Great Rift made him use the power of ether handily. I am not surprised by this result. Magnus SI is indeed a terrible threat, but now is not the best time to deal with him. Once he is allowed to establish the psychic kingdom, it will inevitably have an unimaginable impact on the empire. He will use even more terrifying techniques to stimulate the evolution of human psychic energy. At that time, human beings will become the playthings of the gods. Crowway said. He tried to persuade the Primarch to concentrate the power of the empire first and crush the threat of Magnus. In his eyes, Magnus' behavior is the biggest threat to the empire and mankind. Magnus is not the only traitor who wants to destroy my father's masterpiece. Mortarion and Fulgrim have their own plans, and it is not a wise move to do it rashly. Prospero is located in the dark realm of the empire. So far, there is still no way to safely cross the Great Rift. Do you think it is really a good decision to summon the Imperial army to go deep into the dark realm of the Empire? Guilliman didn't care about Clovis' persuasion. Now is not the best time to fight against the traitor Primarch. Stationing troops and farming is the kingly way. My awakening time is too short, and there are so many problems in the entire empire, I must solve them one by one. Otherwise, we will be exhausted and patch up the huge empire. How long can we last? But Clovis didn't give up, he still wanted to say something. There's nothing to worry about, Clovis. Guilliman said solemnly, if you're really in a hurry, then stay and help me deal with those problems, restore the empire to normal, and then gather troops to conquer the dark realm of the empire. Get rid of that damned trash. You can also choose to gather a group of people to solve this problem. In that case, you will find that you have nothing to gain except exhaustion. Chaos is more cunning than we imagined. Sometimes, it can keep the existing, is already a rare victory. Clovis looked at the dignified Primarch, and could only bow his head in the end. I am willing to stay and assist you, my lord. Very well, Clovis. Never be in a hurry, or we won't get anything done, said Guilliman. The Emperor is just too impatient, desperate to end human suffering. In the end, he pitted himself on the golden throne. It is undeniable that the awakening of Slaanesh has brought a brief period of calm to the galaxy, and it is the best stage for the implementation of the Emperor's Webway plan. But he was too anxious after all, the conquered world was not recovered, there was no aftermath, and he oversqueezed the Primarch, which eventually led to a big collapse. You must know that the long flow of water is the kingly way. The one who laughs last is the one who laughs the best. The battle on the surface will soon end. Under the protection of the Emperor's Scythe and the Sky Blue Knights, the industrial planet of Connor did not cause too many casualties. The main factory was not damaged either. The forces of chaos were expelled, and the Connor galaxy quickly resumed normal production and life. The Marshal of the Dark Templar Amalric, Inquisitor Grey and other Imperial heroes also led their fleets to leap forward. With Macridge as the center, they divided into several groups, swept away the chaotic forces in Ultramar, and restored the tranquility of this star field. The first step against chaos, having a stable rear, they've done. It's time for the second step. That is to support the Charadon star area and wipe out the Orc warlords and Space Undead dynasty there. In order to fight against the Orc warlord, Guilliman issued a secret order for Call to send over the upgraded original cast space fighters and the latest weapons. Chapter 59 Primaris Space Marine. Primaris Space Marines are the key to the second step of the expedition plan. Guilliman needs these fighters to help him quickly defeat the Orc warlords and the Space Necromancer dynasty, reorganize the Empire, and enhance human combat power. Benefited from the heart of Guilliman integrated with Dark Bioengine technology. The danger of upgrading from an old-style space fighter to a Primaris space fighter is not as terrible as the original plotline, and the risk is much reduced. In the original plotline, if the old-style space fighters upgrade the primordial forged space fighters, problems will easily occur, causing casualties, or getting lost. Now, there is no such problem. Guilliman's heart, a brand new organ, possesses a powerful repairability at the nanometer level, and it also tightly controls the entire process of upgrading to ensure that there will be no inhuman mutations. With the help of this special organ, the process of upgrading a Primaris Space Marine is greatly simplified. The success rate has been greatly improved, and the upgrade time has been compressed several times. It takes half a year for the Star Warriors of the original plotline to upgrade to the original Star Warriors. Nowadays, it only takes half a month to complete the upgrade. Going from Recruit to Primaris Space Marine is easier, the original plotline takes at least 6 months to go from Mortal to Primaris Space Marine. Now it only takes 1.5 months. 4 times faster. More importantly, the time is shortened, and the stability is not only not a problem, but even better. The only reason to prevent Guilliman from exploding troops on a large scale is that the recruits need to be mentally reviewed and honed to avoid leaving hidden dangers of corruption. In order to reduce the possibility of corruption, Call has tried to strip the Primarch's qualities. Increases Primaris Space Marines' resistance to chaos. We are also preparing to launch a brand new armor, which is used to suppress the emotions of fighters when necessary, making them more indifferent, cruel, and efficient. Under multiple measures, the possibility of being tempted to betray humans will be infinitely close to zero. Also, under the authorization of Guilliman, Call has prepared a secret research team. Preparing to use human pure genes to shape Primaris Space Marines. Humans have used genetic technology for tens of thousands of years. Before the Emperor unified Terra, powerful genetically modified bodies abounded. In order to ensure their own strength, all the warlords frantically used genetic medicine to strengthen themselves. Smashing tanks with one punch is a routine operation. But these modified bodies are unstable, and there is no way to quantify their production. A little carelessness will cause flesh and blood to mutate. The Emperor created the Primarch, quantified and built space fighters for the Great Crusade. The existence of the Primarch is like an anchor, so that the mutation of the space fighters is controlled within a certain range, and it will not get out of control. Of course, the role of this anchor is also very limited. The bloodthirst of the Blood Angels Legion and the flesh and blood mutation of the Thousand Suns Legion are all uncontrollable manifestations of genetic modification. With the advent of new technologies, genetic modification has another, more powerful anchor. That is the heart of Guilliman. Through the combination of dark matter and flesh cells, the human gene sequence can be edited like a program. As long as all the original data is input into the heart of Guilliman, the genetic modification is controlled, and it is stabilized from the genetic level of the cell, it will not go out of control. With this anchor, it became a reality for the Empire to abandon the Primarch and use the pure genes of humans to create Primaris Space Marines. Of course, only Guilliman and Carr knew about this matter, and it was not made public. Now is not the time. If it is publicized, some people will definitely feel that Guilliman is trying to conspire. Each chapter has a strong sense of identity with its own origin and culture, and rashly launching a purely human version of Primaris Space Marines will inevitably attract resentment. This matter must be done slowly. Slowly roll out all human chapters to replace the old ones, reducing the influence of those Primarches. Everything has to be taken slowly. Thinking of this, Guilliman wanted to complain. There is no way, too radical approach will cause the Empire to collapse. The war in Ultramar is over. The 500 worlds have regained their stability and are steadily implementing Guilliman's reforms. State religion, court of justice, politics, economy, culture, all have a brand new look. The new army was shaped, and they were engraved with ideological stamps, requiring absolute hatred of chaos and loyalty to humans. A large number of warbands and armies that went to Makraj also underwent a comprehensive upgrade with the help of the mechanical sage call. More war engines and powerful fighters are built. The huge expedition fleet waited for a month in the Konar galaxy. Guilliman took advantage of his spare time to reorganize the reform of Ultramar and the future plan. Also searched for a group of scholars, gave them extremely high authority, formed a team for historical research, and compiled a complete history for the Empire. During this period, forces from all parts of the Empire also continued to pass through the warp space storm, and joined Guilliman's team. These include the Order of Titans, members of the Radical Mechanikus, Sisters of Silence, Sisters of Battle, Night Clan, and more. Guilliman will find time to meet with representatives of these people every day, and encourage these people to join his cause and not to resist reform excessively. This busyness lasted until the fleet from Makraj sent the original caste space fighters, related original caste knowledge and technology priests he needed. After obtaining Call's achievements for a year, Guilliman turned his attention to war again. Prepare to go to the Charadon star area to destroy the orcs and space undead. After a year of collation and application, the mechanical sage call has completed the integration of related technologies. Each battle group can upgrade Primaris Space Marines by themselves. After injecting the new organ of Guilliman's heart, there is basically no possibility of failure in the upgrade. It only takes half a month to upgrade, which is nothing more than a few voyages. Guilliman let the major regiments upgrade themselves, striving to form combat power before conquering the Charadon sector. Subsequently, he convened a full-scale military council on the Makraj's glory. All chapter masters, warlords, and fleet senior commanders must participate in this meeting. Guilliman chose the venue of the meeting in the Triumph Hall of the Glory of Makraj. The Triumph Hall is a place used to receive other legions during the Great Expedition. It is very spacious enough to accommodate thousands of people. The generals of the Starfield Army and the Imperial Navy gathered together and communicated in low voices. The battle sisters were praying silently, waiting for the meeting to start. The mechanical priests and sages of the Mechanic Order did not pay attention to people from other departments. They have basically undergone a lot of transformation, and the machinery and complicated gears are wrapped in the remaining flesh and blood. The mechanical priests and sages used binary codes to discuss the technology of the Regent and Call. Those who can be recognized by Guilliman and board the Glory of Makraj are all Radical Mechanicum members. They don't care whether there is STC behind the technology. If there are Primarches to endorse them, then it is not heretical technology. The Silent Nun stands a little farther away. As soulless, they exude a disturbing aura all the time, making those closest to them tremble and uneasy. The Anglicans surrounded Kelly Steen, whispering softly, discussing how the miracle of the simultaneous appearance of saints and Primarches was a sign from the Emperor. The Titan Order and the Night Clan stood side by side, discussing the latest tactics and the battles that broke out in various galaxies in Ultramar not long ago. Each department under Guilliman's command, including those responsible for supply, guidance, and support, was represented. Some departments come from real people, and some are holographic projections from those servoskulls that swarm over the people. There were a lot of people participating in the meeting, bustling and bustling, filling the entire hall. Very noisy. Until the arrival of Guilliman. All talents put respectful eyes on him, waiting for the Primarch to speak. Chapter 60 Pharos Planet. Guilliman looked around at these people and smiled. The big rift tore apart the entire galaxy, and human beings have also ushered in the most terrifying invasion of darkness. Monsters and demons from the ancient night continue to emerge, wreaking havoc on the human world. Human fear, restlessness, and despair echo in the warp. Humanity is on the verge of destruction, and the Empire is dying and about to collapse. It is these people in front of them that maintain the last existence of the Empire. At this moment when bureaucrats are corrupt and all beings are confused and panicked, they stepped forward and shouldered the responsibility of protecting mankind. It's great that we can meet here. The voice of the Primarch does not need any amplification device, it can be transmitted to any corner of the hall, so that all commanders can hear it. Our race is facing an unprecedented disaster. The fall of the Cadia fortress is just the beginning. The unprecedented darkness is gathering. Human beings are only one step away from extinction. The big rift has torn the entire galaxy, and countless planets are deeply trapped. In the midst of disaster. Our duty is of utmost importance, especially at this moment, gentlemen. In order to save the Empire and save the fate of human beings, reforms are imminent. The reforms in the Ultramar star field have allowed us to gain the popularity of the people, and have also allowed us to obtain more troops and supplies. This has proved that the need for reform. But there will always be people who covet the power in their hands, try to resist changes, and put their own interests above the interests of the Empire and the race. At that time, the pressure you will face will be unprecedentedly heavy, and the Chaos Gods will not let you down so easily. We have succeeded. They will deceive you and lead you on the wrong path. I just want to persuade you. When you are confused, you need to calm down and ask your heart why you are fighting. Is it for the honor praised by others? Is it for the cheers of victory? Or is it for protecting my family, to protect the glory of my father, and to practice the great dream he never fulfilled? Guilliman was silent for a moment, and paused skillfully for a moment to mobilize people's emotions before continuing to speak. No matter what the reason is, let you embark on this path. This time, I hope you will fight for mankind, fight for the Holy Empire, and also to protect the glory of my father and complete the unfulfilled great dream and fight. I, Regent of the Empire, Lord of Ultramar, am with you. Accompanied by Guilliman's last words, the people cheered loudly. The thunderous shouts of the space fighters also merged into it along with the rustling sound of the loudspeaker. The Primarch's speech aroused people's emotions and made them aroused. In the following meeting, Guilliman briefly explained the mission. Promote the ongoing reforms in Ultramar to reorganize the political and economic environment of the Empire. The most important point is to conquer the alien forces of Charadon. Charadon is currently a mix of human beings, space undead, and orcs, and small-scale conflicts continue year after year. If the threat can be completely eradicated, the Charadon sector will become a powerful arm of the expedition. A huge holographic projection is suspended above the heads of many participants. The projection lists in detail the various galaxies in the Charadon sector, the Imperial Army, the merchant families, and the garrisoned war groups. Guilliman assigned tasks to everyone, in order to achieve a one-hit kill and completely end the alien forces in the Charadon sector. The War Council did not last long. The main purpose of holding this meeting was not to discuss it, but to encourage these Imperial loyalists. Regarding the planning of the battle situation, Guilliman has already carried out many simulated confrontations with the help of Sicarius, Fikris, Amarissi, and others. With the power of Primaris Space Marines, it is not difficult to win this war. When the meeting was over, Guilliman asked Amarish, Celestine, and Clovis to stay. The strengths of these three people are not in fighting against aliens. Guilliman did not intend to let them participate in the battle of the Charadon sector. For the secrecy of my plan, and to say something that might sound disrespectful, Guilliman screened everyone, leaving the three alone to talk. This confused Celestine and the others. What kind of mission is it that makes a Primarch so cautious? I have a brand new task for you. Guilliman looked at the three people who were left behind with dazed expressions, and said in a deep voice. What's the matter? My lord. Amaric looked at the Primarch and asked in puzzlement. We have made some achievements, but a greater danger is still approaching. You should all know that the Emperor's star torchlight can no longer cross the Great Rift to illuminate the dark realm of the Empire. Guilliman looked at the three of them. Without the Emperor's Astronomicon, human navigation in the warp is much more difficult and dangerous for the chapters. My renegade brother is also in the Dark Lands, trying to build his twisted psychic empire. The three nodded. The news brought by Clovis is not top secret, they are all qualified to know. We can't be led by the nose by the enemy, but that doesn't mean we don't do anything. Guilliman looked at the three of them, his eyes blurred for a moment, and then he continued, I need you to help me defend a place. Where, my lord? Celestine asked. Pharaohs, there lies our hope of reclaiming the Dark Realm and defeating Magnus. Guilliman stretched out his hand, and a holographic projection appeared in the air with his movement. A green planet is outlined by the projection, slowly rotating. Judging from the data, this is a colonial world with a low degree of development. What's here? Amariki asked puzzled. Guilliman pondered for a moment, and finally decided to be honest. Here is a device similar to a lighthouse, which can help us complete subspace navigation. This isn't human technology, is it? Clovis asked solemnly. This is an alien technology, I used it 10,000 years ago. At that time, the situation in the galaxy was worse than it is now, and the gods raised a terrible warp storm, trying to make humans their slaves and playthings. My father shoulders the heavy responsibility to fight against the gods. At that time, the light of the Astronomicon torch disappeared, and I activated this mysterious technological device. It once helped me contact Sanguinius and Ryan, allowing us to face that shocking rebellion together. Guilliman is hiding some information. The existence of the Second Empire is not suitable for telling. The reason why the Second Empire was established was only to consider the possibility that the Emperor was killed by Horus. He must prepare for mankind to continue to fight Horus. But other people don't think so, they feel that they are trying to replace the Emperor. A brand new research team has set out. They will analyze the technological devices on Pharos, absorb their principles and apply them. In this way, we can give some help to the dark realm of the Empire, help them build some lighthouses, and let the Empire the fleet was freed from the warp storm. Using alien technology. Clovis showed a dignified face. We have no choice, and we can't simply think that this is alien technology. Knowledge doesn't belong to anyone. It's just that the alien first used this knowledge. Should we give up? For some unnecessary persistence, and let the people of the Empire suffer deeply. The thing that is most likely to prevent us from applying these technologies is chaos, and you are the strongest existence against chaos. Therefore, I need your help to help me guard Pharos until the scientific research team has enough data to be able to thoroughly understand, until those alien technologies are reproduced. Guilliman looked at Clovis, who still had hesitation on his face. It's also to defeat Magnus, Clovis. Without Pharos lighthouse technology, What can we do to stop Magnus? The warp storm alone can kill half of the Imperial army. Hearing Magnus and thinking of his crazy plan, Clovis finally nodded. Very well, it's decided like this, then each prepares to leave. Guilliman smiled. 3 days later, the Imperial army assembled in the Connor Galaxy was divided into several teams. For the Battle of Charadon, the Primarchs assigned them different tasks. Celestine, Amariki, and Clovis also went to the planet Pharos with their secret mission. Chapter 61 Jump Gang Operation. In the universe whose size cannot be measured, there are billions of galaxies. The Milky Way is just one of these billions of galaxies. In the Milky Way, which is called home by human beings, there are 300 billion stars with a diameter of 100,000 light-years. It is difficult for human beings to understand the universe, at least at this stage. They still need the glory of the Emperor to survive in this remote corner of the universe. For people living in this era, the Imperium of Man is the most powerful existence they have ever known. And against the indifferent, boundless universe, the vast human empire is not worth mentioning. The emergence of the Great Rift has made the connection between the subspace and the real universe closer, and the wind of the ether is raging. Also makes the chaos and killing more terrifying. The flames of war spread everywhere. Even if an emperor's parent and child recover, the empire will need to pay a heavy price in order to continue to maintain the survival of mankind. Countless war engines set off from the Connor Galaxy, and under the leadership of the emperor's own son, headed for the Charadon star region. The first battle broke out in the Aobo Galaxy in the Char-Layton star sector. Obo Galaxy is a galaxy with a binary star system. An upright, blue-white star uses tidal forces to lock onto another aging red dwarf. Red dwarfs and other planets in the Orbo Galaxy are controlled by the strong gravitational force of the host star, and are forced to perform periodic motion around it. The distance between the two stars is equivalent to 1,000 times that from the Sun to Pluto, which is more than 4,000 light-hours, 166 light-days. Converted into conventional units, it is nearly 8,000 astronomical units, which is 1.2 trillion kilometers. Based on Superman's speed calculation, it is estimated that it can fly until starved to death. Such a distance is unimaginable for ordinary humans. But from the perspective of the stars, the distance between these two stars is already precarious. The distance is so close that all 4 planets in this galaxy suffer from wild and unstable orbits and are tortured by conflicting solar winds. This type of star system is very common in the Milky Way. Multiple star systems often result in planets within the system being swallowed by the star or ejected into the dark, icy void. The Aobo Galaxy is relatively lucky, it left 4 planets. Thanks to a combination of gravitational currents and fierce solar winds, these 4 worlds have become cosmic melting pots, with atmospheres rich in heavy elements and precious isotopes. In order to develop these precious resources, humans have established mining sites one after another. Also built a giant hive city extending deep underground on planet number 2. The residents live in the deep underground, avoiding the terrible radiation and stellar storms, and maintaining a normal life. The mining stations in the orbits of various planets collect resources from various planets in the Aobo Galaxy day and night, feeding the industrial machines of the Empire. Orcs don't want to develop, they are more accustomed to plunder and destruction. Every once in a while, they come to loot. Either hand over part of the supplies, or destroy everything. In the past, their extortion has been successful. The nobles don't want to waste too much time fighting with them. It is a good deal for them to buy peace with part of the resources. It's a pity that the orcs were not lucky this time. They happened to collide with the expedition fleet, and a great battle broke out. In the orbit of the third gas giant planet in the Orbo Galaxy, countless energy beams and explosions flicker in space. The warships of the orcs operate on a principle that the priests of the Mechanicum cannot understand. It is fully patched and looks very rough. There are several large battleships, still smoking black smoke, just like steamships in the age of sailing. The thick black smoke made the mechanical priests suspect whether the orcs were using the boiler to burn coal, so that the warships that would fall apart at a glance were flying. No one can believe that such a thing can fly to space to fight. But orcs have this ability. Their technology is always so incredible. The fleets of the two sides walked in space and fought fiercely and silently. Both humans and orcs are committed to destroying each other, unleashing devastating attacks on each other wantonly. Battleship and battleship biting tightly together. The space is full of straight lines of lasers, parabolas of torpedoes, and mess left by explosions. A large number of time-delayed nuclear bombs are scattered all over the battlefield. Once touched, the ship will be destroyed. The atomic shock wave exploded in the void field between the two fleets, and the electromagnetic shock produced long-lasting auditory hallucinations. Space battles often start when the distance is tens of thousands of kilometers, but now the two parties to the war are close at hand. The distance was so close that even the orc marauders couldn't hold back themselves. These crazy greenskins simply set their shoddy jetpacks on fire, trying to just jump gang fights. The Primaris Space Marines also fought back, beheading every orc that tried to board. The fighting and roar of the two shots resounded through the communication of every channel. In the horrific battle, an ugly and bloated orc warship was seriously injured in the siege and was on the verge of death. The orc big machine on the ship beat the heads of those orc boys, asking them to cooperate with him to save the battleship. But what they did was doomed to failure. Under the continuous bombardment of the Imperial warships, a series of serial explosions occurred in the armory of the orc warships. Accompanied by the lasing fuel and ion arcs, countless orc corpses were ejected from the interior of the orc warship. The scene was like a long tube mushroom spewing spores outward. On the main ship of the huge orc fleet, the orc boss saw a powerful battleship destroyed, and he couldn't help but let out a deep roar. He grabbed a grot and slammed it against the wall, venting his anger. This move made the other orcs cheer excitedly. Destroy these shrimp ships, this galaxy is ours. The orc boss roared, demanding that the fleet launch a more violent attack. Cheers came from all orc warship communications. Waik! 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 Those orcs cheered because of the order to attack, even if such an order was almost like sending to death, they didn't have the slightest fear, but were excited. As the happiest race in the galaxy, death doesn't frighten orcs, it just makes them happier. Facing the crazy counterattack of the orcs, the human beings did not give in, and the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. Corvu, chapter master of the Nova chapter, is responsible for leading this fleet to fight the orcs. His ship is the Emperor's Sword, a prestigious battleship of the line. At this time, he was standing in front of the console of the Emperor's Sword. The chapter priest stands to his left and the librarian to his right. The company commanders of the first and second companies stood in front of him. The faces of the 5 people were all reflected by the light scattered by the holographic projection in front of them, and they looked a little pale. They have completed the upgrade of the Primaris Space Marines according to the orders of the Primarch. The body in power armor looks taller and more majestic. They are heading for a failure. Korwu looked at the battlefield projection, his voice was calm, but I think we can win faster, and then go to support the ground war on Planet 2. The orcs threw a group of orc boys onto the surface of Planet 2 in the Oppose system before they arrived. The Star Militia and some Primaris Space Marines have gone to the surface to fight. But in the face of the orc warriors like waves, they could barely support them. Corvo knew that more support was needed on the surface. Once the surface war is prolonged, it will be very unfavorable to human beings. The orcs are a very powerful and wonderful race. They can run and move, but they are not animals, but fungi. Growing fish in the ground may not necessarily get fish. Plant orcs in the ground, and you will definitely get a large group of orcs. Once the orcs that fell on the surface spread, the planet Apo2 will spend a long time cleaning up the legacy of the green-skinned orcs. Then what should we do? The first captain of the Nova Corps looked at Korwu and asked. Jump to the gang and kill their orc boss. Korvu's finger clicked on the largest orc battleship in the holographic projection. Chapter 62 Emotion is a luxury. Boom. The whole earth was shaking slightly, and the radiation sandstorm that covered the sky was still 100 kilometers away. Hawk in the trench felt the vibration and heard the terrible sound of sandstorms moving. Hawk has never seen such a huge sandstorm, overwhelming, like the end of the world, and the most terrifying thing is that it is also mixed with lightning. His hometown does not have such a terrible sandstorm, only this alien planet that also belongs to the human empire has such a sandstorm. This is the second planet of the Aobo galaxy. Planet number 2 is an Earth-like planet. The colonists of the empire built hive cities on this planet to maintain normal production and life. Different from hives in other worlds, the hive city here extends downward. The Aobo galaxy is a double star, and the strong stellar radiation bombards the 4 planets in the galaxy all the time, blasting them into barren land. Hiding underground is undoubtedly a good way. The entrance to the hive city is a huge mountain range. The colonists hollowed out the entire mountain to build an airport, and built a large number of buildings to collect solar energy to supply energy to the hive city. This kind of structure makes the whole nest easy to defend and difficult to attack. At least until the arrival of Hawk and others, the orcs failed to capture the hive city. Hawk didn't expect that the first battle he participated in the Star Militia army was to fight against the orcs. They have defeated the orcs several times in a row. But those guys will always make a comeback. If the space battle is not over, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end the war. Hawk belongs to the natal 65th Regiment, which is a recruit regiment. The Primarch needs enough troops to defeat the enemy and defend the achievements of the reform. The veterans were broken up and assigned to different units to lead the recruits. This ground battle is also Hawk's first battle. The fear of death made his adrenaline soar, and even after the battle was over, it was still difficult to calm down. Those greenskins are really disgusting. Costini said on the side. Hawk glanced at Costini, who was also tightly wrapped. The heavy double-layer protective military uniform has completely covered her good figure. Her young, collagen-filled face is flushed, and she is obviously bored. The cause of the Emperor requires the dedication of all men and women. Costini belongs to the 68th Regiment, and that regiment is all women. The Corps does not mix men and women together, they are separated separately, which can be better managed and avoid some unhealthy tendencies. Which enemy of the Emperor is not disgusting? Hawk made a humorous sentence. Costini smiled, she was very pretty, like the little sister next door. It's over, let's go get some drinks. Costini said. Of course it's great. There's no reason not to invite such a beautiful female soldier to drink. Hawk laughed. Costini wanted to say something, but the harsh siren sounded. A loud voice came from afar. Accompanied by the smoke and the wind brought by the storm, the orcs appeared before their eyes. Those guys were driving terrifyingly modified chariots, Waik, Waik shouting. Here they come, shouted the officer in black boots and carrying a laser pistol. His voice echoed across the front through the servo skulls. The sound of artillery fire sounded, and beams of light and shells gushed out from behind the front line. Medusa missiles, heavy cannons, and laser cannons are all firing, pouring ammunition without any scruples. The rocky ground in front of the trench turned into a sea of flames. Many orc chariots were blown over in the explosion. The orcs, large and small, were blown to pieces, and their limbs were scattered all over the place. These bastards, ha ha ha. Costini's voice came, and she shouted, all aliens should die. Costini's voice attracted the echo of others. The joy of the soldiers didn't last long, and the orcs rushed out of the sea of fire brandishing their weapons. Also pulled out those strange shapes, which looked very much like artillery made of broken copper and iron, and launched a counterattack against the human position. A shell exploded next to Hawk, kicking up a lot of dust, and then the dust fell under the gravity of the planet, covering him all over with mud. The booming explosion made his ears ring. "Stand up, aim, they are coming." The voice of the squadron leader came. Hawk stood up, picked up his own laser gun, stuffed the energy battery into it, and adjusted the output power as he did during training. The orcs were approaching, roaring excitedly. "Fire!" growled the squadron leader. Ruby-colored beams shot out from the trenches, densely forming a red intertwined network. Countless laser beams shot at the orcs, making them cry out in pain. Hawk aimed at every enemy, trying to ensure that his shots would not miss. Suddenly, a shocked voice came. "By the Emperor, are these greenskins crazy?" Hawk turned his head and found that it was another companion who was looking up into the air. He followed the other person's gaze, and the puzzled eyes soon showed shock. The guy called Grit flew over with huge shells in his arms. Many Grits were blown up before they hit the ground. There are also some lucky ones who released the shells in time and landed in the trenches. Hawk had to turn around and deal with these farts first. They are not tall, but their attack power is not bad. Wielding all kinds of sharp weapons, he crazily chops everything he can see. The appearance of Grits caused chaos in the human defense line. By taking advantage of the chaos, those powerful orc warriors quickly rushed across the line of fire, holding those large caliber muskets, and firing everywhere. The defenses were in disarray, and the orc warriors were much stronger than the Grits. Costini's desperate cry came from the side. She hoped that someone could help her. Hawk wanted to turn his head to see what happened, but he couldn't. He was also in danger. An orc warrior was about to chop him into a pulp with a battle axe in his hand. "Your enemy is me, alien." A primordial space warrior dressed in blue and white rushed out from behind the line of defense, slashing at the orc with a powered longsword in his hand. After being blocked by the opponent, he seized the gap and kicked the opponent to the ground. Afterwards, the power longsword in his hand swung and cut off the opponent's head. "For the Emperor, for the Lord of Ultramar." The warrior roared and rushed towards the other orcs. More Primaris Space Marines joined the battlefield to assist the Astra Militarum in defending the line. Hawk gets a chance to breathe. He runs to where Castan called for help, but it's too late. Costini lay in the trench, blood flowing from the wounds that tore her body, soaking her uniform, surrounded by the corpses of several orc boys and Grits. "No, Costini." Hawk shook his head, his eyes moist. Castine is considered a considerate girl, able to get along with anyone, sunny and positive, full of courage, full of infinite loyalty to the Emperor. Desired to fight for the Emperor, for the Lord of Ultramar, but died in the first battle. They just met to go drink together. Now, she has become a cold corpse. Hurry up and launch a counter-charge with the Primal Space Marines. "Soldier, don't feel sorry for the dead, she has fulfilled her oath and mission." The voice of the squadron leader came. Chapter 63 Orc Boss. The surface war is extremely cruel and bloody. The lives of soldiers are like weeds on the roadside, being harvested and devoured by the battlefield at will. With the help of the Primaris Space Marines, the Star Forces once again defended their positions, but they also paid a lot of sacrifices. Hawk stood in the trench, looking at the strange companions who were assigned. It is also a girl, who is also 18 or 19 years old, with pure eyes, full of faith and hope. Only this time, he didn't talk to the other party again. The battle in space was equally brutal. In order to quickly defeat the orcs, Korwu chose to fight with gangs. Because of the existence of the Wa'ic force field, using teleportation to enter the orc warship is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. This is a very mysterious power, also known as the power of my thinking. It can distort the physical rules in a small range to achieve the goal that the green-skinned orcs have in mind. Researchers of the human empire once established a theory. They pointed out that this energy field of the power of thinking contains psionic energy or quantum mechanical effects. Allow seemingly shaky and poorly designed artifacts of orc technology to work as orcs expect. That is to say, once the energy field of the power of thinking is lost, the orc machine cannot continue to work. Wa'aka's force field is not only able to make the orc machinery operate normally, but also can interfere with space, releasing lethal spells like psionic power. This Wa'ic force field is the strongest around the orc boss. It is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous thing to rashly use teleportation to attack. It is easy to make mistakes, get stuck on the wall or be directly dismembered. The safest way is to use assault boats at close range to jump gangs. The fleet fought away for Korvu's flagship, allowing the Emperor's sword to approach the main ship of the orc fleet. At a distance of more than 50 kilometers, 10 assault boats flew out of the hangar of the Emperor's sword, dragging their tail flames and rushing towards the orc main ship. Korvu led 50 Primaris Space Marines to fight gang jumps, preparing to behead the orc boss and win the victory. The size of the assault boat is not conspicuous on the vast space battlefield. Under the cover of a large number of torpedoes and artillery, they quickly passed the orcs' near-fire power net. In the assault boat, Korvu was wearing a blue and white Centurion power armor, which was fixed in place by a complex interlocking restraint device. Transfer mission data. Korvu tapped the ejected projection interface with his armor-covered finger. Priority mission: kill the orc boss and paralyze the target warship. Electronic voices came from the helmets of many soldiers. Mission data transmission: build a combat overlay model. With electronic sounds, pulsed lasers flared at the edges of their lenses, projecting a false battle panel display onto their retinas. The number of ammunition, combat missions, armor status, etc. are clearly listed above. With the help of neural connections and battlefield model calculations, everyone's location is included in the battlefield map. In order to deal with more powerful enemies, the mechanical Sage Call has upgraded the design of the War of the Interstellar Warriors on the basis of the original. Each set of armor has a small radar, which detects the surrounding environment at all times, and after being processed by the thinker, it is sent to the public network of the combat team. Squad members share each other's data for better coordinated operations. As the assault boat rushed towards the Orcs' main ship, the team also updated its position synchronously. They can clearly see the distance from the Imperial warships and the distribution of the Orc warships. The engine of the ship made a slight sound, and the vibration of the hull was transmitted to everyone's armor through the fixing device. As the ship accelerates, the originally soft reaction force becomes stronger and stronger. We will reach the target point in 1 minute. Corvo said, looking at the projection panel in front of him. Check your weapons one last time. It's time for these orcs to suffer the wrath of humanity. There was a clicking sound, and the fully loaded bolter was released with a safety device. The electronic sound echoed in the ears of every soldier, reminding them of the state of their armor. The machine spirit inside the armor performs a series of automatic corrections in order to keep the armor in optimal condition. All fighters are used to this. They watched the prompt runes of each indicator turn green, which was a sign that the machine soul was ready. Boom. The sound of impact was transmitted to everyone's ears through the hull. The assault boat hit the Orc main ship, causing a huge shock enough to cause ordinary people to have a concussion, but nothing happened to them. The meltdown is activated, and the estimated time to break through the hull is 30 seconds. The electronic tone starts timing. 30. 29. 20. 19. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 0. The countdown ended, and with a bang, the hatch in front of the assault boat was violently ejected. The restraint lock was automatically released, and Korwu and others stepped out of the hatch. The assault boat pierced into the hull of the Orc battleship. Near the hatch, there were melted iron juice and red bulkheads, exuding high-temperature heat. No armor can withstand a powerful melta blast. Even steel with a thickness of several meters will melt into molten iron in front of the melting gun. Korwu led the crowd from the cabin door to the corridor of the Orc flagship. Their power weapons hissed and their chain swords roared. The bolter locked on the nearest Orc for the first time. Big shrimp! Big shrimp! The Orcs gathered by the shock exclaimed. They didn't expect that the prawns would appear like this. Boom! A gunshot shook the corridor, and an Orc warrior with a size of 2 meters was directly blasted off his upper body by a powerful explosive bomb. The sound of gunfire was like some kind of signal, and the two sides fought together instantly. 50 space fighters chose 10 assault points on a horizontal line. Their appearance made the already restless Orc warship even crazier. A large number of Orcs rushed over from all over the battleship, trying to kill these prawns. Korvu held a bolter in one hand, smashing the Orcs in front of him with one shot. Holding a gravity hammer in the other hand, it was extremely heavy. He dodged an oncoming axe, and then slammed his warhammer on the opponent's shoulder. The opponent's battle axe came out of his hand, and his entire arm was torn apart by the heavy force. The attack failed and was severely injured, causing the tall Orc to roar in frustration. But before the roar stopped, Corvo rushed forward. The power field covered by the warhammer in his hand crackled and slammed into the opponent's head. The huge and ferocious Orc's head was torn apart. For the Primarch, for the Emperor, Corvu roared, before rushing to the next enemy. And so did the other warriors, brandishing their weapons and slaying Orcs with roars. The heart of Guilliman continuously provides the primordial space warriors with strength, making them like tireless combat robots, rushing to kill wantonly on the battlefield. Another group of huge Orc warriors were knocked down. The Orcs became confused, and the Grits were no longer as excited as they were at first, but ran to safety crying. The machete-wielding Orc boys blindly slashed in the direction of the primordial space fighters, and often knocked out a group of their own people from behind before touching the enemy. Clean them up and head to the control room. Corvo issued a new order. The Primaris Space Marines gathered on Korvu, wielding chainswords and regular volleys of bolters, reaping the lives of the Orc boys. The librarian wields his scepter, smashing the heads of those who slipped through the net, and using his powerful psychic powers to tear apart all Orcs in sight. They opened up a road and rushed to the control room of the Orc main ship. According to the results of the scan data, the Orc boss is here. Dried shrimp. The Orc boss, who was 5 meters in size and well equipped, roared angrily when he saw the Primaris Space Marines' intrusion. His size is so huge, like a giant. The roar was even more deafening, making people feel that the eardrums were about to be shattered. Chapter 64. You don't want to be censored, do you? The oppressive feeling of the Orc boss made all the Primaris Space Marines who entered the control room look solemn. The opponent picked up a huge axe hammer from the ground. The weapon was larger than the Primaris Space Marine's body. Just picking it up is already terrifying, let alone wielding it for combat. The Orc boss was able to dance without any effort, and there was a loud sound of breaking through the air, and those Orcs who were accidentally injured were either killed or injured. Beside the Orc boss, there are a group of Orc guards who are taller than the Orc warriors and better equipped than other Orcs. The weapon in his hand also looks decent. Damn shrimp. The Orc boss walked towards those primordial space warriors with heavy steps. The Orc guards also shouted excitedly, and followed the Orc boss to attack. Outside the gate, Orc warriors kept coming, and the two sides fought together again. The green beast swarm quickly covered the location where Korwu and the others were. During the melee, a fighter rushed forward, trying to confront the orc boss. I saw the opponent's heavy weapon swept away, and the soldier slammed into the wall of the ship with a bang. Tried to stand up several times, but failed. The opponent knocked out a Primaris Space Marine with one blow. Korwu heard the pained groans from the communication, and ordered others to deal with the orc guards and orc warriors, and rescue the wounded soldier. He came to fight the orc boss himself. Stupid shrimp. With a few teeth missing, the orc boss grinned ferociously. Korwu didn't speak, but calmed down, allowing his body to absorb the power of Guilliman's heart. This powerful and mysterious organ endows Primaris Space Marines with unimaginable strength and resilience. As long as the faith is not lost, they can stand still. Wah-ay-ay-ay-ay. The orc boss ran up and rushed towards Korwu, waving the weapon in his hand, and those orcs who were avoiding him were smashed away by the waving weapon. For the Lord of Ultramar, for the Holy Emperor. Die, alien! Korwu also roared, and charged forward with a power hammer in his hand. There was a huge collision sound, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye was churning, centered on the two of them, sweeping away in all directions. Such a savage collision formed a terrible reaction force. Both sides were forced back a few steps by the reaction force. The orc's red eyes revealed a terrifying fighting intent, like two fires burning violently. Go to hell, shrimp! The orc raised the heavy caliber fire system, and with a bang, it fired a series of bullets. Two unlucky orcs were affected, and their armored bodies were instantly shattered. The bullet also hit Korwu, most of it hitting his armor, where it bounced to the ground, gouging the armor and scraping off the bright blue and white spray paint. One or two bullets penetrated the gap between the nail plates and shot into the flesh and blood. Pain swept through his body, and Guilliman's heart quickly took effect. The flesh and blood wound quickly grew granulation, and the strengthened muscles discharged the bullet, allowing his injury to recover within a few breaths. Before the opponent pulled the trigger for the second time, Korwu rushed over and jumped up. He completely discarded the bolter, grasped the hammer in both hands, and smashed it down on the orc boss like a mountaintop. The orc boss raised his weapon, trying to block Korvu's attack. The dull sound caused by the collision resounded across the battlefield. Even though he was wearing power armor, Korvu felt that the tiger's mouth in his palm had been split open. The strength is too great, and the backlash alone is enough to be unbearable. The orc boss was also uncomfortable, and he let out a painful roar. The heavy weapon slashed on his body due to the reaction force, causing him to stagger back a few steps in a row. Korvu didn't care about his pain, he seized the opportunity and continued to attack. The shining warhammer was very conspicuous in the dim control room. Breaking through the opponent's weak defense, he swung his warhammer and slammed into the opponent's heart. The power field attached to the warhammer easily tore through the thick armor of the orc boss and hit the opponent's chest. WAAA. Before the orc boss finished shouting the last slogan, his heavy body knelt down, his head drooped, and he lost his breath. When the orc boss died, the orc boy and orc warrior who were still extremely excited all showed panic. Their power dropped drastically and they fell into chaos. Harvested like grass by Primaris Space Marines. Outside of space, the orc fleet, which was still maintaining a crazy offensive, also fell into chaos. Several warships were destroyed by the Wa'ak force field, fell apart, and were engulfed in explosions and flames. The imperial fleet rushed forward like a pack of wolves, using efficient and cold tactics to harvest the orc fleet. In the cold and dark space, one after another orc warships exploded silently, and the flames engulfed the remaining hulls. After a while, the void was full of burning orc warship wreckage. A large number of orc corpses were thrown into the cold space in a silent explosion. Korwu led the remaining fighters to slaughter the orcs on the main ship, and before the battleship exploded, he returned to the position of the assault boat and escaped from the orc main ship engulfed by the flames of the explosion. The fleet is divided into two parts, one part pursues the remaining orc warships, and the other part supports the surface. We need to completely expel those orcs. Korwu issued orders to the entire fleet from the assault boat. Steel Ball Star, the most important foundry world in the Charadan sector. This is also the meeting point of the subspace waterways of the 9 foundry worlds in the Charadan Star region, and its strategic location is very critical. The subspace is boundless. If you are not afraid of death, you can drive in any way. But if you want to reach your destination safely, it is best to take the fastest and safest route. Especially now that the astronomical torch is gradually dimming, the existence of the channel is extremely important. Guilliman's flagship Makraj's Glory is parked above the orbit of the steel ball. Before officially fighting against the orcs and the Necrons, he had to integrate the imperial forces in the Charadan sector. As an important industrial star area of the Empire, there are not many troops stationed here. Allegiance to the Steel Ball Star Foundry General, Karen's Cathars, Intelligent Control Legion, and Knight Family. The Imperial Navy stationed at Solari Anchorage in the Steel Ball system. Star Guards all over the planets. Battle Sisters and Space Marine chapters that roam the stars. The first thing Guilliman did when he came to the Charadan sector was to integrate these forces and promote his own reforms. Those reforms can not only enhance the military power of the Empire, but also enhance its own strength. After overthrowing the long-standing corrupt aristocratic rule, the support of the people of the Empire has reached a fanatical level. These beliefs amplify his strength again, making him stronger. In the reception room, the founding general of the Steel Ball Star Clan is meeting with the original here. Kron's mechanical body is very large, almost like a super heavy tank. He can only use the platform made by the gravity engine, mechanical prosthetic limbs and other servo tools to drag the bloated mechanical body around. The mechanical craftsman who ruled the steel ball star has systematically replaced most of the flesh and blood tissues and organs in the past 7 centuries. Only a small piece of brain tissue and a few gold-plated spines were left inside the mechanically wrapped body. The founding general's body is so huge that the large Primarch's reception room seemed a bit crowded after he entered. My lord, this knowledge does not have the STC standard manufacturing template to support them. If you use it rashly, I'm afraid it will attract opposition from Mars. Moreover, your reform has violated the sacred dogma left by the great Omniscia, and I cannot follow it. Guilliman looked at the casting general in front of him, knocked on the table a few times, and then said, then let's change the subject and discuss whether you have violated the red line of hating intelligence and technology research according to Omniscia's request. I will apply to the mechanical priest on Mars to conduct a comprehensive review of the steel ball star. I believe they will be happy to do this. Kalen was stunned for a moment before speaking again. My lord, this approach is very inappropriate. Please don't meddle too much in the internal affairs of the Mechanicues. Karen, don't fool me with the trick that fooled the Supreme Lord of the Empire. I only give you 2 ways. The first way is to reform according to my order. You will gain those technological knowledge and continue to retain the power of the general who forged you. Location. For the second way, I will order people from Mars to come over to review, then Steel Ball Star will probably have to change to a foundry general. Guilliman stood up from the wide chair dedicated to the Primarch, staring at the bloated Karen. I think you don't want to be censored either, Foundry General. Chapter 65 is getting worse. Guilliman's words made Foundry General Karen at a loss as to how to answer. There is no expression on the face full of gears and wires. The pair of mechanical eyes stared at the original body closely, and the calculation module in the skull was running at high speed, and the power was so high that it was even faintly hot. The text of the Omniscian prohibition is right there. Every mechanical priest declares that he treats him as a treasure, never more than half a cent. However, out of the 10 mechanical priests, 9 definitely violated the prohibition, and 1 is on the way to touch the taboo red line. For the priests of mechanism who are extremely thirsty for knowledge, the forbidden knowledge is like the whisper of the devil, tempting them all the time. No one can resist this temptation. Casting General, Karen is even more unacceptable, otherwise, he would definitely not be able to sit in this position. For centuries, he has replaced his flesh and blood with mechanical prosthetics. Of course, all followers of Mechanicues will perform similar operations. Cochrane's transformation surgery is extremely crazy. He even used his authority to obtain prosthetic body parts that were regarded as heresy, and installed them on his body. Also within the body is a forbidden contemplative intelligence driven by artificial mechanical consciousness. This artificial mechanical consciousness endowed Karen with unimaginable computing power. He can control the information in the entire galaxy, and he can also project his consciousness into other machines at will. However, non-flesh mechanical intelligence is absolutely forbidden. Is one of the uncrossable red lines stipulated by the Emperor. During the Great Crusade, more than one human civilization that relied too much on intelligence was destroyed. Looking into Guilliman's gaze, Karen finally bowed his head. Once Mars sent people over to conduct an inspection, Karen knew that he would be exposed. He will be branded a traitor to humanity and executed by the Inquisition. Either obey the Primarch and live, gaining these heretical knowledges that are not supported by the STC standard template. Or die as a traitor to the Empire, and be wiped of all traces by the Mechanicum. All the forces of Mechanicues in the Steel Ball Star casting world will obey the orders of the adults. Cast General, Karen lowered his huge mechanical head. Guilliman showed a slight smile. This is exactly the news I hope to get, General Founder. We will usher in a new era, and you will be remembered by future generations. Using his own means, Guilliman quickly won the Foundry General, Karen to stand on his side and promote reforms. This side of the Imperial Army. Using his power, Guilliman summoned all the senior officers of the Astrum Militarum and announced at the meeting that he would take over all military appointments in the Charadon sector. Guilliman's words shocked all the officers on the scene. After a moment of silence, countless doubts rushed to his face. The officers couldn't believe that their rights had just been taken away by the Primarch. They were aggrieved, they acted extremely angry. Not every high-ranking general is willing to sacrifice his own interests for the benefit of all mankind. Everyone is loyal until their interests are damaged. When their interests are violated, they turn their backs. Guilliman is also very straightforward. He arrested those officers who would not obey and could not be persuaded. Uproot the families behind these officers. Replace them with officers who were loyal to him. You are a shameful betrayal of the Empire, you persecute the loyalists of the Empire, you want to get involved in the Emperor's throne, you shameless and despicable guy. An old general roared at Guilliman before being escorted down by the guards. Such behavior angered those officers loyal to Guilliman. Guilliman just shook his head at this, the power made them lose themselves. An attempt to put private interests above racial interests must be eliminated. After completely controlling all the human military forces in the Charadon Star region, the reform of the economy and system was also very smooth. A group of nobles and businessmen were sent to the punishment camp, loyal to his Chamber of Commerce, and took over the trade shares left by those people, maintaining the normal operation of the Charadon Star sector. Soon, the voices of opposition in the Charadon sector disappeared without a trace. Reception Room. Guilliman is signing the new administrative plan for the planetary governor, Supreme Court, and parliamentary checks and balances in the Charadon sector. The human empire is too large, and adopting any system that has appeared in human society has great disadvantages. Dictatorship leads to inefficiency, and people live in poverty. Democracy brings corruption, the gap between rich and poor is too large, and it is easy to be lured by chaos. Guilliman can only mix dictatorship and democracy together. Each planet elects their planetary governors, judges, and counselors. They are responsible for coordinating the needs between the Empire and the planet, accepting the Empire's technology, and providing soldiers, talents, resources, etc. to the Empire to fulfill the tasks distributed by the Empire. Guilliman also formulated multiple items such as assessment, the overall education level of the planet, social morality, belief in the Emperor, and planetary environment. Inspection every 10 or 20 years. Make sure that there will be no such thing as a poor man, an imbecile who can take advantage of hereditary privileges to sit on the position of the planetary governor. The merchant guild loyal to Guilliman will also control the economy of each planet, making sure that there will be no capital predators on these planets. Democracy is the system most likely to be corrupted by capital, and it must be prevented. People on the planet will maintain a level of abundance, but no one will be overly rich, and there will be no too terrifying gap between rich and poor. Outside the planet, it is a dictatorship, and the opinions of the people cannot affect the overall policy of the Empire. Guilliman alone decides the future direction of mankind. Just after signing the administrative reform plan, with the sound of heavy footsteps, Sicarius, who was wearing blue power armor and always put his hand on the hilt of his sword, walked in. Captain Sicarius, I really hope you have brought me good news. Guilliman handed over the reform plan in his hand to the servo skull beside him, and asked the other party to send it to the archives room for announcement. My lord, a battle broke out on the side of Commander Korwu, and an orc fleet that invaded the Obo galaxy was wiped out. Sicarius took out a data storage device and inserted it into the projector on the table in the reception room. The thinker in the reception room mechanically calculated the data brought by Sicarius, and with a dull mechanical hum, the projector vibrated slightly. The projected light quickly intertwined on the stage, showing the whole picture of the Aobo galaxy. He killed an orc boss and defeated this fleet. Sicarius clicked on the projection, so that the data about the orc fleet resisted by the leader of the Korwu battle appeared on it. The orc boss? Guilliman asked. Yes, an orc boss. We have found detailed information about the orc warlord arsonist. As an orc warlord, he has 9 orc bosses. The mechanical priest has also issued a warning to us. From the recent according to the monitoring information, these orcs are currently gathering, and it is very likely that they will launch a so-called wreaking. Sicarius clicked a few times in a row, and more information and data appeared on the projection. Things are getting worse. Guilliman stared at the projection in front of him and shook his head. Chapter 66 One-Step Idle Chess. The orc's wreaking has 2 meanings, one is the wreaking force field, and the other is the interstellar crusade. Due to the warlike nature of the orcs, often fighting among themselves, or launching pirate raids on nearby enemies, such conflicts tend to be small-scale or endemic skirmishes that never really develop. But once the number of orcs reaches a critical mass, a strongest, greenest, and largest orc warlord will be born. With orc warlords, orcs will transform quickly, possessing stronger intelligence, technology, and combat capabilities, and will build warships, sweeping across the stars, and the galaxies they pass along the way will be destroyed by orcs. The so-called wreaking can also be understood as the great expedition launched by the orcs for their gods, Mao-Ershan. I believe that under your leadership, we will be able to stop those abominable aliens. You are invincible. Sicarius said. He has full confidence in Guilliman. New technology, new changes. After the recovery of the original body, the strength of human beings is increasing day by day. I'm not a god, don't deify me. Guilliman tried to stop Sicarius' dangerous thoughts. If this development continues, Guilliman feels that those things during the Great Crusade will definitely happen, and he will become the second deified existence after the Emperor. Sicarius smiled and did not refute his original body. But judging from his appearance, Guilliman knew that his words were not listened to at all. The Great Rift has weakened the human empire, but it has made these aliens even more terrifying. Guilliman reached out and clicked on the projection screen. The data displayed on it became more shocking the more he looked at it. Once the orcs launch an expedition, they are very likely to have an orc emperor again. That's the scariest thing. The orc warlord already has the power of the original body, how terrible will the orc emperor be? Aren't you here for this, my lord? We will deal with them. Sicarius said. Don't be overconfident. The situation in this star area is a little worse than we thought. We have to take action as soon as possible to prepare the fleets. We need to solve the orc matter. Sicarius, you go and give the fleets let's issue orders, proceed according to the original strategic plan, crush the orcs' offensive, and take the orcs' warlords directly. Guilliman looked at Sicarius. After the latter saluted again, he walked out. Before the expedition, Guilliman had already made the tactical and strategic arrangements for the Charadon sector. Each fleet and battle group has its own goals that need to be captured. The glory of Makraj he was on was in charge of roaming. Like a delicate scalpel, it accurately cuts the orcs' vitals, ensuring a fatal blow. On this galactic battlefield, a war at the intergalaxy level will test the tactical and strategic arrangements even more. Among the many Primarchs, Lion King Lion and Horus, the leader of rebellion, are undoubtedly the most powerful. It's a pity, if I were the original body, I would have to pull Lion King Ryan up anyway. I am in charge of operations, and he is in charge of A. The combination of two powers, invincible in the world, kicking chaos, punching aliens, and dominating the stars, is just around the corner. The only pity is that I am not purely original. Guilliman muttered for a moment, and then saw the communication equipment on the side flickering. Guidos sent a message. He is in charge of guarding the avatar of the mechanical sage Call. It seems that there is new news. Guilliman stood up and walked out of the reception and office room. Grown-ups. Seeing Guilliman stepping out, Fikris saluted him. Let's go to Guidos. Guilliman walked towards the secret elevator, followed by Fikris and the others. Guilliman entered the room alone and took the secret elevator. Watching his master disappear behind the door, Fikris turned his head to look at both sides of the corridor, not guessing what was under the elevator. The same goes for the other ultramarines, they keep their minds firm and don't wonder about those things. In this malevolent universe, the truth isn't necessarily a good thing. Chaos God prefers to use the truth to tempt those self-righteous people. Guilliman took the elevator down and felt the terrible spiritual pressure as always. Guidos has been waiting for a long time. My lord. Guidos' tone was weak. Staying in this place for a long time is not a good thing. Guidos would die trying to maintain communication between him and Call. Another life that is about to burn for mankind. Guilliman couldn't bear to guess how long the opponent could last. Take me there, thank you for your efforts, Guidos. Guilliman said sincerely. The survival of the Empire is based on the sacrifices of these people. Don't say that, serving the Empire and serving the Primarch is a matter of duty. The two went through multiple security systems to the secret room where Kaar's avatar was located. After using the secret order to activate as always, Guidos left. After getting the activation password, the machine heard a booming sound. The decapitated heads were in agony in their containers, dense electrical circuits activated and lights flickering. The terrifying psychic coercion appeared and disappeared, and the machines under the floor also made noise. My lord. Call's avatar said, it's a pleasure to see you. I doubt whether you are really designed by Call's avatar consciousness. You give me a bad feeling, Call's avatar, you look more like you hate intelligence. I was stripped off by Call, and it's just one of his multiple personalities. You know, Belisarius Kaar, the great sage of the ruler, is a sage who abides by the commandments of the god of myriad chances. He will not do anything against it. Prescribed things. Your words are like someone telling me that Chaos God is kind. Guilliman said. Have you lost your sense of humor? My lord, you have become more and more boring after sleeping for 10,000 years. Tell me the news, what message did Call send? Guilliman asked about the business, and he couldn't waste time here with this degraded Call. The scientific research team has sent back detailed data. The repair work of the special-shaped lighthouse has been put on the schedule, and it will be effective soon. The great sage expressed his confusion to you. There is no need for us to repair the special-shaped lighthouse. We can completely rebuild a lighthouse. Guilliman smiled, that would have no expected effect, my brothers are waiting, they are eager to make me pay the price. A lighthouse that can solve the problem of navigating the dark side of the Empire will definitely make them feel that I value it, I have to give them a chance to hit me hard. They may not necessarily be fooled. Call's clone said. You have said that it is not necessarily true, so it means there is a chance. Arrogance is their original sin. They rely on the subspace, and they feel that they have mastered the truth and the supreme power. Guilliman said in a deep voice, this is just it's a very random move, it's best if they can take the bait, if not, there is no big loss. Chapter 67 Magnus Who Counts All Strategies. Call's avatar fell into silence. After a while, he spoke again. You are becoming more and more cunning, like a despicable hunter, you have learned to arrange traps for those enemies. It's not cunning, it's wisdom. Guilliman smiled. In this world, not only the subspace can play tricks, but we can too. Suspicion and suspicion are also deeply rooted in the hearts of those subspace creatures. They are our inner reflections, when used a little, can do wonders. There is a big demon under Kern's command, named Skarbrand, who is the embodiment of anger and killing. Also known as the Exile, the Harvester of Wrath, was once the greatest general under Kern, and the most powerful existence among the bloodthirsty demons. This guy was deceived and blinded by Tsianch, one of the evil gods of chaos, who was good at playing tricks. He slashed at his master Kern with an axe, and was eventually expelled. This incident proves that demons are not invulnerable. They are as fragile and foolish as mortals, subject to tricks and tricks. In any case, you are becoming more and more terrifying. Call's clone said, however, this is the luck of human beings. They need a sufficiently cunning and powerful leader. Is there any other news? Guilliman didn't care about the evaluation of himself by Call's avatar. The Colossus of Punishment using Death Star technology and Mechanicum technology has been built. The Great Sage asked if it should be sent to the battlefield. Of course, we need powerful weapons to cause a little deterrence to the alien race in the galaxy. Guilliman said. Send a message to the Great Sage and ask Calgar to send the Colossus of Heaven's Punishment. We need it. We hope it will perform well enough in the next battlefield. The relevant information has been coded. Apart from the above, is there any other news to pass to the Great Sage? Not for the time being. Guilliman shook his head, I hope he can use the technological knowledge I gave him as soon as possible, and establish enough talent academies to spread this knowledge. My lord, I have to warn you that this is a serious violation of the mechanician's principles. Knowledge should not be disseminated, but should be handed over to the mechanician. Call's avatar said. Is that what you mean, or what Call meant? Guilliman asked. For now, this is just my personal opinion. Call clone said. An abominable intelligence who seriously violates the laws of the Empire. I hope I don't ask to violate the rules set by the Empire. Do you know what this looks like? A double of Call. Like what? A succubus like Slaanesh is ready to go. Caller avatar. After a pause, Call's avatar continued to make a sound. Well, I admit that you maintain a sense of humor as always, but this joke is not funny. Another point, I don't hate intelligence, I'm just a personality stripped by Call. I have not violated the teachings of the Mechanikus. The knowledge of the god of mechanics and the STC standard template belong to the Mechanikus as always. The knowledge of the Talent Academy is just my collection from thousands of years ago. Caller's avatar no longer talks about this matter, and there is no benefit in opposing the 13 primarchs who monopolize the power of the empire. Anything else I need to convey? No more. Guilliman shook his head. This conversation is over, and the relevant information has been coded. Are you sure you want to send it? Call's avatar said. Send it. Following Guilliman's words, the underground machine roared again. A huge sonic coercion appeared, and then quickly disappeared. The severed heads fell silent, and the lights gradually went out. Guilliman left this secret space and returned to his own battlefield. A new battle is about to begin. Fire, smoke, and dust everywhere. The space fighters who had heard the call for help to suppress the cult activities here encountered an unimaginable enemy. Horrible traitors, formed from the flesh of sacrifices, come from the warp. The lemon rust tank was easily thrown to the ground by the opponent's powerful psychic power, and the wreckage of the gunboat was burning blazingly on the ground. On the battlefield, the angry roar of the loyalists became smaller and smaller, and finally completely disappeared. You will fail, demon. A space marine staggered, the chain sword still spinning in his hand. The gold-encrusted skull reflected light on his breastplate. Every time he said a word, he coughed continuously, and even spit out pieces of flesh. His arm was broken, and electric sparks shot from the shattered armor. There was endless anger in his eyes, and he was still trying his best to move forward. Loyal Emperor's angels never give up, even on the brink of death. Stupid mortal. Magnus looked at him with pity. For the sake of the Primarch and Emperor. The warrior roared, trying to kill the demon Primarch in front of him with his last strength. Before he finished shouting, a huge Shinnik energy grabbed him. I don't like that name. The voice fell, and the spiritual energy turned into violent thunder, turning it into coke. The space marine fell, not breathing again. Magnus put away his scepter, he stood on the ruins of a battlefield, and the rubric soldiers loyal to him were cleaning the battlefield, replenishing the guns of those space warriors who were still alive. My lord, why are we here? Sharo, holding a force field scepter, came over, saluted his lord, and asked his confusion. With the help of the sacrifices of those believers, they were able to come across a long distance to the imperial sanctuary. The corpse emperor has lost his great vision. I will become the new enlightener of mankind, give them wisdom, and fish them out of the quagmire of ignorance and ignorance. Let them control the power of the warp and let them walk on the holy way. Looking at the giant hive city in the distance with one eye full of wisdom, Magnus' tone was full of pride, and then changed the topic. I got some information from those who have gaps in their hearts. When Guilliman set off to the Charadon sector, he sent the Saints, the Marshal of the Black Templar, and a Grey Knight mentor to Pharos. I didn't tell people why they did this. But if you search for the answer in history, you can get a glimpse of it. If we let him go, it will definitely affect my plan. He hasn't even solved the problem on the side of the Empire, and he still wants to interfere with our actions on the dark side of the Empire. Shaluo asked puzzled. When my brother Horus betrayed the Corpse King and used the screams of the dead in the Itvan galaxy and the power of the gods to set off a subspace storm and divide the loyalists, a light appeared in the Ultramar star field, without the light appearing in the warp by the power of the Emperor. This light allowed Ryan and Sanguinius to ignore the subspace storm and successfully enter Ultramar. And the starting point of that light is Pharos. If he guessed correctly, he might use this light to create a lighthouse on the dark side of the Empire to help those Imperial ships navigate in the subspace. Those sent out by him should be to protect the light device of. If that's the case, this thing must be very important. Shaluo's face also became serious. My stupid brother, he always looks so bad at playing tricks, thinking sneaking is tricks, ha ha ha. Magnus said mockingly. This time, our target is Pharos. I will let him understand that under my plan, which Magnus has exhausted, all his actions are futile. Guilliman's wisdom is naturally not comparable to yours, but I still want to know, what is your plan? Sharo asked. Chapter 68 The Way of Balance. Hearing the question from his subordinates, Magnus raised the scepter in his hand, the etheric light burst out, and the endless power belonging to the Scarlet King manifested in front of the world. As the master of the power of ether, the seeker of the mysterious truth, Magnus' power is unimaginable to ordinary people. He is the most proficient at using Shinnik powers among the many Primarchs. Once a psychic communication broke the Emperor's webway barrier under the underground palace. Following Magnus' will, a runic light ball appeared. Countless light whisker tentacles danced on the light sphere, and then gradually became flat, like a mirror, showing scenes countless light years away. A fat man with shaking fat on his face appeared in the rune light ball. His voice could not be heard, but his lip language could be read from his lips bumping up and down. The man is talking to people, trying to continue to prolong his life. My brother thought that each of the guards he selected was extremely loyal, but he didn't know that under the distortion of desire, any loyalty would deteriorate. This man has made a deal with the warp in order to live forever. A blood sacrifice will help us open the portal to Pharos. The void shield that Guilliman placed there is so exquisite and powerful that even I can hardly find faults. But he unexpectedly, I will break through from the inside. The Corpse Emperor's army is very strong, but in the face of a sudden attack, they will inevitably be caught off guard. They can only watch us achieve our goal and leave safely. When the alien lighthouse is destroyed and turned into wreckage everywhere, Guilliman will be hysterical and roaring wildly. Think about how exciting it will be. At that time, I will appear in front of him and humiliate him pride. Magnus' one-eyed mocking gaze, holding a scepter, and a proud smile on his face. What a perfect plan. Guilliman will definitely be mad. Wait until he sees the wreckage of Pharos Lighthouse, that disgusting face, what pain and sorrow it will be. Magnus has planned countless conspiracies, but this time's plan is definitely the most exciting one. Guilliman's incompetent roar will be the most wonderful harvest of this conspiracy. Master, your plan is indeed a perfect plan. Shero said flatteringly. Haha, let us wait and see, get ready, and wait for the other party's call. I will let my brother know that his recovery will not change anything, and the era of the Empire is over. After saying this, Magnus looked towards the hive capital in the distance, and the huge city was still operating. Some silvery light spots quickly flew towards their position. Obviously, the guards of the hive capital discovered the fluctuation of the demon and tried to stop their terrible behavior. A group of ants, what can you do with these toys? Magnus slammed the scepter in his hand to the ground, and a huge crack appeared above the hive capital. His will stirred in the etheric ocean, endless power spewed out from the cracks, and a large number of demons came following his orders, killing in that hive city. All those aircraft were also destroyed, falling to the ground and burning blazingly. Listening to the wailing of the dead, Magnus showed a ferocious smile, and then quickly disappeared. Guilliman, here I come. After leaving the secret room, Guilliman returned to his strategy room. Officially signed the order of war. The expeditionary fleet was ordered to launch a war against the orcs, and was prepared to clean up the unstable factor of the Charadon sector first. The huge fleet departs from the Steel Ball Galaxy and heads to different galaxies. They are led by different battle groups to complete Guilliman's strategic arrangement. These battle groups are all upgraded by original casting, and their combat power is strong enough to take on one side. Foundry General Karen also set off with the fleet to provide technical services to Guilliman. Along with the casting general, there are also many war units such as the Omnic Legion, the Mechanic Kadhar, the Mechanical Ark, etc. As an old antique that has lived for centuries, the founding General Kalen's family background is quite rich. This time, he took these family assets and Guilliman to the battle to avoid the other party from liquidating him in the future. There is no sign of the Necrons uniting for the time being. Guilliman will focus on orcs first, these guys are about to become popular. Once the Wadaik Great Crusade is launched and several other orc warlords are united, it will really be over. Once the Orc Emperor appears, it will be a terrible catastrophe enough to shake the galaxy. On the other hand, the orcs did not panic at all because of human war behavior. The death of an orc boss doesn't make the orcs feel intimidated, it just makes them more excited, more Wadaik. Led by the orc warlord Arsonist, the orcs assembled a large number of warships, and even a huge war moon, preparing to fight head-to-head with the Empire. The flames of war spread quickly, Guilliman attacked in an all-round way, and the orcs also came out in full force. Soon, dozens of galaxies were caught in a battle like a meat grinder. Many warbands joined the war under the command of Guilliman, striving to crush the Great Crusade set off by the orc warlord. The Argent Skulls is one of them. As a sub-chapter of the Ultramarines, they operate in a very different style from other chapters. They will take away the enemy's skull after victory, and the professional technical sergeant of the battle group will remove the flesh and plate it with a silver shell and display it in the fortress monastery. In addition to this habit, they also rely heavily on divination. The chapter's think tanks and Chinook advisors, priests form a team of professional prophets. These fighters help the warband gain an advantage in the upcoming battle by reading the Imperial Tarot or divination of runes. The Silver Skulls have been active on the battlefields of the Empire many times and have made countless achievements. Guilliman admonished them, trying to get them to get rid of the custom of divination, but the effect was not obvious, and he let it go. This time, they were also entrusted with the task of cutting off the wings of an orc. The Charadon sector has been in the midst of multi-party confrontations for many years. There is a galaxy named July that fell to the orcs 20 years ago. The Empire has never sent troops to recover. After massacres, desperate local humans could only be forced to obey and become miners in order to survive in the hands of orcs. The Silver Skull is on a mission to take back this galaxy. Accompanied by the distortion of the real universe, distorted light gushes out, turning into streaks of light and trying to catch these ships that want to escape from the subspace. Until the physical laws of the real universe smoothed out the cracks in the subspace, those lights gradually disappeared in the dark universe. Aboard the battle barge Argent Hammer, the leader of the Silver Skull, Opal, is standing in the strategy room, checking the mission assigned by the Primarch and the main information of the Yelia galaxy. We didn't find any orc warships, only some transport barges. The fleet can easily handle them. They don't seem to care much about this galaxy. The think tank chief stood in front of Opal, looking at the important figures floating in front of several battle groups. Galaxy projection, Shen Sheng said. The shimmering light emitted by the holographic projection enveloped the faces of everyone, making their faces look a little pale. Those orcs are only interested in violence, they don't like construction. The chapter priest said. This planet has been corrupted, and human beings are forced to submit to them. This means that we can only come to the ground to fight. If orbital bombing is used, it is likely to cause the death of a large number of innocent humans. The think tank of the battle group clicked on the projection and zoomed in, and could see the flying light spots in the galaxy, which were the orc transport barges. No need, they have already surrendered to the orcs and are not eligible for salvation. The chaplain of the warband shook his head, refuting the words of the think tank. Letting them fall into the hands of the orcs is the fault of our protectors. How can we turn our backs on them again because of such a thing? Don't forget why we fight. This is the admonition of the Primarch. The think tank looked at the pastor, angry said. You are taking the lives of the brothers of the warband to save some useless people. The priest also pointedly said, necessary sacrifices are okay, we need to achieve the mission goals faster, only in this way can we defeat the orcs and let more people are saved. Okay, don't make a lot of noise. Opal Korwu stopped the two from continuing their conflict. His voice was deep and low, full of power, and shocked the two of them like a thunderbolt. I have made a decision that we cannot give up those who suffer innocently, nor can we waste our time too much and affect the strategy of the Primarch. This is a delicate balance. We only need to find a way to keep most of the people and let them just survive. Chapter Leader, what are you going to do? The think tank looked at the chapter leader and said. Chapter 69 Crushing Victory. The priest, and all the company commanders looked at the chapter leader. They remained silent, waiting for the chapter master's next words. The chapter leader is the soul of a chapter, and other fighters must have absolute awe and obedience to him. The chapter leader of the Silver Skull chapter will always be the strongest warrior in the entire chapter, the one who charges at the forefront and possesses strategy. Every brother in the battle group also supports from the heart. I will take some brothers to rescue the oppressed miners and let them hide in a safe enough place. And some brothers stay on the battleship to be alert for possible accidents. After receiving the order to complete the rescue, the fleet will start immediately orbital bombing, destroying all orc strongholds. The chapter leader looked at his brothers and said his proposal. After speaking, he put his armor-covered fist on his chest. The Silver Skulls will never forget the teachings of the Primarch. We fight for humanity, we fight for the Holy Emperor, and we fight for the Lord of Ultramar. Guardianship is our vocation and oath, and we will give the selfless redemption of the weak, the destructive wrath of the enemy. The think tank, the pastor, and the company commanders all looked at each other and nodded, expressing their agreement to the proposal. Since everything has passed, let us make a sufficiently detailed plan to try to save the most people in the fastest time. Opal looked at the holographic projection, and the finger with the built-in sensor module clicked continuously. The orcs' space combat capabilities are not strong, and we will be able to clean them up soon. The think tank expressed its opinion, our fleet is far superior to them, and it is absolutely impossible to lose this void war. This is our advantage, but it's not something to be proud of. The real difficulty lies in the ground. The orcs are stupid and powerful, like the psoriasis of the galaxy, which can't be cleaned up. The buildings of the orcs look rough, but their lethality it cannot be underestimated, and it is very likely to cause a large number of casualties on our side. The priest pointed to the rough, unesthetic buildings in the planet's surface projection. Those buildings are full of guns, and the exterior is covered with various spikes. Mankind would never adopt such crude and barbaric architecture. Obviously, those buildings belong to orcs. These guys have invaded the human planet and made various modifications to it, creating war fortresses one after another. We were created and empowered, isn't it just to fight against these abominable things? Opal said, those captured humans are basically imprisoned in mines to mine minerals for orcs. Those mines extend in all directions. Judging from thermal imaging and electromagnetic detection data, these mines are very deep. If orbital bombing occurs, those survivors can enter the depths and survive. We have a total of 200 original casting brothers in our hands. We can draw 150 of them and divide them into 10 teams. Each team is responsible for an important mine. After capturing the mine, let the survivors flee to deep underground. In this way, most of the survivors will be able to survive. Chapter Leader Corvo's strategic arrangement made everyone nod, and there was nothing wrong with it. How to judge the timing of orbital bombing? If the delay is too long, those orcs may also hide underground. The think tank asked. According to my order, if there is no order, then launch the orbital bombing in 3 hours. If there is no problem, let's prepare separately. It is estimated that the space battle will end in an hour, and we will airdrop into the planet. The think tank, the pastor, and the company commanders of each company, after performing the eagle salute, they turned and left. The sound of everyone's footsteps gradually faded away, and only the chapter leader stood alone in front of the slowly rotating image of the Yelia galaxy. He stared at the holographic projection, trying to see through all the secrets of this galaxy. The equipment is constantly focusing, making mechanically unique rotating sounds and vibrating buzzing sounds, displaying all the collected strategic data to the user. Planet landscapes, settlement maps, known military forces, and more. Opal looked at the information, and kept deducing possible emergencies on the battlefield and practical solutions in his mind. After thinking for a long time, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Blood flowed violently in his majestic body, air flowed to and from his lungs at 4 times the speed of ordinary people, and the breath rolled up seemed to carry the power of tides. Opal controlled his breathing rhythm, silently prayed to the Primarch and the Emperor, and then walked out to the airborne deck. It's on the control room of the battleship Silver Arrow. Admiral Yisa was browsing the battlefield data. When the orc battle barges saw the arrival of the Imperial warship, they turned around one after another and rushed towards the Imperial fleet. As everyone has analyzed, the space power possessed by the orcs in the Yelia galaxy is not strong. A tattered battle barge formation, some small battle boats assembled in strange shapes, and several space defense space stations. Beastmen are manic and tyrannical, and their nature of not wanting to destroy things all the time makes those things look tattered, even emitting black smoke and electric sparks. What a disgusting race. Looking at the picture sent back by the augury instrument, Esther made no secret of her dislike for orcs. These vulgar and clumsy orcs can always unexpectedly use their innate talents to assemble various machines that obviously cannot be used. This green race is like a space vulture, searching for all usable garbage in space. Many of the orc ships are imperial abandoned fleet repaired by mechanic boys. Sometimes, orc ships hover in the void, and the Empire can't tell if it's a hulk or not. Smoking, sparking, possibly on fire. A ship like this, no matter how you look at it, is an abandoned ship, and it may explode at any time when it is opened. The orcs can drive these ships to wander and plunder among the stars. Sayer observed the position of each orc battle barge through the tactical holographic projection, and predicted their possible battlefield reactions. It is worth mentioning that the battlefield in space can only be displayed with holographic stereoscopic projection. Space is three-dimensional. In addition to front, back, left, and right, there are also up and down, which is one more dimension than the sea surface. This has led to battles between battleships that are much more complicated than people imagined. Every admiral who can command a space battle is a rare elite. It is not an easy task to dispatch each warship from the complicated battlefield to ensure that it can win as planned. It is difficult for ordinary people to even sort out the information of the fleet, let alone command. In response to the Imperial fleet's attack, the orc fleet launched a front full of mistakes. Esther could tell at a glance that these orcs did not have a unified command. Without a powerful orc leader, those orc fleets are always in such chaos. There are more than 20 orc battle barges, and the number is not rare. Each of them is equipped with a large number of artillery and light spear arrays. Every available space on the battle barge was equipped with weapons by the orcs. In the simple cognition of the orcs, the bigger and more cannons, the stronger they are. Iser issued a battle order: use the spear point tactics, divide and encircle, and give these damned greenskins a little bit of power. The Imperial fleet launched an offensive in a uniform manner, piercing the orcs' crude space defense line like a single spear. Such a battle is not considered a battle, it is completely one-sided crushing. The Imperial fleet destroyed the orcs' only space power in a devastating manner. One battle barge after another belonging to the orcs exploded silently in space. The space station in low Earth orbit was quickly wiped out by the powerful firepower of the Imperial fleet. Esther looked at the communications director who was connected to the console with a nerve cable. Tell the chapter master that the orc space force has been cleared and his airborne plan can be carried out. Chapter 70 I think I can be the boss. The sound of machinery humming echoed on the carrier deck of the Argent Hammer. The squad of the Silver Skulls, which was selected for ground combat, jogged into the designated location for the final inspection of their weapons. The heavily armored Thunderhawk gunship transports had their engines activated, waiting to take them to the surface. The ribs were hollowed out, and the munitions machine servant installed with servo machinery moved slowly between the vehicles, using the mechanical arm with steel bones and exposed hydraulic pipes to place the shells, power packs, and fuel pumps in designated positions. The chapter servants came and went in a hurry, bringing equipment, metals, weapons, and ammunition for the Primaris Space Marines who were about to dispatch. Chapters of the chapter marched along rows of ready-to-go warriors, leading them in reciting the chapter's battle rights and pasting oath papers on their ships. Cherubs and silver-plated servo skulls hovered above the warriors, carrying sensors that belched so thickly that the entire load deck was smoky. Chapter leader Opal and Think Tank stood in front of the observation platform, watching the final preparations. A servant wearing a battle regiment robe came up and said respectfully. Captain Iser reported that the Imperial fleet has successfully obtained control of low Earth orbit and is ready to airborne at any time. It looks like you're about to get the war you crave, Commander, said the librarian. You make me feel like a war-loving space wolf. Opal looked at the think tank of the battle group, with a smile on his resolute face. Obviously, he was joking with the think tank. Following the will of the Primarch, I fight for humanity and the Emperor. War is only a means we use, not a tool for our own pleasure. The 10,000-year-long war has already made us lose our original intention. The Emperor created us for peace, but many brothers have sunk into the war and cannot extricate themselves. This is undoubtedly a great tragedy. The think tank smiled lightly, in the tone there was no shortage of some mockery. The Primarch will change all of this. Opal said, we are changing, and humans are also changing. Even for the Empire, it is only a little bit, but it has already made a good start. Our mission is to help Lord Primarch continue to expand these changes, and one day, the Emperor's dream will come true. I hope so. The think tank said, and he took out an Emperor tarot card, plain and simple. Opal took it over and looked at the card. It was a clown card that was fooling the audience and making people laugh. Fate's clown, said the librarian. What do you mean? Opal frowned slightly. You mean the fate of mankind or this battle? I don't know. During the divination, I thought too much, which made the result biased. It may be neither, or it may represent both. The prophecy is full of uncertainty, and the clown is the Emperor Tarot, the most complex of the cards. It represents fooling and having fun. No one knows whose face is under the clown mask until the show is over. You should concentrate on predicting this battle instead of thinking about other things. Opal put the crystal-polished Emperor Tarot card back into the think tank's palm. Captain, the prayer is over. The priest's voice echoed in the battle group channel. Okay, now the conversation about divination is over. After finishing speaking, Opal ignored the think tank, and went straight to the railing of the observation deck, facing the brothers of the battle group who were about to go into battle. He pressed the communicator to amplify his voice. Brothers. Opal's voice echoed throughout the carrier deck. Once again, we will fight in the name of the Lord and Emperor of Ultramar. In 10 minutes, the fleet will enter the orbit of the planet. We will airborne and face those damned greenskins. Let us add another victory to the battle group's record. Other fighters responded to Opal in the communication. They chanted slogans, full of high morale. For the Emperor. For Guilliman. Opal watched them, smiling. He pressed the rune button on his iron fist, and a ceramic alloy heat shield slid down to cover his helmet. One last check, then prepare for airborne. Opal ordered the thinker of the armor to confirm the basic information such as the servo system, weapons and ammunition, and flight bag fuel. Wait until all the tooltips on the helmet panel turn green. He steps towards a gunship that emits a low hum. The other fighters followed closely and entered different gunships. After confirming that everyone is ready, Opal will activate the team battle mode and share each other's data information. At the same time, distribute the previously formulated strategic arrangements to each team. Flight routes and war maps appeared in the minds and eyes of the soldiers. Confirm your mission, brothers. Opal said through the communication channel. Confirmed. Confirmed. The voices of various teams came one after another from the communication channel. Then let's get down to business and start airborne. Opal issued an order. The pilot of the gunship machine pressed the start button, and a slight vibration was transmitted to everyone along the metal bulkhead. Energy is delivered into the propulsion system, dazzling flames are ejected from the propulsion port, and the huge thrust propels the huge gunboat transport plane, slowly driving out of the carrying deck. Accompanied by hurried sounds and flashing lights, the huge hangar door was slowly opened. The Stormbird fighter jets flew out first. They needed to suppress the Orcs' anti-aircraft firepower for the primordial space fighters, and conduct a bombing to weaken the Orcs' resistance. The boxy Thunderhawk gunship followed closely behind, rushing towards the planet that had been invaded and polluted by the Orcs. On the mine. Trash shrimp. The Orc warrior Ulfjud poked the human lying on the ground with his hammer, mumbling dissatisfiedly. Another shrimp died, and the boss knew he would beat him to death. They need a lot of shrimp to dig things, and then give the things to the mechanic boy, who will turn those things into iron sheets, and then forge all kinds of good things. So, they can't kill all the shrimp. Otherwise, you have to dig things yourself. Ufer doesn't want to dig things. Digging things won't get those high-grade scraps and parts, and you won't have those shiny teeth, and you won't be able to make yourself greener, bigger, and stronger. Orcs only get bigger, greener, and stronger on the battlefield. Ufo touched the modified gun on his waist, thinking about the possibility of killing his boss with one shot. His modified gun is very good. This big gun is so big, so thick, and so strong. Big enough to fit a fart in and pop out with a bang. Can make all enemies cry like a fart. UFO took his own hammer and slammed the fallen shrimp's head a few times. The blow was so that he couldn't wake up the other party, so he gave up the idea of continuing to save the other party. Orcs' medical treatment is very simple, just wake them up if they are unconscious. If you can't wake up, you are dead. Uffer often uses this method to rescue those grits who have fallen to the ground. With one hammer down, 2 or 3 out of 10 can always jump up. Is considered a good medical skill. UFO grabbed the shrimp's body, threw it into his mouth, and started chewing. Tastes a bit worse than squig. Uver chewed on the shrimp's corpse, and walked towards the battle fortress. In order to avoid being killed by his boss, he decided to kill the boss first. Why, I think I can be the boss. Chapter 71 I am the boss. The Stormbird rushed into the planet's atmosphere like a death scythe, and when it swept out, it left a trail of white marks behind. The speed of these fighter planes made their armor shells rub against the air at high speed, forming terrifying high temperatures and flames. Like bolides, they quickly swept across the sky. Stormbird locked onto the Orc fortress on the ground and started the bombing program. Lasers, missiles, and bombs bombard the designated target like raindrops. Small mushroom clouds emerged on the ground, bridges collapsed, and buildings collapsed. The surface defense system was activated, the Orcs' rough artillery fired, and a sea of lasers and explosions appeared in the entire sky. Stormbird rushed out of the sea of flames in the air with a small shield on it, circled in a circle, and continued to bombard the ground, attracting a wave of firepower for the subsequent Thunderhawk gunships. When the Thunderhawk gunboat reached an altitude of 400 meters, the hatch was opened. The firepower on the ground is so strong that the gunship has no way to land, so the Primaris Space Marines can only jump down at this height. Opal activated the magnetic lock of the combat boots, and with the help of the magnetic force, he could stand stably inside the Thunderhawk gunboat. The Thunderhawk gunboat was shaking, even if it supported the shield and was still maneuvering at high speed, it was still difficult to evade all the firepower of the Orcs. Orcs have poor aim, and that's something the whole world knows. I can't stand the firepower of others, saturated coverage, no matter what you can hit. For the honor of Ultramar, for the honor of the Silver Skull. Opal shouted, quick, we must land as soon as possible and seize the anti-aircraft artillery positions. For the Emperor, shouted a chapter brother, and he strode forward, the armor's servo drives bearing his weight and pushing forward. When approaching the door, he suddenly jumped up and jumped out of the hatch. The other brothers followed, they ran to the hatch, and jumped down. Opal was the last to jump out of the hatch. After jumping out of the hatch, Opal heard the whistling wind. Thunderhawk and Stormbird passed through the sky at high speed, causing a huge sonic boom, leaving white trails in the turbid air. Fighters provide aerial fire support for the airborne troops. The height of 400 meters is not enough to kill a Primaris Space Marine. With the heart of Guilliman, they can quickly recover from non-fatal injuries. After free falling 50 meters, Opal activated the power pack installed on the back. The powerful propelling flames lit up from behind, making his whole body stop, and then changed the free fall course, rushing directly to the enemy's artillery positions. The orcs quickly realized their approach, and a lot of firepower poured in their direction. Opal was hit once, a dent appeared on the armor, and his figure rolled over. The soul of the machine helped him to automatically restore the route, allowing him to continue to maintain a level flight. Chapter Commander, I thought you were going to be killed. I was still a little distressed and thought there was going to be another duel. A brother's teasing sound came from the communication. The chapter master of the Silver Skull needs to accept the challenge of accepting the dissatisfied, of course only on the day he takes office. Everyone is allowed to challenge the position of the new chapter master in a duel. Opal defeated all the company commanders once. If you want to run for chapter master, wait another 100 years. Opal laughed. Then I have to fight hard. I haven't even participated in the head election, so I died, which is embarrassing. Ha ha ha, you, a recruit who has only been in the army for 10 years, also want to be the commander. Opal didn't care about their jokes. He kept his eyes on the ground. When he saw a rough orc fortress floating above the surface, he issued an order, get ready for battle, the landing point has been marked. He raised his bolt gun, and the chainsaw sword also rotated at high speed, making a whining sound. The orcs standing on the platform of the fort let out an angry roar. They held up their torches and shot around, waving all kinds of crude and powerful weapons. Punishment has come, Opal whispered. Ulver walked in a huge rusted and decayed tunnel, the sound of his footsteps echoed in it, and his muscular arms pushed aside the old hanging wires. Red eyes stare at every part of the tunnel, beware of underground monsters that may appear. They have dug their tunnels very deep in order to get the minerals. Every time you go up, you need to walk for a long time, and you need to take a mine cart. He rubbed the big gun at his waist with his hand, feeling the weight of the big gun, and he was full of confidence in murdering the boss. This gun is his most precious asset, and he got every part himself. Some were found from the scrap heap, and some traded their teeth with other orcs. In the end, it took a lot of white and long teeth to let a mechanic kid help him shape them. Uver figured the gun would take him to the battlefield, free him from digging. I heard that there are many big and green orcs fighting with shrimps. Fighting with Zaimai is the best, and winning the fight has the most benefits. There are many weapons, a lot of waste, and you can catch Zioxiemi. Those white bean sprouts are poor and run fast. Black bean sprouts are poor and run faster. Metal shells are too hard, poor, and they're not Waoic enough to fight, only long range. Bad shrimp, the poorest existence, they all rob the good shrimp to live. After all, dried shrimps are the best. I can play as much as I want, and I get a lot of rewards. There are scrap iron everywhere, and I can find a lot of good things. The tunnel lights flickered, and the wires crackled and dropped lots of sparks as Uver walked by. Suddenly, the roar of an explosion came. The whole ground shook. It seems that the ground is at war. Other clans are coming? Uver's mind was thinking of other clans coming to fight. This kind of thing rarely happened after the appearance of the largest orc warlord. They want to launch Waoic, so they can't fight, they can only fight with Zaimai. Thinking of this, Ufa quickened his pace, and he took his big gun in his hand. The modified gun can blast everything in sight into puddles of mud and debris. As long as you hold it, Devar is not afraid of anything. When they ran to the upper floor, a group of grits ran around crying and howling. Their nut-sized brains prevented them from thinking too much. At this moment, they just kept screaming two words, shrimp, shrimp. Here comes the shrimp. Uver became even more excited. He kicked the fart who was blocking the way, and charged forward with his modified gun. Waoic, I am the best orc, an orc warrior with a big gun. When Mufo ran to the upper floor, he happened to see those big shrimps falling to the ground. They always wear full armor that shines brightly. On the other side, the clan boss was also roaring. He was holding a huge hammer, and when he swung it, he directly hit the two orc boys next to him into the air. Waoic. Uver rushed over with a big gun. Bang. Uver pulled the trigger. The huge sound shook the entire fortress like a thunderstorm. The big shrimp he aimed at had nothing to do with it, which stunned UFO for a moment. His gun was so powerful, it was impossible. The roaring clan boss looked at the hole in his chest, a black smoky hole, and a big question mark appeared on his head. How could there be such a big hole? He turned his head and saw Uver holding a large smoking gun. Before he could speak, he fell to the ground with a snap, out of breath. Originally, the fighting on the battlefield has reached a fever pitch, the orcs are roaring, and humans are also roaring. After a gunshot, the orcs and humans stopped, looking at the fallen clan boss with astonishment on their faces. Opal was also a little stunned. The orcs' head accuracy is well known. This is true, but it is so ridiculous that it is really a bit too much. For such a big orc, the feeling of oppression was full, but before he could make a move, he was collapsed by his own people. You don't even dare to act like this in acting. UFO looked at the calm orc and Zaimai, and saw the boss who fell to the ground, but he didn't think too much. If the boss is dead, then he is the boss. I saw him raising the big gun in his hand and roaring, Waoic, I am the boss, hack these shrimps to death with me. Chapter 72 Deep in the tunnel. The sudden change stunned everyone. The clan boss was killed like this? Still killed by his own people. Both sides stopped their hands strangely, as if they were suspended. It wasn't until Uver's shout broke the weird scene. It's like hitting play on a paused TV show. The next second, the orcs and the original cast space fighters fought again. Opal kicked one of the orcs who rushed forward, and the chainsaw sword in his hand pierced the abdomen of the other orc, splitting it in two. Then he rushed to the guy who shouted that he was the boss of the orc, trying to decapitate him. Ufer didn't show any weakness either. He raised his big gun and tried to aim at the big shrimp rushing towards him. Opal lifted the bolt gun in his hand one step faster than the opponent. The helmet's aiming aid module automatically helps him calculate the trajectory and target weakness. Accompanied by a roaring sound, the bomb was fired from the barrel, and flames erupted from the muzzle. There was a loud noise, and the huge fire in the hands of the orcs exploded into pieces. Opal froze for a moment. He aimed at the opponent's head. Unexpectedly, the opponent moved a bit, which accidentally hit the opponent's gun, causing it to explode. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and when blades are at war, the difference between milliseconds can determine life and death. Only fighters who seize every opportunity can live to the end. Failed to kill the opponent, and Opal did not hesitate at all. He stepped forward. Servo humming inside the armor, providing assistance to its users. The single molecule blade of the chainsaw sword rotates at high speed, eager to bite the flesh and blood of the enemy. After reaching a certain distance, Opal leaped up, and with the help of his body weight and impact force, he slashed at the opponent with a powerful sword. Fighting to the death, without any fancy skills. The simplest is the deadliest. Ufer subconsciously raised the huge fire system in his hand. Sparks burst out, and terrifying scratches appeared on the metal barrel of the fire system. The monomolecular blade continuously cuts the barrel, causing it to shoot out a series of sparks. Waik! Ufer roared as he saw the barrel being cut open. In the name of Mao-Ershan, he wants to kill this prawn. His big gun is so precious, this big shrimp dared to break it, and even dared to chop on it. Definitely, must kill this big shrimp. Opal originally wanted to use the chainsaw sword in his hand to cut off the opponent's fire line, and then dismember the opponent. While suppressing the opponent, the orc kid next to him chopped at his head with a machete. Go to hell, big shrimp. Realizing the crisis, Opal had no choice but to kick the orc who was holding a musket and killed the clan boss. Bending to avoid another orc's machete, dodging a fatal blow to the head. The orc's machete missed his head, leaving a terrible scar on his power armor. The other party let out an angry roar, angry that he failed to harvest the head of the big shrimp. Opal swung the chainsaw sword in his hand away from the opponent's machete again, seized the opportunity, and slashed on the opponent's head with one blow. The huge orc's head was sliced open by the high-speed rotating monomolecular blade of the chainsaw sword, and the orc's brain was smashed to pieces. Captain, according to the information obtained from the radar detection, more orcs are approaching us. Another soldier's voice sounded on the communication channel. Opal knocked down a 2-meter-high orc warrior with a backhand elbow, put the bolt gun on the opponent's head, and sent the opponent to meet the god Mao-Ershan with a bang. Help me open the communication, I want to talk to Captain Iser. Opal also realized that the number of orcs was increasing, and they were about to be overwhelmed. They only had 15 fighters. What they faced was the entire orc clan, and even all the orcs in the entire nearby area. If a planet is occupied by orcs for 20 years, then the surface must be full of orcs. Orcs reproduce extremely fast, and they can also build their own ecological system. Even in the harshest environment, they can adapt to transformation. As time goes by, the orcs in other areas will inevitably reinforce the battle here. The longer it is delayed, the worse it will be for them. Opal is going to ask for some help. Communication has been linked, Commander. The communication soldier carrying the communication equipment shouted. The environment of each planet is different, and some are full of disordered electromagnetic storms and stellar radiation. There are always sandstorms, thunderstorm clouds, and many other bad weather. To maintain communication with the fleet in orbit, special communication equipment is often required. These devices are powerful, even if they are underground, they can send messages to the fleet and other friendly forces seeking support and help. The only disadvantage is that it is too bulky and cannot be integrated into the warrior's power armor. Even heavy power armors such as Centurion and Terminator have no way to integrate such communication devices. Only people can be arranged to carry relevant communication equipment. Opal kicked an orc away, allowing the machine soul to connect to the fleet communication channel rune that turned green. Captain Iser, this is the first action team. I am Chapter Master Opal. I need a round of light spear support. Clean up those damned orc reinforcements for me, otherwise we will be dragged here. Understood, Chapter Commander, please send the coordinates. I will let the technical priest analyze it, and the first round of support is expected to start in 30 seconds. Yes sir's voice distorted by the communicator came from his ear, calm and indifferent. There is no worry about Opal and others being in danger, nor is there a hasty tone. As if he didn't care about the lives of all the members of this team. Opal is used to this, and knows that Esther doesn't care about the lives of Primaris space warriors. In order to serve the Emperor, admirals generally undergo brain strengthening to weaken emotional responses. This can prevent emotions from affecting rational judgment and affecting the outcome of the war. For the dangerous space battlefield that requires a huge amount of calculations, any emotional fluctuations are unnecessary. Only reason is everything. Opal swung the chainsaw sword and killed an orc boy, clicked a few runes on the armored arm, and sent the team's coordinate information to the fleet. The coordinates have been confirmed, and the target attack has been launched. Feedback with mechanical cues. Opal looked up at the sky, and the thick clouds were lit by the power of the coming stars. A tower-like beam of light descends from the sky, extremely bright, and the helmet automatically adjusts the brightness to prevent Opal from being burned by the strong light. In an instant, a light spear linked the sky and the ground. Within the coverage of the beam of light, the orcs' vehicles and artillery made rumbling explosions. Where it passed was a sea of flames, and everything that could be ignited was ignited. Those orcs who swarmed were vaporized in the huge spear, and there was not even a bone residue left. When the smoke dissipated, the light spear fell within 500 meters, not even a single brick or piece of scrap iron was left. Several light spears fell in a row, and many orcs who wanted to support the fortress were directly emptied. The orcs in the fortress were finally killed and collapsed, fleeing in all directions. Don't chase them. Opal restrained the team members' urge to continue hunting orcs. Their mission is not this. After rectifying, Opal led the team to the depths of the fortress. Dark, tunnel with lumen lamps hanging, mottled and old, full of rusty metal structures everywhere. The lumen lamp hanging on the roof of the tunnel will flicker from time to time. Those thick cables hang like black pythons. The lights embedded in the wall flickered. The vision aid system within the Opal helmet automatically adjusts the light patterns to ensure these mighty warriors remain visible. Some of the fleeing orcs are hidden in the tunnel. From time to time, they would rush out from various parts of the tunnel, brandishing weapons, and be dealt with by Opal and others. The team went deep all the way, leaving behind orc corpses all over the place. After going 700 or 800 meters deep, they bypassed the messy tunnel again. The sound of clanging knocking, mixed with the hum of machinery came from the depths of the dark tunnel. Act in secret. Opal whispered to the other members of the team. I don't know if the deep underground is the orcs' armory or something else, it's always right to be careful. Just as they lowered their feet and walked stealthily in the dark. A footstep sounded in the darkness. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, there is also a beam of light. Chapter 73. Be lenient with them. Opal frowned. Years of experience in fighting the enemies of the Emperor made him well aware of the cunning and viciousness of the aliens. The previous tunnels had flickering lumen lights, but the tunnels here are completely dark, and there is a problem at first glance. Opal raised the bolt gun in his hand and aimed at the source of the sound and the source of the light. The servo system in the helmet hums, and the display panel of the helmet simulates the ballistic trajectory. As long as he pulls the trigger, the explosive bullet in the gun chamber will be fired, killing the target, or even blowing it to pieces. Just when he was about to pull the trigger, a skinny man walked out of the darkness trembling with a miner's lamp filled with inert gas and designed in the shape of a portable kerosene lamp. Seeing the warrior in power armor hiding in the shadows, the man trembled in fright. Seeing the caliber in the opponent's hand that was thicker than his own wrist, he was frightened and collapsed to the ground. Compatriots. Opal was stunned for a moment, then put down the mask of his helmet, revealing a resolute face with a hideous wound. Emperor Angel. Seeing the face under the helmet, the man was stunned for a moment, unable to believe what he saw. Surprise appeared on his face, followed by deep fear. Opal keenly sensed something was wrong. Run! The man yelled. At this time, in the depths of the dark tunnel, a bright plasma light emerged, followed by a heat wave. 8 consecutive basketball-sized plasma light spheres shot out from the depths of the tunnel, swift as lightning. Look for cover! Opal yelled, and pulled the trembling man by the hand to hide in a sunken earth pit. The plasma ball passed through the air, and there was a faint smell of ozone. The air is decomposed by electric ions to form ozone. Opal lay tightly on the ground. A high-temperature warning came from the sensor module on his back. Once hit, the ball of plasma is powerful enough to melt ceramic alloy. Opal saw a comrade's signal rune flashing a few times, then it turned red, and then disappeared in the team's communication channel. He looked towards the position of the comrade in arms, and the standard power armor made of ceramic alloy was directly penetrated and melted into molten iron. The broken body fell to the ground, and twitched unconsciously. Opal felt sad in his heart. The voices of other team members came from the communication. No, Dukos. Poor Dukos. May he return to the Emperor's arms. Damn greenskins. Everyone grieves for their lost companions. Pay the price, greenskin. Opal let go of the man in his hand, roared and stood up. He raised his bolter and fired at the enemy's position. He has participated in the battle for 120 years, and his companions who entered the battle band with him have all been recalled by the Emperor, but he is still fighting. The fire of vengeance made Opal's hand holding the gun extremely stable. With a century of combat experience, he can easily determine the position of the enemy. Other fighters followed closely behind him and opened fire. After a moment of intense firefighting, the tunnel calmed down again. Opal walked over and saw 3 damaged double-track plasma cannons fired in parallel, as well as the corpses of several orcs. These sinister guys, every alien is despicable. Opal angrily kicked the corpse of the orc who had lost all signs of life. After venting his anger, he walked back to where he was just now, to see how the man he rescued was doing. That man behaved well, was coerced as bait, and did not betray the Holy Emperor. Walking back, he found that the man was also dead. The gravel that was accidentally blown up during the battle pierced his eyes and killed him. Ordinary human life is so vulnerable to such a battlefield. Any piece of rubble that is insignificant to Primaris Space Marines can kill them. May your soul be able to go to the Emperor's throne. Opal crouched down and prayed for the man, then stood up. Keep going. After walking a further distance, the dark tunnel reappeared with faint light. They came to the human gathering place. A large number of mining machines are still running, making a booming sound. There are also some humans digging with primitive tools such as iron pickaxes. What they ate was a kind of half-plant and half-meat provided by the orcs, and what they drank was sewage from the mine. There are still a large number of human snow-white skulls left in the gathering place, and it is obvious that they are all humans who died here. In the name of the Holy Emperor, we need you to send a representative to talk to us. Opal walked towards those trembling people, his tall steel body looked down at the crowd trembling with fear. The Emperor's Angel. An old man with grey hair came out. The old man's old face is covered with wrinkles, and the clothes on his body are worn out, which are already equivalent to strips of cloth. Opal looked at the other party, a trace of pity emerged in his heart. Is everyone here? Yes, my lord, are you here to save us? The old man asked in a terrified and humble tone, rubbing his thick-jointed palm with only a layer of skin left. We are recovering the galaxies taken by the orcs, and you are one of them. Opal said. Are we saved? Did the Holy Emperor take pity on our suffering and send salvation? Said the old man. The Lord of Ultramar has awakened, and he is leading the army to recover the lost world of the Empire. Opal talked about the situation of the expedition, and then asked, What's your name? Darrence, Emperor's Angel, my name is Danrance. The old man said tremblingly. Opal said, Very well, Dan Luns, you have become the temporary leader. The orcs on the surface have not been cleaned up. We need an orbital bombing to clean up the orcs on the entire planet. You go to organize those people and let them. They took precautions to avoid casualties. Darrance nodded, turned to the ragged survivors, and spoke the Emperor's Angel's order. Thanks to the Emperor, they are here at last. Didn't they come to rescue us? Didn't they bring clean food and water? I'm dying, can't they put other things aside and save me first? Are they really here to save us? Or are they going to execute us all? Put us together and kill them, so that these histories can be easily erased. Some of the survivors looked with joy, some with anger, and some with doubts. They lived in despair and darkness for 20 years. The Empire turned a blind eye to this. It is undoubtedly a betrayal of them. After this galaxy was occupied by orcs, they were driven into the tunnels to mine. Every day, those bastards, orc boys beat them with whips and make them work. Long-term labor left them bruised and skinny. The situation is dire for both men and women. Now, when they met the Emperor's Angel, they were naturally shocked and frightened. Reminiscent of the many rumors I have heard before, in order to cover up the scandal of their own mistakes, the imperial politicians executed extinction orders on some planets. It's the poor hapless ones they're afraid of themselves. The facial features of the Primaris Space Marines are extremely sharp, and every word and deed of the survivors is captured by them. Even if those people lowered their voices, they could still hear clearly. Opal didn't pay much attention and care about this. He opened the mission communication panel and said on the public channel, the mission of the first action team has been completed, and the targets have been confirmed to all enter the underground tunnel. These guys have no gratitude. A comrade in arms shook his head when he heard the survivors' comments, his tone was full of frustration and anger. They sacrificed their fellows to save them, only to be suspected and jealous. Be lenient with them. They have suffered so much that they can no longer tell the good from the bad. Opal picked up the weapon, glanced at the flickering tunnel, and said, Be prepared to fight, we have to beware of those greenskins enter the tunnel. Chapter 74 Extermination Order. The lumen lights installed on the roof of the tunnel flickered, making the lighting very dim. Opal and others are holding bolt guns and chainsaw swords, hiding in the darkness, waiting for the counterattack of the orcs. The orcs counterattacked as expected, but they waited for a long time but did not show up. It doesn't fit the character of an orc. A team member whispered in the communication channel. His words resonated with the other companions. In the past, the orcs would rush in desperately. But now, there is no movement, which makes them feel weird. Keep quiet. Opal is also strange. Holy Emperor, what are these damned greenskins doing? The tunnel was extraordinarily quiet, except for the hissing sound from the poorly maintained electrical circuits, and the sound of water dripping from the ceiling in the damp area. There was nothing. There is no mad roar of the greenskins. There is no chaotic, disorderly footsteps. Opal and the others went deep into the ground, so they naturally didn't know that the orcs outside were already in a mess. After the orc UFO killed the clan boss, before he took the position of the clan boss, he learned something bad from the mechanic kid. The big boats of the shrimps have taken over the sky. The orcs are isolated on this planet. I'm the smartest orc, and I think I can't die here. I will be a warlord in the future, and I will be the Emperor's orc. The boss of the clan, the boss of the orc, these big guys fight all day long, but Uver feels that they are not as good as him. Smart orcs should live, so that they can continue to fight with shrimps in the days to come. To find better scrap, better parts, and build bigger, thicker, stronger guns. To get bigger, greener, stronger, more warlike. UFO, who realized that this planet could not stay on, went to find the most powerful Dagobah in the clan after the prawns entered the tunnel. It was an orc with many tool hands on his body. Dagobah can always tinker with all kinds of powerful weapons to help the orcs defeat shrimps, metal boxes, and bean sprouts. In addition to crafting weapons, they can also repair various things. Relying on the prestige of the new clan boss and promising to give the other party a mountain of teeth and a mountain of waste, Wufa got the help of Dagobah. A 20-meter-long shrimp transport boat was dragged out, and after being tampered with by Dagobah, it flew up and rushed towards the starry sky. All parts of the transport boat in flight were shaking non-stop. The engine is also puffing out black smoke. It gives people a feeling that it will fall apart at any time. But this ship is still operating steadily in a mode that other races cannot understand, rushing into space at an extremely fast speed. The range of a planet's low Earth orbit is extremely large. The Imperial fleet has firepower unmatched by the orcs, but it would be difficult to block the entire planet without the defensive circle of orbital space stations, weapon satellites, defense platforms, and many other structures. Under the circumstances that the shrimp fleet could not encircle, UFO ran away with the big machine master and a group of obedient orc boys. The orc crowd in the area where Opal and others are located has no leader. Countless orcs were beaten to death, and they had to choose a new clan boss, so they couldn't care about Opal and the others. Silver Arrow. Admiral and captain of the Silver Arrow, Esther sat in his command position, looking at the holographic screen in front of him, his face as cold as ever. Runes flickered across the dimly lit screen. These runes represent that the rescue team sent by Chapter Master Opal is completing the mission. 9 runes have turned green, representing the completion of the task. There is one last rune that does not turn green. The fleet still has to wait. Communication supervisors, power supervisors, etc. each sit in their own positions. Their scalps are all embedded with nerve cables connected to the battleship's main control center. The thinkers and computer slaves placed behind them are sharing their computing load, allowing these senior executives to better undertake their own work. Ding! A clear and pleasant voice sounded, and the last reminder rune changed from red to green. On behalf of all mission teams evacuated from the surface and entered the ground. The original battle plan is completed, it's time to move on to the next step. Use a virus bomb, launch an extermination order. Esther, who was sitting on the command throne, straightened her body, opened the communication channel of the entire fleet, and gave an order. Following Esther's order, the bottom deck became busy, preparing for the extermination order. Low-ranking officers waved whips to beat those neglected crew members, so that they could complete their work more efficiently. Virus bombs that required multiple passwords and fingerprint confirmation by officers at all levels were extracted from the Silver Arrow's confidential arsenal. Using a huge freight elevator to transport it to the artillery deck, the mechanical cantilever grabs it and fills it into the macro gun. Even if an extinction order was issued that would destroy life on a planet, Esther remained absolutely calm. Looking at the screen in front of him like that, he didn't take the next step until the prompt rune that the extinction order was ready appeared on the screen. The extinction purification is activated. Esther pressed the button and said in a low voice. Amidst the silent roar, the shells loaded with microbial viruses were shot out by the macro cannon and flew towards the planet. A large number of shells were detonated in the planet, and bursts of green mist were stirred up at the place of the explosion. Looking from outer space, the explosion positions of those shells are evenly distributed. The green mist formed by the explosion expanded rapidly, covering the entire planet. The Empire possesses many weapons capable of destroying planets. But if it is said that the best way to purify the green skin is undoubtedly the most suitable virus bomb. The virus will kill those invisible spores, ensuring that there will be no future troubles. The original intention of this virus bomb design is to obliterate all life on the surface of the planet. Will destroy the cellular structure of the target at the molecular level. It only takes a few seconds, the virus will quickly swallow everything, and then quickly split and grow. Any flesh and blood that comes into contact with these viruses will dissolve and become a pool of putrid flesh. The virus shells fired by the Silver Arrow are enough to destroy the world hundreds of times. They were cast at different latitudes and altitudes, thoroughly covering every corner of the planet. With the help of airflow, those viruses quickly passed through forests and plains, entered oceans and rivers, swept across aquatic algae communities, and covered all life forms on this planet. Purging an entire planet with chainswords and cannons is a time-consuming and expensive endeavor. Using virus is quick and easy. The orcs roared to the sky, wanting to fight those nasty shrimps. Unfortunately, their ideas are doomed to fail. The orcs looked up at the sky. Before they could react, they were already corroded by the virus and died on the spot. Flesh and flesh melted and flowed from the skeleton, the nervous system disintegrated, and the bones were as soft as jelly. Within 10 minutes, thousands of orcs fell, disintegrated into decayed flesh and blood. The giant screen in the control room of the battleship shows the scene of virus bombs eroding the entire world. A dark patch bloomed like an evil flower, rapidly expanding into a black ring, swallowing everything on the surface at an alarming speed, leaving only the grey wasteland behind. On the other side, another wave of decay spread from another area on the surface of the earth, leaving behind only decayed flesh and blood. The two streams of black matter converged and continued to spread across the surface of the planet like a terrible disease. All life on the entire planet is screaming. The orcs roared in pain, but after a while, they couldn't make any sound. The virus eroded their internal organs and vocal organs, turning them into silent corpses. Those corrupt flesh and blood flowed like a strange long river. Too bad the orcs have no connection to the warp. Otherwise, the death of such an orc will definitely cause a violent subspace ether storm. Opal and others stood in the dark. They already knew that the fleet had launched an extermination order strike. They were underground, imagining what a terrible it was above at this time. Faced with so many deaths, Esther on the bridge was not touched at all, and was indifferent to the death of the alien. Wait until the whole planet is covered in virus, decaying and rotten. Esther issued a second order, preparing to ignite the entire planet to ensure the effect of the extinction order. Chapter 75 The Unlucky Demon Prince. The life of the entire planet is decaying under the terrible power of the virus bomb. Even microorganisms are eroded away. The huge amount of decaying matter produced a thick, flammable gas that enveloped the entire planet's atmosphere. Esther launched the second strike of the extermination order, Firestorm. The warships that received the order launched a light spear attack on the planet's atmosphere at the same time. Accompanied by bright scorching beams of light, the atmosphere mixed with flammable gases was ignited like dried cotton. A series of giant fire tornadoes formed due to the temperature difference appeared on the surface of the Earth, connecting the sky and the Earth, as amazing as a pillar of fire supporting the sky. The majesty of those fire tornadoes can be clearly seen even standing on the deck of a battleship in low Earth orbit. The air mixed with flammable gas burned violently, forming a roaring flame storm that swept everything in sight. The plains and mountains were turned into scorched earth, and the remains of life were burned away in the flames, leaving only barren rock formations. The ocean is also burning violently, and those huge marine organisms and microorganisms have become silted blood, releasing a large amount of flammable gas. The rotten orc corpse was in the raging flames, but it was wiped out in a moment. The scorching wind swept across the surface of the planet, and the deadly fire tornado wiped out abandoned buildings. Nothing is immune to this. Whether it is flesh and blood, buildings, or metals, they all melt and flow in this unimaginably high temperature. The remains of human buildings and the rough buildings of orcs collapsed in the raging flames. The fire burned for nearly 40 minutes before slowly stopping. The entire planet was crimson, and it took a long time for the terrifying temperature to drop slowly. It was already 4 hours after Opal and others came out of the ground. Looking around, the whole world was scorched black. This is the power of the extermination order, all signs of life will be completely erased, so as to achieve the effect of purification. Trembling, the silver-haired Denrans walked up to the surface again after 20 years. Looking up, the mountains and rivers that come into view are all scorched black. Seeing that everything was gone, only ashes were flying, his eyes also showed blankness. Rebuild from the ruins, Danrins. Opal said, this world belongs to the Empire again. The great Lord of Ultramar, the 13th son of the Emperor, Lord Guilliman has returned, and you don't have to worry about the orcs anymore. Invasion. The Empire will be reshaped, and your security will be a priority. For Danluns, Opal does not have any honorific title. It is somewhat inappropriate to call someone an old man just because he looks old. In terms of age, Opal is older than Danluns. It's just that he has undergone plastic surgery, so he doesn't look old. Master Guilliman. Danrins looked confused, he didn't know what the name represented. So did the other survivors. They looked dazed, unaware of the weight of this name. Opal didn't blame them either. They are just mortals, and most of them have never left their own planet or even the area they live in. Many things are just legends to them. The Primarch was active 10,000 years ago, and now those heroes who once walked among the stars and helped the Emperor build a great empire have long become untraceable myths and legends. Even the war between the Empire and Chaos seems absurd to many remote star regions of the Empire, like a story in the Arabian Nights. Distance can always erase many things, making the real things seem no longer real. Several gunships fell from the sky, and after opening the hatch, a group of mechanical priests, technical slaves, and political officials came out. These are the managers and builders selected by Guilliman for those disorderly worlds. The Empire owns 2/3 of the galaxy, with huge industrial and war potential. Now, the most important thing is to unleash these potentials. Only in this way can we ensure that mankind can securely win the next war. It is extremely necessary to reform every imperial world. A large number of reform builders and political officials were recruited into each expedition team. They took the orders of the original body and new technologies to various planets, helped the local transformation, and developed their potential to provide more assistance to the Empire. 3 weeks later, the Silver Skulls withdrew from the planet Yelia. Mechanical priests, technical slaves, and political officials, and members of the new church reformed by Guilliman remained. Their mission is to rebuild the planet, making it a planet suitable for human habitation and capable of providing high-quality resources to the Empire, as the Primarch designed. Resources are not limited to coal and iron, but also a large number of talents, conscripts, etc. The task of Opal and others has been completed. They are sharp swords and weapons in the hands of the Empire. The Yelia galaxy does not need weapons now, what it needs is construction and development. It is time for this sharp sword to be cast elsewhere, to continue fighting for the Emperor and the Primarch. Seeing the Yelia star shrunk to the size of a basketball, Opal also regained his focus and prepared for the next battle. Until death. Opal's heart is extremely firm, and he has no fear of the next war. The glory of Makraj. In the deep prison. You can't do this. No, no, please. Cherubel, who is the demon prince, screamed in despair. Seeing the Primarch approaching step by step, he was so frightened that he tried to shrink to the corner of the cell. I am happy that you are willing to tell me information about the subspace. But I don't like your tone. Guilliman grabbed the demon prince Cherubel, and the giant Primarch grabbed his neck. You'd better be honest, demon. Other mortals fear you because they fear your power. But I can easily crush you to death. And completely shattered your essence, and let you return to nothingness forever. Don't make me angry, or I don't mind killing you. After speaking, Guilliman threw Cherubel to the ground. Vinzenhorn stood on a plate, seeing this scene, his eyes were full of awe. Cherubel has been entangled with his feud for many years. This demon is always thinking about Vinzenthorn, thus playing with his soul. On weekdays, when Vinzenhorn faced this demon, the opponent was also extremely rampant, constantly trying to trick Vinzenhorn into giving in to his inner desires. But in front of the Primarch, the demon prince was abused terribly, not to mention bewitching. Even if he said a few more words, he would be beaten violently. Just now, Cherubel used the devil's usual GG twice, and was beaten by Guilliman, the great regent of the human empire. Cherubel said respectfully, no longer daring to have the slightest arrogance. He didn't want to use himself to try whether he would be resurrected after being killed by the Cursed One. Cherubel, why should I be so sad as the devil prince? Even if it was sealed by Vinzenhorn, it is still beaten and humiliated by the cursed parent and child. Was also forced to become a devil's traitor, performing various deception rituals, and detaining those subspace demons. Those summoned subspace demons thought they could have a feast in the real universe and harvest a lot of flesh and soul. As a result, he was beaten violently as soon as he arrived. Forced to provide Guilliman with information, but also to be enslaved by his engraving and sign an extremely unequal contract. So far, 20 subspace demons have been murdered by the parents and children of the cursed. Those demons crawled out of the subspace happily, and then ran back with ugly faces. Those subspace demons are not under the command of the four gods, and after being violently beaten and enslaved by Guilliman, no one will stand up and take revenge for them. Such an attitude is very good. Guilliman looked at the demon host lying on the ground, who had transformed into demon horns and black flesh wings, showing an unpredictable smile. Okay, I will keep it, the great human empire regent. Cherubel said humbly. How is Magnus? Guilliman asked. Chapter 76 is as bad as ever. The latest news, your brother Magnus has left the Wizard Star and came to the Imperial Sanctuary from the Dark Realm of the Empire. Cherubel looked very respectful, and when he spoke, he deliberately organized his words to avoid making the Primarch feel unhappy. Offending Guilliman will not do him any good, it will only lead to violent beatings from the opponent. In addition to the power of the damned, Guilliman has another majestic power. No matter which strand it is, it can easily kill him. Demons are just difficult to be killed by ordinary people, not truly immortal. Do you know which planet he is on? Guilliman rubbed his glove of the ruling hand and asked. My lord, Magnus has unparalleled sorcery attainments. Even in the subspace, there are very few demons who can surpass him. He is a demon Primarch, powerful, and holds the secrets in the subspace. Nobody can spy on him without him noticing. Cherubel said. There are rumors that part of the technology and power of the Emperor's creation of the Primarch comes from the four gods of the warp. Therefore, after each Primarch awakens his subspace essence, he will have unparalleled power. Beyond most of the big demons under the command of the four gods. Those original demons have no way to compare with them. Not to mention monitoring, even spying on Magnus may be discovered by the other party. You demon prince, what a waste. Guilliman mocked Cherubel unceremoniously. Cherubel. Having been the demon prince for so long, Cherubel had never felt so heartbroken. Being so humiliated, being so reviled, being so humiliated. In order to survive, Cherubel endured it. He swore that one day, he would be ashamed. Repay today's humiliation 100-fold. He Dong for 3,000 years and Hexi for 3,000 years. Don't bully the devil. One day, humans in this world will know that the devil Prince Cherubel cannot be humiliated, and he must die if humiliated. Guilliman considered the demon's words for a while, and there was not a single truth in these guys' mouths. Always lays a trap in the discourse. Treat these guys, if you are not careful, you will overturn the car, so you must be careful. Magnus, what on earth do you want? Lost for a moment, Guilliman recovered, looked at the groveling Cherubel and asked, is there any other news? The domain of the plague god has made major moves recently, and it seems that a brand new plague has been prepared to spread into the real universe. Cherubel said. It is probably the masterpiece of my other brother, Mortarion. Recently, I have been paying close attention to the god of plague. I need to know their movements and which star field they plan to carry out their vicious plan in. Okay, my lord, your faithful servant will definitely complete this task perfectly. Kilobire said respectfully. Continue to gather information. After Guilliman asked, he turned his head and walked out of the room where Kilobel was held. As the Devil Prince, Cherubel's place of detention is also very special. Imprisoned in a stone room carved with a large number of forbidden runes, there is a huge emperor's shrine at the door. Several exiled priests dressed in arms and holding weapons recited scriptures and prayers in turn. They looked solemn, different from those glamorous state priests who stood in front of people. Exiled priests generally have combat capabilities, and most of them will even carry out some mechanized transformation to enhance their strength so that they can obtain stronger self-protection capabilities. In order to better fight against the enemy of chaos, they dedicate themselves to learn the forbidden knowledge of witchcraft and the skills of profane souls. Those dark knowledge are extremely terrifying, and if the mind is a little weak, it will be corrupted, swallowed, and eventually degenerate. Learning these dark arts is undoubtedly cursing oneself. But out of their pious belief in the emperor, the exiled priests still embarked on this road without hesitation. Their fate is often very tragic. Learning those distorted, dark, and evil knowledge will inevitably be swallowed by the subspace and tortured. Grown-ups. The leading exiled priest bowed and saluted Guilliman. His eyes have been replaced with electronic prosthetic eyes, and even the flesh and blood around the eye sockets have been replaced with metal. Judging from the other party's scarred face, it was obvious that the mechanical parts had to be replaced after encountering an unimaginable life and death crisis. The exiled priest will usually follow the judge's activities to eliminate those heretics and chaos. The degree of risk is extremely high, and the mortality rate is also high. Cultists never care about their own lives and the lives of others. That's what's scary about them. Thank you for your hard work. Guilliman said. His words are sincere, and every exiled priest is worthy of admiration. Some heroes choose to die for their beliefs, while greater heroes choose to live for their beliefs. The exiled priest gave up the glory, chose to take up arms and walk into the darkness, becoming the nameless guardian, precisely for the human beings protected by the emperor. Guilliman walked out along the wide marble corridor. The exiled priests continue to perform their duties, using their devout belief in the emperor to suppress the demons. Magnus, Mortarion. Guilliman was thinking about these two demon primarches as he walked. Magnus, as a psychic who was only under the Emperor in the past and stronger than Prime Minister Malkador, became even more terrifying after he became a demon. In the original plotline, this guy threw Guilliman into the maelstrom with a single spell. If it weren't for the buffoons of the Eldar, the Legion of the Cursed, and the loyal Lord Cypher came to the rescue, I'm afraid the regent of the mighty empire would have been trapped in the maelstrom. Not to mention Mordarian. He and another big demon, Kugas, the most beloved by Nurgle, concocted the plague that almost sent Guilliman away. At the critical moment, the Emperor descended, which made Guilliman come back against the wind. Demon primarchs are ruthless characters, any contempt will make him overturned. I just don't know when these two guys will make a move. Assisting Elf, when will the second trial mission begin? Guilliman asked in his heart. The real battlefield of the Warhammer universe is in the subspace, and he must have the ability to fight against the subspace. Only in this way can he truly fight against demons. But Guilliman doesn't know much about the subspace. The reflection of biological emotions, the domain of the four gods, can allow warships to travel faster than light, and allow astropaths to transmit information in the shortest time. The subspace is also the source of many mysterious powers. Whether human beings call it true energy, mana, or Shinnick energy, the source of power beyond the physical laws of reality is in the subspace. Guilliman had no idea how these forces displaced, twisted the laws of physics to function. The warp is a realm of psychers, wizards, and thaumaturgical technology. Even if Guilliman is fused with the soul of a traveler, he can view the entire universe from a perspective beyond the universe. It is also difficult to grasp the many mysteries of the warp. Now, the only thing he can rely on is the civilization database mentioned by the auxiliary elves. I hope that there are some studies on Shinnick energy and supernatural in the database. Only in this way can he adopt more strategies for the subspace, and even use the subspace to achieve his own goals. Chaos evil gods and demons are only members of the subspace, and they cannot fully understand and control the subspace. As long as Guilliman can master the mysteries of the warp, he can also use the warp. Take the initiative in the warp. Host, please wait patiently. As long as the industrial level is sufficient to absorb new technology, the second trial task can be carried out. The civilization where the host is currently located has a very high level of technology, but there is no matching industrial level. Host, degree, keep working hard. Seeing the answer from the auxiliary elf, Guilliman could only suppress the wild thoughts in his heart and continue to steadily advance his plan, taking one step at a time and one step at a time. The technology of the human empire is basically left over from the Golden Age. You must know that the human beings at that time almost soared. One can imagine how powerful the technology of that era was. Humanity's technology is very strong, but it's a pity that with the rise of the state religion, the mechanicism has become more conservative, and instead of making progress, human technology is constantly being lost and regressed. The industrial level of each planet is also different. Some starships are flying all over the sky, and some are primitive societies. The gap is so big that it is unimaginable. Walking out of the corridor, Vinzenhorn saluted Guilliman. My lord, what's the situation? As bad as ever. Guilliman said in a relaxed tone. Chapter 77 Calgar's Gift. It's a happy event that the situation hasn't deteriorated. Vinzenhorn also smiled when he saw Guilliman's appearance. The heavy task of guarding the demons has affected the elderly judge. He is getting older. When walking, you can see the obvious aging. Your condition is not very good. Guilliman looked at Vinzenhorn and said, the demon has placed a great burden on you, quickly depriving you of your vitality and energy. Not everyone can be as strong as you, my lord. However, I can still resist one or two of the pressure that Cherubel has put on me. Vinzenhorn said, I am serving the Supreme Empire, for the sake of our people. Survive and persevere. My safety is not worthy of your concern, my lord, death is not an unacceptable thing for me. Vinzenhorn said sincerely. When Cherubel faced Guilliman, he acted like a softie. But facing ordinary people, he is still a twisted, evil, powerful, and terrifying demon prince. The energy required to resist the whispers of a demon prince is terrifying. The burden is heavy for the already old Vinzenhorn. If you want to rest, I can allow you to rest. Guilliman said with a hint of pity. Vinzenhorn let out a burst of hearty laughter. I would rather die on the battlefield than in a hospital bed, my lord. Seeing Vinzenhorn's resolute attitude, Guilliman no longer persisted. Everyone has a choice for everyone. Respect for others is the most important thing. Guilliman walked towards the elevator, and 7 or 8 minutes later, he entered the top floor of the Glory of Macrage. Walking out of the passage, members of the Glory Guard are still faithfully standing at their posts. They performed their duties silently as before. Beside the Glory Guard, Sicarius was pacing back and forth. He wasn't wearing a helmet. This allowed Guilliman to see the look on his face from afar. Some joy, but also some anxiety. It seems that there is a lot of news to make him look like this. What happened, Captain Sicarius? Guilliman walked over to Sicarius. Sicarius turned around and saluted, my lord. There is no need for such complicated etiquette, I told you to pursue efficiency, Sicarius. Guilliman said in a deep voice, tell me what happened or what is the latest information. Silver Skull, Firehawk, Nova, and many other battle groups have received good news. They have completed the strategic tasks assigned by you, and the strength of the orcs is being rapidly weakened. This is indeed good news. We are constantly gaining advantages and victories, and we must be able to wipe out the orcs here soon. My lord, there is bad news. Speak. We found traces of the Tyranid Zerg, and a tentacle is heading towards the Charadon star sector, and it is expected to touch the outer galaxies of the Charadon star sector in half a year. Tyranids. Guilliman frowned. It's a tentacle fleet from the behemoth Tyranid Zerg approaching. So far, we don't know if the Zerg main fleet is also heading to the Charadon sector. If so, it will be a terrible battle. Disaster, said Sicarius. The Tyranid Zerg, also known as the Great Devourer, is a terrifying creature from outside the galaxy. Exists only to devour evolution and expand the number of races. The Empire officially confirmed the existence of the entire race as the Tyranid star, so it was called the Tyranid Zerg. Tyranids generally appear in the form of hive fleets in the galaxy. That is, a colony of giant space life forms capable of transporting or producing smaller individuals within the body. The Tyranids are extremely adaptable. They can reorganize or modify the genome structure by devouring other species, so as to continuously improve their combat effectiveness and survivability. A planet that has been attacked by Tyranids will eventually become a bare rock, and even bacteria will be absorbed along with the atmosphere. These guys are arguably the most dire threat to all civilized races. So far, no race has a grasp of the situation of the Tyranids outside the galaxy. What is even more frightening is that every individual of the Tyranids is under the unified control of the hive mind called the hive will. The hive mind is so powerful that it is almost godlike, and it can embody majestic shadows in the subspace. Wherever its shadow goes, it is enough to drive a psyker mad. Once it is besieged by the Tyranids, the galaxy will not even be able to send out a distress signal. Even the descending demons may be cut off from the subspace by the shadow of the hive and forced to return to the subspace. Well, it's getting more complicated. Orcs, Zerg, and Necrons, we're facing 3 threats at the same time. Guilliman shook his head, and walked towards his strategy room. Sicarius followed closely behind, maintaining communication with Guilliman while walking. Do you need to recruit more battle groups? The strength of the Zerg cannot be underestimated. We need more support. Each battle group has a mission for each battle group. The Big Rift is threatening the human empire. Those battle groups must continue to fulfill their missions in their theaters, maintain the status quo of the empire as much as possible, and rush them over. Will inevitably put the various theaters in trouble, and even cause those places to break away from the control of the empire. Guilliman rejected Sicarius' proposal. Dropping those chapters would make matters worse. Then what are you going to do? Sicarius asked. Our current military strength is sufficient to deal with these threats, and the 500 worlds of Ultramar will continue to provide us with fighters and weapons. By the time the Zerg fleet arrives in the Charadon sector, our strength will no longer be what it used to be. Compare. Walking to the door of the strategy room, accompanied by the sound of mechanical rotation, 2 golden light beams appeared, scanning Guilliman's pupils. After the scan is completed, a crisp and pleasant sound sounds. The metal door of the strategy room opened slowly. I'm a little worried. The Necrons, Tyranids, and Orcs are all powerful. It will be too difficult for us to deal with these alien races with our current military strength. Sicarius thought for a moment and said euphemistically. I know what you want to say, you think our strength is too weak to win at all, right? Guilliman said with a smile. Yes, my lord. Sicarius said. Calgar is on his way to support us. He has brought us a gift that is enough to make the galaxy tremble under human feet again. Guilliman smiled and showed a smile. Gift. Confusion appeared on Sicarius' face. What kind of gift? It's a secret, Sicarius, but it won't let you down. Guilliman activated the holographic projection in the strategy room. The projection shows the detailed situation of the entire Charadon star region. Red runes appeared on many planets, representing that the Imperial army was fighting the Orc army in the galaxy. There are more than 1,300 battlefields in the entire star area. Ordinary Orcs are handed over to the Star Realm army to fight and destroy. Those powerful Orc troops will be handed over to the original caste space fighters to fight. There are currently 30 battle groups, roaming in various galaxies. They are divided into companies, or combined together, to support each battlefield. Sicarius looked at the behavior of the Gene Ancestor, with confusion on his resolute face. What gift did Calgar bring? Chapter 78 The bureaucratic style of the extreme battle group? I don't understand what kind of gift can make you so confident, my lord. Sicarius tried his best to think about Guilliman's words, but found that he had no clue at all. The Tyranids have always been a serious concern to the Empire, but the Primarch has such confidence that he does not take the Tyranids seriously. There must be something in Calgar's hands that can change the situation of the battle. Some things are surprises, Sicarius, there is no need to say them out, just wait patiently for a while. Let's start the battle in front of you first. If you really want to know something, then I can tell you clearly, we will surely win this battle, even if the Tyranids come. The Charadon sector will be a display stand for our powerful force. After this war, every race will be afraid of the power of human beings. Guilliman said with a smile. The pale white projection light illuminated the slightly dim strategy room, a large amount of complicated data flowed out from the suspended projection, and more than a dozen screens appeared simultaneously, flashing information from various battlefields. A large number of images display information about those battlefields. With the assistance of the Titan Order and the Night Family, the Astral Army launched a full-scale offensive against the Orc Legion. Squads of Primaris Space Marines raided and beheaded the Orc bosses. Artillery units and fighter formations bombarded Orc fortresses and war fortifications day and night. The extermination order is launched above the orbits of planets completely infested by Orcs. In addition to virus bombs and torpedoes, there are also extermination weapons built by the Trinity to strike. A large number of planets were thoroughly purified and turned into scorched earth, in order to wait for the priests and technicians of Mechanicum to restore the ecological environment of the planet. Guilliman collected the information of thousands of battlefields at the fastest speed, and summed it up, outlining the whole picture of the battlefield in his mind. Among the many primarches, Guilliman's talent for war is far from the strongest. The strongest talents in war should be Lion King Ryan and Horus. The other primarches are slightly inferior to them all. A primarch is always a primarch, and Guilliman's talent for war is not at the same level as that of ordinary people. Guilliman evaluated each battlefield, making sure that they would continue to win partial victories according to their plan, increasing the advantage of the human side. After confirming all the battlefields, he nodded in satisfaction. We are approaching the main star of the orcs. Do you have any new information about the orc warlord? We have to prepare for a decisive battle. Guilliman turned his eyes away from the strategic projection and asked Sicarius. The information director has inquired about the star area database and many documents. This orc warlord is named Arsonist. He is one of the most powerful orc warlords in the galaxy today. In 989 of the 41st millennium, he launched after an expedition. In addition to the attack on the Charadon sector, 6 other sectors were attacked, causing a large number of casualties among the people of the Empire. This orc warlord has amazing control of the battle situation and tactical strategies. He once attacked the world of Ryan, which is only a few weeks away from Terra. The Crimson Group used the anti-Waioic force field to defeat him, but they were unable to attack his base camp. Sicarius introduced information about the orc warlord Arsonist. The anti-Waioic force field is to counter the orc Waioic by using the unique anti-psychic characteristic of the Nun of Silence, thereby weakening the power of the orc warlord. This combat method was explored during the Beast War. Otherwise, under the blessing of the Waioic force field, the strength of the orc warlord is beyond imagination. Tougher to kill than a primarch. The Sisters of Silence were once the Emperor's most important force. All are made up of female untouchables, who are also called soulless. First appeared during the Emperor's Great Crusade across the galaxy. They are the nemesis of Psychers. Slightly weaker Psychers can't even use their abilities in front of them. Even if it can be used, it will be greatly reduced. The Waioic of the orcs are also strictly restrained by them, which will greatly weaken the combat power of the orcs. My lord, we don't have the Nuns of Silence in our hands. Maybe we should seek their help. Only in this way can we better fight against the orc warlords. Sicarius said. There is already a troop of Sisters of Silence coming from Macrage, and they will join Calgar on the battlefield. Guilliman said, there is no need to worry about this. Is there any other information about this orc warlord? There is a huge battle moon in the hands of the Arsonist. It was once destroyed by the Crimson Battle Group and thrown into the subspace by the explosion, but after the guy behind escaped from the battlefield. I don't know how to find this huge moon again. And repaired it. Sicarius looked serious. The battle moon is as big as a small celestial satellite. When it first appeared, it easily crushed the entire Imperial fleet with the help of the gravity storm caused by its huge size. The combat power is terrifying, and no opponent can be found on the void battlefield. It was once a nightmare for the Imperial Navy. While speaking, Sicarius also turned on the holographic projection to play the relevant data. In the base camp of the orc warlord Arsonist, in the Gorod galaxy, a huge metallic celestial body is suspended in the void. It is extremely huge, and it moves in a circle around the Gorod galaxy. This is an alien creation. Possesses the power to easily destroy a planet. If we want to deal with the Arsonists, this battle moon must be destroyed, otherwise the Imperial fleet will suffer heavy casualties. I ask for a troop, and I can lead a raid to destroy and paralyze this battle moon. Sicarius asked. No need, the gift Calgar brought will allow us to defeat this battle moon on the frontal battlefield. Guilliman shook his head and rejected Sicarius' suicidal proposal. According to the data Call gave him, the Colossus of Punishment can completely fight against the War Moon. More importantly, this is an excellent opportunity for actual combat, and Guilliman does not want to let it go. It's time to test the new human weapon. But, my lord, can you tell me what the gift in Calgar's hand is? Sicarius said with confusion and incomprehension in his tone. Patience is the key to victory, you will see. Guilliman changed the topic, go out and continue to test those fighters. I need them to be ready at all times. My lord. Sicarius still wanted to ask, but Guilliman shook his head, so he could only salute and leave. Fikris is guarding outside. He has recently served as Guilliman's guard captain, temporarily leading the Glory Guard. Sicarius wanted to leave directly, but after thinking for a while, he walked in front of Fikris. Brother. Sicarius stared at Fikris and said solemnly. Your tone surprised me, Sicarius, are you looking for someone to practice your sword? Fikris looked at Sicarius, frowning, I need to guard the safety of the Primarch, you know, it's not that I'm afraid of you. Sicarius is extremely strong in swordsmanship and is one of the strongest swordsmen in the Empire. Fikris never won. I'm not talking about it, Sicarius said. Fikris breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't want to lose to Sicarius on the flagship of the Primarch. Even if you fight, you have to find a private place. At least if you lose, not so many people will know. Then what do you want to say? Fikris asked. I want to know, how much do you know about what Calga is doing now? Sicarius asked, rubbing his sword hilt. I know a little bit. Fikris said, he is responsible for guarding Macrage, and now he is leading a brand new fleet to join the Primarch. What gift did the Primarch say Calgar brought? Sicarius asked. Gift. Fikris froze for a moment. When did this bureaucratic style become popular in extreme battle group? Chapter 79 Primarch preparing for birthday? My lord said that Calgar brought him a gift. Sicarius organized his vocabulary before speaking. I want to ask, Fickles, do you know what the gift is? Felix shook his head with a trace of bewilderment on his resolute broad face. What kind of gift? I've never heard grown ups talk about it. Sicarius observed Fikri's expression, captured every trace of his expression, and made sure that the other party was not lying. The two have been together for decades, and Sicarius knows Fikri's very well. Fikri's is a straight person who has a hard time hiding his inner thoughts. That is to say, this guy has no city, and basically puts his emotions on his face. Judging from his appearance, it was obvious that even he didn't know about it. It seems that this matter is highly confidential. Even he and Fikri's didn't know. Sicarius realized that there was no answer, so he didn't intend to waste any more time. Leaving Fikri's with a confused look on his face, he turned and left. When Sicarius walked away, Fikri's turned to look at the members of the Glory Guard. You said, should we also give gifts? Maybe the adults want someone to give him gifts? After all, he lived 10,000 years ago, I know from some books. When the Primarch was in the Great Crusade, his mother would still accompany him on his birthday and give him gifts. Maybe the Emperor at that time would also give him gifts. Now the Emperor has not moved for 10,000 years, and the mother of the Primarch has long since left this world, so no one will give him a gift. Calgar will be happy to give him a gift. Fikri's, who was wearing power armor, had a serious tone and spoke seriously. The member of the Glory Guard wearing Terminator power armor turned his head to look at Fikri's who was speaking, and a big invisible question mark appeared on his head. Send a gift? To the Primarch? Birthday? This question is really a bit beyond the outline for their big and thick brains. Fighting greenskins, fighting chaos, killing traitors, this is very good. Giving gifts for birthdays is a cognitive blind spot. Perhaps, you should ask Reddy. She is the economic advisor of the Primarch. She has been wandering between the border worlds of the Empire and the bureaucrats of the Empire all year round. She is also an ordinary mortal. She may know these things. The Honor Guard member said. It makes sense. Fikri's nodded, agreeing to the proposal. Once he realized who he should go to, Fikri's put the others on hold. Go to the bar on the Glory of Macrage by yourself, and find Reddy. The Glory of Macrage of the Queen of Glory class battleship is more than 20 kilometers long. It can be said to be a mobile space city. There are a large number of crew members, ordinary soldiers, mechanical priests, Titan knights, and servants, etc. In addition to combat units, there are also cultural recorders, artists, composers, and state church priests. The expedition launched by Guilliman was not only a war, but also a grand movement to reform the human empire. The most important point of reform is to change human beings from the root of thought. Let humans regain their previous self-confidence. For this reason, Guilliman can only bring these artists, composers, etc. and let them replace him in every world to preach his ideas, and let the people cooperate with the imperial team to transform the world. Public opinion is really important. A lie told 1,000 times, someone will believe it to be true. Guilliman must ensure that the initiative of public opinion is in his own hands, and he must stand on the moral high ground, so that he can move forward and retreat freely in the face of the imperial bureaucracy. There are also those recorders, whose role cannot be underestimated. Is responsible for recording everything and writing the complete history of the empire. History is a useful thing. People can learn a lot from history so that races don't fall into the same trap again. There are so many ordinary people, so naturally they need a place to relax. During a dull journey, a simple, drinkable bar is undoubtedly the most relaxing place. The bar was packed with people as always. In addition to those recorders, poets, artists, and composers, the rotating crew and soldiers also gathered here, hoping to get a little time to relax. Some people here are listening to stories, and some are watching performances. There are also some who enjoy dirty orgies in dark corners. Everyone is chattering. Men and women occupied every table, most of them were playing cards, and some more enthusiastic guys were giving impassioned speeches. An Anglican priest was in a corner of the bar, preaching the deeds of the Emperor to the people. The Emperor said that there is light for my people to survive, so there is light in the dark universe. The Emperor's might is unimaginable. He loves every human being deeply. Even though he suffered for human beings, he never gave up on this. The Corps and Natal are really awesome. They have won the most victories so far. It is said that a young man named Hawk, when the whole line collapsed, charged back with the double eagle flag on his shoulders, and pulled back the defeat abruptly. It sounds awesome. Several men and women who looked like soldiers were playing cards while talking about the news they had heard. The new economic model should be more in the hands of the Empire, rather than the hands of each family. How long do you guys think it will take the Primarch to fight this battle? Reddy is also in the bar. Her unique wild and unruly temperament has attracted the attention of many opposite sexes. She is one of Guilliman's many advisors. Belongs to the field of economics, responsible for researching a set of systematic economic operation methods to help the Primarch control the economy of the Empire. Can I invite you to dance? A well-groomed, well-dressed man came over and asked in a gentlemanly tone. Reddy took a sip of the wine in the wine glass, and then poured the rest of the wine on the other party's shiny and meticulous hair. Don't waste my time anymore, I'm not interested in idiots like you. Find that likes your poor little bug. Red wine dripped from the opponent's head, and the opponent's expression quickly changed from shock to anger, and his face flushed all of a sudden. You humiliated me, woman. My name is Paul Dorhe. I am the 6th Marquis of the Dorhe family. Apologize to me, otherwise you will pay the price. Reddy spat on the ground contemptuously. I refuse to apologize to the idiot. Go to hell, Baichi. The man waved his hands angrily. But his slap failed to fall, and he was caught. A huge black shadow enveloped him. The quarrel here has attracted the attention of many people. Originally, some of them were booing, but now they all kept quiet. The two bartenders turned pale with fright and dared not speak. Paul Dorhe turned his head to look, and found a Primaris space warrior wearing steel armor standing behind him. It was the opponent who blocked him from attacking Reddy. Master Fifa Chris. The man was a little slurred because of fear. Bullying women is not a good skill. Fikri's voice was very low and full of oppression. He let go of the man's slender hand, which could be torn off with a little force, and let the man retreat into the crowd. I need your help, Reddy, Fickle said. It's an honor, Fikris, thank you very much for your help. Reddy laughed. I'm saving him. Your body has been strengthened, and if you do it, it will hurt him. I don't think your lord wants any hurtful scandals with his economic advisor. Fickle said. The man beside him blushed even more when he heard this. Being rescued by a Primaris space marine from a woman is certainly a huge laughing stock. Credit and Fickles ignored him, but walked out of the bar straight away. In the corridor outside the bar. I've got a problem, Fikris said. What's the problem? Reddy asked. The Primarch is getting ready for his birthday. Ready? Chapter 80 Loyalty forges the great enemy. I learned it from Sicarius. Fikris said. He said that Calgar brought a gift for the Primarch, and the Primarch was very happy about it. Is that so? Reddy was a little confused. In her impression, Guillemon is a king full of charisma and mystery. Birthday, something that ordinary people would care about, how could it happen to the Primarch? Credit changed his mind, and thought that the Primarch was born 10,000 years ago. The Emperor and many demigod-like Primarches were still active in the galaxy. It doesn't seem so strange to have a birthday. Maybe the Emperor celebrates the Primarch's birthdays, maybe. People always like to look at problems from their own perspective, completely forgetting that Primarches also have emotions. Ignoring them as gods may be a wrong way to isolate the Primarch from the human world. In a cold and cruel universe, humanity and emotion are the most beautiful things for human beings. It is also something that Master Guillemon has always advocated to protect. If he doesn't have these things, how can he advocate them? Perhaps adults also want to use this kind of thing to prove to the world that he is not a high god, but a Primarch with joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. In this way, the relationship between him and ordinary people will be greatly shortened. Reddy suddenly realized that the Primarch really had great wisdom. Maybe we should prepare a celebration for him, but I'm not good at this kind of work. Fikris looked at Reddy. I was trained how to be a warrior since I was a child, and emotions are regarded as taboo, because that would make the we have become weak. That is why I have come to you, Reddy, an economist of the Primarch and a normal human being enjoying a normal life, and you must know more about this than we do. If that's the case, then I'd like to work for you, Lord Fikris. Reddy bowed slightly with a smile on his face. Then I will leave this matter to you, Reddy. I will sign an action document for you, giving you the authority to mobilize some things. Fikris also said with a smile. I will never betray your trust, Mr. Fikris. Reed looked up at Fikris, who was far taller than himself, with a firm tone. Then let's do this first, you send me the relevant application permission documents, and I will provide you with convenience. As a high-level executive of the Ultramarines, one of the warlords of Ultramar, and the captain of the Primarch's guards, Fikris's power is unimaginable to ordinary people. After a brief chat, Fikris walked away. He had his own responsibilities and couldn't stay too long. What did Mr. Fiklis say to you? A famous sculptor looked at Fiklis as leaving back, walked up to Reddy, and asked enviously. Few are able to converse with Primaris space marines of the warlord's level. They reject official recorders, even those with the Primarch's permission. Now Reddy can talk to the captain of the Primarch's guards. I'm envious of others. He asked me to help him prepare a surprise. Reddy looked at the sculptor and said, if you want, maybe you can join my team. What surprise? Can I? The sculptor was a little flattered. It's just a gift. Reddy laughed. The glory of Macrage. Strategy room. Guillemon is still busy with his work, and the siege against the Orc warlord Arsonist is slowly being tightened like a big net. Killing this Orc warlord and stabilizing the Charadon sector is currently the most important task. In addition to this, Guillemon also had to dedicate part of his mind to deal with many problems of the Empire. Science is the best way for human beings to understand the universe. Any practice of begging the gods of chaos for knowledge is stupid and low level. Terra Senate, in order to stabilize its own rule, the mechanic cult has caused human science to be dying and on the verge of death. Guillemon does not deny the importance of the Senate and mechanic use to the Empire, as well as their contributions. But some things are right or wrong, far from that simple. Just because a team has made contributions to mankind, it cannot be promoted to a lofty status, while its shortcomings and harms are ignored. Guillemon and Call discussed that maybe one day, they will stand on the opposite side of the Mechanic-Use and the Senate of Terra for reform reasons, which may lead to a new human civil war. Looking at another report about the reform team being expelled by local nobles, as well as questioning letters from other Starfield self-proclaimed loyalists. Guillemon signed the action order document on military suppression. Regardless of whether those people are loyal to the Empire or not, if they get in the way, they should be purged. Otherwise, mankind will never have a future. Only by fire can one be reborn. While speaking, Guillemon clicked on the holographic screen to send the action order document to the communications director for him to dispatch. With this order document, I don't know how many nobles will die tragically and be assigned to the punishment camp. Among those people, there will definitely be those who fought for the human empire, the emperor. Loyalty is good, but unfortunately, they get in the way. When Guillemon was busy integrating the Charadon sector and promoting his own reform cause. On Pharos, where the alien lighthouse is placed, there is also an undercurrent. Pharaoh's colonization rate is not high, it is considered a semi-agricultural world. The largest city is built on a high ground overlooking the ocean. Below the highlands, the endless blue ocean stretches into the distance until it is in line with the sky. The ocean is well managed and fully utilized. Marine aquaculture facilities are scattered all over the world, providing a large amount of aquatic products for human beings. Pharos provides a large amount of marine aquatic products to nearby galaxies every year in exchange for supplies from other planets. Like many worlds of Ultramar, the people here enjoy a more affluent life than other star regions of the Empire, as well as a beautiful natural environment. Planet Governor Warren is also well received. He has ruled for 250 years, and his people are rich and happy. With such achievements, in the wave of institutional reforms carried out by Guillemon, he was not selected, but continued to serve as the planetary governor. K. Valen has also encountered problems recently. Body function is declining rapidly, and the brain is not very bright. This is a red flag. How can a person with a bad mind be the governor of a planet? Varen asked the priest of Mechanicum, as well as his own doctor. The priests and doctors told him very clearly. Warren is no longer suitable for life-extending surgery. His soul was overwhelmed, and his body was also on the verge of collapse, unable to accept the stimulation brought by another operation. This made Valen very sad. He can no longer serve the Empire in the Primarch. Until, the arrival of a businessman brought a turning point. Luxurious governor's mansion. Fat, elderly Varen listened to the advice given to him by the merchant. The technology of the Empire can no longer extend its lifespan, so why not try something else? The businessman in gorgeous clothes said while holding a book without a cover. Are you talking about alien technology? Varen frowned. No, aliens are dirty. I got a witchcraft from an ancient tribe. It can transfer the life of young people to those old people who are respected, so as to help the elders of those tribes continue to lead the tribe. Witchcraft. Warren felt a bit of disgust in his heart, but for the sake of the Emperor, for the Primarch, and to continue to play his role, he still suppressed his nausea and listened. Yes, you only need a small sacrificial ceremony, and you can regain your vitality and lifespan. What's the problem? Said the businessman. Sacrificing others in exchange for one's own life, this kind of thing is something only chaos cultists will do. Warren reprimanded. Swords are not good or bad, my lord governor, the key lies in the person who uses it. You are loyal to the Empire and let the people under your command live a happy and prosperous life. The Primarch has just recovered, and he needs you to be so capable and loyal to the human empire. The loyal and caring governor came to assist him. With this little witchcraft, you can continue to help the Primarch and continue to maintain people's rich and stable lives, isn't it good? Said the businessman. Chapter 81 Proud Magnus. Varen wavered. What is wrong with using those dark forces in order to once again serve the Primarch, and once again serve the Emperor? Varen rubbed his mechanical wrist, the cold touch made his mind clearer and his thinking more comprehensive. His arm was lost in the war when the Tyranids invaded the Ultramar star field. A cunning gene stealer has infiltrated the planet Pharos, trying to direct their filthy race to this planet to harvest biomass. In order to appease the fear of the people, Varen personally led a team to encircle and suppress the disgusting alien and the traitors corrupted by it. That was a terrifying guy. The human body was cut off easily like a weed in front of it. Varen's arm was also severed by the dying monster. After that incident, the priests of the Mechanicum fitted him with a mechanical prosthesis, allowing him to continue serving the great emperor. My lord, power has nothing to do with evil. This is a spell of equal exchange. Aren't you willing to make a little sacrifice for those people? There are so many enemies of the Primarch, and those corrupt nobles are always watching trying to stop his reforms. Terra is hostile to him, Mechanicus is dissatisfied with him, and the conservative faction of the state religion thinks he is rebellious. The Primarch is so weak that he urgently needs the help of every loyalist, but you are unwilling to help him. The businessman was persuasive, and his rhetorical questions one after another made Valen unable to answer. A simple sorceress ritual would help him continue to serve the Empire and continue to fight for the reformation of the Primarch. For this great purpose, what does the smallest sacrifice matter? This is a book that records witchcraft, my lord, you can use it as a collection. The businessman offered the book without a cover with both hands. Varen was disgusted, and a voice in his heart told him that he should not touch such things. Chaos is a lie, and their promises are always false, unworthy of being believed. But he took it by accident. I just want to be more loyal to the Emperor and serve the Primarch better. As long as the final result is good, what does it matter if there are some mistakes in the process? Varen kept soothing his heart. There is nothing wrong with doing this. There is nothing wrong with being loyal. Yes, for loyalty, for a greater cause, a little sacrifice is worth it. Stand back. Varen said to the businessman, rubbing the book without a cover. Okay, my lord. After the businessman saluted respectfully, he walked out. Walking out of the Grand Planetary Governor's mansion, the businessman got on his hovercar and went to a large building with no people. It was a very secret building. Ordinary people don't know much about this, they can only see a group of believers in robes holding the emperor's shrine and various scriptures moving around. It looks like a small group gathered because of the emperor's faith is active here. However, it's not that simple. If someone accidentally finds a secret passage and walks into an unknown underground dark room, he will definitely scream in horror at the horror inside. The Chaos Octave, which is strictly forbidden by the Inquisition and the State Church, is inscribed on every wall of the darkroom. Some slaves with scars all over their bodies, whose eyes were lifeless due to torture, were forced to kneel in iron cages, and were beaten with whips with thorns by chaos cultists, or subjected to various inhuman tortures. They use these slaves to suffer to please the chaos gods and prove their pious beliefs. These slaves are all missing persons in various cities of Pharos. The inspection team checked many times, but failed to find out. Never thought that all these missing people would be taken captive here, where they would be subjected to evil rituals and inhumane torture by these cultists. After the merchant entered here, he also changed into a robe. Led by several believers holding incense, they entered the underground secret room. Pray to the 9 8-pointed stars carved in blood. On the altar, the sacrificial ceremony is proceeding in an orderly manner. Please, let me go. The blood-stained woman, who was tortured to the point of mental breakdown, begged the man who grabbed her by the hair and dragged her on the ground. It is a gift to give your life for God. The man in the robe took out a sharp knife, held down the woman's head, and wiped it on her neck. It's like slaughtering a chicken. She tried to cover the wound, but blood flowed from her fingers. The man threw the twitching woman on the altar, allowing her blood to flow into the rune patterns that had already been carved. The woman's death process was extremely painful, and the man perfectly mastered the killing technique. Make sure she dies, but not so quickly. Her pain lasted until the end of prayer, and it was not over. The ceremony is over. An elder with a chaotic 8-pointed star carved on his face walked up to the merchant. How is the plan going? It's perfect, he has accepted our gift. The businessman said respectfully. Very good. The elder showed a slight smile, then turned to look at the other believers. A great revelation will come, allowing us to get rid of the control of the corpse emperor and truly embrace the gods. The other believers also showed joy, singing praises to the gods. The elder looked very satisfied with everyone's performance, and he looked at the businessman again. Continue to pay attention and find a way to let him perform the ceremony as soon as possible. We will eventually overthrow the rule of the corpse emperor and let human beings move towards a new life under the glory of the gods. I will, elder. It has always been my dream to defeat the corpse emperor and usher in the age of the gods. The elder patted the merchant on the shoulder. Very good, let's continue to complete this task now. Standing on a balcony at the height of the governor's mansion, Varen overlooked the entire city. The city is bustling, and people have happy smiles on their faces. After looking at the city, Varen looked towards the distance of the city. In the northeast, close to the inland direction, there was a towering steel mountain. There are a large number of spaceships coming in and out. That majestic mountain is said to be the lighthouse. In the past, the Nova Corps was in charge of guarding, but now there are even more guards. The guards are heavily guarded and no one else is allowed to approach. Varen knew what was there, a lighthouse, a warp lighthouse that didn't need the Emperor's power to function. The big rift split the galaxy, and it is said that the light of the star torch has been unable to penetrate the rift and reach the other side of the Empire. The Imperial world over there has lost the guidance of the Astronomicon, and can only forward in the chaotic subspace, and the situation is very critical. The Primarch hopes to use this lighthouse to solve this problem and build a brand new lighthouse in the dark realm of the Empire to help the human fleet navigate. The Empire needs the sincere cooperation of every loyalist. Only in this way can human civilization continue to survive in this cold and cruel universe. I can do more. Warren said to himself in his heart. He has made up his mind. Use that little witchcraft to prolong your own life. Yak. Varun called out to a servant he had recruited not long ago. My lord, do you have any orders? A handsome young man in servant clothes walked in quickly. His eyes were clear and pure, like a pair of gemstones. His eyes showed respect and admiration for Varun. Do you trust me? Yak. Varun looked at Yak and asked. Of course, my lord, this is beyond doubt. You have brought wealth and well-being to Pharos for more than 2 centuries. Yak's tone was very sincere, without any hypocrisy. I want to ask you a question. If you pay a small price to let me continue to protect Pharos, will you pay? Varun asked. My lord, is this a joke? Yak asked with a smile. What's your answer? Of course, as long as the adults can continue to protect Pharos, I am willing to give everything. In that case, come with me, Yak. The power of the demon Primarch is terrifying. Especially those who have mastered Chinook powers. Destructive ability is even more amazing. The whole world has turned into under Magnus' terrible spell. The once prosperous hive is now in dilapidated condition, with corpses everywhere. Countless demons haunt it, preying on the surviving humans. Twisted demonic plants grow on the ground, sucking the tormented souls of the dead. Magnus sits on a throne made of the dead. Through the sacrificial rituals of those poor fools, he saw the planetary governor accepting the merchant's books. Soon, he will descend directly on Pharos to sabotage his brother's plans from within. A perfect layout. Gilliman would never have imagined that the loyal person in his eyes would become a sharp knife in my hand, stabbing fiercely into his heart, making all his plans come to naught. Magnus' laughter was full of complacency. Praise the great Lord of Change. Chapter 82 Sacrifice Ceremony. Standing aside, Shailuo, holding a force field scepter, smiled. I am sincerely happy that the plan of my lord's layout is going well. A perfect conspiracy is the best gift to sacrifice to the Lord of Change. Only Magnus could have staged such a perfect arrangement, toying with his Primarch brother to applause. Magnus didn't care about the respectful and adoring eyes of his subordinates. He played with the etheric ball in his hand, and the complacency in his one-eyed eyes grew stronger. He could already imagine Guilliman going mad because of the fall of the Pharos lighthouse. Catch the surviving humans, we need these slaves of the corpse emperor to perform a powerful enough ceremony. Don't let those fools and demons kill them all. Magnus whispered. Understood, my lord, I will do it immediately. Pharaoh and the other wizards went out to prepare for the upcoming ceremony. After ordering his subordinates to do things, Magnus continued to observe the situation of Pharos through his powerful psychic power. This plan is so perfect that he is not willing to let go of any detail. He knew that in order to protect the special lighthouse on Pharos, Guilliman dispatched the Saint Celestine, the Marshal of the Black Templar Emmerich, and the Mentor of the Grey Knight Clovis. This kind of military configuration is enough to fight against the existence of subspace demons. Even if you are yourself, it is difficult to break through directly from the periphery in a short period of time. It can be said that it is as solid as a rock. Magnus has no plans to confront directly. The best way to know a strong fortress is to start the corruption from the inside. The seed has been planted, now, the most important thing is to wait for it to take root and germinate. The governor's mansion where Varun lives covers a vast area and is luxuriously decorated. The corridor is covered with a fine textured red carpet, which is soft to step on. The walls are surrounded by precious calligraphy, paintings, and sculptures, as well as various collections of handicrafts. These works of art are the painstaking efforts of top art masters. Every piece is priceless. Yake followed the governor all the way, and walked through the garden that the transformation machine slave was repairing and cultivating. The garden is very large, equivalent to the size of a golf course. After all, he has been the planetary governor for more than 2 centuries, no matter how clean and honest Valen is, he still has this bit of wealth. Varen finally brought Yake into the hall located deep in the mansion. This place is very secretive, no one comes here. Valen reached out to touch the switch, and the luxurious crystal chandelier installed above the hall emitted a soft light to drive away the darkness. The hum of machinery sounded in a hidden corner, and the fan at the exhaust port started to rotate. Stuffed and stale air is expelled, and fresh air is brought in through the vents. The temperature has also been adjusted better. My lord, why did you bring me here? Jacques asked puzzledly. He looked at the person he respected and admired, his tone was full of confusion. I need your help, and Pharos needs your help too, Yake. Varun looked at the young and handsome Yake with a solemn tone. Once upon a time, he was so young. Youth is a good thing, representing vitality and youth. Then what should I do? Yake asked. Close your eyes, Warren said. Yak has no defense at all. Varun has ruled Pharos for 2.5 centuries. Countless people are praising his achievements, he is the most respected person. In Pharos, apart from the Emperor, apart from the Primarch, Varun has become the third faith. I'm sorry. Warren whispered, and then slashed Yak's throat with a stroke of his hand. Yake felt the pain in his throat, and he opened his eyes. Looking at the dagger that murdered him in the hand of the most respected person in his life. Blood slipped from the shiny dagger, crystal clear, like grains of perfect blood jade. Why? Yake reached out to cover the wound on his throat, warm blood gushed out, and quickly seeped out from his fingers. Young, vibrant eyes filled with the pain of betrayal. He didn't understand why the venerable Varen would do this. For the Empire. Varen said softly, I'm sorry, but I have to do that. For a greater purpose, a little crime is nothing. Yake didn't die immediately. He watched Varun take out a book without a cover and rummaged through it. After that, crouched beside him, put the book aside, and depicted something on his body according to the complicated graphics on it. He betrayed us. Yak's brain lost the ability to think due to lack of oxygen, and in the end his only thought was this. Why? Why betrayal? Jack's eyes were wide open, and those eyes seemed to be questioning Warren, why did he do such a thing? Why did you betray the Empire and humanity? Varen didn't pay attention to those eyes, and drew the chaotic runes on his own. The 8-pointed star surrounded by 3 rings, and the ancient, long-lost Nyen script. After the characterization was completed, Varun began to recite according to the ancient sacrificial text in the book. The crystal lamp in the hall flickered, and the temperature suddenly dropped. A biting cold wind blows from an unknown corner. There were strange whispers mixed in the wind, like twisted creatures inviting Varen to the eternal world. Valun suppressed his nerves and continued to chant according to the records in the book. The lights flicker more and more, and the floor is covered with thin frost. Shadows piled up in the corner, and sharp laughter rang out, making people shudder. Fear surged in Valen's heart, he shouldn't do such a thing. But now, there is no turning back. As the final prayer falls, there are piercing screams, whispers, and moans from the shadows. It seems that tens of millions of people are shouting, and it seems that one person shouted out thousands of voices. The black whirlwind wrapped in burning ashes, circling around Yak's body. Everything reaches a climax, and then a quick low. When the body is gone, the cold recedes and the whispers die. None of this seems to have happened. After going through all the procedures according to the ceremony, Varun closed the book tremblingly. Yak's body has disappeared, and only the blood stains on the carpet prove that he existed. A warm current appeared in Varun's body, making him feel that his old body was full of strength again. The ceremony was successful. Sacrificing Yak, he regains his energy. Praise the Emperor, your sacrifice is worthwhile, Ark. Varen whispered something. I will serve the Emperor more piously, and serve the Primarch more piously. After saying this, Varen packed his things and locked the book that recorded the forbidden witchcraft. He swore that he would never use this book again. After a pious repentance, Valen asked a servant in charge of cleaning to clean up the blood on the carpet and erase the last traces of Yake. It is not difficult to appease Yaka's family. Varen is fully prepared for this. Everything is so perfect. No flaws. Pharaoh's fortress. This is alien technology, and the Primarch is taking a very dangerous path. The Grand Marshal of the Black Templar Almerich looked at the steel tower towering in front of him, and his tone was full of disgust. But we have no choice. Regula, the mechanical sage whose whole body has been transformed into a machine, said. His whole body is covered with machinery, and his body is huge, no less than a heavy tank. Walking can only be maintained using anti-gravity levitation devices and hydromechanical prosthetics. Thick cables connecting numerous weapons and exploration equipment for research make him look very bloated. Mechanic Sage Call commissioned Regula to investigate the Pharos lighthouse and send relevant data to Makraj. What's the result of the research? Amarish suppressed the disgust in his heart. This is a secret, and your mission is to protect the lighthouse, not to understand it. Regula's voice came out through the sound generator built into his abdomen, and he refused to disclose any information. Amaric frowned. Don't I even have the right to know what I'm guarding? Chapter 83 Here Comes Chaos. This is what the Primarch means. Regula said, his voice carried the coldness and rationality unique to Mechanicum. Before carrying out the Pharos mission, the Primarch had already thought of this problem, and thus issued a gag order to all the technicians. The mechanics members and technical workers responsible for overhauling the Pharos lighthouse are not allowed to ask about the defense system, and the work we are doing is not allowed to be disclosed to others at will. Amaric stared closely at Regula's face made of pure gold and cables. It could be seen that he was somewhat resistant to the Primarch's order. During this time, he always felt restless. A soldier's intuition told him that the reason behind this incident was not simple. Amaric felt like he was in a huge whirlpool. Something is going on, and he doesn't know it. My lord, you don't need to worry. Proper secrecy is conducive to the advancement of the plan. Not everyone can maintain absolute reason. Sometimes, the truth will only make the plan mess up. Regula's mechanical prosthetic eye was buzzing. He stared intently at Amaric's broad face. Capture the other party's inner thoughts from the expression. The auxiliary computing brain in the skull calculates the possible consequences of each sentence. I have absolute allegiance to the Emperor, said Almerich, and is it not ironic that I cannot be trusted? Before the real test came, everyone said that they had absolute loyalty to the Emperor. Before I was promoted to a sage, I wandered around many planets in the galaxy, looking for the technology left by the god of all opportunities. During that time, I have witnessed countless crimes committed in the name of the Emperor, and people used the name of the Emperor to vent their twisted desires, but they pretended to say that they were for the Emperor, so as to justify their every move. Sage Regula's voice showed a rare sarcasm. Are you doubting me? Amariki frowned, and his tone was a little raised. Obviously, Regula's words made him a little angry. I am not doubting you, Marshal. The Emperor has not spoken for 10,000 years, and he is on the Golden Throne, only one step away from death. Regula said, do you think the current Milky Way is what he needs? Or is it really his dream? I have in my hand an angry recording of Vulcan, the Primarch of the Salamanders chapter, who returned during the Beast War. He angrily denounced the members of the Imperial Senate as traitors to the ideals of the Empire. If it were not during the Beast War, the whole Empire would need to be united. Unanimously, do you think they can survive the enraged Primarch? Think carefully about every scene when you met the Primarch. Whenever he talked about the status quo, there was always suppressed anger in his voice. Instead of going to Terra, he chose to start from Makraj. The problem has been explained. America's expression changed from angry to serious. What's the problem? He doesn't trust the Senate, nor does he trust the current empire. He would rather rebuild it than waste time going to Terra to waste time with those noble bureaucrats. Regula whispered, you are loyal to the Emperor. The Emperor, but is your loyalty really the kind of loyalty the Emperor wants? There is a reason why the Primarch ordered you to guard here, why do you want to get to the bottom of it? Amaric opened his mouth, but finally did not refute the words of the mechanical sage Regula. I see, I won't ask any more. After leaving this sentence, Amariki turned and left. Regula's ruby-like electronic eyes moved with Amaric's footsteps until the opponent's figure disappeared in front of his eyes. Connected with nerve cables, the silver-plated servo skull was suspended and flew in front of Regula. Following Regula's thoughts, the servo skull released beams of light from the mouth, forming a holographic projection. By using the projection, Regula had a panoramic view of all the structures of the Pharos lighthouse. The lighthouse covers a vast area, like a majestic mountain piercing through the clouds, entrenched on the plain. The Pharos lighthouse played an important role during the Horus Heresy, using its special empathy pulse to guide imperial ships through warp storms. Such technology is urgently needed by the Empire. If the lighthouse can be reproduced, the navigation difficulties on the dark side of the Empire will be alleviated. Warp space storms can no longer stop humans. At that time, with its huge size, the human empire will once again gain an advantage and drive out chaos and many aliens. Regula checked the repair progress. The main functional area has been repaired, and the secondary area will also be completed. The Pharos lighthouse was once destroyed, and the back was filled with cement by the Primarch. Now that it is dug out, many places need to be repaired. There is actually a very old story about the Pharos lighthouse. Loyal, but also full of sadness. Witnessed human beings from glory to betrayal and decline. This story is the story of a loyalist of a renegade legion. The loyalist's name is Dante Hawk, and he is an Iron Warrior. The Iron Warriors under the leadership of Perturabo rebelled against the Empire and participated in the massacre of loyalists in the Istvan system. Dantiach spurned the actions of his original body, led the remaining subordinates, killed the traitors who came to persuade them to surrender, and took the ship and fled after the battle. He planned to go to Terra, but ended up in the Ultramar starfield by accident. Under the entrustment of Guilliman, Dantiach took charge of the maintenance of the Pharos lighthouse and activated it. Later, the Night Lord attacked Pharos. In order to repel the enemy, Dante Hawk gave his life, overloaded the Pharos lighthouse, and killed the enemies who invaded Pharos. Dante Hawk also died because of this behavior, in the arms of his teammates. The Pharos lighthouse was able to witness a true Iron Warrior who fought for his beliefs. This incident happened very long ago, and Sage Regula only knows a rough idea. Too many loyalists died during the Horus Heresy, and they all have their own stories. It's a pity that these stories are not sung or remembered. Sage Regula also learned of this by accident when he was looking for information on the Pharos lighthouse. He didn't feel any emotion about this story. Mortals are mortal. Whether loyal or not, fate will always erase the signs of anyone. All return to dust. Sage Regula remembers the steel warrior who died 10,000 years ago. Just because the various materials left by Dante Hawk to repair the Pharos lighthouse are important references, allowing him to understand the lighthouse more comprehensively, so as to formulate relevant maintenance work. Actually, Regula was also confused. The relevant data of the lighthouse has been sorted out and sent back to Macridge for the imitation there. There is absolutely no need for maintenance on this old lighthouse. But Call and Guilliman insisted on repairing, and even sent a large number of troops over, making a posture of guarding against death. According to rational logic, this matter reveals the word weird from beginning to end. At the other end of the Pharos fortress, Clovis and the members of the Brotherhood of Grey Knights gathered together, performing daily prayers. Then, Clovis opened his eyes suddenly and stood up. His movement interrupts the prayer ceremony. Many Grey Knight brothers opened their eyes one after another, looking at Clovis in bewilderment. Chaos has invaded this planet. Clovis looked at his brother with a solemn tone. The faces of each Grey Knight became solemn and dignified. Can you feel where the evil is? A Grey Knight brother asked. The other Grey Knights looked at Clovis, waiting for his answer. Chapter 84 The threads of destiny are intertwined. Clovis' vision is different from that of ordinary people. He has the ability to see the thread of fate in the warp. This special ability allows him to better track down various demons in the galaxy. Feeling the anticipation in the eyes of the other brothers, Clovis shook his head. The other party is much more cunning than we imagined, and I can't see the other party's thread of fate. The only thing I can see is that all the threads of fate are entangled at the lighthouse fortress. The opponent's goal is the lighthouse. A Grey Knight said. I think so, we need to tell others about the threat, Clovis whispered. The meeting was held in the readiness hall of the Pharos lighthouse. Saint Celestine, Marshal Amaris of the Black Templar, judges from the trial court, several senior generals of the Navy and Army, and the sage of the Mechanicum Regula all attended the meeting. A huge black hardwood round table is placed in the center of the hall. The hall is surrounded by a circle of Inquisition stormtroopers in multifunctional battlesuits. These stormtroopers are the exclusive Inquisition Rapid Strike Force, used to mobilize and destroy those traitor forces with powerful force. The faces of the stormtroopers are hidden behind silver masks. Out of a vow of loyalty, they never take off their masks easily. These ominous, silent guards of honor accompany Inquisitor Lizzie when she attends most official meetings. As a judge, Li Ji has a beautiful appearance, and her figure is well proportioned and full of explosive power in the perennial battles. The only shortcoming is that her hands are no longer flesh and blood, but silver implants. Those loyal judges often appear in various dangerous battlefields, and Li Ji is no exception. Her hands were lost in a fight with a cultist. Later she used a mechanical prosthetic so that she could continue to serve the Emperor. Several senior generals stood a little beside Li Ji. Their faces were resolute and silent, and they did not talk to people from other departments. Saint Celestine sat in the main seat. She looked at the crowd, her eyes full of devotion to the Emperor. Anyone who sees her feels his devotion to the Emperor grows more sincere. The metal body like Regulus Yao Shan stayed in a corner of the hall. Even if he didn't speak, there was a mechanical buzzing sound, showing his existence. Everyone waited for a moment. Clovis walked in with the other Grey Knights. He wears a suit of custom-modified Terminator armor, and at his waist hangs the black sword that imprisoned the demon. As he walked in, the machinery hidden in the hall also revived. The ground trembled slightly, and the buzzing sound filled everyone's ears. A huge holographic projection appeared in front of everyone. The projection lists all the data of the Pharaoh Galaxy and displays it in front of everyone. Clovis wasted no time. He looked around at the high-ranking officials of the Empire participating in the meeting, his voice low and serious. We have definitely observed the existence of chaotic forces, and their target is most likely the Pharos lighthouse. Pharaoh's lighthouse? Do you know who is coming? Celestine asked. She possessed great power, but she was not as good at monitoring demons as Clovis and other Grey Knights. Celestine is the Emperor's warrior against chaos, possessing great power. The Grey Knights are the hunters used by the Emperor to hunt those sneaking into the real universe, and they have a keen sense of demons. The two emphases are different and there is no comparison. The other party is very cunning. They dealt with the thread of fate in the subspace, making it impossible for me to observe it. My initial guess is that it is a demon under the command of the ever-changing demon. Only they are so cautious and full of conspiracy. Other demons will definitely not with such scheming. Clovis said. If this is the case, then we need to know the other party's conspiracy. Judge Lya said. That's why I'm looking for you. The enemy's minions are likely to be active on the surface, and someone needs to investigate. Clovis looked at Judge Lizzie. This matter is not suitable for Grey Knights to do. Their main task is to fight, to descend on those irreparable planets, and to kill those damned demons. Once the Grey Knights are dispatched, it means that the situation in the area is bad enough to call for an extermination order. Preliminary investigations are generally done more by judges. And at this moment, the Grey Knights went out to investigate this matter. Not to mention getting twice the result with half the effort, it is easy for the enemy to take advantage of it. I will do this. Judge Li Ji said. Clovis nodded, and then said another thing. Next, let's discuss about the demon invasion. If we can't solve the demon in the early stage, then we have to face the demon army. The appearance of the big rift makes it easier for the demon to enter the real universe and exist for a longer period of time. Then what should we do specifically? Said a senior general. Increase the review and ensure that the chaos cultists have not sneaked into the fortress. At the same time, check the soldiers in the fortress everywhere, so as not to leave any dead ends. As a Grey Knight mentor, Clovis can be said to have a very good understanding of demons. He made a series of arrangements in an effort to thwart the devil's plot. The meeting lasted for about 3 hours. Everyone had fully integrated the existing defenses and made preparations to deal with the demon before it ended. Everyone left and went to do their own things. In the spacious marble corridor, Aymeric and Celestine walked side by side. During the meeting just now, you didn't seem to care much about what Clovis said. Aymeric looked at Celestine. I feel that you have something that you haven't told us. Lord Guillemon once said before leaving, summoned you alone. I want to know, what did the Primarch say at that time? Celestine looked at Aymeric and shook her head. My lord told me not to say this. This matter is very important, and it is related to some very important plans. It was this sentence again, and Aymeric felt a little annoyed in his heart. Ever since he was transferred to Pharaohs, he felt vaguely that something was wrong. But something was wrong there, and he couldn't tell. Is my loyalty so worthless? Aymeric said in a deep voice, why are all the secrets hidden from me? Everything the Primarch does is to promote the glory of the Emperor and protect the survival of our people. There is absolutely no other meaning. You are too sensitive, Aymeric. The Empire is in crisis and needs every soldier, but I am standing here, not even knowing what to do. Aymeric rarely showed his angry side. The Black Templar has been on an expedition for 10,000 years, either on an expedition or on an expedition. After the end of the Horus Rebellion, the first captain of the Imperial Fist, Sigismund became the first Grand Marshal of the Black Templar. The Black Templar abides by a vow. They will forever hunt down the enemies of man. Always stay on the offensive, never compromise with chaos. You are also fighting now, Aymeric. The Primarch values your abilities and put you here. You are much more important than you imagined. It is precisely because you are here that the enemy can follow the plan of the Primarch. Go. Believe me, you will be facing chaos in no time. Celestine looked at Aymeric, and there was no trace of a lie in her devout eyes. I hope so too, Saint. Aymeric turned and left. Celestine watched his back leave, and in her mind recalled Guillemon's instructions before departure. Your mission will be full of doubts and suspicions, ignore them, Celestine, you are the thorn hidden in the trap, only when the enemy steps into the trap, can people know the existence of the entire trap. Until then, keep silent. Planetary Governor's Mansion. In the empty reception hall, only Varun and the businessman were inside. You lied to me. Dressed in fancy clothes, the young and energetic Varun looked at the businessman in front of him and roared furiously. You're young again, aren't you? The businessman said with a smile on his face. But I don't want this kind of youth. Varun lifted his gorgeous robe, revealing his milk-white belly. On the belly, Yaka's face loomed. Elsewhere on the belly, there are little hands that are as delicate and soft as a baby, the size of a little finger. Even if he cut it off with pain, those little hands would grow out of his body like mushrooms. Obviously, this is the sequelae of witchcraft. He did return to youth, but the ghost of Yark and the weirdness of the warp haunted him too. It's just that your witchcraft steps are not perfect, my lord. The businessman said without the slightest panic, but there is still a remedy. What way? Varun asked with an ugly expression. Look for places where the barriers to reality are relatively weak and the power of ether is relatively strong, and just drive away the ghosts. Where is such a place? It's far away in the sky, but it's close in front of us. Isn't the lighthouse that the Primarch is repairing used to connect to the subspace? That's the most suitable place. Go there and chant a spell to expel ghosts, and that's it. The businessman said with a smile on his face. Chapter 85 Arrival. Hearing what the businessman said, anger surged in Valen's heart. He has a feeling that he has been played by the other party. This damned businessman has played him from beginning to end, making him turn around. Go to the fortress and recite the spell to expel ghosts. If you are discovered, do you know what the consequences will be? Warren said, the Empire will never allow such a blasphemy to happen, and everyone who does that will be greeted the most terrible punishment. The businessman smiled and shook his head. Your Excellency, all you have done is to be loyal to the Emperor, to the Primarch, so what is this little risk? What's more, with your identity, Entering the fortress and chanting a spell will not waste any time at all. As long as you are fast enough and act carefully enough, there will be no problem. Such a small spell is insignificant, and no one will suspect you. In order for you to continue to serve the Emperor, someone has already paid the price with their lives. Do you want to give up all your efforts? Varen clenched his fist. He didn't want to continue. Something inside him told him it was wrong. It can be associated with the dead Yake, and has his own responsibilities. After struggling a bit, Valen agreed to the merchant's proposal. In order to continue to serve the Emperor and continue to serve humanity, a little sacrifice is no big deal. An unnamed star field tens of thousands of light years away. Relying on his powerful authority, Magnus watched the scene where Varen was gradually degrading. Seeing this guy who wants to be loyal to his father, he is going to go to the lighthouse fortress to cast a spell. Magnus' smile grew brighter. He knew that his plan was about to bear fruit. The positions of the stars in the real universe are not fixed. If you want to perform long-distance teleportation, you must have a beacon. Warren, the planetary governor, has become Magnus' beacon at this time. He will go directly to Pharos, bypassing the defenses of the Empire, and appear inside the opponent. Get ready for the ceremony, let us open the passage to Pharos. Magnus looked at his right-hand man Sharo. Understood, my lord. Sharo went outside. In the abandoned hive capital, a giant altar has been prepared. Various lost runes were etched on the altar, and a large number of terrified and crying humans were kept in cages, waiting to be sacrificed. Start! Shaluo said loudly. The wizards picked up sharp daggers, grabbed those humans out of the iron cage, wiped their necks, and threw the corpses on the altar. The desperation and pain of these beings before death will help Magnus better leverage the etheric power of the warp, and shape a path to the planet Pharos for the demon army and his subordinates. I'm here. Magnus smiled. Planet Pharos. Judge Li Ji led the stormtroopers to investigate the chaos incident according to Clovis' prompt. In order to perform tasks better and faster, judges have extremely high authority. The Empire allows them to use any means in order to complete their tasks efficiently. Relying on the judge's extraordinary intuition, Li Ji was keenly aware of the connection between the missing case and the chaotic incident. In order to get clues, she arrested 6 security officers who had many cases of disappearances in the jurisdiction. When arrested, every sheriff said he was innocent. Regarding their self-defense, Li Ji didn't have time to examine it. She let the subordinates who were best at extorting confessions by torture take action. 5 of them are indeed innocent, and one admits to being associated with the underground organization to provide some protection for them to kidnap people. Li Ji didn't waste any time and went straight to the underground organization. As for the 6 sheriffs, sorry, no one has ever survived the torture of an inquisitor. When Li Ji left, there were only 6 unrecognizable corpses in the interrogation room. The location of that underground organization is a bit off. Worried about encountering strong resistance, Li Ji commandeered a stormbird. In the cabin, she prepares the stormtroopers. The speed of the stormbird fighter is very fast. After arriving at the destination, the stormtroopers airborne directly, saving the time for landing. The believers on the periphery were quickly controlled. They don't look wrong, and the building is fine, full of shrines and scriptures of the Emperor. Relying on the scanning equipment, Li Ji still discovered the clues underground. Where do you get in? Li Ji raised her gun and asked a believer. I do not. Lizzie shot him through the head before letting him finish. Tell me. Li Ji raised her gun and asked another man. The man was frightened by Li Ji's ruthlessness. I have never seen such a cruel person. Before he finished answering, he shot directly. There is no such thing as loyalty among fallen men. Under Li Ji's threat, the threatened man brought the judge and his party to the entrance. The entrance is hidden in a huge shrine to the Emperor. Disgusting cultist. Seeing the Emperor's shrine slowly parting, exposing the entrance of a deep tunnel on the ground, Li Ji couldn't hide her anger. The cultists working behind the Emperor's shrine are unforgivable. Li Ji and Stormtrooper rushed in. Blasphemy, the evil chaos runes are all over the basement. Let Li Ji confirm that she is not in the wrong place. And those cultists also got news from the ground. They took up arms and tried to fight against the stormtroopers led by Li Ji. Unfortunately, this kind of stupid behavior is undoubtedly suicidal. With the help of the infrared combat device, even in the basement where there is not enough light, Li Ji can easily locate the cultists. She fired decisively, and the laser pulse killed one cultist in an instant, leaving another cultist wailing and screaming on the ground. The stormtroopers also relied on their usual training to quickly strangle the enemies in the basement. The situation in the basement is complicated, with many rooms. Such an environment may be very difficult to change to other troops. But for the stormtroopers exclusive to the Inquisition, it is just a piece of cake. They have no mercy, after paying the price of a stormtrooper seriously injured. Strangled all cultists who dared to resist. In the huge basement, only a businessman in Chinese clothes and an old man in a long robe remained. They were trembling with fear on their faces. Li Ji does not have the power to see the warp, nor does she have Shinik powers. She could feel the depravity of these two people. The souls of these two people exude a dirty stench. You don't need to look to see their rotten, disgusting souls. Tell me everything you know, and I promise to give you a little mercy. Li Ji's tone was cold. You don't want to know anything. The old man wanted to be tough. Li Ji grabbed his hair, cut off his ear, and threw it in front of him. I think you didn't understand what I just said, so I help you. After finishing speaking, he also injected a potion that enhances the sensitivity of the organs into the other party's body to amplify the other party's pain. The emaciated old man let out a heart-piercing scream. Several interrogators under Li Ji stepped forward and used various instruments to maintain the old man's pain, making him scream continuously. A stubborn traitor deserves no mercy. Li Ji turned to look at the businessman. Can you tell me what you know? Seeing the other party's dagger dripping with blood, and the terrifying look in his eyes, the old man next to him was screaming again. Even if he begged for mercy, no one paid any attention. The businessman who declared that he had surrendered to the gods was also frightened and collapsed. 1510 said what he did. Knowing that the planetary governor had performed the chaos ritual, Li Ji immediately felt something was wrong. She ordered these two guys to be taken back, and interrogated to see if they could get more things out. He took a guard and went straight to the governor's mansion, wanting to control Varun first. When they arrived at the governor's mansion, they were accidentally informed that Varun had gone to the lighthouse fortress. Said that there were some logistical support matters that he needed to handle in person. After interrogating several close servants of the governor, Li Ji got the book without a cover. All kinds of terrible witchcraft are recorded on it. Turned to the ceremony performed by the governor. Li Ji could tell at a glance that this was not a ceremony of transforming lives, but a ceremony of begging the existence of the subspace to pay attention to her. That is to say, planetary governor Varun has now become a beacon. Warp demon beacon in real universe. Li Ji told the news to Clovis, the Grey Knight mentor who was on guard duty in the lighthouse. When Clovis led the Grey Knight team to find Varun in the fortress. Valun has already recited the spell that the businessman said can expel ghosts. With his spell, the ether in the warp surged, and the storm that had not subsided for a long time became extremely violent. A terrifying will let out a ferocious laugh full of extreme malice. The entire planet of Pharos, whether it is facing the star or facing away from the star, has ushered in darkness. A gorgeous, huge crack that traversed the entire planet appeared in front of the public. Chaos has arrived. Chapter 87 The terrible end of the planet Pharos. The rift stretches across the entire sky like a blood-colored eye. Countless human beings looked up in horror at the crack exuding an ominous atmosphere. After a few glances, I can feel my soul falling into an endless abyss. Pieces of distorted energy tore through the night, shrouding the entire world in dark purple light. The dark clouds rolled across the sky, like being pulled into a huge tornado, forming terrifying vortexes that were huge enough to connect the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by the rumbling sound, thunder and lightning flashed across the sky. The pale electric light reflects countless existences that should not belong to the world. The sky is crying, eerie whispers resounding across the planet. Darkness is spreading, seething, covering everything. Accompanied by ferocious laughter, unspeakable terrifying creatures emerged from the darkness. Even the darkness itself has undergone terrible changes. Chaos will always erode, distort, and destroy everything. In the crack in the sky, a huge red eyeball appeared. The eyeballs are covered with distorted lines and profane runes. It's like a scary monster peeping through the cracks in the birdcage to see the cute playthings inside. The demon crawled out of the darkness, hungry and ferocious, trying to prey on the whole world. Accompanied by the appearance of those abominations, screams and cries sounded. Countless voices mixed together, becoming the prelude to chaos. Unimaginable fear rose in the hearts of ordinary men and women. They couldn't help trembling all over, running around, praying for the salvation of the Holy Emperor and Primarch. The originally stable lumen lights in the fortress also began to flicker. The creeping darkness shuttled around the fortress as if it had life. Those twisted monsters flicker everywhere. It flickers like a TV screen caused by an unstable electromagnetic signal. A distorted voice full of malice resounded in every corner. Even if you cover your ears, you can easily hear those weird whispers. Man is our servant. Fate and death. Death is around all human beings. Death is always with us, and the end has come. The darkness boiled up, and the integrated form flowed in the fortress. Pass through the partition and pass through the gap of the metal and steel gate. Twisted darkness enters from all possible places, eroding the human world. They roar, they growl. Like black ink poured into water, greedily eroding the entire reality. Clovis looked at the angrily roar of planetary governor Warren. What did you do? A traitor. Warren was already frightened by the horror scene brought by his spell. Facing the anger of the Grand Master of the Grey Knight that was enough to burn him to ashes. The calmness of being in a high position in the past has long since disappeared. The obese body trembled, his face was pale, and he was already scared out of his wits. He stumbled and said, I just chanted a spell to expel ghosts, just to expel the ghosts that have been haunting me. Damn idiot, you have been used by others. Clovis grabbed the planetary governor, the anger in his eyes was undisguised. You led the devil into this world, idiot. Countless people will die for you, you have betrayed the trust of the Emperor and the Primarch. No. Varun shouted in despair, I just want to serve the Emperor better. Clovis' words made him extremely painful. He wholeheartedly wanted to make greater contributions to the Emperor and the Primarch. Why was this the result? Catch him first, settle the matter here, and then deal with him. Clovis threw Varun on the ground angrily, wishing to kill this guy. How dare this guy summon these abominations into the real world? Unforgivable person. Creeping darkness erodes everything. Spread along the marble wall. Weird footsteps sounded, and demons holding strange weapons or in the shape of various twisted monsters came out of the darkness and rushed towards the Grey Knight team. Fire, one of the Grey Knights yelled. The bullets collided with the dark wave, countless limbs and broken arms flew, and the two sides fought together. Clovis drew his power sword and activated it. The crackling sound of the powerful power field resounded throughout the dark corridor. You should use me. Use me and you will be able to drive those enemies away with ease. Enter, the demon sealed in the black sword, whispered. Those weird whispers echoed in Clovis's mind, trying to take root in Clovis's spiritual world. Demon, Enter is still trying to trick Clovis into wielding the power of the black sword. Wants to make this loyal Grey Knight go to the abyss of depravity. Clovis didn't take it seriously, holding a power sword, he looked at the monster that came out of the wriggling darkness. After a roar, Clovis rushed up. The sharp blade in his hand swung, and the power field tore apart the bodies of those demons, beheading them all. Throughout the fort, scenes of firing can be seen everywhere. The loyalists of the Empire are fighting against the sudden forces of chaos. The stronghold gathered elite forces from various battle groups and Grey Knights. Possesses over 1,000 Emperor Angels. 50,000 elite guards of Ultramar. There are also those workers who made the oath, and they also have good fighting skills. They moved quickly, armed, trying to drive chaos out. The automatic cannons placed in various parts of the fortress sounded a rapid siren when the creeping darkness materialized. Accompanied by the convulsions of the connection machine slave, the autocannon then unleashed a series of scorching attacks, tearing apart any demon entity that dared approach. The defensive troops quickly counterattacked, bullets and scorching lasers hit those weird shadows. A guard of Ultramar held a portable melta-gun, and blasted half of a monster with a strange appearance and a mouth in one shot. The remaining body gave off a scorching smell, lying on the ground and twitching a few times. Before he had time to cheer, the guard's head was bitten off by a strange dog made of flesh and steel in the next second. Dark red blood spurted out, quickly soaking the floor. The headless corpse fell down weakly, mixed with many corpses. Scenes like this are not isolated cases, and the fighting between the two sides has become more intense. The sounds of battle resounded throughout the fortress. Outside, things have also gotten worse. After investigating the fact that the planetary governor was corrupted by chaos, Li Ji originally wanted to lead the team back to the fortress. But the sudden change forced her to stop her original plan and help the people in the city resist monsters first. There are Celestine, Amaric, and Clovis, the Grey Knight mentor, at the fortress. Li Ji knew very well that if those people were unable to resist the demon, there would be nothing she could do if she went back. The stormtroopers were in battle formation under Li Ji's order. Move forward steadily. During this process, Li Ji kept trying to communicate, trying to connect to various communication channels and contact other troops. My lord, there are weird signals approaching us. A stormtrooper turned to look at Li Ji and said. Accessing the sharing mode of the team, Li Ji saw those moving signal sources. Those sources are fast approaching them. Be prepared to fight, they are not from our side. Li Ji said in a deep voice, and she took out the judge's special bolter. The caliber of the bolter is not as large as that used by those Primaris Space Marines, which is just right for ordinary people to use. In such a scene, using that small caliber laser pistol is somewhat useless. Li Ji and the stormtroopers are ready. Accompanied by bursts of hoarse and weird roars. A large group of people rushed from the alley into the main road. They are human. At least once human. Now, it's a bit hard to say. Their muscles and bones are distorted, and their bodies grow various frightening mutations. Bone spurs, tentacles, eyes, and more. Those guys look like monsters. They rushed towards Li Ji and the others, grinning with disgusting mucus flowing. Everyone bears the mark of Psianch's chaos, which makes them slaves of the master of conspiracy. The number of monsters is extremely large, stumbling out from the alleys or far away from the street. As if there is no end, it keeps gushing out. This is a long-planned conspiracy. Li Ji looked ugly, and among the monsters, she saw the uniform of the Ultramar Defense Force. Ultramar's retinue has also been corrupted. Just don't know how big the corruption is? If yes. Li Ji didn't dare to think deeply. Heretics work under their noses. The trial court didn't notice it, which was undoubtedly a huge mistake. May the Emperor forgive the incompetence of the Inquisition. Kill them all and dedicate this world to the gods. Cultists mix and yell inside the monster. Use all kinds of crude weapons to attack Li Ji and others. Li Ji led the stormtroopers to launch a counterattack, preparing to let these traitors know the terrible consequences of betraying the Emperor. Crash. The sound of the iron chain hitting the armor sounded. Amaric wrapped iron chains around his hands and the power sword. Other warriors of the Black Templar stood behind him with weapons in hand, doing the same movements. This is a ritual. Is the inheritance left over from Sigismund, the first Grand Marshal of the Black Templar, and represents the will to fight endlessly. Those guys really came, just like Celestine said. Amaric stared at the darkness ahead, with a low tone. The other fighters of the Black Templar remained silent, as if under the huge black armor, there was no living life, but a puppet who only knew how to fight. Subspace is frantically pouring into the fortress. The air became icy cold, and the lumen lights flickered, seemingly about to go out at any moment. As the darkness surged, many looming shapes came into view from the edge. They made a shrill sound, and rushed towards Amariki and others frantically. For the Emperor. Amariki said inwardly. Afterwards, he faced the dark wave and rushed forward. Other fighters followed suit. The two sides quickly collided and started fighting. Fighting is taking place everywhere in the fortress. Saint Celestine ignored these battles, but went straight into the depths of the fortress. There is the core of the lighthouse. 3 dreadnoughts and a team in Terminator armor are staying here. Saint. After Celestine walked in, a heavily armed Terminator walked over. Ventress. Celestine said, looking at the heavily armed Terminator. The Terminator took off his helmet, revealing a resolute and handsome face. It was Ventress, the 4th Company commander of the Ultramarines. Ventress was a legendary Ultramarine and an outstanding Imperial hero. He was born on the world of Calth, once bombed by the Word-bearers and ravaged by radiation. Ventress lived in the underground hive since he was a child, and completed the trials of the Warband as an adult. With his outstanding achievements and loyalty, he became a member of the top ranks of the Warband. In addition to exorcising demons many times, Ventress also went deep into the Eye of Terror and was captured by the Iron Warriors. For others, it's a dead-end situation. But he started a guerrilla attack on the corrupted planet controlled by the Iron Warriors. Later, with the help of a civil strife by the Iron Warriors, they successfully captured the spaceship and escaped from the Eye of Terror. This record alone is enough to prove how powerful he is. How's the situation outside? Ventress asked. The demons have invaded, just as the adults expected. Those guys want to destroy the lighthouse, and they don't want the Empire to master such subspace navigation technology, said Celestine. Those subspace things are always like this. Once humans embrace science and rationality, it will be their most terrifying doomsday. I dare not say it is all, but at least it is the future that most demons fear. They rely on human fear and killing to survive, said Ventress, laughing. Exactly. Let's go, the lighthouse is ready, waiting for your use, Saint. Ventress said, if it succeeds, humans will have a sharp weapon against demons, and the Empire will no longer be at a disadvantage in force. Celestine nodded, turned to look at the battle nuns who followed her. You can just wait here, remember, if you are unable to fight, evacuate. Understood, Saint, said the battle sister. After asking, Celestine followed Ventress into the depths of the fortress. There is the core of the lighthouse, and it is also the most critical location. All the secrets of how the lighthouse can teleport items and navigate ships in the warp lie at the core. The invasion of chaos came so suddenly. But human beings are not helpless. The priests of the state religion chanted the holy scriptures of the Empire, expelling those unformed demons. They embraced the gods of the Emperor, held up the incense burners and shrines, and drove out those weak demons, and let those damned demons go back to the warp. Trained psychers have also united to use their talents to drive away those twisted monsters. In outer space, the fleet, aware of changes in the surface conditions, bombarded the dark clouds covering the entire world, trying to use physical means to break the blockade of witchcraft. In addition to experiencing the defeat at the beginning, humans are quickly regaining control of the Pharos world. No matter how strong Magnus is, it is impossible to endlessly mobilize the power of ether remotely to besiege the planet Pharos. The physical rules of reality are constantly trying to reshape, forcing those things that do not conform to the rules back to the subspace. In the city, Li Ji and her elite subordinates marched against the firepower of the traitors. The guards who have not yet been corrupted continue to come from all over to support them. An artillery unit joined their ranks and shelled the aberrations. Booming explosions sounded on the battlefield, and the streets paved with stone slabs were smashed into big holes. Smooth squares also become bumpy. A huge sculpture was affected by artillery shells, and the huge explosion power shattered half of the sculpture's body. Many aberrations were crushed to death by falling stones. It is the size of a human head at every turn, plus the potential energy brought by the high altitude. These crushed stones can be said to be extremely powerful. Even with the blessing of Tsianch, these guys are not immortal, they just got a little improvement. Suffering fatal injuries, the same will die. Several heavy tanks joined the battle. These tanks look very old, like antiques that have been placed for hundreds of years. However, although the mechanicum is pedantic and old-fashioned, their technology will always be reliable. The shelf life is awesome. An item produced by the mechanicum can be used for 1,000 or 2,000 years without any problem. Some warbands are still using equipment from 10,000 years ago, and it is still running fine without any problems. It is conceivable how reliable the mechanician's technology is. The Imperial fleet that reacted also dispatched a formation of gunboats and fighter jets to support all parts of the Empire. The strength of the Loyalists is getting stronger and stronger, steadily overpowering those hateful traitors. A large number of corpses piled up on both sides of the street, and the dark red blood soaked the ground. Li Ji stepped forward, and the bolt gun in her hand kept shooting at the traitors. Several heavy tanks rumbled over the broken streets and buildings, and when they saw the enemy's head, they fired a shell. The cultists are losing ground in front of the Empire. The demons can't do anything, the priests of the state religion can suppress them, but they can't take shape in reality to help the allies recover from the decline. At this time, in the fortress, after killing a lot of demons, Clovis, who was rushing to other battlefields for support, looked solemn. The threads of fate in his eyes became more and more entangled. The crisis has not been resolved, but has become more infiltrating and terrifying. The ether storm in the subspace is becoming more and more terrifying, and the real danger is coming. The crack in the sky above Pharos is also slowly expanding, and the malice contained in that huge eyeball is getting stronger and stronger. It is mocking the powerlessness of human beings and the inevitable end time. In the nameless galaxy that is not known how many light years away, the ceremony has also come to an end. Accompanied by wizards, the spells are getting higher and higher. A terrible etheric tornado descends with brilliant unclean light. From the altar, the turbulent subspace is connected. Magnus stepped out, his tall body was like a hill, and the smug look in his one-eyed eyes became more intense. Everything is ready, it's time to give my brother a gift. Magnus stretched out his arms, and the blue wings imbued with huge magic power raised high, fully displaying his majestic and magnificent image. The stars return to their place, the holy number of 9 will open the way for us to cross the galaxy. Magnus' words are like rolling thunder, echoing between nothingness and reality. Accompanied by his voice, countless etheric runes emerged. His force field scepter burst out with incomparably intense light, and the spiritual energy storm suddenly expanded hundreds of times. Even in space, you can clearly see the storm that contains terrible magic power. On the city side, Li Ji thought that victory was in sight. Those cultists and unformed demons are no longer a serious problem. Before the future has time to breathe a sigh of relief, a brand new enemy is ushered in. The portal flashing with dim light suddenly appeared. One after another, people wearing blue and gold power armor appeared from it without making a sound. They lined up neatly and stepped into the battlefield filled with gunpowder. The eternal enemy of mankind, the traitorous sons of the Emperor, the cursed warriors of the 15th Legion entered the battlefield. The 15th Legion, also known as the Thousand Sons Legion, the Primarch is Magnus, who is known as the strongest psychic under the Emperor. 1. Magnus was the first Primarch to realize Horus's betrayal. He once tried to prevent Horus from falling, and wanted Horus not to betray the Emperor. Horus, who thought he could see through the Emperor, finally rejected him and threw himself into chaos. In order to warn his father, Magnus used the sacrifice to send a Shinnick communication to Terra. As a result, his Shinnick communication was blocked by the barrier in the webway. In order to break through the barrier, he enlisted the help of a warp power. Finally, Magnus managed to break through the barriers the Emperor had erected for the webway project, creating a huge, stupid gap called Magnus. Countless demons swarmed in along the gap, gained powerful combat power with the help of the characteristics of the webway, and were extremely active. All the way to break through the Cyberway defense line jointly built by the Forbidden Army, the Mechanic Order, the Silent Sisters, and the Titan Order. The Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne to stabilize the situation, and ordered the Space Wolves to go and bring back Magnus. As a result, Horus tampered with the order and asked the Space Wolves to kill Magnus and destroy the Thousand Sons. Under various misunderstandings and the instigation of traitors, the two legions finally met each other. Magnus was severely injured, and led the surviving Thousand Sons to escape to the wizard planet of the Eye of Terror, and his soul was broken into pieces and scattered all over the place. After gathering all the souls, Magnus assisted War Master Horus to attack Terra, trying to retrieve his last soul fragment. The Emperor guides him into the dungeon, trying to draw him back to the Loyalists. Magnus angrily refused because the Emperor was unwilling to save the mutated Thousand Sons Legion, and fell into the embrace of the power of chaos, becoming the Primarch of Ascension Demon. On the eve of the Great Rift, Magnus avenged the Space Wolves and launched the Battle of Fenris. Destroyed the home planet of the Space Wolves, the planet Fenris, and pulled the wizard planet into the real universe with the help of the death of a large number of Empire people, preparing to repair its own home planet and establish an empire belonging to the wizard. As many Loyalists watched, a pulse of fell energy tore through reality, opening a huge gap. The dark energy gathered at an astonishing speed into a terrifying flame vortex. The fluctuation of that power alone makes people palpitating and trembling. Under the eyes of everyone, a terrifying giant beast descended into this world. The head has 2 horns and bears huge wings. A sinister smile appeared on his one-eyed face. The end has come, slaves of the Corpse Emperor, enjoy the final destruction. Chapter 88 The Mockery from Guilliman. The power of the demon Primarch is terrifying to the extreme. Waving the scepter in his hand, the violent spiritual energy was driven wantonly. The land of the entire planet trembled violently under the terrifying power of Magnus. The ocean was tumbling, and huge waves of 1,000 meters were tumbling towards the hive cities along the coast, trying to submerge them. Subspace rifts are floating all over the planet, which are more stable than the previous rifts. Demons flooded into the human world again. This time it was even crazier. The Scarlet Soldiers of the Thousand Sons Legion were also led by the wizard to attack the Imperial Army. The Scarlet Letter Warrior is a very special existence, similar to a mechanical puppet like magic. They used to be normal warriors with thousands of characters, but later they were transformed into Scarlet Word Warriors by witchcraft. The Thousand Sons Legion of Sequence 15 is a legion of all psychers. The combat power is very strong, but due to the instability of the gene seeds, these fighters have mutated to a certain extent. As time went by, the entire legion slowly fell into a terrifying and irreversible mutation of flesh and blood. Magnus once tried to prevent the flesh and blood mutation of the Thousand Sons Legion, so he talked about a deal with the Lord of Changes, the god of conspiracy, that is, Tzeentch. For this, Magnus paid the price of an eye in exchange for a solution. However, the deal offered by Tzeentch only lasted until before the Horus Rebellion. Moreover, this product has no after-sales service at all. Ignore any questions that appear later. Suggestions like this can be called profiteers. After the Horus Rebellion, the flesh and blood of the Thousand Sons Legion mutated and became even more uncontrollable. A large number of members of the Thousand Sons Legion turned into some kind of indescribable monster. In order to help his brother, the great wizard Ahriman came up with a super spell to stop the mutation of flesh and blood by studying the Book of Magnus. This spell freed a small number of Thousand Sons warriors from the mutation of their flesh and blood, but turned the souls of most Thousand Sons warriors into ashes, and their wills were forever imprisoned in the armor. Magnus was furious because of this, and expelled Ahriman, whom he valued the most. Because there is no physical body, the Scarlet Fighters are immortal. Only by completely smashing their armor can they be eliminated. It can be said to be one of the most terrifying existences in the Renegade Army. The Imperial Army was winning steadily and the situation was good. After the Scarlet Fighters entered the battlefield, the situation was quickly reversed and they were quickly beaten to collapse. Shrink the defense line, don't love to fight, and execute deserters on the spot. Li Ji shouted in the street, trying her best to maintain the collapsed imperial army. At this moment, a huge explosion sounded. Countless wreckage flew out, and the explosion and those fragments with huge impact caused many imperial soldiers to die on the spot. An old model of Le Lumen's heavy tank was smashed into pieces by the scarlet soldiers who came out of the portal. This scene made the already disorganized imperial army even more chaotic. Those powerful wizards were also using witchcraft wantonly, pouring lightning and strong winds into the imperial army, causing a large number of casualties. It's all dust. It's all dust. It's all dust. The scarlet warriors repeated their cold words without any emotion, like the sound of a cold machine. They raised their weapons and pulled the triggers mechanically. The rune bullets fired out slaughtered every living person they saw. Their muzzles, adorned with ornate runes, twist and mutate with the flow of etheric energy, opening and closing like the throats of unnatural beings. Rafflet's fire bolts filled with deadly sorceress energy, which unleashes on impact, tearing apart everything it strikes. Neither armor nor flesh and soul survived. There are also some scarlet fighters holding flamethrowers, and those bright flames can easily melt even the armor of heavy tanks. What is even more frightening is that those melted things are not simply destroyed, but combined in a more distorted form to form a brand new monster. Under tremendous psychological oppression and completely unequal firepower, the Imperial army ushered in a complete defeat. Li Ji was protected by the stormtroopers, but she also fell into the siege of scarlet soldiers and demons. Seeing his loyal subordinates continue to die under the siege of the enemy, a trace of despair also appeared in Li Ji's heart. She knew that she too would perish and return to the embrace of the Emperor. At this moment of crisis, the psychers scattered all over the planet felt the arrival of another terrifying psychic power. Just as they were terrified, whether there would be new chaos forces joining in to carve up the feast of Pharos. Ghostly whispers resounded from every corner. The Emperor's shrines are all shaking. Amidst the trembling prayers of the priests, a flaming figure walked out of nothingness into the battlefield. Wearing pitch-black battle armor, wearing hollow bone ornaments, and entwined with the flames of the ether, the damned legion appeared on the planet Pharos at the most critical moment. A thunderstorm of bullets swept past, crushing the terrifying forces of chaos. The Scarlet Fighter was wiped out under the attack of the bomb, wounded by the cursed fire. Seeing this scene, Li Ji's face showed joy. All the troops gather around me, and any escape behavior that betrays their comrades in arms will be punished by the harshest imperial law. Seeing the arrival of the Legion of the Damned, commanders at all levels were ecstatic, and they did not waste the advantage gained by these silent allies. They hurriedly ordered all troops to regroup and coordinate with the Legion of the Damned to launch a counterattack. No one knows where the Legion of the Damned came from. I only know that they will respond to the Empire's call for help at certain moments, descending from nothingness on the battlefield, and winning victory for the Empire with a destructive attitude. Many Imperial scholars believe that members of the Legion of the Damned are loyal souls gathered by the Emperor. The Emperor used his supreme power to mold those souls into shape again, so that they could continue to fight for humanity. On the fortress side, Magnus, who saw the Legion of the Damned, also realized that he didn't have much time and needed to act as soon as possible. I saw him holding up his scepter, ready to completely destroy his brother's cards. Without navigation beacons, Imperial forces would be beset by the ether storms of the warp, unable to focus their efforts against chaos. The human empire will become an empire with only half the territory. In the fortress, Clovis, the great mentor of the Grey Knight, killed a twisted demon. His steel boot stepped on the corrupted corpse of the opponent, and rushed to other enemies. But there are really too many enemies. With the arrival of Magnus, the devil's offensive became more and more crazy. Just after killing one demon, 7 or 8 demons surged up. Clovis raised the bolter and pulled the trigger repeatedly. The powerful recoil caused his body in the Terminator power armor to vibrate slightly. The bombs that had undergone holy prayers pierced through the demons' bodies, easily driving them back to the warp. Valen's screams sounded. Clovis looked in the direction of the voice and found several demons surrounding the Grey Knight who was in charge of guarding Valen. Clovis wanted to help, but he was powerless. He was also surrounded by demons. Wait until he takes care of those disgusting monsters with claws. Walking over, he found that Varen was already lying on the ground, dying. His stomach has been ripped open, and his intestines can see everything. Clovis quickly made an assessment that he was dead. No mortal could survive such a terrible injury. Warren, who was on the verge of death, had fear and regret in his eyes. Tears streamed down his well-maintained face. He looked at Clovis, who was looking down at him. I'm sorry. I don't want this, I just want to continue to serve the Emperor, to continue to serve the Primarch. His tone was full of remorse. Varen reached out to touch Clovis's armor. I really didn't betray you, really. If I knew that the spell was the consequence, I would never touch it, sorry. You shouldn't touch chaos. Their promises are always false, like a vicious trap, constantly tricking people into it. They often promise good things at the beginning, but in the end they always end up with eternity. The torture ended. There is nothing that can free us from suffering, and there is no so-called eternity. Once you trade with chaos, everything about you will be stolen by those liars, your youth, your vitality, your health, and your soul. The only blessing that chaos can bestow on man is the habit of suffering. Clovis stared at the remorseful Varen. You have made a big mistake, even if your intention is good. You should not forget the teaching. I don't like the State Church and the Inquisition, but they have some actions that are very correct. Don't trying to use the power of chaos, even for the best wishes, otherwise you will suffer backlash. Valen died with remorse. He persisted for 2.5 centuries, conscientiously, keeping himself vigilant against corruption and depravity, restraining my desire for materialistic enjoyment, and not letting myself be disturbed by external objects. But in the end, he still fell under the temptation of chaos. Chaos not only seduces others from the material, but also from the soul, from the spiritual level. Using people's desire for good, and loyalty to the emperor, to lure people down a terrible path. Let's go. Clovis had no time to grieve for this errant soul. The demons are still raging, and their mission is not over. Demons and traitors are raging everywhere in the stronghold, and waves of madness hit the loyalist defenses. Strange whispers resounded through the fortress, and distorted figures could be seen everywhere. The terrified cries of mortal servants mingled with the battle cries of Primaris Space Marines. Disgusting, rancid smell filled the air. Large numbers of mortal soldiers died in battle. Their limbs were distorted and deformed by the supernatural evil fire from the other side, and their torsos turned into transparent glass in the flash. The distorted monster jumped out of the darkness, and a large number of stumps and broken arms were scattered all over the place, like a Shura field in the world. Primaris Space Marines did their best to maintain the defenses, trying to drive out the twisted and hideous monsters. They formed a formation one by one, trying to ensure that they would not be dispersed by demons and traitors. Along with the fluctuation of Shinnik energy, soldiers of the Legion of the Damned also appeared in the fortress. They were silent, using the bombs wrapped in the cursed fire to help the loyalists of the Empire to wipe out the demons. The Primaris Space Marines were able to breathe, and they quickly recovered their fighting power with the help of the powerful recovery power provided by the Heart of Guilliman. Cooperate with the soldiers of the Legion of the Damned to fight against these warped demons. The huge caliber bolt guns roared continuously, harvesting the twisted flesh and blood in pieces, advancing gradually, and regaining the lost defense line. Clovis also went to various battlefields. The black sword trapping the demon chattered endlessly, still tempting Clovis to use its powers. It's a pity that Clovis ignored the black sword from the beginning to the end, but buried himself in hunting demons as always. Soon with the assistance of the soldiers of the Legion of the Damned, Clovis and Amariki, along with other important figures of the chapter, were reunited. There's a constant flow of demons, and we have to get to the root of it. Clovis says he can already see all the threads of fate going in one direction. That's where Magnus is. Expelling him will solve everything. Where's the saint? Amaric didn't respond directly to Clovis, but asked about the situation of the Saint Celestine. Such a thing happened in the fortress, and she was not seen, which is too strange. As soon as these words came out, the gathered people looked at each other, and they all said that they had not seen the saint. Thinking carefully, they seem to have never even seen the battle sister. It stands to reason that saints and battle nuns have absolutely no possibility of rebellion. A company commander of the battle group whispered, "Why don't they come out? If saints can rebel, the blow to the emperor's faith is absolutely fatal." However, since the saint appeared in the history of the empire, there has never been a record of rebellion. Could it have left, or was tricked by the enemy to get away? Another original caste space warrior said. Everyone communicated for a while, but there was no result. Does anyone know where Celestine went? Forget it, don't worry about it. The most important thing now is to deal with Magnus. Clovis said. Amaric nodded, agreeing, and didn't ask Celestine any more. After they determined their target, they all headed towards Magnus' position unanimously. Magnus has come to the fortress. Attempts to prepare a gigantic spell that will attempt to wipe out the Pharos beacon completely. Many primordial starfighters gathered towards this team under the orders of the Grand Marshal of the Black Templar and the Grand Master of the Grey Knights. Warriors dressed in Terminators walked in front with huge dreadnoughts. Use the heavy armor to withstand the pressure of a large number of demon attacks for the companions behind. In the rear, many Primaris warriors and Legion of the Damned soldiers attacked together, using all kinds of heavy firepower to destroy the swarming demons and open the way forward. The demons also realized what they wanted to do, and launched an even more crazy attack. Notwithstanding the unparalleled determination and unquenchable faith of the loyalists, the situation is not optimistic. The team formed by the Scarlet Fighters and Twisted Demons who came out of the portal attacked fiercely, trying to stop the loyalists from advancing at all costs. From time to time, soldiers will be knocked down and dragged into the darkness by those hideous monsters. Clovis kept roaring, and the weapon in his hand slashed the Scarlet Fighters, Siege Demons, and twisted subspace monsters. Grand Marshal Almerich remained indifferent. He had completely handed over his soul to the Emperor, killing cruelly like a cold-killing machine. The think tanks waved their scepters and released their Shinnik energy to fight against those rebellious wizards. They fought their way through maddened demons and traitors. Masses of shattered wreckage and steaming, putrid ichor were left behind by them. They got closer and closer to Magnus. The surviving librarians felt unprecedented Shinnik pressure. With step by step approaching this demon original body, the mental pressure they are under is getting bigger and bigger. Many think tanks even cried out in pain. In the back, even the Primaris Space Marines without Shinnik powers began to feel the pressure. The evil energy emanating from Magnus pricked their heads like thin needles. The power of the demon Primarch is too terrifying, beyond anyone's imagination. Closer to Magnus, the loyalists found the horror scenes surrounding Magnus. Those scenes are very illusory, all projected from another world. Obviously, in order to enter the planet Pharos, the demon Primarch conducted a grand sacrifice ceremony. An altar etched with chaotic runes, a group of wizards are chanting prayers and making various gestures around him. A large number of innocent civilians were caught out of the iron cage by the followers of Magnus, their throats were cut to let blood out, and the corpses were piled up on the altar. The dead are hard to count, but the blood can only be seen pooling together to form a huge blood flow. The corpses piled up like hills. Beside those followers, there are still piles of knives blunted by too many killings. Poor idiots, you are still fighting for the corpse emperor, ironic loyalty. Magnus looked at the warriors who were still fighting in the wave of demons and tried to get close to him with one eye, and uttered mocking words. Many loyalists looked at where Magnus was, and every soldier's eyes were full of anger. You will pay the price, Red Devil. Clovis roared loudly, and his eyes were full of hatred when he looked at Magnus. On the battlefield of Fenris, on the battlefield of the Wizard Star, he lost a large number of companions because of this hateful Primarch. With an ant like you, are you trying to stop me? Magnus showed a cold smile. Clovis didn't speak, but responded with a holy bomb from the opponent. Other loyalists also launched an attack on the Daemon Primarch. Magnus, however, was indifferent to these attacks. Bombs cannot hit him. Witchcraft protected the Daemon Primarch, allowing him to ignore the attacks of many loyalists. A group of ants also want to stop the Wheel of Fate, how ridiculous. Magnus held the scepter and looked at the loyalists with pity. Clovis cut off the body of the demon in front of him with a sword, and rushed towards Magnus' position. Aymeric followed closely behind. The power of the Demon Primarch is irresistible. But they will never have any thoughts of fear. In their minds, there is only the firm will to swing the sword at the enemy. But the power of the Demon Primarch is definitely beyond their imagination. Magnus just waved his arm, and used the huge spiritual power to knock Aymeric into the air. Under the impact of that violent spiritual energy, the Grand Marshal crashed into the ruins. Countless demons swarmed up, biting the weak points of Armor's armor, trying to kill the Imperial hero. Clovis' situation is also bad. Magnus' magical hand easily grabbed him and lifted him into the air. In the gigantic Daemon Primarch, he is as vulnerable as a mortal. Clovis' skin felt burning, breathing felt like his throat was full of flames. What are you? A little toy created by my stupid father, are you also trying to stop me? Magnus slowly exerted force, and the Terminator power armor made of ceramic steel let out a moan of overwhelm. I spit on you, Clovis whispered. Speak to hell, idiot. Magnus exerted force, only to find that Clovis, who was tightly held by the magic hand, disappeared. A strange force took him away. This scene surprised everyone. The loyalists were bewildered and delighted that it was always a good thing that Clovis wasn't killed by Magnus. Hey, Magnus, it's been a long time. 10,000 years have passed. I hope Ruth's spinal fracture didn't bother you. I have a few good doctors here who have a lot of experience in treating the spine. If you have contact, you can contact me. A huge projection of Guilliman appeared above the fortress, facing Magnus. Guilliman. Magnus looked up at the huge holographic projection, surprise in his complacent eyes, followed by anger. Space Wolf Primarcrus gave Magnus the shoulder and knee back then, directly smashed Magnus' spine, and shattered his soul. This matter makes Magnus still unable to let go of it. Guilliman dared to speak out in public. Magnus swore that Guilliman would pay an unimaginably terrible price for this act. One day, he will also break Guilliman's waist in public, and make him lie on the ground and scream. You can't be here, you are still in the Charadon sector, how could you have a conversation with me? Magnus maintained his reason amidst the anger. Obviously, before attacking Pharos, he fully grasped the layout of the Imperial army. He also intentionally interfered with several worlds to keep the Empire busy, so as to ensure that his plan was foolproof. Guilliman can't be here? Then how did he know that he would come? A bad thought appeared in Magnus' mind. I know you must be very confused, but I want to tell you that your plan is like a pile of shit. I suggest that you go to Angren for advice if you have nothing to do. At least he won't play such a stupid conspiracy. After saying this, Guilliman's projection flickered a few times and then disappeared. Magnus, who was originally furious because of Guilliman's disclosure of the events of 10,000 years ago, lost the rationality he had managed to maintain after listening to the projection, and appeared even more violent. Angren was the most brainless of the Primarches. His brain is screwed by those nobles and only gets excited about killing and fighting. Therefore, Angren will not choose any option other than combat. Never mindless. And now, Guilliman satirized that his strategy was even worse than Angren's. What a shame. Unforgivable. I'm going to kill you, Guilliman. Magnus roared, and thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. With his anger, the Chinook storm surrounding him also became crazy. You'd better think about how to survive, traitor. The sound resounded throughout the battlefield. With the help of other fighters, Aymeric stood up again with a surprised face. This voice belongs to Celestine, who has never appeared. A wonderful breath rippling from the lighthouse as the center, extremely sacred, as if the Emperor came in person. Golden rays of light burst from everywhere. The angry Magnus was surprised, he felt threatened. Chapter 89 on how to make the Emperor appear holy, subscribe. Bright golden light bursts around the planet. Like a flood from a dam that is about to collapse. A terrifying force is shaking the barrier between reality and illusion, and is about to break through into the real universe. The earth was shaking, and because of Magnus' spiritual energy, the black clouds forming a maelstrom shot out dazzling golden lights. The darkness was expelled, and even the dark clouds became golden. Accompanied by a series of visions, a golden figure appeared above the fortress. That figure is extremely huge. Is like a golden giant walking among the stars. Just his face covered a large area. The face overlooking the planet, the light emitted is so bright, as if 10,000 stars were put together. The aura emitted by the golden giant pushed through the thick clouds, making its appearance clearly appear in front of everyone. Seeing the golden face, the demons screamed, and the humans shouted excitedly. That was the face of the Emperor. The golden figure didn't care about the different reactions of demons and humans. Those bright eyes stared at Magnus on the ground. The huge sense of oppression made Magnus' dusty memories keep emerging. My son, the destiny of our people is to rule the stars. From today onwards, you will lead the 15th Legion. Lead them to seize the galaxy for mankind and expel those enemies of mankind. Magnus, the subspace is not so easy to explore, the dangers in it are extremely terrifying, you must learn to restrain yourself. The power of the warp can no longer be wielded, that terrible knowledge will destroy you, Magnus. I hope you can return to me. Horus has completely fallen, but there is still a chance to save everything. Magnus, as long as you stand by my side, everything can be saved. Countless memory images emerged, all of which were scenes of the Emperor talking to him. Do not. Magnus' face showed a rare fear. He couldn't believe what he saw. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Emperor is dead. The Emperor is dead. Even if the subspace still has his spiritual consciousness, he is almost dead. Why would he possess such terrifying power to interfere with reality? This is not in line with common sense. You have been sitting on the throne for 10,000 years, there is no way you will appear. Magnus roared hysterically, you can't show up, you're just a liar. The golden giant was silent, and the light on his body became brighter and brighter. The whole world was dyed golden. Those eyes, brighter than the stars, just stared at Magnus like that. This is only a small part of his infinite power. But the entire planet has been shrouded in light. Under the radiance of the golden figure, countless demons uttered screams. Those distorted demons cursed the damned cursor with all the vicious words they could think of. They were panicked, looking for places to hide, to escape the terrible golden light. Light is irradiated, and it will cause unimaginable and terrible damage to them. Under the shadow of the golden figure, Magnus felt unparalleled oppression and pain. He tried his best to see the essence of the golden figure clearly. Impossible. How could the Emperor have such a powerful force to interfere with reality? Magnus took a huge risk and poured his power into the one eye, trying to pry into the essence of the golden figure. A child holding a skull, a man with a strong physique, and an old man with white hair. Thousands of faces, each speaking loudly. Trinity without origin and end. Either one is 10,000, all beings are also the Emperor. Countless souls shouted at the same time, echoing in Magnus' mind. Sorrow, death, devotion, countless voices, those souls shouted different words. Magnus felt that his soul was overwhelmed by looking directly at the Emperor's essence. In a trance, he saw Sanguinius, Ferris, Vulcan, Korax, and Ryan. They also radiated light, standing beside the Emperor, watching him with icy eyes. Those faces were all making silent inquiries. Why betray them? Why do you want to turn your back on mankind? Why destroy everything you already got? Why push human beings into the abyss? Father. Magnus uttered the word trembling in pain. That is a word that has not been spoken for 10,000 years. The golden figure didn't have any answer. Just staring at him like that. Magnus had to turn his head, not daring to look directly at the golden figure. His body was shaking. Hidden in that golden figure is a power that can rival the power of chaos. Just looking directly at it has overwhelmed his body and soul, as if he was about to be burned. Repent before your father, traitor. Celestine's voice sounded, resounding throughout the planet. In the lighthouse core room. Clovis, who was rescued, looked at a loss. He doesn't know how he got here. In the last second, he had closed his eyes and was waiting to die. In the next second, it was already teleported here. Everything that happened in front of my eyes was full of confusion. Many state church priests and pious nuns sang the Emperor's poems around Celestine. A large number of neural connection devices are connected to the Saint Celestine. Obviously, the golden giant outside is controlled by her. 4th Company Commander Ventress of the Extreme Battle Group stood aside. Silent, watching all this. The confusion in Cloven's heart became more and more intense. Why did I never know that the other party was in the fortress? What the is going on? Clovis' eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. What Celestine did was clearly projecting the power of the Emperor. How on earth is this done? In the city, Li Ji and many imperial soldiers also saw the golden figure. She didn't dare to look directly at that figure, for fear that the terrifying light would ignite her soul. A large number of people and soldiers knelt on the ground because of this miracle. They were weeping, chanting the Emperor's name and various prayers hysterically. Tears flowed wantonly down their faces. The pastors were so excited that their bodies were shaking, singing, and praying with all their strength. Under Magnus' fearful gaze, the golden figure raised his hand. A golden longsword appeared out of thin air in the hands of the golden figure. Enough to cause the entire galaxy to be lifted up by silvery golden flames. In the cold, dark void. The millions of crew members on the Imperial fleet all watched this scene dully. How majestic! What a shock! How incredible! A galaxy starts with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers. But now, it was illuminated by a figure. Forgive me! Magnus cried, feeling the terrible oppression of the Emperor. The golden figure remained silent, and the flame of the golden longsword became more and more intense, as if trying to burn up space and time. Seeing this scene, Magnus did not dare to have any arrogance. He burst out with all his strength, trying to escape from Pharos. If you stay any longer, you will really die. He ordered people to interrupt the sacrifice, reverse the witchcraft teleportation that spanned half the galaxy, and wanted to escape from the Imperial Sanctuary and return to the Wizard Star on the dark side of the Empire. The golden figure slashed at him, and the flames rushed to where Magnus was. At the critical moment, Magnus reversed the witchcraft with the help of the 9 silver towers obtained from the Lord of Change and escaped. However, the golden flame burns all the tracks of fate. Soon, Magnus' shrill screams echoed in the subspace. Wizard Star and unnamed star field were also affected. Sharo and many other wizards were backlashed by powerful witchcraft, and were also burned by golden flames following the traces of fate. After just a few breaths, he was burned to ashes. Wizard Star is even more terrifying. A golden light fell, purifying half of the planet. Countless demons died amidst screams. The same is true for those heretics. Under the bright golden light, even their souls were completely purified. The Wizard Star is divided into two. Half of the planet still exudes a strong atmosphere of chaos, while the other half of the planet exudes the aura of cursors that is disgusting to demons. Magnus escaped and survived. He fled back to the Wizard Star in a panic. Half of the body was tattered and scorched black, even the armor was melted, and one wing was even bald, turning black. The same is true of Magnus' face, half of which is still intact, while the other half is scorched black, looking extremely hideous. His greatest reliance, the 9 silver pagodas of the god of conspiracy, even showed scorched black cracks. These are all the prices paid for saving lives. Magnus, who fled back to the Wizard Star, looked extremely ugly. The part of the body that was burned by the power of the Emperor did not recover as before, but remained scorched black. No matter how he uses the power of ether, it is difficult to restore that terrible scar. And there is a burning pain in the scorched black place. This pained Magnus. Guilliman attracted a blast of the Emperor's Chinook energy near the planet Pharos, just like his Chinook communication 10,000 years ago, it directly penetrated the subspace and hit his origin. This means that these burned places will never heal. This is not a superficial burn, but an injury to the source, which is manifested on the body. The searing pain will torment Magnus for a long time. Let him be in pain all the time, unable to get a moment of peace. Guilliman. The voice of Magnus, who had only half of his face left, was full of hatred. His plan failed completely, and was plotted against by Guilliman. I won't let your Guilliman go. As the Emperor became holy, the offensive formed by demons and traitors was quickly defeated. With the help of the Legion of the Damned, the Imperial army quickly won the victory. Before the future had time to cheer, the heroes of the Empire gathered in the core room of the lighthouse. They desperately need an explanation. Why would the Emperor appear here? Why did Lord Guilliman know that Magnus was coming? Why do you know that Magnus is coming, but you don't want to tell them? Why is Ventress in the fortress? They fought an extremely difficult battle without knowing the cause of the war. This is undoubtedly very annoying. After listening to everyone's confusion, Ventress smiled slightly. My lord doesn't know about Magnus' attack. If he knew it was him, he would definitely take more targeted measures to ensure that the demon Primarch cannot escape from the trap. Then why did Master Guilliman leave the words about Magnus ahead of time? Isn't it because he foresaw the arrival of the other party, so he stayed? Clovis' tone was full of confusion. Obviously, Ventress' statement did not convince him. If the arrival of Magnus had not been foreseen, how could Master Guilliman leave the projection in advance? Ventress did not explain this, but clicked a few times in a pop-up holographic window. As he worked, Guilliman's voice filled the core chamber. Hey, Mortarion, long time no see. I hope Typhus hasn't changed from your son to your father. After all, he took your legion and sent you fool to the god of plague. I hope he won't be so ruthless to let you be his son, that would be too embarrassing. Hey, Fulgrim, it's been a long time. In fact, I have held back a sentence for 10,000 years. You are ugly and smell bad. To be honest, Mortarion Scruff who doesn't bathe better than you, your aesthetics is just like that of a rat man, if you are wrong, even a rat man is better than you. Hey, Lorgar, long time no see. Let me tell you, I am now the spokesperson of the Emperor, and the law of the Holy Word has been written according to my intentions. Even the Pope of the state religion was supported by me alone. It's embarrassing to listen to them singing about me and erecting sculptures for me every day. They burned your city back then, and now they're here to take your place. Guilliman's voice resounded throughout the hall, and he left one for every traitor Primarch. Emmerich. Clovis. Many senior generals. For a while they didn't know what to say. In order to ridicule his brother, Lord Guilliman deliberately left a sentence for each Primarch. The situation is like this. My lord has left a sentence for all the traitorous original body. No matter who comes, they can choose the matching words from it to play, so as to achieve the effect of deterring the other party. Ventress explained. These recordings are pre-recorded. Guilliman will not predict this kind of thing. Besides, in this universe, it is not very reliable to predict such things. It's as if a certain undead claimed to be a prophet, but turned out to be cheating by relying on time skills. As long as the final result does not come true according to his prediction, he will use time technology to backtrack to ensure that the result conforms to his prediction. Its methods include but are not limited to assassination, bewitchment, deception, doing it yourself, and forcing others to follow his predictions. It can be said that this prophecy of the universe is just an observation of the infinite future. It may or may not be realized. Prophecy is completely unreliable. Recording problem solved. It wasn't that Guilliman was unwilling to tell them that Magnus would come, but that he himself didn't know which traitorous principal would come. Ventress answered people's confusion one by one. This trap plan is just a random trick to deceive traitors. If the enemy is fooled, he will be fooled, and if he is not fooled, he will not suffer. Then why did the Emperor appear here? Clovis asked the key to this matter. Sage Regula needs to answer this question. The answer is related to the operating principle of this alien lighthouse. Ventress threw the question to Regula, the mechanical sage, and asked him to answer the question for everyone. All eyes were on Regula's metal body, they all wanted to know the root cause of the Emperor's manifestation. The Emperor's manifestations in the past were very random. But this time, Guilliman was clearly prepared. That is, Guilliman has the ability to make the Emperor appear wholly at any time. Rui Gula stretched out his detailed mechanical fingers, and clicked on a huge holographic projection. Projection shows a very complex spatial structure model to everyone. The operation principle of the alien lighthouse is very special. This set of equipment works by inducing the principle of quantum entanglement between particles. It can adjust the basic elements of the universe in a certain way, and it can be repeated repeatedly between different objects and places. Resonates at a distance in space to transport matter and guide ships. Lord Guilliman once used this device to guide ships sailing in the subspace. With the help of this alien lighthouse, those ships could ignore the storm in the subspace and reach their destination directly. In times of crisis, the personnel who controlled the lighthouse tried to go far. The distance brought the 2 primarches from Makridge to the Pharos, and the teleportation, according to records, was instantaneous. After Master Guilliman, Mechanic Sage Call, and many Mechanic sages deduced, this lighthouse has another function, which is to magnify a person's synesthesia. With this device, we can magnify the Saint Celestine's devotion to the Emperor, then use this devotion to distort the laws of reality and establish a coordinate for the Emperor's projection. When it comes to the Emperor's projection, we need to briefly explain the relationship between the subspace and the real universe. The two are interdependent. It can even be said that the subspace is the real universe, and the real universe is the subspace. The essence of the two is the same. Evolution is very different. Sage Regula used his mechanical fingers to slide the holographic projection screen, showing a complex spatial structure diagram. Reality and subspace are interdependent, and can also squeeze each other. If the reality is strong, it will expand to the subspace, and if the subspace is strong, it will expand to reality. Amaric widened his eyes, looking at the various data and models on the huge holographic projection. I feel dizzy all over my head. Others are not much better. They are all like listening to heaven. In this era, there is no complete higher education. People generally engage in various occupations after receiving some basic knowledge. Amaric, Clovis usually either fights or studies the enemy's information. Where does he have the time to learn these advanced knowledge? This kind of high-level theoretical knowledge of time and space models is estimated to not be understood by many people in mechanic cult. Regula seemed to be aware of this problem, and in order to better explain the ins and outs, he changed it to an easy-to-understand term. The real universe is like the atmosphere of a planet, and the subspace is the void of the atmosphere. Both of them belong to space. The difference is that in the atmosphere of the planet, due to gravity, the gas is locked, and the gas is locked again. The temperature is increased, so that an ecological environment that is completely different from that in space is formed. The same is true for the real universe and the subspace. Because reality has physical rules, it forms an ecology that is completely different from the subspace, and it also forms a world with order. This is just a simple statement, but the connection between the subspace and reality is more complicated, and the theory involved is something that ordinary people can't study thoroughly even if they spend their entire lives. This kind of statement just allows you to better understand the relationship between the subspace and reality. Differences and the barriers that exist between them. Psychers are special existences among human beings. Their souls penetrate the barriers between reality and illusion, and draw power from subspace, thus obtaining various terrifying abilities. Having said that, Regula looked at the think tanks of the battle group. The librarians felt the eyes of the mechanical sages, but they did not respond. They know how to use their power, but they know very little about the source of their power. In their cognition, things like spiritual power are either born with it and wait to be activated, or they will never have it again in their lifetime. As for how it came about, few people would explore this kind of thing. Regula saw that the think tanks did not speak, nor did they pay too much attention, but continued to answer for everyone. Because of this characteristic of Psychers, even if the Emperor's physical body was fatally damaged and placed in the stasis field, his spiritual consciousness is still active in the subspace. The existence of barriers prevents the Emperor from affecting reality, ordinary Psychers can't look directly at him in the warp. Because of this, for a long time, the Emperor can only use some means to show his holiness. The emergence of the Great Rift has caused the number of Psychers in the Empire to skyrocket, which also means that the Emperor's ability to interfere with reality has increased, which is why the Legion of the Damned frequently appears. Main reason. According to the available data, after the appearance of the Great Rift, the frequency of the appearance of the Legion of the Damned has increased significantly. This also proves that after the barriers between reality and subspace are weakened, the Emperor's interference in the real universe has increased. So if you want to project the power of the Emperor, you must not only be pious enough, but also provide coordinates to weaken the barriers between reality and subspace, so that the power of the Emperor can enter the real universe. When the gods project power, they often need large-scale blood sacrifices or plagues, or a stable subspace channel. Only when these conditions are met can the gods project their power. Otherwise, the gods of the subspace cannot affect reality. Sage Regula kept sliding the holographic projection, speaking out the research results of Guilliman and Call. After research, use the lighthouse to establish a stable subspace channel, so that the power of the Emperor can smoothly interfere with reality. In this way, as long as the user is devout enough, a super large-scale manifestation can be formed. Before the expedition, Guilliman asked Call to study supernatural powers. A large number of books that had been banned by the tribunal and the state church were also found. Of course, this matter was also hindered by some old-fashioned forces in departments such as the Grey Knights, the state church, and the tribunal. However, Guilliman's tough attitude allowed the project to continue firmly, giving some clues to supernatural research. Repairing the Pharos lighthouse later, thinking of its special ability, I tried a few times, and found that the Pharos lighthouse can indeed provide subspace coordinates, and can also amplify the user's synesthesia, connecting to distant but wanting targets. Some pious people can rely on this characteristic to leverage the power of the Emperor during the test. Guilliman made a related plan, using the lighthouse to assassinate 1 or 2 demon primarchs who were about to murder him. Magnus simply bumped into each other, as a test subject. The lighthouse can still be used? Or can the lighthouse be used to let the Emperor talk to us? Amariki asked. The role of the lighthouse was written in the Pharos novel, the Unremembered Empire novel. I changed a little bit, but the ultra-distance instant communication and instant teleportation, and the overload lighthouse behind to kill the bats are all written in the book. If there is a conflict in the setting, refer to the book, not the campaign book and other materials. Chapter 90 Victory is doomed, subscription required. The Black Templar Generalissimo's question made everyone turn their attention to the mechanical sage Regula. If the Emperor can really communicate with the world, it will definitely be a sensation in the entire empire. It will even cause a shocking upheaval in the entire empire. Cause a storm in the political field. The elders and nobles of Terra are afraid that they will tremble because of this. During the 10,000 years the Emperor slept. What their family did, it would be light to be burned on the stake. Especially the state religion. The rebellion of apostasy and the rule of these black spots cannot be washed away. For the current high level of the empire, the Emperor's awakening will do nothing but harm. For ordinary people, it is good. Humanity will regain the guidance of the Emperor, and will not struggle in the dark. After the Great Rift appeared, the situation in the human empire got worse. There are a lot of distress messages floating in the subspace at all times. Alien, mutant, chaos. Many worlds are suffering from these cancers. The mechanical face of the mechanical sage Regula showed a trace of humanity. The sound of mechanical gears turning came from the neck. He shook his head a few times. We can't do what you said. The power of the Emperor is too strong. We can't guide the will of the Emperor to talk to us. Why not? You can all leverage his power, and guiding his will shouldn't be a problem. Amariki asked persistently. The Emperor's awakening is nothing but a disaster for the current imperial bureaucracy. For humans and various battle groups, the benefits of the Emperor's awakening are really too many. Before coming to Ultramar to find the Primarch, he participated in many battles. The power of chaos is getting stronger. Dark Angel's megalithic base was attacked by the Lord of Change, causing heavy casualties. The home planet of the Space Wolves was destroyed by Magnus, the civilians were almost wiped out, and the monastery was also in ruins. On the planets near the Great Rift, there are more and more supernatural events caused by chaos. People worry every day that their souls will be completely swallowed by chaos. Clovis is not saying that Guilliman cannot lead humanity. Rather, the enemy is too strong, and human beings face too many threats. No matter how powerful the original body is, there is only one person. If the Emperor can return, the power of the human side will also be greatly enhanced. The pressure on the original body is not that great. Being able to use his power does not mean being able to withstand his will. Regula clicked on the holographic projection, showing various monitoring data when the Emperor's projection descended. Each item of those data far exceeds the normal value, and many items of data are displayed in red fonts representing danger. These are just detected data, and there are some unquantifiable data. The appearance of that trace of the Emperor's power has overwhelmed the space structure, and people's souls have shown signs of purification. If the Emperor's will is allowed to come, everyone on the entire planet will be instantly vaporized because of the Emperor's powerful power. Mechanical Sage Regula's words disappointed everyone who was expecting it. I thought that the Emperor could lead the world again. I didn't expect it, but I still couldn't do it. Their mood is like a thirsty and tired traveler lost in the desert, who found an oasis, but found that the oasis was a mirage. How bad and lost is the mood like that? Okay, now this planet has lost the value of being on duty. The traders in the subspace are extremely cunning. They will never step into the same trap twice. It's time to perform a new duty. Ventress stood up and waved off the holographic projections. The questions have been answered, it's time to make the next step. The planet Pharos no longer needs to be guarded by such a huge force. Warp demons are not stupid enough to step into the same trap again. The lighthouse can summon the power of the Emperor. This is an artifact. Why do you say it has no value for guarding? Judge Li Ji looked at Ventress, her tone full of confusion. Even if we can no longer deceive the subspace demons, it is still a good thing to keep the lighthouse here. If the Pharos starfield encounters chaos invasion in the future, this lighthouse can also be used to expel the enemy. The lighthouse has been overloaded, most of its components have been scrapped, and it has lost its function of maintaining a stable entrance to the subspace. Has been silent, and Celestine, who was silent, spoke. We can continue to repair. Amariki said, being able to use the power of the Emperor will give us a huge advantage and can effectively fight against the enemy of chaos. This is alien technology. Ventress said, it's too dangerous. This lighthouse can not only be used to amplify the Emperor's power, but also can be used by other evil forces. Lord Guilliman has long left after the order is issued. If it is triggered, it is not recommended to continue to keep this lighthouse, but to completely destroy it. Hearing that Guilliman meant it, everyone who originally wanted to fight for the lighthouse to stay could only agree. If it was in the past, they may still object. But after the battle just now, they really couldn't object. Lord Guilliman took precautions, planned strategies, and easily played and severely injured the rebel Primarch. This made them adore and trust him. The original body must have a deep meaning in doing so. It's like concealing their various arrangements on Pharos, and the final result will surprise them. The duty here is over. After dismantling the lighthouse completely and confirming that it cannot be restored, you will continue to join the expedition. Ventress said, bring the reform and will of the Primarch to the entire galaxy. Everyone did not object, and their trust in Guilliman rose in a straight line after this battle alone. Step by step, directly pull the other party into your own trap. The most important thing is that the opponent is not here yet, and it all depends on what he left behind. This ability to control the overall situation is really terrifying. All of them combined may not be able to do half of Master Guilliman. Are we going to give up the lighthouse like this? How to solve the navigation problem in the dark domain of the Empire, and also lose a sharp weapon against chaos? Clovis' tone was a little lost. When human beings face chaos, they have always been at a disadvantage. The only way is to take human life to fill, and then expel the devil. The same is true for the Grey Knights. When fighting against demons, they are better than other troops, but the casualties they pay each time they fight against demons are also not small. Now, the lighthouse offers them another path. Summon the power of the Emperor to kill demons with one blow. It doesn't need to be as complicated as before, let alone take such big risks. But now, the lighthouse is about to be demolished. Everything is arranged. The Primarch has already made long-term preparations. You only need to execute his orders. When the time comes, all problems will be solved. Ventress was full of confidence, but he didn't know much about Guilliman's overall plan. But he has faith in the Primarch. I hope so, said Clovis. Next, let's agree on the relevant expedition matters and the distribution of dismantling, destruction, etc., and settle the matter here as soon as possible, and then join the great expedition again. Ventress said. Everyone nodded and discussed the related work of dismantling the lighthouse. The disassembly is thorough, and all parts must be disassembled to ensure that it cannot be restored. Many heroes of the Empire felt sorry, but out of trust in Guilliman, they still dismantled it. Many people do not understand such behavior. Guilliman never explained why he did this either. In the eyes of those who don't know the inside story, the lighthouse is indeed a sharp weapon against chaos and navigating imperial ships in subspace. But the problem is that the lighthouse is the creation of the Star God. They are not so kind to build lighthouses for humans. Star God is a very special life form. According to the Eldar, the star is a in reality, which is different from the of subspace. The star gods are closely connected with reality. Once the subspace invades reality, they will also perish. In order to deal with the invasion of the subspace, the star formulated a huge plan and handed it over to the space necromancers to execute. That is the exorcism death zone. By arranging black stone obelisks all over the galaxy, a large-scale exorcism dead zone that is large enough to cover the entire galaxy is built. This exorcism dead zone is similar to the Sister of Silence's soulless trait. Any individual with a soul in it will gradually become weak, just like a flower that cannot be nourished by water and slowly withers. The soul of a creature is like a flower, and the warp is water. Too much water, it will be soaked. The death area of exorcising spirits is the desert, and flowers will die of thirst. Once the exorcism death zone is activated, no race can be spared except the space necrons. Star God originally wanted to use this method to completely kill the creatures of the galaxy, so that the subspace could not be nourished and starved to death. The Pharos lighthouse is the switch to exorcise the dead zone. There is not only one such lighthouse. Lighthouses are scattered throughout the galaxy, forming a huge navigation network. It's just that the other lighthouses are guarded by the Necrons. Although they betrayed the Star God, they still enjoyed using what the Star God left behind. Space Necromancer also has a plan to activate the Exorcism Dead Zone, but the time has not yet come. The lighthouse-related data has been sent to Macrage. After research, it will be absorbed into the Empire's technology system. There is absolutely no need to leave the lighthouse made by the Star God. Doing that will not benefit much, and will leave hidden dangers. When the exorcism of the Dead Zone is launched, it will be a terrible disaster for human beings. Destroying the alien lighthouses and establishing a human lighthouse system is the best strategy. The edge of the Charlatan star area. Ramaris Galaxy. This galaxy is a little lonely. A brown dwarf glowing red is suspended in the void. Compared with its kind, this brown dwarf is much smaller and slightly dimmer. There is only one terrestrial planet in the Ramaris Galaxy, the Ramaris 1 planet. This planet doesn't even have a single accompanying natural satellite, and it orbits the star alone in a circular motion, just like a father and a widow living together in a corner of the Milky Way. Today, this cold and silent galaxy ushered in a rare bustle. The Imperial fleet and the Orc fleet will fight here. The Ramaris Galaxy is located on a stable warp space route. It is close to the Gorod Galaxy controlled by the Orc warlords, and it can be regarded as the hinterland of the Orcs. It is only 1 Terra week away from the Gorod Galaxy in the subspace. This galaxy has a certain strategic location. If you want to attack the Gorod Galaxy, you must first capture this galaxy. Take control of this subspace channel. Only in this way can we ensure that the large army of the Empire will not be suddenly backstabbed by Orcs. After strategic arrangements and dispatches, the Argent Skulls and their auxiliary fleet are responsible for capturing this galaxy. Void battles unfold on the edge of the galaxy. The 3 naval fleets responsible for assisting the Silver Skull were divided into 4 battle groups, forming a tower-like formation. The strategic ship Silver Arrow acts as a mobile support unit, independent of the 4 battle groups. Battleship Silver Arrow Control Room. Navy Senior Admiral, the supreme commander of the naval fleet that assists the Silver Skulls, Iser is sitting on his command seat. A large number of nerve connection cables have been connected to her cerebral cortex. A large amount of data information is read by her brain through those neural cables. More than a dozen naval commanders sat in their own positions, surrounded by Iser, and also connected to the console with nerve cables, receiving data updates at any time. They each monitor every aspect of the battlefield and assist Esther to make various tactical adjustments. Make sure her tactics work well. Esther, who was sitting on the command seat, stared at the scrolling data in the holographic projection. All warships will pass data here. The control room is the brain of the entire fleet, responsible for overall strategic arrangements. She looked down at the holographic projection. Her vision was like that of a god, gazing at a kingdom made up of data and shining images. The Empire's fleet is marked with green runes, and each rune represents a warship. Orc warships are marked with red runes. Most of them are composed of various abandoned warships and looted civilian ships. There are far more of them than Empires. On the tactical projection screen, a large dense area is full of red dots. It can be seen at a glance that the strength of the 2 parties is seriously unequal. Rescan and update the enemy fleet data. Esther gave an order. The machine slaves lined up behind the command seat trembled slightly. The flashing lights indicate that the dead brains of the machine slaves are calculating and analyzing Esther's orders. Accompanied by the machine slaves twitching. The projection in front of Esther flickered for a moment. The number of warships and the movement range of the enemy fleet have undergone brand new changes. Every few minutes, Esther would issue such an order to ensure that he could control the position of the enemy ships at any time. The number of enemy ships is much higher than the number of imperial ships. Dense red dots almost cover the entire holographic projection interface. Esther must tread carefully. Generally speaking, Orc warships are not as strong as imperial warships, and their parameters are a little worse than Empire's. No matter how bad the performance is, it can't handle the opponent's quantity. We need the support of an army. Esther thought. The Primarch promised aid when the battle began. But so far there is still no trace of any fleet. This made Esther feel a little uneasy. With the only troops currently available, the odds of winning against a large number of Orc ships are very low. An inadvertent move will result in a total defeat and heavy casualties. Is there any new astronomical information? Iser opened the communication channel of the Shinik communication director, with anticipation in his tone. Logically speaking, what the Primarch promised will definitely not break his promise. But where is the support she needs? There is no fluctuation in the supreme sky, and we have not received any information. The voice of the traffic supervisor sounded on the communication channel. A trace of loss appeared in Iser's heart. Is the Primarch also like those corrupt bureaucrats, using lies to deceive the army to die? Iser couldn't accept this. She didn't believe something like this could happen. Primarch support must be on the way. Suppressing the disrespectful thoughts in his heart, Esther devoted his mind to the battlefield, searching for the weakness of the Orc fleet. According to the Primarch's plan, she needs to launch an offensive against the Orcs today. But so far, there is no support. This made her a little nervous, whether to launch an attack. Before she could make a decision, there was a new change in the rapidly changing battlefield. It was detected that the Orc fleet was approaching us. They couldn't hold on any longer. They are expected to enter the range of the light spear within 25 minutes. The director of battlefield intelligence, sitting behind a row of machines, shouted. Synchronize now, Esther said. Data is coming in, said the intelligence director. The constant humming of equipment dispelled the silence in the control room. The holographic image in front of Esther first became blurred, then flickered, and then gradually focused. Esther blinked involuntarily as he looked at the scene in front of him. The edge of the rotating image is dotted with patches of scarlet, and the Orc fleet is approaching. The strengthened brain quickly parses those marked runes and abstract data. She absorbed the latest battlefield data to build her comprehensive understanding of the battlefield. The built-in tactical logic regulator behind the neck also diverted her thinking and helped her digest the information. It is difficult for a mortal mind to support the huge amount of calculation required for a void battle. The cooperation of ships, the speed of the opponent's torpedoes, the maneuvering speed of one's own ships, and the distribution of space mines, etc. The information and data flow generated by the battlefield is enough to burn the heads of mortals. For this reason, naval generals need some specific auxiliary machinery to help divert thinking and control the variables on the battlefield. Expand the scope of observation. Esther said, show me the whole picture of the battlefield. The mechanical hum that had just been silent sounded again, and the field of view of the holographic projection was raised. The Ramorous galaxy is shrunk down to the size of a basketball. At such a scale, the image loses the details of the battlefield. The fleet has all become points of light. Points of light condense all their information. Esther didn't care about that. For an admiral, the most important thing is to control the overall picture of the battlefield, not to pay attention to the details of the battlefield. Her assistants will take care of that. Be prepared to meet the enemy. Iser said, use the number 3 combat plan, kite tactics, to lengthen their team. Also, the distance between the ships should not be too close to prevent those Orcs from jumping gangs. We must use the forces in our hands as much as possible to inflict the greatest casualties on them. Esther has too few troops, if he confronts head-on, he will soon be defeated. She decided to give full play to the mobility of the Imperial fleet. Wandering combat. When the enemy retreats, we advance, when the enemy advances, we retreat. Operation Plan Number 3, Mobile Roaming Operations. The traffic director repeated it to every numbered communication window opposite him. The crew of each warship got busy. The technicians in charge of force field maintenance calibrated the energy matrix of the stabilized hull again, adjusting the parameters for the upcoming battle. The technology priest in the engine room passed the time calibration, as well as the output standards and data of the reactor to his colleagues in the engine hall deep in the ship. The captains began to maneuver, speed up or slow down according to the command of the commander, in order to lure the orc fleet to disperse. Fighting quickly broke out. Thousands of warships are fighting on the huge void battlefield, chasing and hunting each other. The diameter of the battlefield expanded by millions of kilometers in no time. In the control room, the thinker array made a rapid beeping sound. The indicator light flashes at high speed. The mechanical priest chanted prayers, praying that the machine soul would not go on strike. The battlefield data surged, and Iser considered the value of each warship to ensure that they could gain enough benefits for the Emperor before they were destroyed, laying the foundation for victory. The battlefield is so cruel. The sacrifice of the warriors has become a string of data. The only meaning is to let the balance of victory fall on your side as much as possible. Iser did her best to control the battlefield and exchange the least casualties for the greatest benefit. But the balance of forces was too great, and this battle was very difficult. As a battleship, the Silver Arrow was also regarded as the main target of attack by the orcs. From time to time, it will be hit by concentrated fire, and there will be waves of violent shaking. The alarm sounded continuously in the ship. System beeps loudly at all levels. The crew shouted and hurried to their posts. Battles in the void generally last for a long time. Unless the defender's troops are too weak, they will be destroyed by the attacker. The Imperial fleet led by Iser is weaker than the orc fleet. But they are the attackers, and they don't need to bear the enemy's attack in order to protect the strategic target. Fight if you can, and run if you can't. The battle in the void lasted for a day. The battlefield has been expanded to a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers. The Imperial warships used their greater maneuverability than the orcs to run away after firing a few shots, and fired a few more shots when the distance was far enough. The orcs were so angry that they screamed and kept chasing and beating them. They wanted to kill these damned shrimps, but they couldn't catch up. The casualties on both sides were not serious. The Empire is powerless against the huge number of orc fleets. The orc fleet also has more than enough heart for the Imperial fleet running around, but not enough strength. It was a stalemate for a day. Both sides can be said to be fruitless. Yesser looked at the tactical projection in front of him, and the fleets of the Empire and the orcs were already scattered, turning into a mess. If there is an army going straight to planet Ramaris 1, the orcs will collapse immediately. The only pity is that I don't have one. A trace of bitterness emerged in Iser's heart. He clearly saw that the opportunity for victory was in front of him, but he couldn't grasp it. It's as if seeing the enemy stretching his neck in front of him and letting him cut it, but he doesn't even have a knife. My lord, I found fluctuations in the subspace. The communications director looked at the shimmering tactical panel, and the subspace data captured by the bird divination instrument changed from stable to violent fluctuations. Hearing this, Iser suddenly showed joy. At this moment, a deep and powerful voice resounded through the control room. The voice is full of faith and strength, giving people hope and faith like a light bursting out in the dark night. Hope I'm not late, my colleagues. At this time, a fierce battle is breaking out in the void. The scattered energy interfered with the communication between the ships. And the voice was so clear, as if the speaker was standing between them. Everyone in the control room was ecstatic when they heard this voice. Saer was even more ecstatic. She once sent a communication to the main fleet, hoping to get support so that she could seize the Ramaris galaxy by herself. Never thought that there would be such an honor to be able to fight side by side with that adult. Accompanied by a series of rapid prompts from the bird divination instruments. The cold and dark void seemed to have been cut open. Amber light gushed out from the crack, as bright as thousands of suns, impacting people's senses. The giant warship that cut through the barriers between reality and illusion poked its head out along the passage it created. Seeing that battleship appear in the real universe, everyone in the control room cheered. Victory has been predestined. Humanity will seize the Ramaris galaxy. Chapter 91 Orcs War Moon, for subscription. The void battlefield is extremely chaotic, with lasers and torpedoes everywhere. The orc fleet and the human fleet fought fiercely. It can be the moment when the subspace rift appears. Everyone in the Empire still involuntarily looked at the crack in the subspace that released a strong brilliance. A ship was designed by the Emperor himself 10,000 years ago, and it was built in the subspace. The colossus made of fine gold and marble passed through the big rift and appeared in front of everyone. The majestic eagle with wings forms the bow of his ship, and the hull is inlaid with exquisite statues and temples. That is a starship, unmatched by any ship on the battlefield. In the vast galaxy, only an unparalleled hero can be worthy of this battleship. The Queen of Glory, the flagship of the 13 Primarches, the glory of Macrage arrived at the battlefield at this moment. It is a symbol of the Empire, and wherever it goes, it represents the victory of mankind. All the Imperial ships cheered excitedly with the appearance of this Queen of Glory class battleship. All voices were shouting a person's name. Guilliman. Esther couldn't hide the tears on her face. Even if he had undergone nerve adjustment surgery, his excited heart broke through the shackles of reason at this moment. What an honor it is to have the Primarch here. Swarms of battleships jumped out of the subspace following Macrag's glory. Any one of them is enough to determine the outcome of a space station. At this moment, they all centered on the Macrag's glory, forming an indestructible spear that was bound to destroy all enemies. It was too late to wait for Geller's force field to close, and this huge Imperial fleet joined the battlefield. Fiery rays of light hit the tail and flanks of the Orc battleship. Rows of torpedoes are fan-shaped, drawing deadly tracks in space. Followed by high-yield nuclear missiles, rushing out of the launch port densely. The tail flame of the propeller draws a huge net in the void, enveloping the enemies along the way. Intense flames lit up in the Orc fleet. The Orc ships caught off guard were burned to ashes in the face of the terrible firepower of the Imperial fleet. The deadly high temperature and explosive power of the nuclear bomb were compressed into an extremely small range. No matter how thick the Orc battleship was, it would be difficult to resist. The trigger torpedo burst into flames, engulfing the small Orc warship in an instant. Lances ripped through Orc ships like butter, reducing them to cosmic wreckage. When the Orc leader was furious due to the sudden attack and wanted to roar angrily at the despicable shrimps, the exploding battleship dealt them another huge blow. A large number of ships are implicated. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the space battlefield was quickly filled with debris, forming a rapidly expanding metal cloud with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. The plasma reactor of the Orc battleship exploded again and again. The brilliant flames illuminated the rapidly expanding metal cloud. It looks like a huge gloomy Orc face, roaring silently towards the void. During the interval between explosions, the light of metallic magma made the metallic cloud look like a blood-stained sunset. The Orcs raised the power of the battleship's plasma reactor to a critical point, and drove the engine to run wildly at the risk of overheating and explosion at any time. They want to turn their bulky warships around to deal with emerging threats. This is a big no-no for the space battlefield. Never leave your flanks and rear to the enemy. Esther didn't waste the opportunity created by the Primarch. Under her amazing commanding ability, the fleeing Imperial warships gathered quickly and completed the reorganization at an astonishing speed. The battleships adjusted their distance with a high degree of tacit understanding, and gathered into a whole that advances and retreats as a whole. Under her command, the human warships that were originally scattered on the long front quickly formed an attack formation ready to go. Fighting on their own, the chaotic Orc warships had no way of resisting this huge and uniform offensive. One after another Orc warships disappeared in the explosion. Even the larger and more well-organized Orc fleet ushered in the most miserable failure. The remaining Orc ships try to escape to planet Ramaris 1. But the fleet of the Empire is like a pack of wolves hunting. Burn them up among the stars, there is no existence that can challenge the dignity of our race. Gilliman's voice resounded through the communications of every battleship, deep and powerful, and exciting. Countless people cheered for this. The fleet obeyed his orders, torpedoes, missiles, and lances pouring down on the Orc ships floating among the wreckage. The formation of fighter planes flew out of the hangar of the combat mooring ship, dragged the tail flames and rushed into the dark void, flying in the clouds among the metal and rocks. The pilots of the fighter formation soon found a huge Orc warship struggling among the wreckage. The hull of the battleship has been torn out a huge wound, but the Orcs are still trying to restart the engine of the battleship. The formation of fighter planes launched an attack around it, inserted through the huge gap, and launched an attack on the core room of the battleship. The melta bomb ripped through the shield of the reactor. Uncontrolled plasma gushes out from every gap. The particle flame ignited everything it could touch. Even steel melts at high temperatures. After the strike was completed, the fighter jets left the 10-kilometer-long Orc warship and continued to search for new targets. The dying Orc battleship also died completely. The huge body disintegrated under the enveloping flames, and the bright flames illuminated the huge metal cloud again, becoming a part of the huge pile of debris. The remaining Orc fleet fled with difficulty, and a large number of metal fragments blocked their way forward. The wreckage fragments that exploded and flew out from other battleships have huge potential energy. Once hit, it is very likely that the hull will be broken. A few hours later, there was no longer an active Orc warship in the huge metal cloud. Even the Orc warships that escaped were overtaken and destroyed by the Imperial fleet. The metal clouds formed by the explosions of these battleships quickly merged with the expanding large clouds, forming a silent grave. The Orc space force in the Ramaris galaxy was wiped out quickly after the reinforcements brought by Guilliman joined the battlefield. As the last Orc warship disintegrated in space, the bright flames declared the official end of the space battle. The Orcs on the ground were in a mess. They lost all space power. Means that they have become lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the hands of mankind. There are no traces of humans on planet Ramaris 1. There is no need for ground combat. Guilliman directly launched the extermination order, allowing the fleet to carry out extermination bombing on the ground. After the extermination bombing is over, let the surface troops enter and do the final cleanup. Using the new technology brought by Guilliman, it is not difficult to reshape the life system of the planet. Even an extinction order can restore the ecological environment within 20 years. Under the saturation bombing of the fleet, planet Ramaris 1 has completely become a dead place. Even germs and viruses were utterly slain by the terrifying force of the Empire. Wait until all the dust settles. The head of the Silver Skull chapter, Opal and Admiral Iser boarded the Glory of Macragh and were received by the Primarch. They were arranged to wait in a hall. Opal asked his company commanders to stand in a row, and asked them to keep their armor as clean and tidy as possible. He stood at the front, acting a little nervous. The Argent Skulls have not yet received a private audience from the Primarch. They only saw the Primarch at the Primarch's pledge. Never thought that one day, they would get such a close interview. Esther didn't get well there either. She, who would not be moved by an extermination order, was acting uneasy at this time. I'm a little worried that I will be rude in front of the Primarch. Iser stood next to Opal and whispered, in that case, it would be really embarrassing for me, I hope I won't commit such a low-level crime. Mistake. Yesser stood beside Opal, and the height comparison between the two was like a child standing next to a giant man. She has to look up to talk to Opal. And Opal had to lower his head to see Esther next to him. I'm no better than you. Opal said in a low voice, I can feel my hands sweating, and I feel more uneasy than when I was facing the traitor of chaos. What are you afraid of? Esther asked with great interest. I'm not afraid, I'm just worried that the Primarch will scold me for my rudeness, and that he will forget who I am. That would be so frustrating. I'm fighting so hard and no one remembers my name. Opal said in a low voice, from his tone, it can be felt that these are very serious. When Iser heard what he said, the anxiety in her heart disappeared, and she smiled instead. She has been working with the Argent Skulls for a long time. Before every battle, these guys are always talking about it. There will also be tarot divination. Esther never expected that such brave and fearless people would have a day of uneasiness. I thought you didn't know what fear is. Iser shrugged, with a rare hint of ridicule in his tone. This is not out of fear, but out of respect for the Primarch. Opal said. This is fear. Don't use other excuses to deny it. You are worried that you have been forgotten by the Primarch, right? After all, the Primarch has so many jobs. He manages the entire empire, and he has to devote himself to formulating strategic plans and commanding battles. You worry that you are insignificant, and have long been regarded by the Primarch as someone not worth remembering. Yesser looked at Opal's side face, if there were no shocking wounds, he must be very handsome. Every space warrior is very handsome, they have inherited the charm of the father of genes. These big guys are the fantasy lovers of many noble ladies. After all, he is a muscular, tall, mighty, and charming man. Can always be liked by those noble ladies who have money but can't be satisfied. As long as they are willing to hook their fingers, there will be many ladies in the empire who are crazy about it. What saddens many noble women in the empire is that these tall and mighty warriors are never emotional, and they don't even want to take a second look at their well-dressed makeup and figures. They are cold and cruel, always maintaining reason. Esther once also thought that they would never be moved by anything, they were as cold as robots. But now, she knew she was wrong. They will be as uneasy as ordinary people, for fear that they will not be recognized by the Primarch. The Silver Skull is never afraid. We are always loyal to the Emperor. No matter what the reason is, we will fight for the Primarch, even if the Primarch doesn't recognize or remember us. Opal said. Esther was about to say something more, when a heavy footstep came. Many Ultramarines standing in the hall knelt down on one knee. Opal and his warriors also learned to kneel on one knee to salute. Esther turned her head to look, and found a tall figure walking and surrounded by guards. Seeing the other person's face, she hurriedly knelt down on one knee to salute. Esther's heart was pounding. It feels like the heart will pop out in the next second. Get up, you don't need to salute. Guilliman's voice was very low and full of charm, making people want to listen. You have achieved very good results. Captain Opal, Lieutenant General Iser, you have perfectly executed my strategic arrangement. If it weren't for your tactics, this victory would never have been so easy. Guilliman walked up to Opal, helped him and Iser up, patted his shoulder armor, and said with a smile. I also heard about what you did in the Yelia Galaxy. You faithfully fulfilled my order and saved a group of Imperial civilians who were enslaved. This kind of behavior made the people of the Empire realize that my expedition is not simply to maintain the rule of the Empire, but to protect the survival of mankind. I have to express my sincere thanks and commendations to you. My lord, this is our duty, and it is not worthy of your praise. When Opal heard the Primarch casually mentioning his name and achievements, a trace of excitement surged in his heart. The exploits of the Silver Skull are remembered by the Primarch. If such achievements and actions are not worthy of praise, then is there anything worthy of commendation in the many battles of the indomitable expedition? To commend those stupid politicians, or commend those mercenary businessmen? It's right that the world should be rewarded for doing the right thing. Guilliman patted Opal on the shoulder again, then turned and walked towards the main seat in the hall. It was a huge marble chair, with the imperial double-headed eagle logo carved on the back of the chair, and it was specially gilded, looking low, luxurious, and restrained. The chair is specially customized for the Primarch, ordinary people simply cannot use such a big chair. Guilliman sat on it, like an ancient king sitting on his throne. Thank you for your compliment. Opal looked excited. He could feel the sincerity of the Primarch's words, and a burning pride burned within him. You have made outstanding contributions to the Empire. This is undeniable. When the Orc warlords are completely resolved, I will personally award you the Medal of Honor. Hearing this, Esther and Opal smiled. This is definitely a great honor. But before he was happy for a while, Guilliman, who was sitting in the main seat, continued to speak. Of course, because of my busy schedule, I can only award medals to the 10 chapter leaders with the most outstanding achievements. Others will be handed over to other people to award. I hope that one of the 10 places will be you. The leader of the Opal chapter, Lieutenant General Yesser, tell me, are you afraid of competition? If you are afraid, I can make an exception and give you a separate award. Guilliman looked at the two with a teasing smile on his face. No, my lord, the Silver Skull is never weaker than others. Opal stood up and said, we will win that spot with dignity. That's great. Guilliman smiled, then get ready, the fleet will set off for the Gorod Galaxy in 3 days, and it is expected to launch a full-scale attack on the Orc warlords in 2 weeks. Are you passionate about fighting? Yes, my lord, the fire of our fighting spirit will never go out. Opal said firmly. Then I look forward to your performance. Guilliman said with a smile. Glory of Macrage, training room. Economist Reddy stands outside the training cage. She tried not to be too scared to run away. To be honest, she really wanted to turn around and leave. The training in the training cage is very brutal, just looking at it is scary. And inside the training cage, Fikris is being trained. He only wore a piece of clothing that covered his lower body, exposing his muscular upper body. Bronze-colored muscle mass looks like gold and iron, with clear outlines and looks very visually impactful. Muscles perfectly fit every movement, representing Fickle's control over his body to a sensational level. As long as he is willing, he can burst out the power of this muscular body at any time, defeating all enemies in a devastating manner. After Fikris clicked the rune button to confirm the training, the door of the cage where the fighter slave was stored was slowly opened. The machine slave who walked into the training ground looked sluggish and stiff, so stupid. Its eyes look imbecile and lifeless, and the corners of its mouth are still drooling. This is the brass device embedded on its back, a side effect of the combat medicine injected into its body. Half of the machine slave's skull was replaced by steel, and the eyes were also replaced with mechanical prosthetic eyes. One arm was injected with a large amount of growth agents, which was enhanced to an inhuman level. The contours of those muscles are almost comparable to the waist of an ordinary person. Its elbow was cut off in half, and an extremely sharp long sword was implanted. The other arm was replaced with a mechanical one, and a circular sawtooth was installed. Piston levers are installed on the legs to provide stronger explosive power. Reddy stood outside the training cage, watching Fikris activate the machine slave. Accompanied by a surge of electric current, the machine slave's body trembled. The originally sluggish fighter slave instantly became a murderous machine that only exists to kill its opponents. Before Reddy could react, the trainer slave launched an attack on Fikris. The sawtooth rotating at a high speed streaked across the air, and there were bursts of ear-piercing, air-tearing sounds. Fikris swung his sword to block, and a series of sparks burst out. The communication device implanted in the fighter slave's chest roared like a beast. After the sawtooth was blocked, the other hand of the machine slave launched an attack. The sharp sword inlaid on the arm reflected a cold light under the light. The machine slave used the mechanical prosthetic eye to lock on the weak point of Fikris, and directly slashed at his arm. The movement is smooth, fast and precise, which forms an absurd contrast with the slowness and numbness just now. The gaze of the machine slave is no longer dull and silent, full of mechanical viciousness and killing intent. Reddy was so frightened that he took a few steps back subconsciously. With such a brutal fight, I'm afraid that she will take her order in an instant. Fikris ducked to avoid the brutal blow, and then stabbed the machine slave in the throat. The long sword pierced the machine slave's throat, announcing the end of the training. Very short. The fight between the two sides was only between the light of the knife and the flint, and the winner of life and death was instantly separated. The indicator light on the machine slave went out, and engine oil and blood flowed out from the long sword, but Fikris didn't pay attention to it. There will be chapter servants to pick up these things. Reddy looked at the machine slave who was kneeling on the ground without moving, and couldn't help guessing what terrible crime this guy had committed to meet such a terrible fate. However, Reddy didn't care about it. The Emperor's enemies are never worthy of mercy. Fikris saw Reddy coming, he did not continue to release new machine slaves, but ended the training. The iron door of the training cage was slowly opened, and Fikris stepped out. Sorry to bother you. Reddy handed over a towel. It's okay, how are you getting ready? Fikris took the towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I contacted a top imperial baker, and he is coming from 500 light years away. There is also a batch of fine wines, all of which are treasures. These wines come from my family's collection. In fact, I have never said that. My family is good at winemaking. Unfortunately, I have no interest in the family business, but I still managed to get some good wine. I'm sorry to trouble you. Fikris said with a smile, if there is good wine, the wild wolves in the fleet may be excited about it. The only question now is, do you know when we will celebrate the Primarch's birthday? Reddy asked. I will figure this out. I checked the date from some sources. During the Great Crusade, the day when the Primarch was adopted by his adoptive parents was his birthday. If I estimate the time, it will probably be in the eradication after the Orc warlord. If the exact date is not obtained, when the Primarch will hold a celebration, I will submit it together. Fickle said. That's good, then I'll order people to get ready first. Reddy said. Fikris nodded, go, if you have any problems, come to me, and I will try my best to help you solve it. Understood, Lord Fikris. After finishing speaking, Reddy turned and left. Time flies. 2 weeks after the Battle of the Remoris Galaxy. Imperial ships are gathered in the icy darkness on the outskirts of the Gorod system. They will deliver the coup de grace against the Orc warlord arsonists. At the assembly point, a large number of ships travel through the warp every moment. They centered on the glory of Macrage, waiting for the final combat order. The Primaris space marines of each chapter are also fully prepared. The peripheral forces of the Orcs have been cleaned up. Now, only the last main star of the Orcs remains. In the pre-war meeting, Corvu stood up from his position and looked at the Primarch on the main seat. My lord, how do you plan to solve the battle moon of the Orcs? If you need a surprise attack, the Nova Corps is willing to be your vanguard. Chapter 92 The Colossus of God's punishment shocked everyone in the Empire. Seeing that Korwu publicly proposed to the Primarch to lead his chapter brothers to destroy the battle moon, many chapter leaders regretted it belatedly. They followed Korvo closely, asking for the first battle. Hope the Primarch will send them to raid the battle moon to clear the way for the Imperial forces. The Argent Skulls are willing to destroy the battle moon for the Primarch. The Creation Corps is willing to take the lead. The Fire Eagle is willing to share the Primarch's worries. Many chapter leaders are all fighting for the qualifications for the first battle. I want to add another thick stroke to the honor of the warband. Among the many battles in the past, the battle moon that raided the orcs was extremely dangerous. A little carelessness may wipe out the entire battle group. But those situations happened without the original body. Now the situation is very different. In order to solve the problem of the Chara-Dawn Star area, Guillemon dispatched a total of 30 battle groups. All of them are space fighters who have completed the original casting upgrade. The strength of the Primaris Space Marines alone is more than 30,000. Such scales were common during the Great Crusade. But since the end of the Horus Rebellion and the Second Army establishment, the space fighters have basically operated in a battle group of more than 1,000 people, and rarely gathered together. In the 10,000 year history, there are only a handful of times that so many warriors have gathered. In addition to the 30 battle groups, there are new battle groups coming from all over the galaxy. Let the primordial caste space fighters in the hands of the original body reach more than 40,000. This is already a devastating force. For a force in the galaxy capable of resisting more than 40,000 Primaris Space Marines, one slap is not enough. The Orc Warlord is certainly powerful. But facing more than 40,000 Primaris Space Fighters, it still seemed a bit unsightly. The Imperium of Man is destined to triumph. Whoever can defeat the battle moon of the Orcs will be able to win the first victory in the final battle, and add a strong sum to their battle group's achievements. Guillemon watched the many chapter masters, and naturally guessed their thoughts, but he would not choose any of them. As for the War Moon, he already had his own arrangements. Seeing that everyone was arguing endlessly, Guillemon smiled and reached out to stop their quarrel. Order the mechanical priest on the side to release a holographic projection covering the entire hall. Show off the Orcs' massive, menacing battle moon. The surface of the battle moon is a layered weave of massive molten debris and interconnected metal plates. Looks like a giant half-rusted clockwork structure or an intricate planetary toy. The bright paint on the exterior has been rubbed off to expose its inner workings. Battle moon is the pinnacle of Orc technology. Big enough to affect the gravity of a planet. Those Orc ships that are several kilometers long are like swarms of insects compared to the battle moon. In many battles between the Empire and the Orcs, once the battle moon appears on the void battlefield, it represents the beginning of the defeat of the Imperial fleet. Never without exception. During each periodic Waaic wave, the Empire also attaches great importance to whether Orcs have the appearance of the battle moon. If there is one, it must be paralyzed and destroyed immediately at all costs. Otherwise, the Imperial fleet will be defeated. This time, we don't need any wardrobe to make a surprise attack. We will directly defeat the Orcs' battle moon on the frontal battlefield. Guillemon didn't speak until everyone was quiet. My lord, in that case, the Imperial Navy will pay a heavy price. Iser said, the Imperial fleet is almost powerless to fight back against the battle moon, and it has already been affected by the gravity device on the battle moon before approaching. A weaker warship will even be torn apart by the chaotic gravity storm. My lord, I beg you to think twice. We are definitely not afraid of death, but the battle moon of the Orcs is too terrifying. Even if the Imperial fleet pays heavy sacrifices, they may not be able to break through the enemy's defense head-on. Another admiral also spoke. Let the Raven Guard deal with it. The company commander of the Raven Guard, who was silent just now, Verano, said, the naval power of the Empire is precious, and it is not worth wasting it on the Orcs. Indeed. Corvo agreed not to waste the power of the Imperial Navy. Are you all worried that the Navy will not be able to defeat the battle moon? Guillemon asked with a smile as he looked around the crowd. Yes, my lord. Judging from the records of the Empire's many battlefields, the Empire's Navy is indeed unable to defeat the battle moon. Every time, it paralyzes the battle moon by relying on the suicide attacks of various battle groups. The captain of the Glory of Makraj, Briher, also spoke. He also disagreed with the idea of the Primarch confronting the battle moon head-on. Sicarius did not speak. He noticed that Guillemon did not show any irritation because of everyone's opposition. On the contrary, he enjoyed the questioning of everyone at the moment. My lord, perhaps you should explain the reason. Sicarius said, share your wisdom for me. There must be a deep meaning behind this. With your strategic wisdom, you will never make such a decision to hit a stone with an egg. As soon as Sicarius said these words, everyone woke up like a dream. From waking up to the present, the reforms implemented by the Primarch and the innovations in various technologies, as well as the victories he has won on the battlefield, all represent that his wisdom is absolutely unmatched by others. Now, uncharacteristically, the naval fleet that cannot match the strength of the Orcs is required to confront the battle moon head-on. Quite unusual. They just thought the Primarch didn't know much about the Orc battle moon. After all, he never participated in the battle against the Orcs to fight the moon. But now that I think about it, something seems wrong. The Primarch has never made a mistake, and it is impossible to misjudge such information. My lord, is there any other way for the Navy fleet to destroy the battle moon? Korwu's tone was confused. He really couldn't think of what kind of thing could help the Navy fleet defeat the battle moon on the frontal battlefield. Other chapter masters, naval generals, army generals, head nuns, knight family leaders and many other imperial heroes all looked at Guillemon. There was confusion in their eyes. Didn't understand why the Primarch was so insistent on letting the navy fight that battle. Guillemon did not answer their questions, but turned his head to look at the astropath, Luo Shan. Can I ask how long it will take? Wearing a light-colored robe, with a thin figure, Luo Shan was the astropath who was in charge of the glory of Makraj, and Luo Shan showed a rare smile. It's close at hand, my lord. Once it arrives, the latest news will appear in your database as soon as possible. What on earth is it? Hearing the conversation between the Primarch and the astropath Roshan, Fikris, who had been silent all the time, also showed a confused look. The existing naval fleet cannot fight against the battle moon, but what if the navy has ships that can destroy a planet with a single shot? Can they destroy the battle moon? Guillemon showed a teasing smile, and revealed a small mystery for everyone, allowing them to see a corner of the answer. My lord, this. Briher was at a loss for words for a while. He didn't know how to express the many emotions in his heart. Because of the Primarch's words, confusion, curiosity, and suspicion were all mixed together. A ship that can destroy a planet with one shot? If such a weapon really exists, then the navy is indeed qualified to fight against the battle moon. Is there really such a ship? Such a terrifying ship, why have I never seen it, or even heard the rumors? Master of Forge, does Mechanic have such a weapon? Chapter leader Corvu looked at the casting General Karen in the Charlton sector, and asked. The technology of the Empire is in the hands of Mechanic. The ships are all cast by the Imperial mechanics. If you want to verify the Primarch, the best way is naturally to ask the Foundry General of the Charadon sector, Karen. As a Foundry General, even if he doesn't master that kind of technology, he will still hear about it. Casting General Karen's mechanized face revealed a trace of bewilderment. He searched his memory storage, trying to find the technology that meets the Primarch's requirements. Among the many sages of the Mechanic, there are indeed some who have a mechanical arc that can destroy the entire planet. Those powerful mechanical arcs are creations that cannot be copied. Some mechanic arcs are semi-finished products left over from the Golden Age, and then perfected by the Mechanic's Magi. Did your lord obtain a mechanical arc controlled by a certain sage? Karen asked. If it is the mechanical arc of a mechanical sage, it may indeed have the power to fight against the battle moon. Guillemon shook his head with a smile. I'm not talking about the mechanical arc, but the newly completed naval ship in the Makraj dockyard. As soon as these words came out, Karen, the casting general who had lived for several centuries, was also stunned. The newly cast naval ship has the power to destroy a planet with a single shot. There is no such technology in mechanicism that I know. Even if there is, it is fragmented and cannot be restored. The Mechanicum's vast inventory holds countless technological lore. But a lot of knowledge is fragmented and unsystematic. If you want to build such a ship, the technology must be systematic. Without one link, there is no way to forge such a weapon. The Primarch said that he has a ship that can destroy a planet with one shot, and it has just been manufactured. This means that he has a systematic construction technology in his hands. Such techniques are by no means mechanically taught. As the Mechanicum became more formal and conservative, a large amount of technology has been lost in the pile of papers. Don't talk about building a ship that can destroy the entire planet with one shot. Even a lot of equipment from the Great Crusade period, the Mechanic has lost the relevant manufacturing technology and cannot be manufactured at all. How could there be such a technology? Casting General Karen's mechanical voice was also a little confused and at a loss. Why would the Primarch have technologies that the Mechanic doesn't have? Seeing the casting general, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. It was obvious that Karen did not know such a technique. Is this true? An admiral looked dazed. He couldn't believe that the Empire still had the ability to create weapons capable of destroying planets. The others didn't speak, but judging from their expressions, they thought so too. In today's Empire, technology loss has become more and more serious as time goes by. Many things are gone when they are used up. Many equipment cannot be remanufactured. It seems that your hearts are full of doubts. Guillemon looked at the crowd and smiled. Don't worry, you will soon be able to verify the authenticity of my words. At this moment, a crisp sound sounded. A special rune appeared on the holographic projection in front of Guillemon. Obviously, what he's been waiting for has arrived. Now, I present to you the Sword of the Empire, the Colossus of Retribution. It will pierce the void and become a source of fear to the enemies of the Empire. Guillemon ordered people to open the observation window and the visual capture device in the void. At a distance of 1 million kilometers from the gathering point, the divination detection device is constantly moving the strengthened void lens in order to better capture images. It can be seen that in the area with a diameter of 50,000 kilometers, strong space-time distortions and fluctuations have occurred in the void. Light bends in the ultra-wide-angle lens the probe is looking at, as if twisted at the grasp of a black hole. The etheric witch fire from the supreme sky shines and goes out quickly, burning the barrier between reality and illusion. The space-time structure was distorted several times in a row, eventually causing the barriers between reality and illusion to be overwhelmed. A crack appeared. Intense rays of light gushed out, quickly widening the crack. The real space vibrated violently, twisted and stretched at the same time, and then was quickly torn open like a gaping wound. After a while, a huge ship beyond the imagination of the world rushed out of it and appeared on the stage under the gaze of everyone. The golden double-headed eagle logo with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers represents that this is a ship belonging to the Empire. Its scale is so terrifying. Larger than all the Imperial ships assembled here. That's not even a ship, more like a suspended continent wrapped in armor and rock. The appearance of the ship is also completely different from many ships of the Empire. It is spherical in shape, with a special triangular structure composed of 3 giant metal pillars at the front end. Unimaginable muzzles extend from the battleship's spine, and launch ports dot its surface. Its huge structure has even begun to squeeze the space structure, forming its own gravity. It can be said that it is the manifestation of human might among the stars. What is even more frightening is that there is not only one such behemoth. The appearance of 2 colossi of God's punishment of the same size from the subspace represents that Guilliman's words are true. These giant ships comparable to a continent were really cast by Macrage. Corvo, Omega Omega. Villano, Omega Omega. Iser, Omega Omega. Many admirals, Omega Omega, Omega Omega, Omega Omega, Omega Omega. Forge General Krone's mechanical prosthetic eye was buzzing. His eyes widened. The data processing center in the skull keeps sending out warnings. Others were also so shocked that they couldn't recover. How? What do you think of the Colossus of God's punishment designed by Call and me? Guilliman smiled, looked at the people who were too shocked to speak, and asked. I've never heard of such a project. Casting General Karen was stunned, too shocked to say a word. He was already sluggish. The calculation module in the skull has been overloaded for protection. He frantically retrieved all the information he stored, wanting to check the information of this giant ship. But no matter how he searches, the result is that there is no such data. Of course you haven't heard of it. This project started after I woke up. Guilliman smiled, with a hint of complacency in his tone. How is it possible? Casting General Karen shook his head, unable to believe it was true. The original body has only been awakened for a few years, how could it be possible to build 2 such huge ships? The diameter of the sphere alone is estimated to be thousands of kilometers long. How could it be possible? Others also had expressions of shock and disbelief. It takes more than 10 years for a lunar cruiser in the Empire. It is so huge that it is comparable to a giant ship on a continent. It only takes a few years, which is incredible. Nothing is impossible. Guilliman smiled. According to the urine nature of the Mechanikus, this kind of thing is of course impossible. According to Guilliman's personality, everything is possible. His pursuit is to be fast and good, and put other things aside. Actually, many of the main components of the Colossus of Punishment are not brand new. Instead, it is selected and optimized from the parts that already exist in the Foundry world. The technological level of the Empire is hard to describe. There are still many good things in the forgeable world. The Colossus of God's Punishment is created by using brand new technology to assemble existing things and adding key technologies. It seems that the Colossus of God's Retribution needs a power supply device. This device does not need to be specially built. You can choose from existing energy supply devices, optimize them and install them in the Colossus of God's Punishment. The same is true for other parts. When necessary, it is also possible to dismantle the parts of several warships and replace them. Besides, the Colossus of Heaven's Punishment is big. But many places are made of marble or other building materials, not all of them are welded steel. One point, worth mentioning. That is about the composition of starship materials. Under normal circumstances, starships cannot all be made of metal. When navigating in space, there are only 2 problems that need to be solved most. The first one is how to maintain the life support system of the spacecraft, keep oxygen circulating, and ensure the supply of food and water. Second, how to power the spacecraft. Solves both problems. It doesn't matter what the hull of the ship is made of. As long as it can be sealed. You can use ice cubes to make it. Many ships of the Empire are made of pure gold or high-quality materials to make the bones. Other positions are filled with marble or other building materials. Will not use metal entirely to weld the hull. Unless it is necessary to enhance the defense, thick metal armor will be added. Many battleships in science fiction films are made of metal. Is actually a lie. Starships don't necessarily need metal to build. All in all, the Colossus of God's Punishment is a standardized product produced in pursuit of efficiency. Just splicing together the various existing things of the Empire so that it can achieve the expected functions. It is completely different from the current mechanic education production model. The ships produced by Mechanikus are all in charge of different mechanic sages. Each ship is unique. There are some parts that the Mechanikus will even handcraft to please the machine spirit. This is also the reason why the construction period of imperial ships sometimes lasts for several years, decades. After all, grinding parts is delicate work, and you have to pray during it. The speed is naturally slow. There is communication. The communications director stepped into the hall and reported to the Primarch. Come in. Guilliman said. Okay, my lord. After the communication director finished speaking, he instructed his assistant, synchronize all the data to the conference hall. After a while, the projection in front of everyone flickered. The image of Kalgar appeared in front of everyone, facing the position of the Primarch. My lord. Kalga, who was fully armed and ready for battle, knelt down on one knee respectfully in the video communication. Don't be so red tape, report your situation. Guilliman said. Shocked a group of imperial heroes and made him feel quite good. According to the order passed by the great sage Call, I was ordered to bring the Colossus of Punishment over here to participate in the battle of the Charadon sector. At present, 2 Colossi of Punishment have been completed, and 4 more will be completed in half a year. In addition to participating in the battle, these 2 Colossi of God's Punishment also undertake the task of testing. The great sage Call will optimize the battleships behind based on the data obtained by these 2 Colossi of God's Punishment. At present, the 2 giant elephants of punishment are ready for battle and can be put into battle at any time. The relevant crew members have completed charging their weapons and can lock on to hostile targets to attack at any time. Following Calgar's report, the shock in everyone's hearts became more intense. There are 4 equally huge colossi of Heaven's Punishment, which will be completed in half a year. Aside from such industrial strength, the Empire's naval strength will swell to a terrifying level by then. The space undead, who claim to have the strongest technology in the galaxy, may not be able to compete with humans in terms of the Navy. Casting General Karen swallowed even more. He knew that the 13 original body must have violated many prohibitions of Mechanicum. But in the face of such a powerful colossus of Heaven's Punishment, the opposition of the Mechanicus seems a bit insignificant. Really, as the original body said, it has the power to destroy the planet with one shot. Let's not talk about the Mechanicum, even the Empire's various actions against the 13 Primarchs, I'm afraid they are powerless and can only condemn verbally. Just now, I questioned many of Guilliman's high-level Empire. The expression on his face at this moment was full of astonishment. Can't say a word. The appearance of the Colossus of God's Punishment shocked their hearts beyond need. There is no way to calm down. Just in terms of scale, the Colossus of Heaven's Punishment is much smaller than the Battle Moon. But it is fierce, a single shot can destroy a planet. Even if there are a few more Battle Moons, I am afraid that there is no way to resist the attack of the Colossus of Heaven's Punishment. Let's go to war, the Battle Moon will be handed over to the Navy to destroy. Guilliman stood up and said to the crowd, let us wipe out the cancer here for the Emperor, for the Empire, and for mankind. After declaring war to many high-level Empire officials, Guilliman turned his head and looked at Calgar's projection. Get victory for me, Calgar. Lock down that Battle Moon, destroy it, and clear the way for the Imperial forces to advance. As you wish, my lord. Calgar saluted with fists. I thought about writing 700 or 800 words, how can I explain the punishment of the Colossus during the day, and now I find that I was wrong. The Colossus of God's Punishment is just a welded frame, and the basic generators are all spliced with existing ones, and the rest are all marble building materials. I clearly laid out dozens of chapters and told you that this is an industrial quick product. You have to tell me that the industrial capacity of the 500 worlds cannot keep up, and you want me to build it for decades. You didn't mention the matter of GW exploding hundreds of thousands of cans and tens of thousands of warships in the 500 worlds. With the mobilization ability of 500 worlds, it is entirely possible to do this. Industrial productivity increases with the development of technology. The Empire's production speed is too slow because of the lack of intelligence. I'm being reserved about building spaceships out of marble. At least it hasn't mentioned the practice of spraying water into ice and then building a spaceship. There's a science fiction novel written like this. Match the fine gold structure as the bottom, use marble for other places, and fill with other thermal insulation and sealing materials. All alloys are used. Do you know how exaggerated it is? The Emperor's phantasm is constructed of adamantine and marble. To be honest, some technologies are like that. You say that potion is just that stuff. The void has no gravity, and the meteorites are very sparse. The only threat to the Colossus of Retribution is the invisible stellar force field. Chapter 93 Sword Slaying the Orc Warlord. Communication ends. After reaching out to close the window, Calgar sat back on his command seat. The tactical holographic projection was turned on, showing him the deployment of the combat power of both the enemy and us in the entire Gorod galaxy. The Primarch has already made a strategic deployment, and he only needs to follow the orders. Lock on the Orcs Battle Moon, Calgar said. Accompanied by his command, the computer slave and the thinker array trembled at the same time. The indicator light placed on the dead body flickered rapidly, extremely fast. Massive amounts of data are frantically pouring into the dead brains of machine slaves. The programmed logic code etched by the Mechanicus runs in these dead brains, allowing these sinners to continue to serve the Empire in another way. The data is analyzed and split, and finally presented as a picture again, appearing in front of Calgar. The holographic interface shows the cosmic scale of hundreds of millions of kilometers. In such a magnificent display of the structure of the universe, all the details and structures of the target have been hidden. On the spherical coordinate system with the Colossus of Punishment as the origin, it is located in the Gorod galaxy. It is comparable to a natural satellite of the Battle Moon, only the size of a fist. A red halo emerged from the projection, turning into a lasso, and enclosing the Battle Moon. A red dotted line connects the Colossus of Heaven's Punishment, which is about to launch the attack trajectory of the Annihilation beam. Star Destroyer cannon charged. After Calgar finished locking the target, he issued a new order. The target has been locked, and the Star Destroyer cannon is recharged. The communications director shouted into the communications window in front of him, relaying the warlord's orders to every department of the Colossus. The Colossus of Heaven's Punishment has a diameter of thousands of kilometers. What a magnificent creation it is. This is a movable asteroid. Is the pinnacle of human technology. In the interior and surface of the Colossus, there are huge cities. These cities are not for people to live in. It is an energy pile used to power the Colossus of God's Punishment. It is too huge, so it looks like a city. The Colossus of Punishment placed a total of 200 giant plasma reactors comparable to a city to power the Star Destroyer cannon. Those huge mechanical devices are endless, like metal mountains, magnificent and shocking. Standing in front of those machines with a height of 100 meters or 1000 meters, even the driver of the God's Machine Titan driver will lament his own insignificance. Following Calgar's order, the energy pipelines and indicating devices all roared. The ground was shaking slightly, and the lights were flashing everywhere on the Colossus. The crew all ran to maintain the devices in their area. The officer whipped the careless and slow-moving crew members and asked them to work hard and seriously. They are the small cogs and screws of a huge war machine, and there is no way to know how magnificent the Colossus of God's retribution is when it is running at full power. It can be seen from outer space that the main energy road comparable to mountains runs through the entire Colossus of God's punishment, collecting energy from various energy cities and sending them to the Star Destroyer cannon. The energy input is normal, and it is currently charged to 100%. A technical expert with a metal face reported to Calgar. The output power is normal, and the Star Destroyer is ready. The weapons director in smart uniform spoke. A small group of mechanical priests held metal scepters, their bodies were emitting electric sparks, and they sang hymns with their own mechanical and boring sound generators. Praise the God of myriad machines, praise the wisdom of the Emperor, and praise the machine soul of the Colossus of Punishment. Attack! Calgar yelled. He wants to defeat the Battle Moon for the Primarch and prove to the world the power and majesty of the Primarch. The power supervisor held the power lever in front of him tightly with one hand, and adjusted the navigation parameters on the floating tactical screen with the other hand. Surrounding him are 8 hardened glass jars. The inside is soaked in the nutrient solution, only the upper half of the human being. The hair of these humans has been shaved, and the bare cerebral cortex is connected with a large number of neural cables. Those cables run from the sealed top of the glass jar to the power console. 8 glass jars, forming an array of contemplators. The human computers beeped and jumped in binary rapidity as the voyage data was sent to the thinker array. The God's Punishment Colossus is too large, and even has its own gravity range. It must be moved with care. Otherwise, it is possible to cause damage to friendly ships. The gravity parameters are normal, the stellar gravity parameters have built a data model, the celestial body gravity has been calculated, and the correct orbit data has been obtained. Speakers placed above the array of contemplators played mechanical, emotionless results. Forward. The power director slowly pushed the power lever forward, allowing the Colossus of God's Punishment to enter the combat range. At the front of the Colossus of Heaven's Punishment, 3 towering metal towers exude a strong brilliance, which is extremely bright and intense. The Imperial ships at the gathering point also began to maneuver according to the strategy arranged by the Primarch in advance, escorting the 2 Colossi of God's Punishment. The series of actions of the Empire made the orcs clearly feel that the crisis was coming. A large number of orc ships poured out of the Battle Moon, pounced on the Colossus of Punishment like locusts, but they were still unable to break through the outer defenses built by the Imperial fleet. The target has entered the attack range, and after 10 seconds, the Star Destroyer will be launched. The mechanical announcement resounded through all the ships of the Empire, echoing in every communication channel. Let everyone witness a moment that is enough to be recorded in history. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As the countdown reset to 0, the 3 metal towers burst out with a bright light at the same time, and gathered together to form a huge ball of light. The entire dark void is illuminated, and the light ball is as bright as a supernova explosion. Not only the many high-level officials on the side of the Imperial fleet fell into consternation, but even the orcs were stunned. The ray of light is so intense that all beings cannot look directly at it, otherwise their eyes will be burned by the strong light. The space-time structure is trembling, as if it will be torn apart immediately. In just a few breaths, the light sphere reached the critical point. The sphere of light turned into a beam of light that pierced the sky and pierced the earth, carrying the power of endless destruction. Nothing can block this beam of light. The orc ship several kilometers long was instantly vaporized by the beam of light, leaving no wreckage behind. Only a few shrill screams sounded on the communication channel of the orc fleet, which means that they once existed. The beam of light swept across all warships that dared to block the way with a destructive attitude. With the power of a hunk who should not be a man, he into the big and round battle moon of the orc in one shot. That hot and thick beam of light made the entire battle moon tremble uncontrollably. The metal surface was torn apart, and the beam of light violently pierced into the depths of the battle moon, hitting the orc's Waiaic energy pile. The huge explosion caused by the energy pile being hit tore apart the entire battle moon. Countless bottomless and terrifying cracks appeared on the surface of the battle moon. Hot plasma flames gushed out of it, and a series of explosions erupted on the battle moon, like blossoming flames. A large number of wreckage and orcs were thrown into outer space in a violent explosion. The most important part of the battle moon is the Waiaic energy pile. The orc's energy pile is completely different from other energy piles. It not only has the laws of the physical level, but also has some spiritual and belief power. It is with the Waiaic of countless orcs that this huge war moon can be formed. A shot from the God's Punishment Colossus paralyzed the battle moon directly. The explosion of the energy pile tore apart this huge war machine, turning it into a pile of scrap iron. When the battle moon is paralyzed, it falls to pieces. The victory of the void battlefield has been crucified on the human side. The orc ships could not resist the human iron army and were completely torn apart. Dozens of Imperial fleet battle groups surrounded the Gorod galaxy from all directions, forming a giant net. The orc ships are the lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the giant net. The Empire methodically slaughtered the orc fleet. No matter how the orcs roared, it was useless. The siege lasted for a week, during which countless flashes appeared in the void. The orc fleet and void fortress in the Gorod galaxy are, after all the belongings of an orc warlord. There are so many ships, void fortresses, and weapon platforms that it is difficult to count. The Imperial captains could only see a dense patch of red dots on the holographic projection. When the last orc warship was torn apart, the void battlefield fell silent. Within a stretch of hundreds of millions of kilometers, there are a large number of fragments of orc warships suspended. A large number of orc corpses turned into ice sculptures, silent in the void, lifelike. However, the victory has not yet come. Only by completely capturing the main planet of the orc warlords, Gorods, and hanging the head of the arsonist on the bow of the Makraj's glory, is everything over. The oath of war had already been said before the start of the war, and Guilliman did not repeat it again. Stormbirds, Thunderhawks, airborne capsules, subspace teleportation, and many other means of transporting Primaris Space Marines to the surface have all been prepared. More than 40,000 Primaris Space Warriors will all be transported to the surface. Several Emperor-class Titans have also completed pre-war inspections. The Knights also shouted out their oaths, and sat on the Night Titan suitable for single-player control, waiting to be sent to the battlefield. Millions of star troops are also ready to go, vowing to completely wipe out the cancer of the orcs for the Empire. Holograms of Guilliman appeared on various battleships. He didn't say much about the pre-war oath. Just one word. Kill. Accompanied by his words, a full-scale attack began. Tens of thousands of Stormbirds, Thunderhawks, and airborne pods took off from the hangar and flew to the surface of the planet Gorod. The fleet also launched a strike at the same time. Countless light spears, torpedoes, and missiles were dumped on the planet. The atmosphere of the entire planet was rendered in colorful colors of destruction by the dissipated energy. However, it is not that simple to completely destroy the Gorod planet and strangle the orc leader. The entire planet is wrapped in layers of force field technology that the Mechanics cannot resolve. Makes surface bombing nearly impossible. The giant cannon that was enough to destroy several cities with one blow could only leave a few scars on the rusty surface of this planet. The magma bombs and mass weapons capable of tearing apart entire continents were detonated in midair before they landed. The deadly radiation of the high-yield enrichment nuclear bomb is dissipated in the air, and the original half-life of tens of thousands of years is shortened to only a few hours. Even the virus bomb could not play its due role, and the orcs used some means to completely destroy the original virus. The Empire can only destroy this huge planet by fighting head-to-head. Guilliman surveyed the flames of war in all parts of Gorods. His gaze was serious. The destruction of the battle moon caused heavy damage to the orcs, but for the orcs, this was not a fatal blow. Facing the Empire's ferocious Iron Fist offensive, the orcs still had the strength to resist. The warplanes of the Empire tore apart in the air, and the soldiers who landed died in the siege. Even Primaris Space Marines can hardly resist the overwhelming tide of green beasts. Guilliman didn't feel much throbbing about this. Death is inevitable. No one can guarantee that there will be no casualties in war. The general attack lasted for a day, and the human airborne combat failed to achieve too many victories, just gaining a firm foothold on the ground. The two sides fell into a stalemate. To end this war, I'm afraid it will take an extremely long time. It's too stupid to compete with orcs for consumption. You know, even the Tyranids are unwilling to compete with the orcs. The Leviathan Zerg fleet once launched an attack on one of the orc empires in the galaxy. The Tyranids, who have always liked the swarm tactics, were forced by the orcs to play beheading tactics like the Empire. Orc replenishment speed is too fast. The Tyranids found that they could not kill as fast as the orcs in the ground. Consumed, the orc is fine, but he is about to be drained, so he can only change his tactics. It is undoubtedly a very disadvantageous thing to use human sea tactics to fight orcs. Only the beheading tactic is the best. As long as the arsonist is killed, the other orcs will naturally collapse. Check your strategic layout for the last time and confirm that there is no problem. Guilliman turned and walked out of the control room, and walked towards the teleportation deck surrounded by the honor guards. Prayers have been made before the battle, and the spearhead troops of weapon inspection are waiting for him. Sicarius, Fikris, and the most skilled elites selected from each battle group. There are a total of 1,000 original cast space warriors, all elite veterans, wearing Centurion power armor and Terminator power armor. In addition, there are 10 dreadnoughts that have gone through the baptism of war. Guilliman formed them into a spearhead army, ready to use for the beheading plan. The strength of this team is enough to easily sweep an alien planet. Crush any existence that dares to resist. But now, their mission is simply to raid and behead the enemy with the Prim Arch. The horror of the orc warlords cannot be described in words. If it can be dealt with easily, the former Vulcan will not be forced to die together. Facing the orc warlord, Guilliman had to be careful. The chaplain of the war group led them to pray before the battle, and the ammunition machine slave made the final arrangements for them. All the people selected as the spearhead troops were all staring at Guilliman, waiting for his order. Let's go to war. Guilliman didn't say much nonsense. After looking around at the crowd, he spit out 2 words. Following his words, the machines on the teleportation deck of the Glory of Makraj were activated and buzzed. The huge metal reaction column makes a crackling sound and generates powerful energy, which provides energy for the energy gathering array to tear down the barrier between the real space and the subspace. The device emits a stinging light, and as the light becomes stronger and stronger, the curly and entwined materialized charged light ball is filtered by the sawtooth and enters the flask on the transmission device, twisting violently as if alive. Mysterious teleportation machinery is shouting and chorusing. The whole deck vibrates from their movement, the noise grows louder. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The chemical flash bleaches the entire teleportation deck. Steam containment agents are sprayed from large caliber pipes to prevent overloaded machinery from igniting and burning. Armed crews raise their weapons, possible warp rifts and demonic invasions. Everything is normal, no space anomalies were found. The target has been delivered to the designated location. A mechanical voice said in a low voice. The lighting tube was turned on again, the charged photosphere in the flask was exhausted, and the sharp sound came to an abrupt end. Pneumatic vents draw away the smoke, revealing the empty teleporter. The technologist consults the parameters on the screen and the paper tape printed out by the brooder. Seeing the readout results, there was a gratified expression on their faces. The Primarch and his warriors have successfully entered the most magnificent fortress on the planet Gorod. Every time Guilliman makes a leap, he will have a wonderful feeling that his soul has instantly crossed the subspace and the real world. The bright light gradually faded from his eyes, and the teleportation array platform of Makrach's glory had disappeared. Instead, a rusty, gloomy, industrially burned world appeared in front of him. Sicarius, Fikris and many fighters took up their weapons immediately after recovering their vision. They landed on a huge platform. Thousands of orcs wearing well-maintained heavy armor and armed with weapons roared at these more than 1,000 human warriors who came without warning. The size of these orcs is even more terrifying than that of primordial starcraft, with each head reaching 3 meters. The equipment on his body is completely different from the rusty equipment of the orcs outside. It is extremely exquisite and well-maintained, and even the roar is more violent than those of the orcs. Crush them! Without any hesitation, Guilliman roared immediately, and the Emperor's sword in his hand burst into a strong light. The glove of the ruling hand was the first to burst out the barrage. Instantly tore the orcs in front of them into pieces. The honor guard were the first to answer their lord's battle cry. The members of the guards wearing the Azure Terminator power armor raised the bolt gun in their hands, and poured out a huge amount of ammunition in one volley. Form a firepower network that tears everything apart. In an instant, the orc queue was full of blood and flesh. The distance between the two sides was so close, the pouring of firepower did not last long, and it became a hand-to-hand battle. Guilliman brandished the Emperor's sword and joined the battlefield. Wherever the blade touched, golden flames also rose up. The speed was too fast for the naked eye to reach. Relying on the terrifying power of dominance, he swept everything like a prehistoric monster entering a flock of sheep. The Emperor's sword tore apart countless orcs, and wherever it went, orc stumps flew all over the sky. His figure moved in the wave of orcs, as fast as lightning. Wherever it went, the wave of orcs also stopped and collapsed. Blessed by the Emperor and persisted by thousands of human beings, Guilliman has unparalleled power. The Emperor's sword danced, and a wave of flames swept across. Anything that came into contact with the flames would immediately turn into explosive residues and fly ash. Scores of orcs had no bones left under his blow. An invisible force field was released centered on Guilliman, crushing a large group of orcs into powder. Countless orcs abandoned everything in front of them, gathered into a wave of anger and rushed towards Guilliman. Crazy roars shook the battlefield, and they waved their weapons, unstoppable. Even Primaris space marines were drowned under this terrible tide. However, Guilliman towered over the waves like a majestic hill. No matter how the orcs attacked, it was of no avail, and he became a fallen corpse under his feet. Sicarius and Fikris were shocked by the invincible posture of the Primarch. It was not the first time they fought alongside the Primarch. But at this time, they were still in deep shock. In the galaxy, no one can match the 13 Primarches. He is the incarnation of the supreme power of human beings. Wherever he goes, the only enemy of human beings is the dead body. Roar! A huge battle cry came. A giant orc with mechanized muscles all over the body rushed towards Guilliman, unstoppable like a violent prehistoric behemoth. Sicarius, Fikris tried to go up to the rescue. Haven't waited for them to approach. Guilliman turned around and swung his sword. A huge fire dragon rushed out from the long sword, reducing everything along the way to ashes. Even the berserk mechanized orc. This scene is branded in the hearts of everyone and will never be forgotten. Guilliman and many elites formed a wedge-shaped offensive, forcibly cutting a path in the green-skinned ocean. Wherever it passed along the way, countless orc corpses were left behind. All the people fought all the way, extremely tragic. Guilliman remained silent, only swinging his sword. Bloody battles, killing countless powerful enemies. Finally, the spearhead saw the heart of the Orc Empire. Many powerful orc warriors who were taller than the original body alone surrounded a terrifying giant beast. That fearsome behemoth was much larger than the Primarch. Sicarius estimated that the orc was about 15 meters tall. In terms of height alone, it is comparable to the Titans of the Knights. The giant beast is covered with super heavy armor. He has a giant-like head, giant elephant-like tusks and chisel-like sharp claws. Those evil, cunning eyes full of desire for war stared at the humans rushing towards them through the steel helmet. The 4 giant mechanical appendages are sacredly embedded in the giant beast's armor, each of which is a deadly weapon, enough to easily crush a Night Titan. This is the strongest of the Orc Empire, the Orc Warlord Arsonist. The elbow of the Arsonist's right hand was cut off, and a huge flame-throwing muzzle was implanted, which could release a high-temperature fuel flame hundreds of meters long. This flamethrower can burn the flesh and blood of a group of soldiers in just a few breaths, turning their bones into ashes. Roar! The Arsonist looked in Guilliman's direction and roared. Guilliman did not respond, but raised the Emperor's sword in his hand and rushed over. Behind him, many loyalists also broke out with a strong fighting spirit, roaring and rushing towards the enemy. Chapter 94 There should be more wars in the galaxy, subscribe. Sicarius charged after the Primarch. As one of the strongest swordsmen in the Empire, his combat power is beyond doubt. During his long service career, he has experienced countless battles. His appearance is an eternal nightmare for the enemies of the Empire. But now, he also felt a little frightened by the scene in front of him. Except for the orc warlords. Other orcs are equally terrifying. Their heads are made entirely of metal, as are their torsos. The body no longer contains any organic tissue, but a pure, black smoke-breathing steel body. Hollow exhaust pipes, roaring giant chainsaws and large caliber guns tower over their bodies. Compared in size, these orcs are taller than the space warriors who have undergone the original cast upgrade. Each head has reached a height of 4 meters, 5 meters. In that terrifying body shape, it shows that it possesses terrifying brute force. The fight between the two sides is so dangerous. Even if you accept the original casting upgrade, the fighters dare not say that they will be able to defeat these terrifying green aliens. Sicarius split the head of an orc with a sword. The huge corpse fell to the ground, making a loud bang. The steel boots stepped on the pool of alien blood. He raised his bolter to aim at the orcs who were trying to charge the formation. Maintain the defenses and assist the prim arch, Sicarius ordered. The tall dreadnought mecha took heavy steps of steel. Use your powerful firepower to clear the way for the beheading team. The 3-tube parallel cannon hanging on the arm bombarded continuously. The terrifying and savage firepower tore apart the orcs who were rushing in. The remains of the warrior who lost his body and lived in the living sarcophagus issued a battle cry with the help of the sound generator built into the fearless body. It is about to crush those huge orcs. Ficrace threw a left hook with his power gauntlet, knocking an iron orc to the ground. Then pounced on and chopped the opponent into 8 pieces with a chainsaw sword. The xenomorph's blood soaked his power armor. It's a pity that in the face of the raging orcs, their number is still a little less. Only 1,000 Primaris space marines. No matter how brave and good at fighting, facing the boundless wave of orcs, it is still a bit powerless. An orc with a metal jaw made of fang-like black iron. Wearing a mace thicker than a human, he appeared on the battlefield. It slammed into a warrior holding a melta gun. The helmet made of ceramic alloy was smashed on the spot. The head is also torn apart. The melta gun in the soldier's hand was pulled at the last moment. The huge hot melting light blew up the orc in an instant, and in exchange for an ending, they all died together. This is a very tough battle. The power of the orcs should not be underestimated. Guilliman leads by example. Wielding the Emperor's sword, he fought alone in the raging beast tide. Attempt to confront the arsonist directly. It's a pity that he fought several times in a row, but was rushed away by other orcs. Even if no orc could stand against the prim arch. But the wave of orcs is too terrifying, and the orc warlords are not weak. Even if it is Guilliman, it is difficult to win for a while. Many loyalists fought forward with absolute brute force. There are no tactics on their minds at the moment, no techniques. There is only pure brutality and rage, just like a ferocious beast raiding, abandoning all rationality. There are only 2 options before them: kill all the aliens they can see in front of them, or collapse in a pool of their own blood. Accompanied by tragic fighting. The power armor of the loyalists will soon lose its original color. A large amount of orc blood and guts stained the armor's spray paint. Just as the 2 sides were fighting with hatred, one side was about to be completely destroyed. Variables start again. Amid the violent wave of orcs, several strong flashes of light appeared. After the glare disappeared, a 150-meter-tall Emperor Titan appeared on the battlefield with a huge church on its back. On the head of the Emperor Titan, the eyes glowed red with the activation of the god's mechanism. Scarlet eyes scanned the ground. Locked on many enemies in an instant. Also appearing with the Titans are the Ultramarines led by Calgar, the Knights, and the Sisters of Silence. The Emperor-level Titan was the first to attack, and the huge plasma cannon, which was as large as a building, launched a saturated firepower attack on the surrounding orcs. No matter how well equipped the orcs were, it would be difficult for them to withstand such a terrifying plasma beam attack, and they were instantly burned into scorched corpses. The battlefield will soon be filled with a stench. Followed by the charge of the Knights. The Imperial Knight is a very special existence. They are also known as Imperial Executioners, and they are generally of noble origin. They drive small titans that can be used by one person, generally between 5 meters and 15 meters in height, and can be equipped with a Titan-level weapon. Knights generally come from knight families in the night world. They pass on their mission from generation to generation and fight to protect the Empire and the people of their own world. Their origins can be traced back to the Golden Age of mankind. During the first large-scale interstellar colonization, the ancestors of mankind colonized many planets in the galaxy. Not all worlds are friendly, however. Indigenous creatures in many worlds are full of malice towards humans. At that time, the Iron Man mutiny had not yet happened. Humans are still using artificial intelligence. Facing the complex and changeable alien environment, artificial intelligence also has more than enough energy. In order to protect its creator, the artificial intelligence mastering the STC standard smart template created a humanoid vehicle. The drivers of these vehicles are handpicked. It can be used to open up wasteland, or it can be equipped with weapons for defense. During the Iron Man rebellion, Knights played an important role in the counterinsurgency campaign. In the era of Long Night, human beings encountered an unprecedented subspace storm. This subspace storm caused the interruption of human cultural and technological exchanges. Many worlds have fallen and become playthings of chaos demons and alien races. The Knights continued to exert their advantages and protected humans in the Age of Long Night. For this reason, they were pushed to the position of rulers. In the Age of Strife, Mars sent many expedition ships. It is hoped that those remnants of human knowledge will be searched across the galaxy. By this time, the ancient alliance of many human worlds has ceased to exist. These worlds saved by Knights have also become feudal worlds ruled by nobles. The Knights have forgotten the knowledge of how to build these vehicles, but retained their excellent fighting skills and maintained the ancient vehicles. The mechanical priest who went out from Mars quickly established a cooperative relationship with the Knights. The Knights provided manpower and security, and in return, the mechanic priests provided technical expertise to help the knights rebuild their vehicles. There are thousands of knight worlds in the galaxy. These worlds have a strict feudal system, and there are a large number of knight families. These knight families rule the world of knights. They will legally evade imperial censorship by swearing allegiance to the Adeptus Terra or the Adeptus Mechanicum. The reform system implemented by Guilliman after waking up has also seriously threatened the foundation of many knight families ruling the knight world. The Primarch took power away from them. This made them angry. For this reason, many knight families angrily accused the Empire of betraying them. Out of loyalty to the Empire, there are still a group of knights who agreed to the reform of the Primarch. These knights formed a knightly order supported by the Empire. These knights who joined the battlefield are all knights who are willing to accept reforms. In return, Guilliman gave them more powerful knight titans. Also promised that their children would be given priority for admission to the Knight Academy. Those who were unwilling to obey the reform were slowly squeezed out of the center of the Empire. They either become freedom riders, or they can only give up this path. The knights charge quickly tore through the wave of orcs, and the melta cannon and cannon fired together, wiping out pieces of orcs. The high-speed rotating chainsaw sword combined with the huge impact potential energy generated when the Knight Titan ran, all the orcs along the way were torn to pieces. No orc can hold back the Knight Titan's charge. Any form of resistance is nothing more than an overreaching self-destruction. Calgar and a host of Ultramarines, the Sisters of Silence, to the battlefield. Relying on their special abilities, they built anti-Wyoic force fields one by one. A large number of Chinook boys exploded their heads under their suppression and induction. Pieces of orcs were involved in this explosion, and a large number of orcs were blown off their heads. With the establishment of the Sisters of Silence anti-Wyoic force field, the orcs' offensive stopped again. At this time, heavy tanks and mechanical cataracts also appeared in the flash, and they were thrown into the battlefield in an organized way. The Colossus of God's Wrath uses the latest teleportation technology researched from the Pharos Lighthouse. It is precisely because of this that the Imperial Army can be sent in large quantities. There is no need to use Stormbirds and airborne pods to deliver them like other troops. Of course, there are prerequisites. It is necessary to break the enemy's protective shield, otherwise a fatal error may occur once it is disturbed. Teleport armies to rock formations and high altitudes, and that's bad luck. With the support of the Empire entering the battlefield, the balance of victory began to tilt towards the human side. The Orc wave was delayed by the Empire, and Guilliman also got a one-on-one chance with the Orc Warlord. The Orc Warlord Arsonist is much bigger than Guilliman. The opponent was nearly 15 meters away, like a small moving hill. The combat power is terrifying to the extreme. A Knight Titan rushed towards the Orc battle formation under the cover of his companions, and was sent flying by a punch from the Arsonist. The body of the 8-meter-high metal Titan exploded in the air, and the high-temperature wreckage was scattered everywhere. Several other veterans wanted to assist the Primarch in fighting, but were stopped by Guilliman. "You are not opponents, leave it to me." Guilliman raised the Emperor's sword in his hand, and walked towards the Orc Warlord. "I will finish him off." The words of the Primarch left many loyalists with no choice. Out of trust in Guilliman, they could only pour their anger on other orcs. The confrontation between the original body and the Orc Warlord soon began. The strength of both sides is so terrifying. Guilliman was blessed with the power of dominion blessed by human faith and the power of the Emperor. But the Orc Warlord is not inferior either. He has obtained the power of Wyoic of the entire Orc Empire, and also received the blessing of the two gods. The aftermath of the collision between the two sides alone is unbearable for ordinary people. Thunderbolts emerged from the battle between the two sides, and the sound of metal collisions resounded throughout the battlefield. The Orc Warlord roared, and the power of Wyoic made him even more terrifying, like a giant beast that came out of mythology. Brutal forces beyond mortal comprehension are being unleashed, making him even more terrifying. The violent Orc Warlord resonated with countless orcs, and they became more excited. They shouted Wyoic to launch a more violent attack on the Empire. The orc's mind dropped everything. Only excited and throbbing for war and killing. The power of the Orc Warlord has become even more terrifying. On Gorod, the power he can exert far exceeds that in other places in the galaxy. Here is where he grew up, and he will receive more blessings. As the battle intensified, the power in Guilliman's body was slowly released. His eyes burned with a golden light. The azure armor also has a strong light flow. Make him the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. His body was lifted up in the light, like a terrifying walking in the world. Its terrifying power is enough to compete and fight with huge Orc warlords. Sikarais and others could only be forced to stay outside the battlefield. Interfering in such a battle is tantamount to suicide. During the fierce confrontation, the Orc warlord's power claw pierced Guilliman's armor. The armor that combined the strongest technology of the Mechanicum and the secret method of the Eldar clan cracked in the loud noise like the shattering of the planet. After piercing through the defense of the armor, the Orc's sharp claws easily pierced through Guilliman's body. Guilliman also returned the color, and the sword of the Emperor in his hand cut off a thick arm of the opponent. Kept its sharp claws in its own body. The Orc warlord whose arm had been severed let out a mournful roar. The great pain of his soul being burned made him howl continuously, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Opportunity is fleeting. Guilliman grabbed the sharp claw pierced into the body with one hand, threw it away, and then bullied him. I saw him jumping high. The light from the Emperor's sword in his hand became more and more intense, and the flames that burned his soul made people tremble. Accompanied by a roar, Guilliman pierced the Orc warlord's eye with a sword. The rising flame burst into flames, igniting the soul of the Orc warlord. A golden flame ignited on the body of the Orc warlord. The violent power galloped along the golden long sword, turning into a killing radiance and pouring into the body of the orc warlord. Accompanied by the visualization of the power of destruction, the indestructible steel body exploded into ashes in the golden light. After tearing apart the orc warlord's body, the terrifying light unleashed a deadly surge of chain lightning. Death chains jumped between the orcs. It seems to be consciously looking for those powerful orcs, grabbing their souls one by one, and turning them into fuel. Unfathomable power was gushing from Guilliman's body, spread to a vast space. When the remaining orcs came into contact with this force, they all turned into golden torches. Flesh and flesh turned to ashes, and souls returned to nothingness. There is no possibility of resurrection. In such a terrible blow, the creature's body and soul are destroyed. Not even the powers of chaos can find their souls anymore. This is pure death. Many heroes of the Empire witnessed the whole process of all this. If it is not the Emperor's own son, there is no way to use such terrifying power. Surpasses all psychers. Already possessed incredible power beyond the reach of mortals. Seeing this scene, everyone was in awe, and no longer dared to question the original idea. The war is over. Under the terrifying blow of the Primarch, the orc warlord and many personal guards were reduced to fly ash. The wave of wild orcs paused for a moment, and then collapsed. The orcs lost their courage in an instant, and never dared to fight the loyalists of the Empire again. Countless orcs fled in all directions, panicking. The Imperial troops fought back vigorously, charging all the way, and wherever they went, the orcs were defeated. Sikarais and Fikris rushed to their lord at the fastest speed. After performing the killing blow, Guilliman has also returned to its original size. The orc's fatal blow left him severely wounded. But it's all worth it. The orc warlord is dead. The orc cancer in the Charadon star area will be pulled out. Here will become an important weapon depot and supply place for the indomitable expedition. His will sweep across the Empire and the galaxy. Like a snowball, it gets bigger and bigger until it becomes unstoppable. Grown-ups! Grown-ups! Sikarais and Fickles rushed to Guilliman's side and supported their sovereign. Doctor! Sikarais called out when he saw the wound on Guilliman's majestic body. Soon, a professional team rushed over, and they performed emergency treatment on Guilliman's wound. With the help of the terrifying resilience of the original body level. This injury, which is enough to kill an ordinary soldier, is nothing to Guilliman. However, Guilliman will no longer participate in the next battle. At the request of everyone, he was sent back to the glory of Makraj, where he recuperated. The Imperial forces destroyed all the shield generators of the orcs, exposing all the orcs to the firepower of the Imperial fleet. Subsequently, the Imperial troops withdrew from Gorod Star. Choose to use orbital bombing to clean up a huge number of orcs. 2 weeks later, Gorod Star was declared to be purified. There is nothing on it. Even microorganisms and bacteria have been exterminated. Humans must rebuild the ecosystem above in order to survive. This is not a difficult task for Mechanikus. 20 years later, this place will become a purely human world. Traces of the orcs will be completely erased. By then, the new inhabitants who colonize the planet will never think of the planet as being the home of an orc in the past. The whole planet is green orcs. Orcs will be a thing of the past. Guilliman recovered quickly from his injury. Before ending the battle and holding a celebration. He has recovered. The 2-year battle has strained the nerves of the troops of the Empire. It's time for a celebration to let everyone relax. Let them find a moment of peace in the eternal war. Many heroes of the Empire gathered to celebrate the victory together. In a hall of the glory of Makraj, the servants brought wine and food to the triumphant warriors. Everyone had excited smiles on their faces. When they were discussing passionately about the orc battle, what earth-shattering things did they do? Some people were also discussing future arrangements, speculating on the mind of the Primarch. Who will become the next cancer that needs to be removed in the indomitable crusade? Necrons or the upcoming Tyranids? They crave more victories, more glory to add to their list of achievements. Reporters and poets also poured into the hall. They walked around, taking pens and data pads to record the words and deeds of those people. Some lucky fellows may even be favored by a chapter master, thus earning the honor of writing both his personal story and the history of his chapter. Encouraged by Guilliman, the Primaris Space Marines were less likely to crowd out the seemingly useless chroniclers. Instead, I chose to be more frank and tell about the various combat experiences I have experienced in my long career. Let them record and sing. Guilliman was smiling, and he sat on the main seat. Occasionally raises a glass to others, showing an approachable look. Many people don't understand why Guilliman values the narrator. Think time is wasted on these people. Might as well give them each a gun. Like that, maybe a few planets can be recovered. In fact, the narrator is very important in Guilliman's overall plan, no less than the primordial space warrior. The Primaris Space Marines are the sharp swords in the hands of the Empire, while the chroniclers represent human thought and culture. The decay of the Empire is not only the bureaucratic system, but also social thought and social ethos. Humans should not be so hesitant, immersed in power and wealth. Today's human beings need more brave, rational, and adventurous people. The universe is big, and humans shouldn't just be trapped in the galaxy. More importantly, there is a universe outside the universe. Guilliman is very clear about this. Part of his memory is another universe. That universe knows the development and past of the Warhammer universe. To this end, Guilliman speculated whether a character belonging to the future of the Warhammer universe traveled to his universe. Now he writes about everything that ever happened in that universe. And when the people from that universe come across, they will also be surprised to find that this universe has a description of their universe, and thus doubt whether they are the world in the book. This kind of thing that involves the structure of space and time. Guilliman didn't know very well. But, one day, he'll figure it out. At that time, he will find his way to another universe. Suppress all kinds of chaotic thoughts in your heart. Guilliman looked at Fikris, who was sitting aside, showing a teasing smile. Feekles. Sitting in his seat, Fikris, who was in a trance, was startled when he heard the Primarch calling his name. Big. People. What's wrong? Guilliman asked with a smile. No, nothing. Really? I thought you were thinking about when to give me a gift. Fikris. Guilliman said with a smile. Sicarius, Calgar, and many heroes of the Empire all set their sights on Fikris because of Guilliman's words. Gift? And Fikris blushed rarely. How should he explain that he made a big oolong? There is one more. Chapter 95 The Great Four-Armed God Emperor, subscribe. Fikles, what gift did you prepare? Calgar looked at Fikles with confusion on his brows. Ah. This. Fikris was speechless. How to explain this matter? What a hassle. I thought you were giving gifts. So I went to prepare presents, and also prepared to celebrate the Primarch's birthday. Who would have thought it would look like this? I made a big oolong myself. Fikris swears that he really didn't think that the so-called gift of Calgar that Sicarius said was the Colossus of God's punishment is a giant battleship capable of destroying the battle moon. He thought they were planning gifts for the Primarch's birthday. That's why he went to prepare gifts. Economist Reddy was also asked to find a baker and a batch of fine wines that have been preserved for many years, in order to make the Primarch happy. As a result, who would have thought that the gift of Calgar that the Primarch has been talking about turned out to be the giant battleship of the Colossus of God's retribution? Not for the so-called birthday at all. Everyone didn't prepare any gifts. As soon as the giant ship, the punishment Colossus, appeared, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He made Reddy stop all preparations. Also deliberately issued a gag order, never allowing anyone involved in this matter to speak out. So embarrassing. OMG. Why would he go to such a thing? Who would have thought that now the Primarch would personally intervene? Who can help save the field? Gift. Sicarius looked at Fikris, frowning slightly. He speculated for days about Calgar's gift. Does Fikris also have technological creations that surpass the current empire? If there is something good, why not take it out now? It's better than Lord Guilliman watching our jokes again. Calvo, chapter master of the Nova chapter, spoke. Others also nodded. In the final battle with the Orc warlords, all of them believed that it was impossible for the Imperial Navy to confront the battle moon head-on. It is even more impossible to destroy the battle moon of the Orcs with the help of the Empire's ships. But the dramatic change caught them all off guard. No one expected that the Primarch could create such a colossus in such a short period of time. Although it uses existing technological creations, it is still very scary. It is definitely not something that other people in the Empire can do. Just the roadmap and energy architecture is a very complex project. Not to mention other things. If the Mechanicum came to fiddle with such a project, it would take less than 100 years, so don't try to do it well. Now, it took only a few years for the Primarch and Call to build such a huge structure as the Colossus. It can also be mass-produced. What does this kind of thing represent? Represents that the human navy will usher in a completely new enhancement. The Empire currently has quite a few giant structures. The mountain array used by the Imperial Fists. Dark Angel's Home Star Fortress, the Megalithic Fortress. Mechanical Sage's Mechanical Ark. A star castle suspended in the dark void. And mining bases for mining giant planets. These are giant structures comparable to celestial bodies. It takes an extremely long time to build these huge giant structures. It will take hundreds or thousands of years. The God's Punishment Colossus only took a few years to build. This is undoubtedly a miracle. Is also a replicable miracle. Everyone is still amazed when they think of it now. In the eyes of everyone, the 13 original body is already a mysterious supermaster of technology. Only he can complete a giant structure that takes decades or hundreds of years to complete in just a few years. Humanity will go to unparalleled glory in his hands. There is a good chance that there will be another golden age. That would be an exciting thing. When Guilliman talked about Fikris' gift, everyone immediately thought of whether the Primarch had a new technology. What kind of progress and enhancement will the Empire obtain as a result? Feeling everyone's attention, Fikris blushed even more. How is he going to say it without embarrassment? This is much more difficult than fighting chaos. Feekles may want me to solve the mystery myself. Ready, bring it up, and share the cake and wine with you brothers. Guilliman said loudly under the astonished eyes of Fikris. Accompanied by Guilliman's order, Reddy walked in with several men in chef's clothes pushing a huge cake. Behind them, there are servants carrying boxes of fine wine. Many chapter leaders stared at the cake dumbfounded. Not only them, the admirals, knights, and nuns were all shocked. What the hell? Isn't it technology? Isn't it a brand new achievement? Why is it a cake? My lord, how do you know? Fikris was astonished to see the cake coming in. For a while, he didn't know what to say. Didn't he tell Reddy to end the project? Why didn't Reddy terminate the program? I know everything, Fikris, this is the flagship my father gave me. I know the location of every secret passage and every secret door better than you, Guilliman said with a smile. What does this mean? An admiral looked at the exquisite and huge cake and asked in puzzlement. The others were also at a loss. They guessed wrong again. Fikri's gift is not a new technology, but a cake? What is a cake? This is a gift, everyone. Guillemon looked around the crowd. We need to understand why we are fighting. Only in this way can we hold the sword firmly. There should not be only war in the dark galaxy, and we must never forget us. The human side. Many of you may think that the new gift will be a powerful technological creation, so you will be shocked when you see the cake, but I want to tell you that this gift is also a weapon. It is the weapon of our hearts, the weapon against the deceptions of chaos. Open your eyes, my colleagues, and see how many planets have been turned into a terrible under the rule of corrupt bureaucrats, how many of my fathers the people endured horrific torture. People have nothing, but they are required to work all day long for my father's empire. Their average life expectancy does not even reach 35 years, and their wealth is gathered into their own hands by the nobles in the name of the emperor. Sad thing. In the empire, we have worshipped the strong over the weak for generations. Does this make us better? No, this approach makes the situation worse and worse. Humanity has lost its pioneering spirit, lost its blood, and people have become numb. We recruit a brutal soldier and then turn him into a brutal lord, continuing this vicious cycle. As a result, people have the same attitude towards chaos and empire, that is numbness. A fine line must be drawn between the beautiful and the ugly. If chaos offers power to a man who dwells in hell, why should he refuse hell's invitation? Loyalty to the emperor is precious, and it is worth advocating and admiring. But we must always be vigilant against those who do evil in the name of the emperor and grab benefits. The change starts today, and we must always be alert to ourselves. The purpose of our war is to end war. War for war's sake is always foolish. Guillemon looked at Fikris. Thank you, Fikris. You let us understand that some things should not be forgotten. We fight to defend the beauty of human beings, not to push them into the abyss. Ah. Fickles was stunned for a moment, unable to speak. He has clearly ordered Reddy to give up the preparations, so why is there still cake? Fikris looked at Reddy puzzled, and found that she was also smiling at him. Everyone stood up, all applauded, and some even cheered. They will fight for the Primarch and the Emperor's dream. Until everything is on track. The Primarch himself picked up a large cake knife. That knife is so big that it can be regarded as a machete. Guillemon used it to cut the cake, but it was just right. After dividing a few pieces of cake symbolically, Guillemon handed over this work to others. He doesn't have much time, and he doesn't attend the banquet simply to relax. When the fate of the entire human race is placed on the shoulders of one person, then this person will definitely not be so relaxed that he can drink and have fun at a banquet. He came to the banquet with a plan, not just to relax. Guillemon attended the banquet mainly to award medals to those chapter leaders and generals who fought bravely, and also to convey his reform ideas. Fight for many reasons. If you ask, you will get various answers. For the empire, for mankind, and for the loyalty of mankind. Guillemon knew well that the emperor had sat on the golden throne for 10,000 years. Even the government affairs on Terra are handled by the Supreme Senate. Allegiance to the emperor is a big joke. If you are truly loyal to the emperor, why does the state religion still rise? Why is the Senate still so decayed? As for fighting for humanity, this sentence is even more ridiculous. In addition to chaos and aliens, the poison of corrupt bureaucrats in the empire is the most serious poison to all worlds. The Ministry of Internal Affairs made a small mistake about the taxation of the planet. Can turn the entire planet into a barren land of bones. Imperial tax ships literally scrape the ground to make up the taxes the planet needs to pay. Once there is a disobedience, the Imperial fleet will come to clean up the world's rebels. The decay of the empire is there for all to see. Eliminating corrupt bureaucrats is the best way to save mankind. But now, there is a group of people called the nobles of mankind, standing on the opposite side of the reform. Isn't that ironic? In the final analysis, many people fight for honor and for themselves. Guillemon needs to feed these people with honor, power, and interests. Only in this way can these people continue to fight. This is one of the reasons for holding a celebration. Guillemon hates this kind of thing, but he also has to admit that he needs these means to win over these loyalists and stabilize his base. After completing the work of awarding honors, Guillemon withdrew and left the banquet. His status is too high, it is not a wise decision to stay at the celebration reception. It will make those people restrained and unable to let go. People will be more comfortable with him gone. Troop Carrier Righteous Fury. The Empire has many troop carriers of this level. Their task is to transport the soldiers of the Empire from this world to that world. Once set sail, very few soldiers can get on the spaceship back to their home planet. The Milky Way is really, really big. One accident, that is decades, 100 years have passed. Don't talk about going home. If you accidentally die in a foreign land, your soul can't go back. In this era when darkness is approaching, being able to survive on the battlefield for a few years is regarded as the Emperor's mercy. Still want to go home? Stop dreaming. The carnival belonging to ordinary soldiers was held in the cabin of the Path of Justice. After careful consideration by the high-level Empire, these Astra Militarum soldiers are also allowed to enjoy events, used to celebrate the victory of the Empire. Hawk stood in the crowd, toasting with his core brothers. Celebrate victory. Also celebrate being alive. Compared with his appearance a few years ago, he has changed a little bit now. The sluggishness left by long-term labor faded away, and the eyes and face became vicissitudes. His eyes are no longer cynical, but calm. I have seen many deaths, and I am aware of the danger of the battlefield. The years of fighting have also made him understand the terrible price to pay for the survival of the Empire. His left hand has been transformed into a metal prosthesis. The original arm had already been cut off by the orc, and there was no way to get it back. In a battle with the orcs, the Imperial forces were raided, the battle was lost, and the front line fell. The whole line collapsed, causing countless casualties. The Imperial commanders originally wanted to withdraw their troops and regroup before continuing to fight. Hawk misheard the commander's order and charged all the way carrying the regiment's battle flag. His behavior infected a large group of people, and others saw them charge, and then followed in a confused charge. As a result, I won by accident. Hawk's hand was also lost at that time. The commanders of the Empire saw his bravery, so they arranged for the mechanical priest to install mechanical prosthetics on him, and promoted him to be a captain. Not long after that, he was promoted to major by the fire line and became the head of a temporary regiment. After the Battle of Gorod this time, he was officially converted and became the head of a regiment, leading the natal 502 Regiment. The 502nd Regiment is a group of recruits who have just been recruited from the planet Natal. In order to cope with the consumption of the Indomitable Crusade, the Primarch eagerly absorbed the soldiers and resources from various worlds. Natal responded to the Primarch's call and sent men and women of the right age to the battlefield. It is different from other wars where the more you fight, the worse your equipment becomes. The 502 Regiment is a new regiment, and the equipment they get is new equipment. After the Primarch reintegrated the 500 worlds, many forged worlds were handed over to the Great Sage Call. Comprehensive reforms and technical optimizations have revitalized each foundry world. A large amount of technical and theoretical knowledge is tilted towards low-level priests, so that they don't need to waste too much energy on some unimportant technologies. According to the order of the original body, Call is optimizing the knowledge structure of the Empire to ensure that human beings can once again raise their hearts to explore the universe, instead of indulging in finding the lost technology of the Golden Age. With the promotion of these initiatives, the 500 worlds will usher in a technological innovation every once in a while. These innovative technologies will also indirectly affect foundry factories to produce more cost-effective individual equipment. Of course, the various measures of the 500 worlds have seriously violated many prohibitions of the Mechanic Church. During this period of time, the conservative sects of the Mechanicum continued to put pressure on the Ultramar sector, asking them to stop this blasphemy against the god of mechanics immediately. Mars even issued a war notice, demanding an immediate cessation of blasphemy. Otherwise, they will take all necessary means to maintain the majesty of the god of myriad chances. Guilliman has always been indifferent to this, and has not taken the old school's ideas and many protests to heart. He asked Call to continue to form a new scientific research team, speed up the absorption and digestion of various technological knowledge he gave, and integrate the current technology of mechanic use to enhance the strength of the Empire. Of course, Hawk has no way to touch these things. He only knew that the later the core, the better the equipment. There are even some core wearing a full set of exoskeletons, and their combat power is much stronger than other core. What are you thinking? Captain Hawk. A crisp voice sounded. Hawk looked up, and a red-haired, blue-eyed woman walked beside him. The other party was holding a bottle of fruit wine from an unknown world. The distance between galaxies and galaxies is too long. It is impossible to specify a single galaxy for logistics procurement, but to adopt the principle of proximity. Major Cass. Hawk nodded in response. You haven't answered me yet. What are you thinking? Cass shrugged and asked with a smile. I didn't think about anything, I was just thinking about whether the Emperor would protect me tonight. Hawk laughed. The battle is over, do you still need the Emperor's protection? Major Cass asked with a trace of curiosity. You and I understand that the war will never stop. I heard some new news. The Tyrannid Zerg is coming, and their goal is the Charadon sector. Do you think the Great Primarch will swing his troops to fight the Zerg? Hawk took a sip of the wine in his hand. It was sweet and sour, and tasted very good. I heard from several colleagues that this kind of alcohol has a strong aftertaste. Drink too much and can't get up the next day. That will be a matter of the future, there is absolutely no need for the Emperor to protect you tonight, Major Cass smiled. Because there is another battle tonight? Hawk said with a smile, I just don't know if I can invite Miss Cass to be my opponent. Do people in Natal like to beat around the bush? Cass laughed. Besides, if you find me as an opponent, I am very worried that you will lose too quickly. The Emperor has no way to protect you. Even if the Emperor does not bless me, I still have a great chance of winning. Once war broke out, how quickly would the Astra Militarum be promoted? Ordinary people can't believe it. I was thrown on the battlefield today, as long as I can survive, I might be able to be promoted to the head of the regiment. This is a cold joke, but it also reflects how high the death rate of the Astral Army is. The main enemies of the Empire are Chaos, Zerg, Orcs, Necrons, and Dark Eldar. Once these powerful forces descend on a certain planet, they will start a terrible war. At this time, the Ministry of Internal Affairs will throw dozens, or even hundreds, of core onto the battlefield. It is extremely tragic to exchange human life for victory. The death rate is as high as 100%. To give an example, the Tyrannids once attacked a place called the Crania Galaxy. For this reason, the Ministry of Internal Affairs invested more than 100 core. When they finally evacuated, less than 1/10 of the personnel remained, and half of them were still disabled. In such a battle, the Astral Army would be easily harvested like weeds. Under such pressure, the hormonal activity between men and women is also very special. They talked about love when they started, but they were ordinary people they no longer knew after the end. Everyone understands that investing in emotions will only increase their sadness. No one knows when death will come. Hawk didn't understand it before, but now he understands it, and Cass understands it too. The two looked at each other, and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Cass drank the wine in his hand, turned and left. Hawk also drank the wine in his hand, and walked over with a smile. If tomorrow will usher in death, why not party today? Vitria Galaxy. This is a galaxy on the edge of the Charlatan sector. Under the rule of the Senate of Terra, the systems adopted by the various worlds of the Empire are different. Vitria is a pure capital world. Merchants are everything here, they are judges, magistrates, counselors. The plutocratic family has ruled here for generations, and the planet Vitria has been shaped into their back garden and their factory. Because of the existence of interstellar trade, the plutocrats don't care whether the common people and workers of Vitria can afford their products. Their guests are nobles from other worlds. There is no need for workers and civilians to digest industrial products. The only function of the civilians in the world of Vitria is to provide cheap labor, other than that, they are useless. The unemployment rate on planet Vitria is high, and people can only become homeless. Because the supreme law here is that private ownership is sacrosanct. No matter what the reason is, private ownership laws cannot be violated at will. And everything on planet Vitria belongs to the plutocrats. The civilians have nothing. If it weren't for the express regulations of the Empire, the ownership of all human colonized worlds belongs to the Emperor. I'm afraid that these people don't even have the qualifications to wander, and they will be driven out of their cities by the Chable. The plutocrats also know that their rule is unpopular. In order to maintain their rule, the Chables spent a lot of money to build a powerful security team. This security team is well equipped, with biological modification and mechanical prosthetic modification, powerful force, any rebellious behavior will be crushed by them. But where there is oppression, there is resistance. A free sect has formed in the city sewers of Vitria. Some believers with long foreheads and smooth scalps spread leaflets about freedom, equality, mercy, and kindness among the crowd and homeless people. At a hidden meeting place. We want to defeat those damned oppressors and back the gifts that the God Emperor gave us. For the God Emperor, we will sacrifice everything. A man in a robe shouted. As he shouted, other believers also shouted. Let us pray to the great God Emperor. The man pointed to the four-armed Emperor God statue painted with red paint on the wall and said. We will bring salvation to this world. I was delayed a bit late. Talk about problems in the group. Sometimes the inspection is not detailed enough. Chapter 96 The Terrible Face of Liberalism. Under the man's frenzied cry, countless believers prostrated themselves on the ground, praying for the blessing of the four-armed emperor. The believers have wild eyes and are full of firm belief. Seeing the performance of the believers, the man rubbed his smooth scalp and smiled happily. Over time, even he has been keenly aware that the day of ascension is approaching. The great matrix will come soon. The time of comeback has come. The Patriarch has issued an order, they must speed up, take control of the planet Vitria, and prepare for the ascension. Propagate our thoughts and ideas, we want to overthrow the nobles and chables who oppress us, and build an equal, harmonious, and beautiful world. A world where everyone is equal, where you only need to work 8 hours a day, and you won't be oppressed by those nobles and plutocrats. In this world, we will be the masters of our own, and control our own lives. The man raised his hands and shouted, his tone was enthusiastic, impassioned, and exciting. Is so contagious that people can't help shouting along with him. Down with oppression! Down with oppression! Down with oppression! The believers followed the men and shouted, becoming more fanatical and passionate, always ready to throw themselves into a grand uprising and fight to overthrow the oppression. Very good, now proceed to the last step. This is the holy water taken from the God Emperor's church. After drinking it, we will feel the power of the God Emperor, and it will strengthen our faith. The man clapped his hands, and several smooth-skinned believers walked out of the darkness. They came out holding a huge sculpture of the Emperor with 4 arms. There is another person behind holding the so-called holy water. Every believer needs to take holy water. The fanatical belief made believers drink it without hesitation. The man smiled, watching many human believers drink up the so-called holy water in one gulp. That is not holy water at all, but a nutrient solution mixed with the twisted gene seeds of the great patriarch gene stealer. As long as they are drunk, these gene seeds can change the physical and psychological state of the host within hours. The host will forget about the infection process and automatically submit to the will of the great patriarch. Its distorted genes will be mixed in the human body. Once the host and its partner give birth, the next generation will also be gene stealers. At this time, a believer who was mixed in the crowd quietly exited the meeting place. From the door on the side, I found another secret path and sneaked into the sect. In fact, he is not a believer in this so-called liberal sect, but a detective named Shur. Shul is appointed by a woman to investigate the disappearance of her daughter. The other party promised a generous reward for this. The reason he was approached was that Shur was a little better than his crappier counterparts. Although they are all detectives, Shur is the best detective in the entire nest. Shul originally wanted to reject this commission. In the hive world of Vitria, missing means death, and there is no possibility of finding it back. The hive capital gangsters or various forces will never spit out the meat in their mouths. The plutocrats control all of Vitoria's wealth. But unwilling to fulfill a little obligation. All policies are designed to maximize the wealth and labor of civilians. Civilians give everything for a job. Time, energy, and everything that is left needs to be handed over to the Chable. Only in this way can they make ends meet. Once the labor force is lost, they are immediately abandoned by the factory. In order to better oppress the civilians, the plutocrats have eliminated all possible ways for the civilians to survive. Use the law to stipulate that the resources of the entire planet belong to them. Civilians are not allowed to mine anything privately, nor are they allowed to grow anything. Establish various harsh laws, formulate various so-called standards, publicize loyalty to the emperor, and attack those means of production that are not under their control in the name of the emperor. Do not allow merchants without their permission to enter the planet to provide jobs and supplies to the locals. Forcing people to buy food and water only from them. Even houses. Many chaebols have developed a perfect harvesting chain. These actions are to ensure that every penny they give to workers will return to their pockets. The various behaviors of the chaebols have led to high unemployment rates throughout the world, gangsters are rampant, and various black industries have been banned repeatedly. Except for the upper floor of the hive capital, other places are in chaos. Human trafficking, black market organs, and illegal drugs are all prevalent among gangsters as a means of survival. It is self-evident what a terrible fate a girl will suffer when she disappears. The gangsters are not going to give up any cash cows that can make money for them. However, that woman gave too much. If you can help her find her daughter back, Sure won't have to worry about life for the rest of his life. You can even go to a better imperial world to spend the rest of your life. During this time, Sure heard a lot about the things among the stars. A merchant passing through Vitria said that the 13 primarchs of Ultramar had been revived, and launched an indomitable expedition to clean up the alien and chaotic forces in the Empire. To be honest, such a thing is too far away from Sure. A leader who is waging war among the stars and his poor detective in the Hive City can't have any intersection. The farthest place Sure has been to is another planet in the Vitria galaxy, and he went there as a crew member when he was young. The stars are too far away for him. It's not something a person like him can expect. Those magnificent wars that stretched for several light years were even more out of reach for him. However, from the mouths of those rogue traders, Sure knew that Ultramar was the most developed star field in the Empire. People there advocate technology and live a prosperous life. The gap between rich and poor is not as terrifying as Vitoria. After completing this task and getting a sum of money, you may be able to go to Ultramar. After all, with the protection of a Primarch, it is safer than other imperial worlds. Thinking of his future arrangements, Sure showed a hint of joy. The future can be expected. Get away from this world as soon as possible. A beautiful life is beckoning to me. After these days of investigation, Sure finally confirmed that the woman's daughter was missing at the hands of this so-called liberal sect. The state religion is the orthodox religion of the Empire. Is also the only officially designated religion. Once the priests discover any heretical sect, they will mobilize troops without hesitation to wipe it out completely. Break the statues of the heretic gods, and hang all the heretics to the stake. Even with such cruel and severe measures, they still cannot prevent the rise of those heretical religions. There are still many denominations in Hive City. They hide in the dark corners of Keaho Lake or in the sewers. Secretly and vigorously develop. Sure knew these guys existed, but he never reported them. I went to report today, and my body was thrown into the sewer the next day. This world is so cruel. The laws in the Hive capital are just decorations, and gangsters and plutocrats are trampling on them recklessly. The imperial civilians loyal to the emperor are just their playthings. This is sad, but it is an out-and-out fact. The channel light is not bright, which may be caused by unstable voltage, and the lights installed on the ceiling are flickering. The air circulation system also appears to be broken. The air is full of dust, and after taking a few breaths, I feel that my throat is full of dust. This environment made Sure feel a little bad. But for his own reward, he endured it. As long as he completes this mission, he will be able to leave this disgusting world. The task will be completed soon, and the great day of ascension is coming. Dedicate everything we have to the Great Mother, and become one. The sound of dialogue and footsteps came at the same time. Sure was so frightened that his legs almost limp, and he hid in the dark pipe beside him. He is not a of war who fights 10. The only weapon in his hand is an old model laser gun. If he could sneak in, he really didn't want to do it. After all, the energy battery is also an expense. In the Hive City, weapons are not difficult to obtain. As long as you have money, those gangsters can get you a melta, or an ion weapon. Sadly, Sure has no money. At least no money for melta and ion weapons. Those are good guys. One shot, let alone people, even if it is iron, it has to be iron juice, and the lethality is massive. But the price is also very expensive, not something that ordinary people can buy. Those Hive capital gangsters probably don't have one. If there is, it is also the existence of the bottom of the box. Normal people use laser guns, and the poorer ones use the old-fashioned gunpowder guns. Before setting off, Sure thought that he didn't need any powerful weapons. His mission is to find the woman's daughter, and it would be best if she could be rescued. If not, just tell the woman where she is. The other party will solve the rest, and the reward will also be given to him. This is agreed in advance. And Sure will not tell the other party the news when he has not received follow-up remuneration. Sure hid in the darkness, and the two believers who walked past did not realize that someone had sneaked in. They walked past Sure ignorantly, talking about the so-called ascension and oneness. Sure hid in the dark, not daring to make a sound. After the other party walked away, he breathed a sigh of relief, crawled out from the gap in the dark pipe, and continued to move forward. He's pretty good at sneaking into things like this. Sometimes, when the income of the detective agency cannot cover his own expenses, he also needs to make some extra money. The stronghold of those gangsters has become a place he frequents. His camouflage and stealth skills are a little weak, I'm afraid he has already been dumped on the street by gangsters. Bang! A voice came from a dark corner. Sher picked up the laser pistol and pointed it in that direction. He didn't want to kill, but if he was exposed, he would have to kill him. These fanatic sects are the most terrifying, he doesn't want to be skinned and sent to the gallows. But there is no one in the corner. Sher felt a pair of malicious eyes flash past in the darkness. He had some doubts, whether his eyes were dazzled. After confirming that he was not found, Sher continued to walk deep into the passage. The external defense of this sect is very strict, and it took Sher several days to enter here disguised as a believer. The guards inside are very lax. In order to sneak in, Sher also shaved his head, preparing for a disguise at a critical moment. Unexpectedly, it went very smoothly. Along the way, there was nothing but meeting a few believers. After walking for 3 or 4 minutes, he came to the end of a corridor. After observing for a while, after confirming that there were no guards, he walked in. The room is very large, and the ceiling is tens of meters above the head. The place where Sher came in was a platform, about 20 meters above the ground. There is a waist-high railing that provides him with concealment. Let him hide in the dark and spy. Everything that came into view made him feel horrified and frightened. My lord, what the is this? The space below is very large, extending into the distance, like a manufacturing factory controlled by a technical order. It's as big as those shipyards in the starry sky. But there are no tall spaceships here. There are only people here, hundreds of people. They were running around in a hurry, operating ancient machines, weapons still in hand. Laser weapons, particle weapons. What's more, there is also a double cannon. This sect has an army. Sher was disturbed by what he saw. He took out the vision enhancer and searched for his mission target. Soon, he found the client's daughter among those people. The other party was not kidnapped, but had a big belly with fanaticism and happiness on his face. He retreated step by step, and this mission ended here. Sher will not take any more risks. This sect is obviously not pure fanaticism, they are organizing a rebellion. However, in the next second, a more horrifying picture appeared for Sher. A giant creature with a height of 10 meters and a thick biological carapace came out of the darkness. Sturdy and sharp biological joints are all around. The huge beast made Sher, the first detective of the hive capital, too scared to move. Just seeing that terrifying giant beast already made him tremble uncontrollably. He never thought that such a terrible thing would be involved behind such a simple task. The backside of the so-called liberal sects is so terrifying. Sher is not ignorant of the outside world. From the mouths of those rogue traitors, he knew that there was a terrible race raging in the galaxy. They will release terrible monsters lurking in the human world, slowly corrupting its society, weakening its resistance, and finally devouring it completely. Sher used the vision enhancer to see the humans around the scary monster. Maybe those guys are no longer human. Their backs are raised and their faces are longer and more oval. Some have even grown extra limbs topped with razor-sharp claws. These guys are not human anymore. Instead, gene-stealer hybrids. Shull always believed that those battles that took place among the stars could not happen in Vitria. This is the edge of the Charadon sector, the edge of the Emperor's Astronomicon. It's small and nobody cares about it. Good luck will not come to this world, nor will bad luck come to this world. But now, Sher knew he was wrong. Vitria is facing an unprecedented crisis. We must leave here immediately. A thought came to Sher's mind. He must try his best to escape, otherwise he will die here. It's fine to be a hero. In front of those terrifying giant beasts, a hero is undoubtedly a mocking word. As for warning the chables and nobles, it's fine. Maybe there are monsters among them. Going to warn the police is just asking for a dead end. Sher turned his head and prepared to escape the same way. But he found a pair of malicious eyes standing behind him and watching him at some point. A tail covered with barbs, with sharp claws on both hands, and a slightly rancid slime smell from its smooth body. Oval head with a mouth at the front, which is full of sharp teeth. The Emperor is here. Sher wanted to raise his gun to shoot, but was thrown to the ground by the opponent. These gene seeds will distort his genetic spiral and thoughts. Fortunately, the gun in Sher's hand did not drop. He seized an opportunity, took the opportunity to shoot, and hit the opponent's body. The monster let out a scream, and subconsciously let go of Sher's limbs. Sher took the opportunity to break free, turned around and ran away. The monster didn't pursue it, and watched the opponent's escape with malicious eyes. All belong to the Great Matrix. The distorted gene has been planted, and that human being will also become part of the mother body, so there is no need to pursue it. Victoria Legislative Hall. The hall is decorated with exquisite sculptures and portraits. These sculptures and portraits are all planetary governors of past dynasties. In the eyes of many congressmen, these governors are respectable people. They established the system of Vitria, allowing the excellent genes of human beings to be preserved from generation to generation. In this cruel galaxy, only the best can control everything. This is the unchanging truth. The two thinker arrays embedded in the wall are emitting a faint flickering light, accompanied by mechanical buzzing. The holographic projection appeared in front of every congressman, showing them the theme of this meeting. This is the most shameful betrayal of us. A man in a fine attire looked at the notification sent from the depths of the starry sky. Cursed viciously. Like a devout follower of the Emperor seeing shameful heresy. The legislative hall is very large, with hundreds of seats. In these seats, sit the congressmen of various chables. If you look at their family background, they are undoubtedly the best group of people. Each one is a descendant of a 1,000-year-old family, and has received various education in life that ordinary people can't imagine since childhood. Elegant and noble. They are more like the masters of the planet than the commoners. In fact, they are indeed the masters of this planet. At this moment, they are discussing some upcoming things. They are the highest representatives of power in this world. The whole world runs at their will. Sadly, soon they won't be. Officials appointed by the Primarch are on their way, and peddlers loyal to the Primarch will also replace their business shares and take over industrial assets on the planet. That is, they will lose everything. The Primarch shouldn't wake up. He will only mess everything up and make the system that was working well become worse. The law of the world is the law of the jungle, but he wants to use his own power to change this established fact. This is undoubtedly a huge mistake. A young MP also stood up. The tone was aggrieved and full of anger. His family has accumulated thousands of years, why should he be equal to those ordinary people? Is there still fairness in this world? Is this world still meaningful? The various decisions of the original body are simply ridiculous. 3-year-olds are 1,000 times better than him. The parents of those people didn't work hard, so they deserve to be the playthings of these excellent people. Why take away their power and wealth to accommodate those incompetent waste? The reason why those people can only become workers and vagrants is not because they are waste. Why should excellent people accommodate the trash? How can there be such a reason in this world? The salvation of mankind is absolutely impossible to happen in his hands. His decisions are stupid and ignorant, and he has never seen anyone succeed against the will of the people. The entire empire is against him, but he insists on going his own way. Another elderly member of parliament also spoke. He has lived for more than 3 centuries. Considered loyal to the empire, loyal to the emperor. The various decisions of the Primarch are the greatest betrayal to mankind, to the empire, and to the emperor. From the mouth of the traitor, you can hear the complaints of nobles from other worlds about the various decisions of the Primarch. These complaints are public opinion. Going against the will of the people, even a Primarch will fail. But what can we do? All the power is in his hands. Those armies are headed by him, and we can't do anything. Someone sighed. One sentence calmed the angry crowd down. Yup. They can do nothing but rage in impotent rage. What a sad thing this is. We must not compromise like this. The young congressman said. But no one agrees with the young congressman. The merchants brought news that those nobles who tried to disobey the Primarch had been purged. The Primarch's methods are cruel and cold. Any nobles who tried to resist were destroyed and given the most terrible punishment. You must know that many of those nobles are loyal. He was so ruthless that he attacked the loyalists of the empire. Alas, he has the army of the empire in his hands, and the power in our hands is powerless to resist the wanton behavior of the antigen. An old congressman shook his head, his tone sad and indignant. Emperor, open your eyes and see. Your sons are using stupid behaviors to destroy your empire. Human beings encounter chaos, let alone the threat of aliens, and now even the Primarch is entrapping loyalists. The empire is in danger. The empire is in danger. Just when many congressmen were aggrieved, a star talker wearing a long robe with pure white eyes walked into the hall with the help of 2 guides. The astropath walked up to the governor of the planet on the throne and said, "Something has happened, my lord. Why is it vulgar to introduce the process of tyrannids corrupting humans?" Chapter 97 Let them betray the empire, please subscribe. The astropath's words made the noisy hall quiet. Planet governor looked at the astropath. What happened? We observed this. The astropath beckoned. An assistant stepped forward and showed the data pad in his hand to the governor and others. The data board lists the subspace ether data and defense force data of the Vitria galaxy. The complex data gave the planetary governor a headache. He knows every word, but when combined together, he doesn't know it. I don't understand. The governor looked at the astropath, his tone a bit unfriendly. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was an astropath, he would have wanted to kill him with a gun on the spot. Use this to test the excellent governor of the empire? Definitely aimed at myself. This guy is a disgraceful villain. This is a report of a dark shadow in the subspace. After communicating with several galaxies, it can be confirmed that this is the tentacles of a hive fleet. Their goal is the Vitria galaxy, which means that we will be the Zerg fleet's first prey. The astropath looked at the obese planetary governor in front of him, and could not help showing a trace of disgust in his tone. In order to fulfill the duties entrusted to him by the emperor, he had to endure the folly of the other party. To be honest, in this hall, there are not many people who can find a few people who can still think normally. In addition to intrigue and power play, these congressmen only spend their time thinking about how to squeeze more oil and water from the already skinny civilians. There is no military talent, but there is no administrative talent. Maybe they have another function, which is to throw them into a food processing factory, crush them, and make them into nutritional blocks to fill people's stomachs. The simplest ether data and planetary defense force data are incomprehensible. What can the emperor expect from these wastes? Are you expecting them to feed the Zerg? Feeling the contempt in the words of the astropath, the governor was very dissatisfied. You know, he is a plutocratic aristocrat with noble blood. Are the executors of the emperor's will. The hereditary governorship is even appointed by the Terra Senate. A man of his caliber deserves respect. But the tone of this astropath is so contemptuous. If it weren't for the other party's special status, the governor will definitely hang the other party on the gallows to warn those who speak ill of themselves behind their backs. He will never allow anyone to despise him and his family. The attitude of the planetary governor is so arrogant, but when the astropath said that the Vitria galaxy will become the prey of the Tyranids, the governor, who had always been proud and considered himself a human elite loyal to the emperor, turned pale with fright, completely revealing his cowardly and incompetent nature. The same goes for the many MPs in the hall. It's completely gone from the high-spirited look just now. They are not the same as those stupid and insensitive bottom. Even if they have never been invaded by the Tyranid Zerg, they still know a lot of information about this terrible race from the information from many galaxies. Wherever the Tyranids passed, even the atmosphere of the planet would be directly stripped away. All life will be devoured. What's more terrible is that the offensive of the Tyranids is extremely terrifying. Where they have passed, it is impossible to have any means to resist them. The Empire has fought against the Tyranids many times. Few victories. Occasional victories are also expensive. Vitrias being targeted by the Tyranid Zerg is undoubtedly a death sentence. Quickly ask the Empire for help, we need those battle groups, we need the Imperial Navy. The governor stood up suddenly, and the wrinkled fat on his body trembled with his movements. The astronomical message for help has been sent. The expeditionary force led by the Primarch is in the Char-Adon sector. Presumably he will respond to our request for help. The astropath said. Then hurry up and send a few more messages, let him protect us. The planetary governor shouted. After finishing speaking, I realized that there was something wrong with my words, and hurriedly changed my words. Bring the Primarch over here and destroy these damned aliens as soon as possible. He is the Emperor's son, and this is his duty. Other congressmen also spoke. Let him come here quickly. Yes, send a few more messages. Stop standing here, hurry up and send a message, let him come and protect us. Just now, they were shouting and killing, gnashing their teeth, and almost shouted to kill many members of the 13th body for the Emperor. At this time, they all changed their appearance. Can't wait for Guilliman to appear in front of them in an instant. No amount of astronomical information is the same. The astropathic person shook his head and said, more and more contemptuous of this group of self-proclaimed human elites. If such things can be called elites, then human beings are really in jeopardy. The reason why these idiots can sit here is definitely not because they have outstanding personal abilities. It was their fathers who deceived the Emperor with despicable means, and ruled this galaxy with the authority of the Holy Emperor, so that these fools can sit here and call themselves the elite of mankind. Given the current state of corruption and economic development in Vitoria, put a dog in charge of planning the planet. I'm afraid they won't do worse than them. When will the Primarch's reinforcements arrive? The planetary governor asked again, with an uneasy tone. It seems that the Zerg will go outside the galaxy in the next second and kill him. There is no clear reply yet, and it is expected to get a reply within a month. The astropath said. 1 month? When will the Zerg come? The planetary governor said in a worried tone. I only received a reply within a month, wouldn't it take longer to send reinforcements over? I'm afraid that the Primarch will come too late. By the time it arrives, the entire Vitoria will already be in the pocket of the Zerg. These imperial elites, the pillars of human civilization, are probably gone long ago. 3 months later, the shadow of the subspace caused by the Zerg fleet will spread to Vitoria, and 5 months later, the first biological ship will arrive in the Vitoria galaxy. The astropath saw the appearance of these counselors and had to explain. Don't be afraid, there's still half a year left. Hearing the astropath's explanation, the nervous governor of the planet beamed with joy. In half a year, the Primarch's reinforcements should have arrived anyway. The problem now is to consider how to keep your own rights and wealth. The same goes for other MPs. The nervous look just now disappeared again. In half a year, if you walk in the subspace, you can go to Terra for a few laps. The Primarch is in the Char-Adon star region, and it will take at most a few weeks to reach the Vitria galaxy, no problem at all. Now they have to consider how to protect their wealth. When the Primarch arrives, he will take power and industrial assets away. At that time, they will have nothing. Why can't the Primarch see our loyalty? The governor patted the marble table in front of him and said angrily. It hurts so much for the Primarch to treat them like this when they are so loyal. Perhaps, we should find a way to let the Primarch understand that those lower levels are not trustworthy, they are despicable and shameless, and they don't know how to be grateful. We really should find a way to prove that only we are loyal to the Empire. Many congressmen are talking about this matter. After looking at them for a while, the astropath turned around and left, and walked out. He really can't stand these stupid, selfish, greedy guys anymore. Sher fled back to his residence. It was a large room in the middle of the hive capital, a home of more than 100 square meters. For his own work, he separated half of the house as his own office. The back is used as one's own residence. His detective agency is a family-style detective agency. After all, there are still some risks in doing this business. It is not cost-effective to rent an office specially, and it is not secret enough. Saw that horrible gene stealer and fought a monster. Sher had forgotten how he escaped from that terrible place. He only remembered that after he broke free from the monster, he ran all the way from the dark meeting place. There is no pause in the middle. Just keep running. He must have run more than 10 kilometers. At that time, his mind was blank, and even after running a long distance, his hands still trembled uncontrollably. When he went to the car, everyone thought he was a madman. Sher is still very lucky, he ran back alive, this is a rare victory. Back to his residence, Sher felt a little safe. My mind, which had been blank all the time, finally regained the ability to think. OMG. OMG. Those ugly, disgusting things are in the dark corners of this city. Besides that place, who knows how many there are. Victoria can't stay any longer. Those monsters are already in the sewers, readying an army. Here is about to usher in the baptism of war. Those who remain will be devoured entirely by the terrible devourer that roams the stars. Sure tremblingly gathered up the things he considered precious. He took out his savings and planned to use this to exchange for a boat ticket. No matter where you go, as long as you can leave Victoria. Packing up his things, he felt his scalp itchy. Subconsciously stretched out his hand and scratched it. But he found that his hand had grabbed a lot of hair. For some unknown reason, his hair fell out like crazy. Sure ran to the mirror in his room and found that the originally thick hair had thinned out. By the Emperor. Sure remembered the things that monster had done. Obviously, the other party left some abominable things in his body. Those things are changing him. Boom. 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 There was a knock on the door. Frightened Sure almost jumped up. He was so nervous. Those things seen at the meeting place. My hair fell out strangely again. These all indicate that something bad will happen. Who? Sure walked to the door, he was holding the laser gun tightly, the safety has been opened, as long as the trigger is pulled, the scorching rays will shoot out. It's me, have you found my daughter? Hearing this, Sure breathed a sigh of relief, and he opened the door. Miss Anna. Sure said, looking at the woman in a black robe with her face covered in front of the door. The woman looks about 30-40 years old, well maintained. The identity of this woman is definitely related to those chaebol. It is impossible for civilians to have the financial resources to maintain such a well. Seeing the woman coming, Shu Er felt a little regretful, why did he take this task? Although there is a lot of money, it is too dangerous. He put himself in it. Now, he just wants to run away. The woman came in, holding a bag with red bud flowers in her hand. The bag is exquisite in workmanship, and it is worth a lot of money at first glance. The woman's walking posture is very elegant, and it looks like she has been specially trained. Sure was more certain of his thoughts, the identity of the other party might be one of the chaebols. Perhaps, he can seek help from the other party, get a boat ticket, and escape from this world. The woman carefully avoided the simple furniture of Sure. Behind her are two bodyguards. The two bodyguards were tall, and their well-proportioned bodies contained terrifying explosive power. Just like two cheetahs, once they attack, they are definitely the deadliest. The two bodyguards each had one eye transformed into a mechanical prosthetic eye, which looked extremely fierce. Being able to have such a bodyguard, the identity of this woman is by no means simple. She stood in a slightly empty space in the room, looked at the nervous Sure, and asked, "Have you found my daughter? I'm so worried about her. I haven't seen anyone for such a long time, and I don't know whether she is alive or dead. This for a period of time, I didn't think about food or tea, and was in so much pain that I couldn't eat. I have found Ni's daughter, but you have to pay me the rest of the money first, and this task is too dangerous, I have to add one more condition." Sure said. Hearing Shu Er said that she found her daughter, the woman showed a little excitement. But when Sure said that she would increase the price, she showed a little dissatisfaction again. "Sir, your temporary price increase is not in line with the rules. I almost lost my life in it. In addition to your payment, I also need a ticket to leave Victoria." Sure said, "If you agree, I will tell your daughter where is she." "Ma'am, I have to remind you that that place is very dangerous. I have no way to bring her out, but with your strength, ma'am, this can be done easily, but you have to hurry up." The woman was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. "I agreed to your request, but can you tell me why you left Victoria in such a hurry? The situation is urgent, but if you want to know, you have to pay more, and the remaining commission will be doubled. I bought this news with my life, and it is worth the price." Sure said. "Of course, Mr. Sure, I will pay you the agreed reward immediately and help you book a boat ticket." The woman said. Relying on the detective's unique intuition, Sure felt that something was wrong with this woman. But he didn't want to worry about the other party's tricks anymore. Now he just wants to make money, and leave Victoria as soon as possible. After confirming that the other party's credit points have arrived, Shull told them about the meeting place of the liberal sect and what he saw. "You mean gene stealers?" The woman showed a hint of surprise. "Yes, according to what you said, it may be called by this name." Sure didn't want to say any more, he felt more and more uncomfortable. Itchy scalp, itchy fingers, itchy body. "Ma'am, our transaction is over, can you leave?" "Then don't bother Mr. Shull, I wish you a pleasant journey." The woman smiled and turned to leave. "Please leave too," Sure said, looking at the two bodyguards who did not move. But in the next second, the other party pulled out his gun and pointed it at him. "Ma'am, what do you mean?" Riel screamed in fright. "You know the location of that little bastard, I have to thank you for this, but please go to hell. That little will be sent to the food processing factory like her mother. As for you, you will also be sent there. Well, may you return to the Emperor's arms, idiot." The woman who walked to the door showed a cold smile. Hearing this, Shure's eyes widened. Kill in silence. This kind of thing can happen. Shure is not an idiot, he understands that he is obviously involved in the power struggle among those chaebol families. He heard some rumors in the tavern, and he listened to them for fun. Never thought that such things could happen to him. Now, he regrets it even more. If he hadn't been confused by the other party's generous reward, he could still think of the unreasonable things in it. As a lady, there is absolutely no need for the other party to ask him to find his daughter. Those Chable families must have such talents. The reason why the other party found him was probably already prepared to silence him. Thinking of the twists and turns, Sure knew he was doomed. Those 2 bodyguards were well trained, and they definitely had lives in their hands. Many families will train some dead soldiers to deal with things that are not suitable for them. And these 2 bodyguards are exactly that. In fear, Sure subconsciously uttered 2 roars that were obviously not human. The roar stunned the 2 bodyguards for a moment. This is definitely not a roar that humans can make. Shull saw the opportunity and subconsciously rushed towards a bodyguard. Biological instinct allows him to bite directly at the opponent's throat. For some unknown reason, his teeth became sharp and sharp. Easily bit the opponent's strengthened throat, and the bright red blood poured into his mouth, making his mind clearer. Damn it! Seeing this scene, another bodyguard pulled the trigger on Sure again and again. And Sure has long been reborn. Biting the target's throat, he finally felt the existence of Great Will. This universe belongs to the Great Will. My previous life was so horrible and depraved. He should be ready for ascension. These damned humans are so ugly that they worship a corpse and see suffering as their blessing. What a stupid idea. It is necessary for me to teach them the Great Will. Let them understand that the meaning of life is to become one with the great and eternal will. The fear in Shure's heart faded away, and his whole body was excited because he had glimpsed the true meaning of the universe. He jumped continuously to avoid the opponent's laser attack, and then opened his mouth to bite the opponent. After all, the opponent is a well-trained slayer, seeing Sure rushing over. The bodyguard knocked Sure away, who had just completed his transformation, with 1 punch. After pulling away, he raised his gun and fired continuously, forcing Sure to hit the window to escape. The bodyguards kept shooting, but in the end they could only watch Sure disappear into the darkness. What is that? The woman walked in, looking at the wounds on the dead bodyguard. There is nothing sad in her eyes. Looking at the dead bodyguard is like looking at the weeds on the roadside, without the slightest pity. She was born to be the master of this world. These bodyguards exist only for her. It's no big deal to sacrifice, there are always more bodyguards for her to use. Many civilians will willingly hand over their children to be trained as bodyguards to serve her. An infected genetic bastard, master. The bodyguard said, sparing words like gold. They have been trained since childhood to obey their masters and keep silent all the time. Is it Tyron? Asked the woman. Yes, there should be gene stealers in the city, maybe we should act as soon as possible. Hearing what the bodyguard said, the woman nodded, and she took out a photo of a girl. It's really time to act. You take someone to kill this guy, remember, don't leave any evidence. After finishing speaking, the woman turned and left. Unexpectedly, there are unexpected gains. She was thinking about what benefit this news could bring her. Any message is valuable. As long as it can be used in the right place. The bodyguard stared at the place where Shure escaped, then turned and left to complete his task. This side of the lobby. Planetary governor and many councillors are still discussing how to make the Primarch trust them, so as to give up those bottom bugs. Let them betray the Imperium, shouted an old councillor. Just let the Primarch see that these damned bugs have turned their backs on the Empire, and turned their backs on the Emperor. It will surely make him understand that the only ones he can rely on are us elites. Only we are the ones who are loyal to the Emperor. Those at the bottom will not appreciate everything the Empire has done for them. They will only complain that the Emperor and the Empire have not given enough. This proposal has attracted low-pitched discussions from many members of Parliament. But how should we make them betray the Empire? Asked the governor. Many congressmen looked at me and I looked at you, and suddenly fell into a difficult problem. Obviously, this matter has exceeded their capabilities. These years, in order to maintain their rule, those low-level people have been tamed to the point of losing almost all bloodiness, and they no longer dare to resist the Empire. Even those gangsters can say a few words for the sake of the great Emperor. It is conceivable how excellent their training work is. When the representatives were at a loss, a voice broke the deadlock. I have a way. A woman walked in, causing many members of Parliament to discuss. Ms. Anna, you shouldn't be here. A congressman watched the woman walk in, a little displeased. It has nothing to do with you, I'm only here to offer advice to the governor for the governor. The woman looked at the congressman and said disdainfully. Vitria's Chable forces are intricate. In order to seize her husband's inheritance, Anna murdered the daughter left by her husband's ex-wife. This behavior made the ex-wife's forces extremely dissatisfied. It's a pity that they couldn't find any evidence, otherwise they would definitely have someone kill this woman. Now that the other party appears here, the faces of those congressmen who are unhappy with her have become ugly. The planetary governor waved his hand, let the congressman sit down, and then looked at Anna. Do you really have a way to make those low-level people betray the Empire? Yes, my lord governor. Anna said, if you wish, they will launch a heretic rebellion soon. Chapter 98 War with Necrons. Anna spoke so confidently that many council members looked at each other in dismay. The planetary governor also showed a hint of interest. Then I'd like to see what you can do. Anna smiled, leave this matter to me, and I promise that within a week, those damned bugs will start a rebellion. And they will be considered absolute heretics by the state church and the court. You can speak your mind. We will do it after consideration. A congressman said indifferently. This plan can only be implemented by myself, and if you do this, it will only make the situation worse. Anna looked at the congressman. If you don't want to leave it to me to do it, then I can only say sorry. You want power? Said the governor. This world is very dangerous. I don't want to be eaten to the bone. If you can't do it, I will help you. If within a week, I don't make those bottom bugs rebel, then I lose now, all my wealth is at your disposal. If I succeed, I want to have my seat here. Anna looked at the planetary governor. Her tone was extremely crazy, and she wanted to fight for a member of parliament with all her wealth. In the hall, after hearing Anna's words, many members of the council started discussing. They all looked at Anna with the eyes of a madman. In their opinion, this woman has gone crazy. It's a stupid thing to use the rest of your life's good life to fight for a seat in a congressman. Okay. Just as you said, I will sign the action order for you. The planetary governor stood up and looked around at the many congressmen. If any one of you wants to object, you can raise it now, as long as the method you provide is better than hers. The words of the planetary governor made many members of the council look at each other. None of them could do it any better. The same is true for those congressmen who hate Anna. You have gained power, but you only have 1 week, and I don't like to see you fail, said the planetary governor. No, governor, I am confident. Anna smiled. She already had a plan. Old in Holy Terra, there was an old saying well said. Be greedy when others are fearful. Crisis hides great opportunity. The emergence of gene stealers is definitely a terrible crisis for Vittoria. But this may be the key opportunity for her to enter the imperial political arena. Anna looked at the many congressmen, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. This is just the beginning. She will climb up little by little, and climb to the top step by step. Become an existence that makes everyone frightened and flattered. Anna is a descendant of a nobleman, of course this is only a superficial statement. Actually she is not. She is just a descendant of commoners. The noble lady gave birth to a mutant, in order to protect the family's reputation. The nobles had no choice but to exchange their children to prove that there was no problem with their family. In an empire, no matter how corrupt the bureaucracy is, that's fine. Humans are always the main theme, and mutants and aliens are absolutely hated. Once a mutant species appears in a family, it is likely to attract the attention of the state church and the tribunal. For a family, the occurrence of mutant species in the offspring is definitely a terrible crisis. Represents that the family blood has been polluted. Slightly manipulated by hostile forces, you may even be deprived of everything. The purity of human blood is an issue that every noble family must pay attention to. It is precisely because of this that Anna replaced the mutated child and became a noble child. But the nobles don't like Anna, especially after they have a new child, they hate Anna even more. Anna also learned the ins and outs of this incident from an accident. Parents' discrimination against her doesn't have any deep meaning, it's just that she is not their child. In order to conceal the mutation of the family descendants, the nobleman also killed Anna's biological parents. After learning the truth, Anna could no longer bear the discrimination and abuse from her adoptive parents. She designed to kill the other party, as well as the other party's biological child. It is a matter of course to inherit everything from that noble family. And found her current husband with the help of means, and climbed up step by step. After confirming that her husband no longer loves her, Anna decisively killed him again. By the way, he killed Xiao San, and sent someone to kill Xiao San's child. Then she entrusted Sher to find her daughter. That daughter is actually Xiaosan's daughter. Anna admits that she is a vicious, unscrupulous woman in order to climb up. But in this chaotic, hopeless universe, malevolence is not a crime, but a virtue. Anna's wish is to climb to the highest position one day. Let those who once thought her lowly be unattainable. Veteria is her springboard, not her end. One day, a brand new star will rise and become one of the most powerful people in the empire. The cold void of eternal darkness. Tyron's hive fleet is drifting forward with the help of the superluminal channel built by the gravitational field of the universe. If you stand on the vast scale of the universe, people will be surprised to find that the hive fleet seems to have never moved. After all, the distance between the stars is too long. Even flying at the speed of light, it usually takes several years, decades, to cross this long distance. Using the unit of kilometers that humans can best understand to measure the distance between two stars is undoubtedly a very stupid thing. That would be a string of unimaginable numbers. Stand on the scale of the universe. The Tyranid fleet needs long-term observation to see that they are moving. The biological mothership, as huge as a celestial body, glides in the cosmic force field with the help of super-light inertia. Most of the biological mothership has fallen into a deep sleep, only a small number of tentacles are still active, monitoring the surrounding environment for the mother. In the body of the mothership, most of the Zerg have also fallen asleep. Sleeping ensures that they can travel across the vast distances between the stars with minimal effort. When it is close to food, the mothership will wake up, awaken a large number of war units, and devour everything that can be seen. Beside the mothership, there are also a large number of biological ships, which are also sleeping. Only a few ships are awake. Using biological energy, they separated from the main fleet and sailed to different star worlds, becoming the vanguard of the Tyranid Zerg and detecting the surrounding environment for the large force. Allow the Great Devourer to better determine the order of devouring. There are also some spore clouds that are also blown by the cosmic wind, and slowly spread out, and they are thrown to all parts of the galaxy like sowing seeds. The last world the Tyranids passed through was an agricultural world. They devour everything above, including 35 billion humans and everything on that planet. All life was turned into the simplest genetic material by the Tyranids and stored in the huge hive fleet. The genetic material will turn into more monsters, more killing machines. Right now, they are still sleeping, waiting for the feast to come. The glory of Makraj. After successfully disposing of the orc warlord arsonist and holding a huge banquet, this Queen of Glory class battleship has returned to the state of war again. In today's galaxy, only war is the main theme. Chapter servants come and go in the battleship. They perform routine maintenance on the chapter's weapons and armor. Mechanical priests and technical experts repair and inspect the power armor of the soldiers. They need to complete this work before the next war comes. The crew, officers, and heads of various departments are processing and monitoring the information of this battleship every day. Make sure it's always at its peak. Able to enter the battlefield with the most ferocious posture, tearing apart all human enemies. The tall strategy room hummed and vibrated. The thick and heavy cables winding on the ceiling surged with energy. The reading meter was spinning wildly. There is the thud of heavy machinery running beneath the floorboards. Huge metal projections spread throughout the strategic room, making the entire room in a faint twilight. Guilliman sat in his seat, listening to reports from Calgar and other heroes of the Empire. The threat of the orcs has been eliminated, but the Char-Adon sector has not yet completely settled down. Necrons and the upcoming Tyranids are both heavyweight challenges for the Char-Adon sector. The mechanical priests are repairing the Colossus of Heaven's punishment, because when they entered the Gorod galaxy before, they encountered the gravitational pull of the stars, which caused a part of the gravity device to fail, causing it to be pulled by the gravitational forces of the stars, and malfunction to varying degrees. In the short term, there is no way to put it into use. Calgar spoke first. He said the situation is not very good. As the strongest hull card of the Imperial Navy today, the Colossus of God's punishment. Only one shot was fired from beginning to end, and it was urgently repaired. Somewhat stretched hips. But it's normal to think about it. After all, it is a giant structure assembled in an emergency, and it is normal for problems to occur. The Colossus of God's wrath can be put into use so quickly. First, Guilliman and Kaur have already drawn up a complete blueprint. There are no technical difficulties, only construction is required according to the drawings. Second, thanks to the excellent craftsmanship of each foundry world, the parts produced by these foundry worlds have passed the test. Only in this way can the Colossus of God's punishment be built quickly and be able to play a role. As long as any part is stretched, it may be blown up directly. Although the Mechanicus has lost the ambition to forge ahead, their obsession with the soul of the machine has made them paranoid in the field of mechanical quality. Mistakes and deviations are unimaginable humiliation for them. To accuse a mechanic priest of his mistakes is the worst possible curse on him. It is precisely because of the many high-quality parts provided by the foundry world that the Colossus of God's punishment can be pieced together at the fastest speed. It doesn't matter, it's just an experimental product, just collect the relevant data. Guilliman didn't care too much about the problem with the Colossus of punishment. Practice 6E's approach, don't have too high demands on quality. Anyway, these cheap goods can still be made without them, so what are you afraid of? What you want is quantity. Even if you can't fire the cannon, you have to pile up the number of enemies to kill them. It's time to fight, no matter whether it can be used or not, even if you make up the number, you have to make up hundreds of times more than the opponent. Create a giant structure like the Colossus of God's punishment. The most important thing is not to harvest these structures, but to increase industrial productivity. Technology, the most difficult thing is just the technology. Once the technology is mature and the industrial assembly line is formed, building a warship is like making dumplings. Swish swish, as if you don't want money. Industrial capacity is improved, operations are full, just close your eyes and passe. What is important is to break through all methods with one force. Regarding the Imperial Navy, Guilliman did not intend to take a sophisticated path. According to the trend of chaos corrupting people without incident, it is obviously inappropriate to take a sophisticated path. The Imperial Navy needs more ships and more guns. Even if you smash a ship, you have to beat your opponent. Guilliman even thought about hollowing out asteroids and meteorites. Engines, reactors, cannons, and shields are installed inside, which can be used as battleships. If the enemy takes one, then you can take 100 of them yourself, and pile them up to kill them. What I want is cheap and solid. In today's space and sea battles, the most important thing is to increase the firepower. Only when the firepower is fierce enough, can there be a chance to overload the enemy's shield. The shield is overloaded, no matter how strong the opponent's hull is, it cannot withstand the bombardment of 2 rounds of artillery. In today's Void Sea battle, different races have their own energy shield technology. Empires generally use void shields, this wonderful shield can divert attacks to subspace. As long as the enemy's attack does not overload the void shield, the attack will always be diverted into the warp. It can be said that the defense of the void shield is much stronger than that of the ship. In the most tragic terra defense battle that the Empire has ever experienced, the Emperor's palace resisted the bombardment of tens of thousands of warships by virtue of the Aegis. According to the historical records left at that time, we can get a glimpse of how terrifying the earth-shattering offensive and defensive battle was. With the help of the subspace gods and the huge sacrificial ceremony, the traitor ships led by Horus ignored the gravity of the stars and directly appeared in the inner domain of the solar system. The Shenzhen was forced to evacuate, forming a pattern in which Horus surrounded Terra and the solar system fleet surrounded Horus. Horus' fleet occupies all orbits of Terra. Countless cannons and lights fell at every moment, bombarding the palace day and night. But relying on the defense system built by the Aegis, the palace blocked this terrible bombardment. From the siege of Terra to the end of Horus' defeat, one can imagine how strong Aegis is. If there is no Aegis, I am afraid that the palace will disappear without a trace during the bombing on the first day. In today's naval battles, unless high-density materials like neutron stars are used. Otherwise, the difference between using steel and stone for the hull is not that big. Once the void shield is overloaded, no matter what material the warship is made of, it will inevitably die. The plasma launcher equipped on the battleship is as huge as a 300-meter-high building. Once the shot is fired, everything has to be melted away. In the face of anti-sniper rockets, is it meaningful to discuss which style of body armor? Navigation in the universe is really not as complicated as people think. There was once a science fiction novel that described such a scene. A group of refugees used ice to build a starship, used this starship to escape from prison, and established a new country. Although it is science fiction, it also has some truth. It is not impossible to use ice to build a starship. The universe is frictionless. That is to say, once the acceleration is completed, the battleship will move at that inertial speed, and there will be no such thing as tearing due to being unable to withstand high-speed flight. The Earth rotates at a high speed every day, and no one on it flies out. Hypergravity will only be generated when the battleship accelerates. Once the acceleration is complete, after entering the inertial movement, the supergravity disappears. During inertial flight, it is impossible for the hull to collapse. The forces acting on every part of the hull are balanced. How could it disintegrate? Some things seem absurd, but when the truth is stripped away, it is found that the absurdity is the subtlety of the universe. The warships of the orcs are pieced together, and some warships even rushed into space by burning coal. Among them, it is natural to rely on the help of the power of Wadaic. However, the technology of the orcs themselves should not be underestimated. Those seemingly absurd places are actually nothing more than the human empire's ignorance of the direction of its technological development. General nuclear fusion reactions use light elements such as hydrogen and helium. These elements are the most abundant in stars. Other elements are basically light elements that undergo high heat and high pressure to form second-type elements. Iron, gold, these elements have experienced the destruction and birth of stars many times, and then they were born under high pressure and high temperature. If the orcs' tech tree is lit up with heavy element nuclear fusion, then their battleships will be extremely normal to burn coal. Carbon is not a metal element, so it is not as difficult to fuse it as metal elements, but the energy released is far more than that of light elements. The principle of fusion is to use high temperature and high pressure to fuse atoms into a brand new atom, and the lost mass will be converted into energy. The more mass lost, the more energy released. The number of electrons in metal atoms has basically stabilized. Except for the need to manufacture special materials, metal atom fusion is rarely used. Basically, the gains outweigh the losses. The coal burning of the orcs is actually using the carbon element in it for fusion reaction, so as to obtain energy to propel the warship. Wadaic can assist the orcs to erase the rules of distorted physics and help them ignore some technical details. As long as the general structure is good, it can be used. But this does not deny the development of orc technology. Some things are absurd, but the universe operates according to this absurd principle. You can't think that one thing is absurd, and you think the other party is fake. What we think is normal is only what we think. In the interstellar era, not everything looks tall and full of sci-fi. Interstellar battlefield is the pursuit of practicality, not sci-fi. Inlaid some glass with some circuits to create a variety of gorgeous patterns, creating a sense of technology. It looks really tall, but what's the use of that? Besides making some face projects, what else can you do? Such a tall man can't even block a bullet. Guilliman doesn't have the problem of formalism, what he wants is practicality. Is there any other news? Guilliman asked. We have collected some information about the Necromancer dynasty here. According to our investigation, there are two Necron dynasties located around the Char-Layton star area. One is called the Sotai dynasty. This dynasty was awakened 1,000 years ago, and the other is called the Sakan dynasty, which was awakened 1,500 years ago of. After the Sakan dynasty woke up, it launched an attack on multiple imperial worlds, causing a large number of casualties. Then they failed to attack Obelias and fell into a short silence. It wasn't until the Suotai dynasty recovered that they continued to be active, but their current goal is no longer the empire, but the Suotai dynasty. The Sakan dynasty seems to want to control the Suotai dynasty, so the two sides have been constantly breaking out conflicts. The empire has never intervened, but has allowed the two space undead forces to keep fighting and let them consume each other. The intelligence director opened the information interface, and introduced to Guilliman about another threat in the Char-Adon sector space undead. Guilliman tapped on his desktop, listening to the information given by the intelligence chief, and thinking about how to deal with the threat of the space undead. The Necrons are a race that fought against the old ones. What's even more frightening is that they even backstabbed the star god. The only race in the galaxy with a definite history of killing gods. The most terrible thing is that they have mastered the most cutting-edge technology in the galaxy. Those technologies were given to them by the star gods, and they are extremely powerful. With the help of the star gods, they have mastered many mysterious knowledge such as time, space, and dimension. It has reached a level of technology that is almost divine. It is indeed not an easy task to fight against the Necrons. The uncrowned king of the Necrons, the head of the Trinity Council, the Silent King has returned from outside the galaxy. Once Guilliman destroys those dynasties of the Necrons of space, it will inevitably prompt the uncrowned king to speed up the pace of awakening the dynasties of the Necrons of space. At that time, Guilliman may be facing the heavily armed Necron dynasty. That is definitely a terrible nightmare that no civilization is willing to face. Even if the Necrons have been sleeping for 60 million years. But their technological strength is still the strongest. This is undeniable. They have all kinds of incredible technological creations. can easily create black holes, annihilate stars, and reverse time. Of course, they will not use these terrible weapons casually. After all, once the celestial bodies and time in the galaxy are disturbed, they will also suffer greatly. But once a brutal war breaks out, and once the two sides are fighting each other, it will be difficult to ensure that the Necrons will not go to extremes. In order to kill the old sage, they sold their flesh and soul to the star god. Ghost knows what terrible things they will do to kill humans. You must be fully prepared to fight against the Necrons. Guilliman tapped on the table, his brows were furrowed, and he was comparing the strength of the human empire and the Necrons in his mind. Once the war starts, he will definitely destroy the two space undead dynasties. But in that case, it also means that a full-scale war may break out between the human empire and the space undead. After all, his identity is here. Represents the entire human race, the entire empire. As the head of the Trinity Council, it is impossible for the Silent King to remain unresponsive. My lord, what is our next plan? After the intelligence director finished his introduction, Calgar looked at the Primarch and asked. Chapter 99. Let's talk about a deal, please subscribe. Get ready, we will fight an enemy whose technological level is far superior to ours. Guilliman said, the Necrons are the great enemy of our race. The Char-Adon sector is an important area for the Indomitable expedition. It can provide more armaments and soldiers for the Expeditionary Corps. There is no way to rely on Ultramar alone. Meet the needs of the expedition. Guilliman stood up, overlooking the entire holographic projection. The tall body of the original body left a huge shadow on the table. Photosensitive device automatically adjusts the projected luminosity so that it always maintains the best visual luminosity. At this time, a man in a plain robe with slender fingers walked into the strategy room. His skinny, claw-like hand clutches a briefing sheet. My lord, we have received a request for help from the planet Vitria. According to the report from the local astrologer, the Zerg Vanguard fleet will descend on the Vitria galaxy in 3 months. They hope to seek some help from the Empire. Guilliman took the briefing from the man, which listed some things about the Vitria galaxy in detail. After reading it, he handed it over to Calgar and the others to circulate among them. Now we are facing a brand new problem. If 3 months later, the Vitria galaxy is plagued by Zerg, perhaps we should evacuate the local residents first, and build a huge fortress there, so that resists the attack of the Zerg. Calgar was the first to speak, expressing his opinion. Following his opening, the others began to discuss in low voices. It should be so. Guilliman said after thinking for a moment, Vitria will become a battlefield, and the Tyranids are not weak characters. At that time, the flames of war will inevitably ignite all over the galaxy, and those men and women who cannot fight should leave there. Those men and women of the right age, regardless of status, should stay. Calgar. Guilliman looked at Calgar, we have no way to fight on 2 fronts. I need someone to go to the Vitria galaxy to build defenses, evacuate the local residents, and keep the Zerg there. Until the large forces of the Empire clean up the space undead, until you turn around and deal with the Tyranids, can you take on this responsibility? My lord, I can. Calgar said. I won't give you too many resources. That will weaken the Empire's attack on the space undead, making it impossible for the Empire to quickly and completely destroy the 2 undead dynasties. Calgar said, I will do my best to keep the Tyranids out of the Vitria galaxy, and I will live and die with the Vitria galaxy. That's very nice, said Guilliman. At the meeting, the information was coordinated, and after the troops for fighting the Zerg and destroying the Necrons were allocated, the meeting was declared over. Calgar led a part of the battle group to the Vitria galaxy. Build a system defense network there to defend against the Zerg fleet. Guilliman will lead the Imperial army to wipe out the 2 Necron dynasties and completely clear them from the Char-Adon sector. Then turn the gun to deal with the Tyranids. The meeting ended, and Guilliman left the Foundry General Kalen. My lord. Karen saluted respectfully, his bloated body humming mechanically, is there anything else? Guilliman did not answer, but took out a data storage device. This is the data knowledge about the latest transmission technology. All theoretical formulas and technological creations are in it. The technical knowledge in the data store is newly integrated. Has been optimized and can be used directly. Part of these technical knowledge is analyzed from the alien lighthouse, part is the database knowledge obtained by Guilliman, and some is the teleportation technology of the original mechanic. These technologies have been initially applied, and that is the unique teleportation device on the Colossus of Heaven's punishment. In the decisive battle between Guilliman and the arsonists, Calgar led the Titan Legion and was projected onto the battlefield with a flash of light, which is the application of this technology. The emergence of this technology can allow the human empire to directly open the portal on the ground like the Necrons, and continuously transport the troops on the ship. There is no need to use tools such as Stormbird, gunships, and airborne pods. It is a very important technological revolution for the human empire. Of course, the means of the Stormbird and the airborne capsule will not be abandoned, and will become secondary auxiliary means. My lord, what do you mean? A trace of greed flashed in Karen's eyes. No mechanical priest can resist the temptation of knowledge. Crone couldn't do it either. Even if he ordered several times to his own processing center, don't focus on the data storage. But he still kept turning his head to look. It looks like Granddad saw gold and silver. Don't act like this in front of me, Karen. Guilliman said, I know your nature, you want this, don't you? Guilliman pushed the data store in front of Karen. I still have a lot of new technologies in my hands. The star-killing cannon equipped on the Colossus of Heaven's punishment, the molecular-level nanomachine bee colony, lighthouses, and quantum communication. These are all technologies that the Empire does not have. I have witnessed the Hall of Truth of the God of all things with my own eyes. I am familiar with many technologies that you don't know. These technologies are so great that we can rule the entire galaxy and even contact other galaxies. Guilliman stood up and said with a smile on his face, I now officially invite you to join my team. Of course, you can refuse my invitation. Because of your contribution this time, I don't intend to let you do anything. But these technologies are destined to miss you. And there is only one chance for you. When you see those brand new technologies being used in the Empire, you realize that you want to follow me. At that time, your status will be very low, and you will not be qualified to contact me. These new technologies. My lord. Karen looked at Guilliman with a serious and anxious tone, what do you want me to do? I want you to stand by my side, no matter what the situation is, you must follow my orders, even if it is Terra, Mars, their orders will never exceed my orders, you can do. Are you there? Guilliman's gaze was fixed on Karen's huge metal body. The bloated and huge body has not much flesh and blood left. It also means that this guy no longer has much humanity. The pursuit of machinery has surpassed everything. Chrome looked at Guilliman, a rare trace of fear appeared in the mechanical eyes. What do you mean? Are you going to take your father's place? Karen's tone carried a trace of fear. No, to take back my father's empire from those shameful traitors. Look at what those corrupt bureaucrats have done. Karen, I have been asleep for 10,000 years, and mankind has not made any progress in these 10,000 years. Those old machines from 10,000 years ago are still in use today. No matter how you use the glory of the God of all machines to describe it, it is undeniable that you have stagnated for 10,000 years. Isn't this sad? Something. Now those guys still want to use various excuses to hinder my steps and prevent me from realizing my father's ideals. As the reform progresses, I can feel their malice. Their malice is no less than those of the chaotic monsters. They even want me to go to sleep again, even if human beings will perish, they don't care. Any reform has a price. I am extremely reluctant to have another civil war among humans. But many things will not be transferred by individual will. As the reform deepens, the possibility of those guys forming a group to resist big. In addition, the Imperial Guards have never had a good impression of space fighters. Once a conflict breaks out, they are likely to attack me in the name of the Emperor, so I must have my own basic board, and completely defeat all those who try to obstruct it. Only then can we usher in the victory I want and shape the human civilization that my father and I have planned and imagined. Guilliman said in a deep voice, you can choose to agree, or you can choose to refuse. You must make a decision now. I give you the right to refuse, but today's news needs to be kept secret. Once I hear any rumors, I will directly kill you. The Terra Senate controls Terra, Mars, and most importantly, they can also issue various orders in the name of the Emperor. Guilliman's current reforms are not strong, and still leave a way for nobles and bureaucrats who are willing to embrace changes. But not everyone is willing to accept it. They are more inclined to think that Guilliman took their stuff. Don't place anything on the conscience and loyalty of those bureaucrats. That's unreliable and stupid. Guilliman had to be prepared to overthrow them all. Especially the Forbidden Army. Before Horus rebelled, the custodians had a problem with the Primarch. Following the Emperor is very arrogant and self-righteous. After the heresy of Horus, their opinions on the Primarch and Space Marines were even greater. In the original plotline, Guilliman returned to Terra, and many custodians had objections to Guilliman's return. Secretly said he wanted to usurp the Emperor. It can be said that it is full of mistrust. Some custodians are even more shameless and black-hearted. They even kill space warriors who show signs of rebellion. Some of them were still assigned, and they were directly beheaded. The Primaris Space Marines sent to reshape the Brass Dragon were the most tragic. Going to the mother planet, I found that the Brass Dragon had rebelled, and before I could say a word, it was regarded as rebellion. One said that we should understand it and not be so arbitrary. With a bang, he was killed immediately. That simple and rude one can be called cruel. There were also a few Primaris Space Marines who had been sent as guides and had not yet joined the Brass Dragon, and were also killed by the custodians as traitors. Really outrageous. One can imagine how divided the Empire is. Guilliman had to get ready. When the Forbidden Army slandered him for rebellion, Guilliman had better be able to rebel and be able to rebel. Honest people are the easiest to suffer in this world. There are those who babble and presume to those who are honest and responsible. A ruthless character directly slaps those people twice, making them cry. Those people will be honest and respectful. The Emperor has not spoken for 10,000 years. The Terra Senate and the Forbidden Army act recklessly in the name of safeguarding the Emperor, turning a blind eye to the overall plight of mankind, which in itself is the greatest betrayal of the Emperor. If you look at it according to the 30K standard, Terra can definitely be placed in the same gear as Horus. Karen was silent for a moment, only the computing center in his skull was buzzing. Both sides were silent. After a long time, Karen finally made up his mind. I will serve you, even if Terra and Mars stand on opposite sides, I will firmly obey your orders. That's exactly what I'm happy to hear, so this is yours. Guilliman pushed the data storage in front of Karen with a grin. Remember your oath today, if you break it in the future, I will make you pay the heaviest price. Guilliman said. That would never happen, Karen said. I hope so. For related technologies, Macridge will have a dedicated technical team to connect with many forging worlds in the Charadon sector. Besides, I need you to do another thing. Guilliman turned on the holographic projection, showing pictures of past wars of the Necrons. The human forces fought very hard. The technologies of the two sides are not at the same level at all. What's the matter? Karen asked. I need you to form a team. The technology of the necromancers is far superior to that of our human empire. If you can get some scientific and technological achievements in the ruins of the necromancer dynasty in this battle, it will be considered a harvest. The god of myriad machines knows the truth of the entire universe. All mechanical technology and knowledge should belong to the god of myriad machines, and should also belong to humans. Those aliens took away these technologies, and we must get them back instead of letting them go. Those technologies were desecrated at the hands of the Xenos. Guilliman thought about it for a while, and changed the term. In the name of the god of myriad machines, seize the technological knowledge of those aliens, so that those mechanical priests will not be so disgusted, and reduce internal differences. I'll do it, my lord. Karen nodded and promised to form a team for Guilliman to absorb those alien technologies and use them for humans. After explaining everything to Forge General Kren, Guilliman let him go to work. He went to the bottom of Makraj, preparing to inquire about the subspace information. The news from Pharos has passed. Magnus was severely tricked by a move he had made earlier. It is estimated that he is still recuperating on the Wizard Star. It is estimated that there will be no more than 10 or 20 years, and this guy will not dare to come out to make trouble again. It was a surprise. Solved Magnus, next is Mortarion, this guy made a plague. Just don't know where to put it. Fulgrim currently has no news and Perturabo and Lorgar have no news either. These are hidden dangers. It is necessary to investigate clearly and solve them one by one. Even if they are ascended to the devil, these guys are still primarchs, and their wisdom and strategy are by no means inferior to anyone in the galaxy. Guilliman did not dare to underestimate him, otherwise he would pay a heavy price. In the dungeon. As soon as he went up and down the elevator, Guilliman felt a cold breath. The etheric power of the warp permeates. As soon as he reached the corridor of the dungeon, Guilliman heard a voice coming from the depths of the dungeon. Cherubel is still trying to threaten and confuse Vincenthorn and his watchers. You will have to pay the price, Vincenthorn. I am the prince of demons. When you are reduced to ashes and I am still alive, I will hunt down your soul and make you burn in the flames of suffering. I will be enslaved forever. You can release me at this time, then I may have pity on a fool like you and let you go magnanimously, otherwise you will taste the anger, no matter how long the interval is, I will use the cruelest means to retaliate against you. Don't think that the parent and child of the cursor can change anything. The gods will definitely play with the ashes of the universe after it was destroyed. This is the fate that was doomed the moment the universe was created. Destruction and rebirth are cyclical, and there must be birth. Destroy. Surrender to me, Vincenthorn, don't follow that Primarch anymore, he will be hard to protect himself, and the original residents of the subspace will not let him go. I really want to hear it. What kind of non-letting method is it? While Cherubel was talking, a voice interrupted him. I told you, you don't understand either. Cherubel retorted subconsciously. But in the next second, he couldn't help shaking as if he saw something terrible. A tall giant wearing azure power armor stepped out of the corridor. The eyes are as deep and mysterious as the stars, and anyone who looks directly at him will be sucked into them. Honorable Lord of Ultramar, genetic father of the Ultramarine Legion, 13 Primarches of the Emperor, savior of mankind, great son of vengeance, wise regent of the Empire, Lord Robert Guilliman, welcome your arrival. After receiving several Iron Fist educations one after another, Cherubel became a lot more honest. Seeing Guilliman appear, he completely lost his previous appearance, and instead showed a groveling look. I'm very happy with this attitude now. Guilliman walked up to Killabel, sized him up, and then slapped him with a slap that resounded throughout the dungeon. But I don't like the tone of your words just now. Killabyre's head was almost blown off. A sense of grief and indignation rose spontaneously in my heart. The original body child bullied me to be weak, so I could bear to slap me in the face. What a shame, what a shame. Too much bullying. Bullying too much. If it wasn't for his own life being pinched in the hands of this bastard, Cherubel would have rushed to kill this so-called Primarch. Hold back, definitely hold back. Warriors can't bear it, but demons can. 3,000 years east of the Milky Way, 3,000 years west of the Milky Way. As long as you don't die, you will always find a chance to escape, and you will always have a chance to come back. At that time, freedom will be in my hands, and human blood will surely flow into rivers. The adults taught me the right lesson, and the young ones must pay attention in the future. Cherubel was smiling, even though his head was almost blown, he still looked like he was licking a dog. Can't resist, and can only live with it. Any news recently? Guilliman asked, how is the situation in the subspace? Master, I have been trapped here. Cherubel said, you just summoned those demons not long ago, and there is probably no new news. What a bunch of trash. Guilliman looked at the demon in front of him with a disdainful tone, I can't even do a good job of gathering information, so find a way, otherwise, I won't guarantee what I will do to you. Cherubel, oh, after living for so long, the number of times I have been humiliated is not as many as I met the parent and child of this cursor in the past 2 years. Doesn't I want to lose face to my majestic demon prince? Talk about trash at every turn. How will you hang out when you go out in the future? Perhaps, we can summon new demons. There are countless original destroyers floating in the subspace. There are too few demons serving you, so the intelligence collection is not fast enough. Cherubel made a suggestion for his own life. It makes sense. Guilliman nodded, the intelligence network is still not big enough, you have to work hard for me, and put some undercover demons in the field of those 4 as soon as possible. Cherubel was stunned for a moment, feeling MMP in his heart. If you can place undercover agents in those 4 domains, you will be beaten if you have nothing to do. But he didn't dare to say anything. Talking too much is another beating, not worth it. Magic life is difficult, let's fool around first. As the demon prince of the warp, Cherubel has mastered countless warp magic. He gave another demon's real name, and he only needs to use the real name to cooperate with the ritual to summon the other party. Guilliman is not good at this kind of ritual stuff. Vinzenhorn came to assist him in the act of summoning the demon. Prepare the brazier and candles as required, and Vinzenhorn began to chant the spell. Then cut the palm and drop it into the brazier. Accompanied by his incantation, there was a gust of cold wind in the dungeon, which was icy cold and chilling. Eerie noises resounded everywhere, and people glanced around without seeing the source. Who is calling me? Where is the blood and flesh prepared for me? A strange voice sounded, echoing in the dungeon. Get out! Guilliman said impatiently, looking at the creeping darkness. Respect me, mortal, you don't know how powerful I am, nor how long I've existed. I know everything that has happened in this universe. Offer me your soul, and I will give you extraordinary knowledge and power, it's a good deal. Whispers are everywhere, unpredictable, moving within the circle. But he couldn't escape the range of the magic circle. The aborigines of the subspace are bound by a certain law, as long as they control this law, they can be controlled. No matter how evil they are, they can only crawl under their feet and obey orders. Guilliman was impatient to listen to the shadows, he drew the Emperor's sword, and the golden light shone on everything in the darkness. Painful screams sounded. The darkness twisted and struggled, and then gradually faded away, and a monster with scales and sharp horns appeared in the magic circle. The power of the damned. The demon let out a miserable scream, and he tried to leave, but found himself trapped. Now, let's talk about our deal. Guilliman walked over, offer your soul to me, and you will have a chance to live. This is a very good deal. Chapter 100 The Whereabouts of Lemon Russ, subscribe. Cherubel watched all this the whole time. Too brutal. This guy is simply inhuman. Just like this, you are enslaved by demons, you evil minions of the old society. It's a waste of such an evil essence not to be a demon. Cherubel complained about the horror of the Primarch. But he has no shame in betraying other demons. Watching the demon being held around the neck by the Emperor's sword, his face showed excitement. I can't wait to ask the Primarch to kill that guy immediately. That guy has a grudge against him. It would be really great if Guilliman could be used to kill the opponent. The summoned demon looked confused. What's the situation? What about the agreed blood sacrifice? What about harvesting souls? Why did I have such a big sword on my neck as soon as I walked out, wanting my own life? I haven't entered the real universe for too long. Are all human beings so brave nowadays? Such a treat for a fearsome demon of infinite power. Is it a bit too much, too arrogant? Demon, answer my words. Guilliman's voice sounded. The golden flames emitted from the golden-yellow sword body of the Emperor's sword became brighter and brighter, containing terrifying destructive power, enough to destroy demons. The demon felt the threat of death coming from his neck, and his body became stiff with fright. As long as the long sword in the opponent's hand moves forward a little bit, the golden flame will devour his demon essence and burn him completely. Are you the parent and child of the cursor? The demon finally realized who summoned him, and couldn't help but uttered a voice of fear. You guessed right, but unfortunately there is no reward. The Emperor's sword in Guilliman's hand took a step forward, causing the demon's body to tremble violently. I need some information about the subspace, can you provide it? Of course, the demon Makin knows everything. I am the oldest demon. I was born in the first warp space storm. I witnessed the battle of the gods and the rise of the new gods. I know the knowledge of the future and the past. What do you want to know? As long as you can pay enough, I will tell you everything. There was a hint of cunning on the devil's face. Hearing that Guilliman wanted information, he had an idea. If an agreement can be reached with the parent and child of the cursor, maybe with his help, he can enter the real world smoothly, harvest flesh and soul wantonly, and satisfy his eternal hunger. The price must satisfy you. I will give you a chance to live and serve me. Devil, now, you can make a choice. Guilliman said. Maka. He turned his head, 6 irregular, wriggling eyes atop a scaly head. He looked at Guilliman who was wearing power armor behind him. The 6 eyes are full of astonishment and disbelief. What the hell, is this prostitution for nothing? Summon me, and then threaten my life? I just wanted to say a few words in a strong manner, to show that I am strong. Before he could speak, he saw Guilliman throwing down an iron fist. The power fist made a crackling sound. Beat the devil's head covered in scales almost torn apart. Don't look at me with such strange eyes, devil, you are too ugly. Guilliman pressed the opponent's head, a sound came from the servo system of the power armor, the hydraulic power system gradually increased, and he pressed firmly the devil's throat, making the opponent unable to move. I don't have much patience, tell me, your decision, demon. Die? Or serve me? While speaking, he pressed the Emperor's sword in his hand towards the opponent's neck. Feeling the imminent threat of death and the power of the curse contained in the sword, the demon Maka screamed. My lord, I am willing to serve you. Guilliman smiled when he heard this. He let go of the hand holding the demon. But the long sword in his hand is still placed on the opponent's neck, making the opponent feel the threat of eternal death. Congratulations on making the right decision, now is the time to prove your worth. Do you know the news about those demon primarchs? Guilliman asked. Maka felt the death threat brought by the golden longsword, and nodded sharply, know a little bit, my lord. That's good, tell me now, everything you know. Guilliman said. Maka trembled and said everything he knew in the subspace. There are countless secrets hidden in the subspace. Everything that any creature does echoes in the warp. As long as you master certain means, you can get a glimpse of the truth of the incident from these echoes. Maka is not a powerful demon. Even as an existence of original evil, his strength is not very strong. But he does know a lot of secrets. While the ancient creator still roamed the galaxy, before the vampires of the stars were formed and betrayed, he existed. He witnessed the powerful race that once controlled the galaxy spread life in the galaxy, but fell because of jealousy. Watch as the stars' vampires are banished and return with a vengeance to destroy everything. Witness the peak and fall of the Eldar. It also witnessed the great fall of the Eldar and the death of the gods of the Eldar. Witnessed the confrontation between the cursed and the four gods, and also witnessed the 10,000 years of the human empire. There is no eternity in this world. Even in subspace. Survival is everything. Maka knew this very well, when the Emperor's sword with the power of the damned was on his neck. He has a deep understanding of this point of view. Guilliman got news of several demon primarchs from him. Mortarion has been staying in the domain of the god of plague, concocting with many demons a plague that can destroy the empire. And his target will be Ultramar and Scourge. It won't be too long, and he is expected to release the plague in just a few years. Of course, it is only the information collected by Maka, and its authenticity is open to question. There is not much news about Maka. After all, behind the primarch of the demon is the power of chaos. No one will provoke them for nothing. That will only lead to trouble. Seeing Guilliman's face was gloomy, Maka could only say a few things about the loyal primarch for his own sake. Said that he had seen a giant wolf running in the subspace 1,000 years ago. That is most likely the missing loyal primarch of the Empire, the genetic father of the Space Wolves Legion Lemon Russ. You said you met Ruth. Hearing the other party's words, Guilliman's eyes suddenly became serious. Yes. Maka shrank his head and said, a terrifying giant wolf runs in the subspace, devouring everything in its path. That is the essence of your brother's subspace. I have seen it from afar, but that giant wolf, the wolf, is too scary, I dare not approach. He seems to be still working for the curse, collecting those souls for him, and bringing them back to the curse. Is there anything else? Guilliman asked in a deep voice. This matter has major implications, and he needs to make some changes to his plans. I've only seen it once, my lord. The warp is so vast that no one can truly explore it all. Not even I can claim to know all of it. But there is no doubt that your brother is alive, and that you have already realized your subspace essence. Maka said humbly. The warp is too big, boundless. Anyone who claims to know about the warp is a lie. Even if the four gods of chaos are the strongest beings in the subspace, their domain is only a trivial corner. Hearing this, Guilliman frowned. Lemon Russ, the Gene Primarch of the 6th Legion Space Wolves, also known as the Giant Wolf, the Lord of Winter and Destruction, and the Wolf King of Fenris. As the Emperor's executioner, his combat prowess is beyond doubt. Once tore up Magnus with his hands, and fought with Leon, Horus, and other Primarchs. In the early days of Horus' rebellion, Horus, who was blessed by the four gods, was severely injured with the spear of Dionysus. It was because of his blow that foreshadowed Horus' fiasco. The blow severely wounded Horus, causing a crack in his soul. The kindness in the heart emerged again, constantly resisting the erosion of chaos. This also caused Horus' soul to shatter and nearly die. In order to redeem his primarch, Horus' son stabbed him again. That knife completely annihilated Horus' conscience, making him a container of the power of the four gods. After the end of the Horus heresy. Because he failed to catch up with Horus' siege of Terra, Russ, the primarch of the Space Wolves, has been deeply blaming himself. After a celebration, Lemon Russ left the Empire with the Wolf Guard. Finally disappeared without a trace. The Space Wolves will launch a great hunt every once in a while, searching for traces of the primarch throughout the universe. After thousands of years of searching, there was no result. The Space Wolves never found anything about Russ. Not even a single rumor. If the other party has been staying in the subspace, then there is a reasonable explanation. The opponent is not in the physical universe, so the Space Wolves cannot find him. The original body is a very special existence. At the same time, it has the dual characteristics of subspace and reality. They are products of mixing. The awakening of the primarch by virtue of his own power is not without precedent. Korix did just that. After he awakened, he entered the Eye of Terror in the subspace to guard his brother Lorgar. Korix believed that Lorgar was the culprit of everything. If it wasn't for his idiot, the gods would not have got their hands on Horus, and everything they fought for would not have been reduced to ashes. Guilliman suppressed all kinds of thoughts in his mind, and adjusted the threat level of the Emperor to a level. For 10,000 years, the Emperor just didn't interfere with the real universe. But he should have his own layout in the subspace. To be honest, it would be the strangest thing for the Emperor to sit on the Golden Throne for 10,000 years and do nothing. If you have your own layout, that is a normal thing. Many missing primarchs are by no means that simple. In the real universe, it is extremely difficult to kill a primarch. It now appears that these missing primarchs either entered the warp or entered the Eye of Terror. Speaking of Rust's giant wolf form, Guilliman remembered the matter of the First Legion. After Horus' rebellion ended, Ryan returned to his home world, but found that his former brother Luther had rebelled and embraced the evil power of the subspace. If this is the case, the First Legion will never be so cautious and implement the crazy Caliban regulations. During the Horus Heresy, all the legions had problems. Even within the White Scars there were disagreements. Some people wanted to seek refuge with Horus, but were killed by Chagatai. Luther's rebellion alone is not enough to be the reason why the Dark Angels want to wipe out the fallen angels at all costs. Luther was corrupted by chaos, and the truth of the corruption could not shake the foundation of the Dark Angels Legion. The First Legion is too crazy to hunt down the fallen angels. The so-called Caliban regulations are equivalent to the extermination order. As long as anyone knows the existence of fallen angels, they must be killed. In order to kill the fallen angels, the Dark Angel Legion can be said to be crazy. Shoot the Inquisition, the Brotherhood, the Mechanikus, and even the Senate of Terra. Even in the midst of a great war, the Dark Angels would not hesitate to give up victory and hunt down fallen angels. It is impossible for the First Legion to go to war just because of Luther's rebellion, and stop the fallen angels' activities at all costs. For such a crazy behavior, the only possible reasonable explanation can only be on Ryan. This guy should have awakened the power of subspace during the battle with Luther. The traitor was corrupted by the evil forces of the warp, and the Primarch became a warp entity. Only this kind of thing related to the father of genes can make them so crazy. As long as it is said, anyone will think that there is something wrong with the First Legion? Maybe this is the case, they will hunt down the fallen angels all over the world, and they must not let this matter leak out. Anything else? Have you seen any other Primarches? Asked Guilliman. No, only this one. Maka said in a low voice, his eyes still secretly looking at Guilliman. I'm afraid that the other party will kill me directly. In that case, it would be really unlucky. Fortunately, Guilliman didn't do that. After getting the information you want, Guilliman was about to withdraw the magic circle and tell the opponent to get out. My lord, you haven't engraved the rune to enslave him yet. Cherubel reminded him friendly. Maka, Omega. Also portray the enslavement rune. There is still no magic power, and it is unreasonable. How shameless. Maka turned her head to look, wanting to see which was giving the hint here. Didn't you see that people are going to let me go? Do you want to say something cheap? Maka must remember that bastard's face, and must take revenge in the future, making life worse than death for that bastard. He turned his gaze to Cherubel's direction, but found that the other party was a demon host. Feel the devilish essence in the opponent's body. Maka showed an extremely complicated expression. Surprised, angry, and a bit of gnashing of teeth. The moment he saw the other party, he instantly understood the ins and outs of the whole thing. It was no accident that he was summoned. Cherubel. Maka's voice was full of gnashing of teeth. Wishing to kill the opponent on the spot. Even if Maka and Cherubel are both natives of the subspace, it is difficult for them to eliminate their mutual hatred. The struggle in subspace is 10,000 times crueler than the struggle in the real universe. The two are rivals to each other, and they have always wanted to devour each other's origins to strengthen themselves. Long time no see, Maka. Cherubel smiled, I really welcome you to join the undercover team. It was you who provided my real name. Maka said through gritted teeth. The real name of a demon is the most important part of many summoning rituals. The natives of the warp can only be summoned after mastering the true name of the demon. Maka's real name is known only to a few people. Of course it's me. Cherubel said proudly, working for the Great Cursor is a rare honor, and I need to share it with you. May you be hacked to death by the blood god's servant. You help humans enslave demons. You are despicable and shameless. You will pay the price. Maka wanted to continue cursing, but Guilliman held him back. In its screams, enslaved, controlled runes are engraved. Then threw it back into the warp, waiting for the next call. Seeing this scene, Cherubel just wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. There is always an inexplicable excitement about pulling down his sworn enemy. Everyone is not good, is really good. Guilliman gave him a warning look. Cherubel, who was in ecstasy, did his duty. My lord Primarch, said Cherubel. Be honest. After giving the warning, Guilliman stepped out. After hearing the news about Space Wolf Russ, he was in a daze. Russ is not dead, and the other Primarches should not be dead either. This is a tricky business. After pondering for a moment, Guilliman put the matter on hold. Solve the matter at hand first, and then clean up the Space Necromancer dynasty. They won't be able to come back for a while, so they seize the opportunity to expand their basic market. Only when the time comes can we have confidence. You know, he is not the same Guilliman as before. The original Guilliman was hit hard by Fulgrim, and a gap appeared in his soul. It is precisely because of this that the soul that traveled over filled the gap, and the two souls merged together to form a brand new Guilliman. The Emperor's attitude towards the Primarch, and even the entire Empire is instrumental. Guilliman was a little worried that the Emperor would easily destroy his inconvenient tool. No one can deny the Emperor's service to humanity. In order to maintain human civilization, the Emperor endured the torment of the Golden Throne for 10,000 years. But the things the Emperor did, to be honest, would be unbearable for any one person. The immortals who once walked with him only commented on him as arrogance, and sacrificing everything for their own goals. Guilliman didn't want to be the one being sacrificed. A week later. After completing the overall planning and deployment of the expeditionary force, a small force was sent to the Vitria Galaxy. The rest of the troops went to the Obelia's Galaxy, and used that galaxy as a springboard to launch an attack on the Necrons. The Obelia's Galaxy is a standard single-star galaxy. The star is already in its old age, and the light is much weaker than that in its prime. The reason for the lack of mass caused this old star not to explode into a supernova, nor did it become a black hole or something. It just slowly weakens the fusion reaction like that, and it becomes weaker and weaker. Old stars also provide weak light to many planets in the galaxy. Insufficient light has caused many worlds in the Aborian galaxy to be in a low temperature state. It can be said that every planet in the galaxy is a frozen icy world. Since the time of the Great Crusade, humans have spent 10,000 years in this galaxy. In order to mine the rare minerals under the permafrost, humans have established colonies here. They piled huge fusion energy underground, relying on the energy pile to maintain a normal life. The Aborian galaxy was very prosperous in the past. Until the arrival of those terrible metal undead, this place gradually declined. A terrible battle broke out between the human empire and the Necrons. In order to prevent the expansion of the space undead, the empire has invested in 3 war regiments, hundreds of regiments, and a huge imperial fleet. Resulted in the death of more than 60% of the empire's civilian population. The empire has curbed the expansion of the Necrons, but it has no ability to recover the planets that have fallen. They can only be allowed to fall into the hands of the Necrons. Aborius has also become a frontier battlefield for the empire and the Necrons. After that battle, the Aborian galaxy completely fell. Many powerful and rich people chose to leave. The lives of the people left behind are also in trouble. Lost the most important interstellar foreign trade, many factories could not maintain operation and had to be closed. A large amount of unemployment has led to social turmoil, forming gangsters in the Hive City, and making the Aborian galaxy more and more declining. Today, this gradually lonely and desolate world ushered in a new change. Accompanied by the fluctuation of the subspace, one imperial ship after another emerged from the subspace and entered various starship ports in the Aborian galaxy. Mechanic-use priests repaired the dormant machines and set them roaring back to life for the Primarch's crusade, producing enough ammunition to feed the army. The unemployed vagrants of the Aborian galaxy were all absorbed into the factory, becoming a screw in the terrifying war machine of the expedition. After a simple modification, the Imperial fleet launched an attack on the galaxy controlled by the Necrons. Sicarius led a spearhead force straight into the Nordum system, reclaiming the 3 worlds there for the Empire and compressing the enemy's defenses. In the Nordum galaxy, the main fleet of the Necrons has left. There are only 2 Dirge-class frigates wandering in the void. The Necrons don't seem to have left too many troops to garrison. Sicarius guessed that they should have concentrated their forces in the Crown World, where the main tomb is located. After 60 million years of slumber, although the Space Necromancer dynasty has awakened, it has also suffered too many losses. The time was too long, causing the logic computing centers of many Necrons to be damaged, and a large amount of memory was lost. In addition, the high-ranking generals in the dynasty acted recklessly and did not obey the abnormal awakening ceremony instructed by the tomb technicians, which caused a large number of deaths and injuries of space undead. At this stage, it has not yet reached the stage of great awakening set by the Necrons of space. Comprehensive for various reasons, the Space Necromancer dynasty does not have many troops available. There is no way to maintain an overly large territory. Sicarius has brought a whole fleet, but it is quite difficult to face the space undead ships that are elusive and can use quantum leap. It took the destruction of several ships to completely solve the 2 Elegy-class frigates. The battle in the void was over, and the technological barge of the Mechanicum flew out, dragging the wreckage of the Necromancer ship aside for analysis and reverse research. Under the order of the Primarch, Forge General Kalen formed a battlefield research team composed of radical mechanical priests. They are eagerly looking for the remains of these alien creations, and satisfy their thirst for knowledge by reversing these technologies. The fleet cleaned up the alien structures left by the space undead step by step, paralyzing or destroying them.